The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2296 to Chapter 2375. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A shocking strike. He's just a kid who got in through the back door. How could he be qualified to be our superior? What a joke. The young man in white armor shook his head in disdain. He had traveled extensively in Qingzhou and naturally did not care about Lin Ling. However, what made him jealous was that Lin Ling was a senior commander. This was an insult to him, because he was a person who had countless military exploits but was still not a senior commander. Alright, I'll kill Lin Ling. It's an honorable death for him to die at the hands of the second-ranked senior commander. The young man in white armor walked forward step by step. A black spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear was engraved with the image of a demon. It was a terrifying sight. He had already converted 70% of his boundary essence. In addition to his martial arts and weapons, he had already converted more than 100% of his boundary essence. You're really fast. The burly man beside him said enviously. In fact, he also wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Senior Commander Evil Spirit was faster than him. This made him feel a little regretful. Master Lin Ling. Tang Yue and the others felt that the situation was getting worse. Unfortunately, their opponents would not let them get what they wanted. In fact, even if they defeated their opponents, they would not be able to stop Senior Commander Evil Spirit and the burly man. Therefore, it seemed that today's scout camp was going to be completely wiped out. Dead, he's finally dead. It's Lin Ling's good fortune to die at the hands of Senior Commander Evil Spirit. Cheers, I'm looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's attractive face after his head explodes. The crowd cheered. It was as if they could see Lin Ling's head exploding. As you wish. Senior Commander Evil Spirit seemed to have heard the crowd's cheers. His spear became bigger and bigger. It even drew out the boundary essence of the blue water boundary. He was a water-type martial artist. In the water, his strength would increase by 10%, his spear was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. It formed a roaring wave. He even saw that Lin Ling was breathing. His breathing was gradually calming down. Breaking through? A disdainful thought rose up in the commander's mind. But soon, he discovered that Lin Ling's aura had changed. His boundary essence was crazily rising. This feeling made him frown, and the speed of the gun in his hand also increased a bit. He had to kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling broke through. In fact, he didn't know why he was so anxious, but he just wanted Lin Ling to die in front of him. Although his idea was good, Lin Ling had finally opened his eyes. Of course, he had noticed the battle in the cave. However, he was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he held back. But now, he couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were calm as he stared ahead, but he was suppressing his ocean-like anger. In particular, his left eye emitted an indescribable mysterious aura. The murderous figure of the holy land of the rainforest seemed to have awakened at this moment. These eyes. When the commander's eyes met the eye, he was shocked. What an evil left eye. The crowd also saw that Lin Ling had awakened, but they weren't afraid. Instead, they sneered even more. Lin Ling had died in the midst of his breakthrough. That was why it was better for him to wake up and die. At least he would know who had killed him. As for Lin Ling's strength, they weren't worried. After all, Lin Ling was ranked second among the commanders. Even if Lin Ling had broken through, he wouldn't be a match for the commander. The crowd started to shout, and some commanders even beat the war drums. Su Tian and the rest sneered. Everything was over. Tang Yue and the rest shouted anxiously, reminding Lin Ling to be careful, but all of this seemed to be frozen in time. Lin Ling couldn't hear it at all. His eyes were only focused on the black fiendish demon spear, his hand stretched out. At the same time, it seemed casual, but there was a mysterious rhythm to it. The fiendish demon spear was a top tier 1 martial art, and the person in front of him had cultivated it to the 4th level. Lin Ling had seen through the flaws and strengths of the spear. Therefore, bang, he grabbed the air with his hand, and it was as if a dragon's claw was tearing the heavens and earth apart. There was a roar and the water exploded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling actually managed to grab the handle of the spear that was about to explode his head. The spear had the power of Jiayuan. How could Jiayuan catch it with his bare hands? This was beyond everyone's knowledge. Although there was no martial art that was invincible and there would definitely be loopholes, how could a recruit catch the loopholes of Jiayuan? Boom. Boom, everyone was shocked, as if they had been struck by countless lightning bolts. Of course, compared to the crowd's shock, the commander was the one who was truly shocked. He was the second commander of the Martial Gods Battalion. He had followed the Grand Commander through many battles. When had he ever encountered such a strange thing? "What did you do to my spear?" Commander Xia said in a low voice. "There's no need to explain anything to a dead man." Lin Ling held the spear with his left hand, and his right hand quickly grabbed behind him. The Tyrant Song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out fiercely. This slash contained 100% of the power of Jiayuan, the power to uproot mountains and rivers. The heavy sword has no peak. The most terrifying thing was that when the sword was about to kill the commander, it instantly increased the power of Jiayuan by another 10%. "You actually increased the power of Jiayuan by 20%. The commander's pupils constricted. When he saw Lin Ling breaking through, his Jiayuan was also increasing rapidly. At that time, he thought it was an illusion, but reality told him that it was not an illusion. Bang, with a slash of the sword, the water was split apart, and a void appeared. The second-ranked evil spirit commander was directly smashed into pieces. Only his head fell to the ground. This slash contained 110% of the power of Jiayuan. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. This was called the pressure of Mount Tai. In fact, during this breakthrough, Lin Ling had converted 20% of his Jiayuan. In total, he had converted 70% of his Jiayuan. With the addition of the 10% from the Tyrant Song sword and 30% from the Black Sword record, he could erupt with 110% of his Jiayuan. His strength instantly rose to the second commander's rank. Moreover, the reason why he could grab the spear so easily was because his godly demon body had increased again, reaching 2,000 Jiayuan. His body was filled with the aura of the Fish Demon King. Then, Lin Ling stood up, and it was as if the Demon King had awakened. As for the cave, it was completely silent. The previous sword strike was undoubtedly extremely shocking. The second commander was killed by a single slash. It was as if lightning had gathered above everyone's head, and the shock was too fierce. "I, Commander Evil Fiend, have followed the great commander throughout my life and have killed countless villains. I never imagined that I would die here today. You are just a mere new recruit, and yet you possess strength no weaker than a world king. Just who are you?" Surprisingly, the commander's head made a sound, as if he had died with his eyes wide open, and of course, he had died with his eyes wide open. After all, a martial artist's cultivation was one step at a time. Although he had a high evaluation of Lin Ling, he also knew that if Lin Ling wanted to reach his height, he would need to climb 2 steps. That was why he had been so confident. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations drawing the sword stained with blood. Bang. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He stomped his foot down like a giant fish's tail. The evil spirit commander's head turned into a pile of meat. Lin Ling didn't say much. He took a step forward and shot towards Tang Yue because Tang Yue was in the most danger right now. After all, Tang Yue's cultivation level was too low. She was only able to fight Commander Poison Butterfly because of her weapon. However, the control of a weapon was related to one's cultivation level and could not last long. Go to hell. Bang! Commander Poison Butterfly's 2 giant hammers were smashing towards Tang Yue fiercely. On the other hand, Tang Yue's face was pale. She could no longer hold on to the flag in her hand. At this moment, a huge contradiction appeared in her mind. Previously, she had suddenly stepped out to protect Lin Ling. In reality, she did not know why she did so, and the price was that she was going to die. Did she regret it, or was she willing? However, Tang Yue felt that she did not regret it at all and was not willing either. Instead, she was very calm, like the surface of an ancient well without ripples. Yue, remember, you are training outside, not in the commandery. No one will show mercy to you just because you are the princess of the commandery. Therefore, power is everything. Bang, she vaguely remembered what her mother had said to her. This made her smile miserably because she would never see her mother again. However, what she had imagined did not happen. The giant hammers did not smash down. Tang Yue saw nothing but silence. She focused her gaze and looked in front of her. Instantly, she saw a young man in a blue robe standing in front of her. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he raised his giant sword and blocked the 2 giant hammers from the sky. It was Lord Lin Ling. Tang Yue subconsciously touched her small mouth and could not say a word. Crack crack crack, the giant hammers in the sky made a fragile sound. In the next moment, they broke apart and sparkling fragments shot out from the water, whoosh. However, this did not stop. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was as if the most beautiful sword light had flashed past and did not even cause ripples in the water. Plop, Commander Poison Butterfly's body was split into two and fell to the ground. Tang Yue was stunned. Lord Lin Ling saved her? If you want to die, then you can only die by my hands. No one else can kill you. She was stunned for a moment before she heard the cold and indifferent voice of the young man. When she wanted to say something, the young man had vanished. This caused her to be stunned once more. She'd wanted to protect Lord Lin Ling, but in the end, she'd been protected by Lord Lin Ling instead. At this moment, the cave was even quieter. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time they realized what had happened, the commanders discovered that Lin Ling had already killed 2 people. Moreover, they were both top commanders. How did this Lin Ling become so strong after his breakthrough? Impossible. Rumor has it that Lin Ling only converted 50% of the boundary essence, but from the looks of it now, he seems to have converted 70%. On the other side, the red-haired commander's pupils trembled. He never imagined that the legendary recruit Lin Ling would be so fierce. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over, his eyes were cold, and he didn't even say a word. How much boundary essence did you convert? That indifference made the red-haired commander feel a lot of pressure. He roared. Perhaps this was the only answer he wanted to know. Shua, however, the answer he got was a sword. A sword descended from the sky. It started from the center of his head and cut him in half. 10% of the boundary essence. Who could compete with it? The water at the bottom of the cave quietly turned blood red. Blood was spreading. Everyone stared at the blue-robed youth. They were shivering like grass in a storm. They were afraid, because the strength Lin Ling had increased after his breakthrough had greatly exceeded their imagination. Not good. Su Tian had personally witnessed the terror of Lin Ling. He quickly retreated from the battlefield. He realized that not grasping the opportunity to kill Lin Ling was the most regretful thing in his life. However, just as he moved, a sword hung on his neck. It was as if his movement technique had been completely seen through by Lin Ling. This made Su Tian turn his head to look. On his left, a cold figure was already standing there. This young man squinted his eyes and stretched out his right hand with a sword hanging on his neck. The young man just stood beside him. Throughout the entire process, he did not even look at Su Tian. Gulp, Su Tian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He realized that he should have been a coachman instead of participating in the plan to kill Lin Ling. Shua, he wanted to say something, but Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He held his sword horizontally and slashed out. At this point, there was no need to say anything. Any explanation, any words were superfluous. The only thing left was to kill. Although he was breaking through, these people were shameless and cold. He had seen it with his own eyes. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Clean and neat. Dead. Those who attacked are all dead. The commanders in the distance all widened their eyes. Moreover, something strange happened. After Su Tian's neck was cut off, his head floated in the water. At the same time, his mouth uttered the last words of his life. Spare me. Plop, in the next moment, his head fell to the ground. However, it was as if it had fallen into everyone's hearts. Lin Ling, drawing his sword and staining it with blood, killed one person with each slash. Whether it was a commander or a soldier, no one could block one slash from him. Sir, you're so powerful. Tang Yue, falling flowers, and flowing water were stunned. Previously, they had all moved out, but they could only barely block the enemies. However, Lin Ling moved out alone and killed all the enemies. Although they were excited about Lin Ling's strength, they also felt inferior. This was because they wanted to protect Lin Ling, but in the end, they were protected by Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to be aware of their feelings. He said indifferently, "You don't have to belittle yourselves. Although they are strong, they have cultivated for a longer time and had more fortuitous encounters. It's the same for me. However, on the path of martial arts, no matter how strong you are now, if you can't reach the heavens and earth, you will be a pile of dirt in the end. Therefore, Although we are stronger than you today, you may not necessarily be unable to surpass me in the future. Lin Ling was speaking the truth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had stirred up a storm in the martial god realm. He was respectfully called the number one demon, but what was the use? After he died, who would still remember him? Sir. Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and flowing water's eyes lit up. The lost confidence also returned. They believed Lin Ling's words, so they began to believe in themselves. Of course, they were also even more grateful to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and began to look at the others. Wherever his gaze passed, those commanders were like cicadas in winter, their bodies trembling. What? Now you know fear? Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. Those commanders were silent. In fact, they were indeed afraid, and even regretted it, but so what if they regretted it? They were too embarrassed to say it out loud because it was too embarrassing. Sir Lin Ling, before we, finally, an old man spoke. He wanted to beg for mercy. Invincible in the martial emperor realm, as these words fell, the entire cave was filled with a terrifying killing intent. The commanders widened their eyes. Great Commander Lin Ling was too tyrannical, he wanted to kill them all. Of course, you still have a choice. First, you can join forces. 1 is fine, 2 is fine too. Lin Ling said again, his words frivolous as he looked down on the commanders. The second choice is to commit suicide. As these words fell, the killing intent in the cave became even more intense. Put on, some of the weaker commanders were so scared that they fell to their knees. Facing Lin Ling, they didn't even dare to join forces. Humph, stop trying to be mysterious. However, at this time an icy cold voice rang out. It was the tall and sturdy man. He strode forwards, step by step. It's Great Commander Earth Explosion. The commanders shouted out in excitement, as if they had grasped onto a life-saving straw. This was because Great Commander Earth Explosion was the strongest of all the commanders. He was also a veteran that had cultivated for many years. In truth, his strength could already be ranked among the great commanders. As for Lin Ling, he also looked at this person. He already knew that Great Commander Earth Explosion was the strongest commander, but he still didn't feel much fear in his heart. His left eye could sense that this person was at the peak martial emperor realm and had 80% of his world essence. The pair of boots on his feet were very mysterious and could increase his world essence. In addition, with the world essence martial arts, Lin Ling estimated that this person could erupt with 130% of his world essence. This strength was indeed enough to rank him among the great commanders. Of course, to the current Lin Ling, unless he was a true world king powerhouse, no matter how strong he was nothing but a floating cloud. Your strength is quite good, but don't think that just because you killed Great Commander Evil Fiend that you are the strongest commander. You seem to have forgotten about me. Do you not know who I am? The tall and sturdy man walked forward step by step. A strange thing occurred. As he walked forwards, the ground of the cave began to rise and fall like waves. His legs were very thick, very uncoordinated with his body. As he walked, there was a mysterious rhythm that filled the air. I'm still here and you want to kill everyone here? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? Let me tell you, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have 110% of your realm essence. With me here, you won't be able to kill anyone. The burly man pointed at Lin Ling and said domineeringly. Of course, he had absolute strength and tyranny. Previously, he didn't make a move because he wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now, he saw through it. Lin Ling was only SOSO. Commander Ba is mighty. Kill him. The other commanders were even more excited. They never thought that they would be able to reverse the situation and turn defeat into victory. Some of the commanders even stared at Lin Ling proudly, wanting to see Lin Ling's fearful expression. Tell me, weren't you very proud before? Didn't you give us 2 choices? Why don't you dare to say it now? Humph, you're a great commander, but you're nothing in front of a great commander. The other commanders said contemptuously. Lin Ling ignored their voices and looked at the great commander instead. He realized that the other party was enjoying everyone's worship. He smiled and said, in fact, I really don't know who you are. That's why I gave you 2 choices before, including you. As soon as he finished speaking, the clamoring of the other commanders stopped. The great commander was stunned. and veins popped out on his forehead. Lin Ling didn't know who he was. Even now, Lin Ling still treated him as a dead man. If that was the case, his previous arrogance was in vain. He was playing the lute to a cow. Shameless boasting. The great commander was furious. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the cave to collapse. Don't even think about leaving here today. The huge cave slowly collapsed. The great commander wanted to seal off Lin Ling's escape route. Obviously, he had full confidence in killing Lin Ling, so he was afraid that Lin Ling would run away. However, Lin Ling smiled and slashed out. He didn't slash at the great commander, but at the cave in the sky. Rumble. The two of them attacked the cave at the same time. As a result, the cave was completely sealed off. The crowd was stunned. Previously, the great commander had sealed off Lin Ling's escape route. However, not only did Lin Ling not run away, he even helped the great commander to seal off the cave. What was he doing? None of you can leave here today. Stop. While the crowd was puzzled, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He was afraid that everyone would run away, so he sealed off their escape route as well. Boom. At this moment, all the commanders were shocked. They didn't know where Lin Ling got his confidence from. Why was he so arrogant? The great commander felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. He had sealed off his escape route, but Lin Ling had also sealed his escape route. Could it be that Lin Ling was still confident that he could kill him? Do you know that I am invincible in the martial emperor realm? You will pay the price for your arrogance. Heaven and Earth Supreme Kick. The great commander stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. The shadow of a kick appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. The falling flowers flowing water sword and the others breathed rapidly. They could feel that the kick contained 110% of the realm origin force. This was the strength of the number one commander, invincible in the martial emperor realm. Not bad. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He held his sword at an angle. When the kick was about to land on him, he slashed out with his sword. This sword was like a rainbow, descending from the sky. Black sword record, Mount Tai crush. Boom, the kick and the giant sword collided. The cave rumbled continuously as if there was a great battle. 110% of the realm origin force collided with each other. Is that all you have? Lin Ling held his sword and stared coldly at the Earth Tyrant commander through the blade. The great commander's face was extremely ugly. His kick could not kill Lin Ling. He sneered and said, "You only rely on that sword. You also rely on that pair of boots on your feet." Lin Ling said tit for tat. Boom. After the two of them spoke, the power of the collision reached its limit. It was as if the two worlds had perished together, forming a terrifying realm origin tornado. If these realm origin tornadoes were placed in Lin Ling's world, it would be enough to destroy the world. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, two figures flew out and stood a few hundred meters away from each other. In their first confrontation, they were evenly matched. Previously, you said that you are the number one commander and invincible in the martial emperor realm? Lin Ling did not wait for the great commander to speak and said sarcastically. This was because after their first confrontation, the great commander was gasping for breath. As for Lin Ling, he was safe and sound. Of course, this was thanks to Lin Ling's powerful body. His defense was too strong. It can't be, the great commander can't win? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I heard that the great commander defeated a first-stage World King realm powerhouse. He can't lose. That was just a warm-up. The commanders felt their blood boiling. This battle of the strongest commanders was too intense. It seems that not only do you have 110% of the realm origin force, but your body is also very strong. At this moment, the Earth Tyrant commander slowly straightened his body, and his aura was restored. Then, he raised his leg high, and the soles of his feet were above his head. I was just playing with you. Do you think you've won? Let me tell you, I have 130% of the realm origin force. So, let me show you what it means to be invincible in the martial emperor realm. With these words, it was as if he was the ruler of the world, commanding the winds and clouds. Unrivaled against the number one. Seeing this, all the commanders felt their blood boil with excitement. Earth Tyrant startles the heavens. In fact, the Earth Tyrant commander hadn't used his trump card before. The reason was that he wanted to kill Lin Ling cleanly, but he had failed. Thus, he used his most terrifying ultimate skill. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's mortal body was extremely strong. Only his ultimate skill could kill Lin Ling. His leg slowly stomped down, as if it were the leg of a god, and what was even more shocking was that his leg was only stomping on the ground in front of him. Bang! Even so, the ground still exploded, shaking without end. However, this attack caused many people to frown. The Earth Tyrant Commander was stomping on the ground, but he didn't attack Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling knew that the Earth Tyrant Commander had used a Boundary Origin martial art. He had used the power of the Boundary Origin to attack him, as if he had secretly buried a bomb. Li Xiaoyao had also seen this martial art in the past. When it was powerful, its body was in a myriad of worlds, but with a single stomp, the power of the Boundary Origin could reach the martial god world. It could kill without leaving a trace, passing through a world. Bang! At the same time, the ground where Lin Ling stood erupted like a volcano. The Boundary Origin had rushed out. It was impossible to guard against, and the power was vast. A massive beam of light shot out from the ground, piercing through the bottom of the cave. It was terrifying. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. What a terrifying Boundary Origin martial art. This was because they hadn't been able to sense that attack before, and because the power of that kick was too fast, they simply couldn't catch it. Is Lin Ling dead? Then, many people stared ahead, becoming increasingly nervous. Of course he's dead. Under my invincible Martial Emperor Commander, how could he still be alive? The Earth Tyrant Commander's voice floated out, telling everyone the result of the battle, and regarding this, he was 100% confident. This was because he had used this move to kill a first-level World King Realm powerhouse without anyone noticing. He's dead, he's definitely dead. Since the Earth Tyrant Commander has spoken, it can't be wrong. After hearing the Earth Tyrant Commander's answer, the other commanders felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. Some of them even danced in excitement. Because they didn't have to die, this feeling of escaping death, who wouldn't be excited? As for Tang Yue and the others, their faces were pale. That move from before was too terrifying. Not only was the power of Boundary Essence powerful, it was even more difficult to deal with. Why are you so happy? However, the cheers in the cave were quickly stopped by an indifferent voice. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling slowly walked out from the rubble. This caused everyone's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had actually dodged that kick? Impossible. With your strength, how could you avoid the earthly tyrant shocking the heavens? Commander Tyrant stared at Lin Ling as if he were looking at a ghost. This was because that move that could kill a first-level world king actually hadn't killed Lin Ling. This was too strange. How could he know that the moment he lifted his leg, Lin Ling had already seen through his martial arts? In fact, he had seen through it even more deeply than Commander Tyrant, thus he had easily dodged it. In other words, Commander Tyrant wasn't much stronger than Lin Ling. His only advantage was in his martial arts. That martial art was a top-grade martial art, and it had been cultivated to the peak by Commander Tyrant. It had to be known that a top-grade martial art was even more difficult to comprehend. And if one wanted to cultivate it to the peak, the difficulty was comparable to ascending to the heavens. However, it was only a top-grade Boundary Essence martial art. How could it be difficult for Lin Ling? Because I am the strongest under the World King Realm. Lin Ling indifferently said as he lifted his leg. Lin Ling is the strongest under the World King Realm. This means that unless one is a World King powerhouse, no one is his match. As for Commander Tyrant, he is invincible in the Martial Emperor realm. Between the two of them, who is stronger? Beneath Lin Ling's words, all the commanders felt their hearts rumble. Even falling flowers and flowing water were the same. What arrogant words! Commander Tyrant was so angry that he nearly lost his mind. Was this invincible against the strongest? If it were anyone else who said this, he would definitely laugh in disdain. But since Lin Ling said it, he couldn't ignore it, because even now, he still hadn't killed Lin Ling. His previous arrogant declaration was now even more ironic. Arrogant words? Lin Ling laughed, disdaining to explain. He lifted his foot high, and at this moment, a mysterious power bloomed, as if it was the leg of a god. This scene was too familiar. Not to mention Commander Tyrant, even the other commanders felt it was very familiar. This was because this leg seemed to be Commander Tyrant's shocking sky. It was Commander Tyrant's trump card. Tyrant, shaking heaven and earth. Bang! Before anyone could react, Lin Ling heavily stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble, but soon, the trembling quieted down. Instead, a strange atmosphere lingered in the cave. Everyone nervously looked around, wanting to know if Lin Ling had succeeded. No, no, no. How could this be? It's impossible. Commander Tyrant kept shaking his head. Everything that had happened today was beyond his understanding. Therefore, he comforted himself by telling himself that it was all fake. Bang! However, the ground told him the answer. Like a volcanic eruption, a huge light beam shot up to the sky at a speed that was beyond one's perception, crushing the bottom of the cave into dust. This power, 13% of the realm origin force, this speed was unfathomable. Wasn't this Tyrant's shocking sky move? Everything was exactly the same. Monster. Everyone looked at the scene in a daze, and only this word floated in their minds. In fact, they had always thought that Lin Ling was no match for Commander Tyrant, and this was the truth. However, if Lin Ling also had Commander Tyrant's move, then it would be hard to say who would win. As for the realm origin martial arts, it was very difficult to cultivate. It required a strong comprehension ability, and even a martial god realm genius would need to spend a few years to learn it. Even Commander Ba took 300 years to cultivate this move. Moreover, he was certain that he was the only one in the martial god battalion who knew this move because he had obtained this martial art from a secret realm in the myriad of worlds. Now, Lin Ling had also learned it, and it was strange that he had learned it. Could it be that Lin Ling had learned it immediately after watching him use it? And he had learned it so easily. Thinking of this, Commander Tyrant stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a martial god descending to the mortal world. What was a genius? A genius was here. Bang! Bang! However, before he could recover from his shock, the ground shook again. A second shockwave shot out from the ground, causing the bottom of the cave to disappear. 2 consecutive shockwaves of realm origin. Compared to the might of the Earth Tyrant Commander, this kind of might could be said to be even greater. It could also be said that the student had surpassed the master. Bang! However, the terrifying thing was that before the second shockwave of Tyrant's shocking sky ended, the third shockwave followed closely behind. Moreover, the final shockwave was even more ferocious, almost reaching 14% of realm origin. This caused Commander Tyrant to kneel down because he knew that this was the peak of Tyrant's shocking sky. Tyrant, shaking heaven and earth, what was a genius? A monster was the most terrifying. Moreover, this was the most dazzling monster in the martial god realm. Invincible in the martial emperor realm? Under the deafening sound, Lin Ling walked over step by step with an evil smile on his face. At this moment, he was like a demon king. Incomparably powerful Lin Ling, I had no other choice. I was ordered by the demon-destroying general's personal guard, Wu Yongqing. How about we shake hands and make peace? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Commander Ba stood up and frowned. He knew who he had offended. This was a character that was comparable to the 9 heavens of Qing province. If he had known earlier that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would never have provoked Lin Ling. That's right. Is it Wu Yongqing? The other commanders also began to shout, although Wu Yongqing and the other personal guards did not have high statuses. Because they were close to the general, everyone would give them face. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued forward. Commander Ba began to retreat. As the strongest veteran commander, he no longer had the will to fight. As for the other commanders, how could they still be proud of themselves? Their faces were all pale, and the more cowardly ones even began to run towards the hole in the sky. Finishing touch. It was too late to think of running away now. Lin Ling's sword slashed out, and the few commanders who were running away were immediately split in two. Commander Ba shuddered and said, "The one who wants to kill you the most is Commander Xianxia. If you want to settle the score, you should settle it with him." Whoosh! However, in response to that sentence, Lin Ling slashed out again. Ah, no. Those commanders who tried to escape were killed once again. Furthermore, as long as the commander made a move, he would be the first to die, causing the remaining commanders to not dare to make a move. Their hearts were bleeding, and they could not resist. They could only watch helplessly as the Grim Reaper came. "Lin Ling, how about you let me go? I can help you to resolve the grudge between you and Commander Xianxia." The Earth Tyrant commander shouted even louder. He was trying to find a straw to clutch at, however, he didn't know that his words were useless. Take the personal guard for example. Not only did Lin Ling not fear him, he had even ruthlessly humiliated him. Moreover, at that time, the great general didn't help the personal guard and instead helped Lin Ling. This meant that between the personal guard and Lin Ling, the great general would absolutely choose Lin Ling. As for Commander Xianxia, Lin Ling's position was different from his. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. This kind of grudge could not be resolved by anyone. Thus, the answer to his question was a single sword strike, causing a large number of commanders to die once again. You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Commander Ba finally understood that Lin Ling wanted to kill him. A black pill appeared in his hand, and he was about to stuff it into his mouth, the finishing touch. However, before he could do anything, Lin Ling had already slashed down with his sword. His arm was cut off, the medicinal pill fell to the ground along with his arm. No. His last hope was snuffed out, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. He knew that he would definitely die today. He recalled everything that had happened before. At that time, he thought that he would definitely kill Lin Ling, so he was so arrogant. But now, he realized that it was all mockery. Lin Ling, I really didn't know that you were so strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have interfered. I, Ba, have been cultivating in the martial gods' barracks for thousands of years. Today, I will die in the hands of a recruit. I can't accept this. Commander Ba seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. Based on what you've said, if I wasn't strong enough, I would have been killed by you. There is no enmity between the two of you. You attacked me because you wanted to curry favor with the soldiers and Commander Xianxia? According to your logic, only you can kill me, and I can't kill you? Lin Ling's lips moved slightly, and he finally spoke. Commander Ba opened his mouth, but he found it hard to refute. You said that I'm a recruit, and I won't deny it. But don't forget that I'm a commander. Lin Ling finally raised his sword. Dragon chi gushed out from it, and he slashed out with his sword. Commander Ba raised his head, and he realized that he was not dissatisfied. He wanted to kill the commander, and that was an act of insubordination. He shouted, but in the next moment, his head was cut in half. He's dead. The remaining commanders looked dispirited and fearful. Their last pillar of support was also dead. It's your turn. Lin Ling looked at them coldly. Sir, please spare our lives. Those commanders immediately knelt down. They were finally convinced by the word sir. You call me sir when I'm on the verge of death, and when you're in control of the situation, I'm just a piece of trash, a cripple? Lin Ling kept his sword and stood up. He shook his head and laughed. No matter where he was, there would always be people from different factions. He could not change anything. The only thing he could do was to kill whoever provoked him. Sir, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Those commanders cowed out in unison, which was extremely embarrassing. However, their kowtow seemed to be effective. Lin Ling turned around and walked towards Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others. Is Sir Lin Ling going to let us go? It must be. After all, we have too many commanders here. If Lin Ling killed all of them, he would not be able to answer to the Martial Gods Battalion. That's right, it must be so. Those commanders raised their heads and smiled secretly. However, they were overthinking it. How people treat me is how I treat them. How could Lin Ling not dare to kill them? Boom. At this moment, a shockwave rushed out from the ground. It was Ba Tianjing. Under the shockwave, a large number of commanders died. Then, a second shockwave appeared. The signs of its appearance were unpredictable. Boom. It was as if a mine had exploded underground, and more commanders were killed. Boom. When the third shockwave appeared, the cave was dyed red, and all the commanders were dead. It's so powerful. Tang Yue and the others were dumbfounded. They did not expect that the people who had killed their way into the cave today would be wiped out. Moreover, there was only one person who had killed them, and it was their lord, Lin Ling. After that, when Lin Ling walked over, they all bowed to Lin Ling. At this moment, they treated Lin Ling as if they were facing a general. Are you all right? A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face as he said kindly. Earlier, these people had risked their lives to protect him, and this made Lin Ling completely approve of him. My lord, we're fine now. Lu Qingfeng's severed arm has also been recovered. It's slowly recovering now. Tang Yue and the others immediately replied, and Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the surroundings and said with a smile, collect the fish pearls in the surroundings. Collect the things left behind by those dead commanders as well. Although danger lurked in every direction, the benefits were also enormous. Looking at the people collecting the spoils, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This breakthrough was a little rushed, so he did not break through to the limit. There were still many fish pearls in his body that had not been completely consumed. Of course, the current results were barely satisfactory to Lin Ling because his boundary essence had been converted by 20%, reaching 70%. Moreover, he had comprehended a new boundary essence martial art, Diba Tianjing. This move could increase his boundary essence by 50%, allowing Lin Ling to explode with 130% of his boundary essence power. In fact, this move seemed powerful, but in terms of potential, it was not as powerful as the Black Sword record. The ferocious Lin Ling, sir, these are the fish pearls we collected. At this time everyone came back. Their faces were filled with joy. It was obvious that they had obtained a great harvest. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shared the spoils and left with the others. He was no longer the same as when he had just arrived at the Blue Water World. He was confident that he could fight against a first-stage world king. A first-stage world king was a powerhouse who had converted 100% of their world essence. However, not everyone could successfully merge with their talent. Secondly, if the world king powerhouse didn't have a powerful treasure, then a martial emperor could defeat him. Of course, it had to be an outstanding figure in the martial emperor realm, such as Lin Ling. When they came back to the surface, a large number of soldiers were gathered there. The battle in the depths of the cave is so fierce. I heard that Lin Ling is also there. I wonder what the result is. They're definitely dead. Earlier, I saw the first and second-ranked commanders enter the cave. With the command of the soldiers and Commander Xianxia, it would be strange if Lin Ling didn't die. The soldiers were discussing spiritedly. At this time, a large number of figures floated out, causing everyone to fall silent. It was Lin Ling's scout barracks. Moreover, Lin Ling was also there. Lin Ling, why aren't you dead yet? Where are the other commanders? Finally, someone shouted angrily. This person was also a commander. He wanted to enter the cave, but the cave collapsed at that time, causing him to miss the opportunity. At this time, Lin Ling appeared with everyone. Lin Ling looked at the commander indifferently and said, "They're all dead." What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. You lied to us. How can you be a match for the strongest commanders? They are famous powerhouses in the Green State. The previous commander said in disbelief. Hearing this, falling flowers and flowing water sneered. Was this guy looking for death? Lied to you? Yes. As expected, Lin Ling's expression turned cold. In fact, many soldiers of the Martial God Battalion wanted to kill him, and he was already angry. After all, they were all from the Martial God Battalion, so why would these commanders listen to the orders of Xianxia and the others? Could it be that Xianxia was the commander, but Lin Ling wasn't? Now that he had just come out, these people seemed to be eager for him to die. How could he not be angry? Go to hell and ask them, and you will know whether they have deceived you or not. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the commander. Then, he viciously punched out, relying on his god-devil body, which had already reached 2,000 universes of strength. His defense was extremely strong, and he was not afraid of ordinary world essence energy at all. You're courting death. The commander clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would attack just like that. He angrily shouted. However, his voice made falling flowers flowing water sword and the others finally laugh out loud. Courting death, he was the one who wanted to die. Lord Lin Ling had no enmity with him. After he came out alive, he was very angry, and now he dared to say that Lin Ling was courting death. Boom, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He punched out. For this kind of person, letting him die was the best result. Under countless gazes, the commander was blasted into pieces. The others instantly opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Firstly, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. He didn't even use world essence to kill the commander. Secondly, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He directly killed the commander without saying anything. You. The remaining people stared at Lin Ling. They didn't believe that Lin Ling was so arrogant. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "Who dares to say that I'm courting death? Don't be too arrogant." Someone finally spoke up. Perhaps he still hadn't accepted reality. "I like people with backbone." Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Swoosh, with a slash of his sword, the person who spoke was split into two. He died again, he only retorted, and Lin Ling killed him? Lin Ling was too arrogant, everyone opened their mouths wide. At this moment, they gradually became afraid. Lin Ling was simply a demon. He directly killed someone without saying anything. They quietly retreated. They didn't dare to say anything else. Speak. Let's see who still dares to speak. Lin Ling's cold eyes stared at them. At this moment, the majesty of a commander was also released. He couldn't make everyone obey him. However, he could use his strength to make them all shut up. The commander asked you to speak. None of you dare to speak? Previously, all of you were gloating as if the commander Lin Ling was going to die. Now that I've given you a chance to speak, why don't you dare to speak? A bunch of trash. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword also spoke up. You called us trash. If Lin Ling scolded them, they definitely wouldn't dare to refute. However, even Lu Qingfeng scolded them. Some of the commanders were instantly unconvinced. Lu Qingfeng and the others weren't even commanders. What right did they have? Kill him. However, just as the person who spoke, Lin Ling waved his hand. I'll do it. Lu Qingfeng immediately stepped forward. He pulled out his sword and coldly stared at the person. Their scout camp was almost completely wiped out. Everyone had died once. This made them suppress the anger in their hearts. So, what was there to be afraid of now? Those who didn't submit would be killed. After all, these people didn't treat them as members of the Martial God Battalion. You, a soldier, dare to kill me? The commander frowned and released his majesty. He wanted Lu Qingfeng to see him clearly. Try to resist. If he loses a single hair, I'll kill all of your people. However, Lin Ling immediately threatened him. No matter where it was, strength was everything. Since the commander had already drawn his sword, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't be merciful. The commander didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Ling was ruthless. If he dared to attack Lu Qingfeng, all of his people would die. Plop, the commander knelt down. He finally knew how troublesome the situation was. He didn't offend a recruit, but a senior commander. Lord Commander, it was my bad breath that offended you. I hope that you can spare my life on account of my humble apology. He knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would change his mind. Cut off his arm and teach him a lesson. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and finally said to Lu Qingfeng. Yes. Lu Qingfeng smiled coldly. At this moment, he felt proud and elated. He came in front of the commander and swung his sword. Swoosh, blood splattered everywhere. The commander's arm was cut off by him. A soldier cutting off a commander's arm was extremely rare in the Martial God Battalion. Now, it had happened in front of everyone. However, the commander who had his arm cut off didn't dare to say anything. He could only smile bitterly. Sir, please spare my life. The others' expressions changed drastically and they all bowed. They finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. A bunch of trash. Scram. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered to kill all of them. The main reason was that although these people were watching a good show, they didn't make a move in the end. Those who made a move would be killed, and those who didn't, he wouldn't kill the innocent. Everyone, slap yourselves 3 times. You have to use all your strength before you leave. These 3 slaps are to tell you that you shouldn't have bad breath. Killing soldiers fight, fight, fight. Let's fight. The soldiers and commanders raised their palms. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of their palms slapping rang out without end. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at them with disdain and then led everyone away. Haha. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword saw these people slapping their own faces and immediately laughed out loud. DBIMO represented the scout camp and left behind some arrogant words. Remember, do not underestimate the scout camp. It was clear that under Lin Ling's leadership, the scout camp had completely raised their flag. Lin Ling is too arrogant. Could it be that all the powerhouses that entered the cave have died? I think that's most likely the case. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling and his people have come out alive? Even Commander Di Ba died? He killed a first-stage world king before. After Lin Ling and the others disappeared, everyone bitterly smiled and looked up. Now, they discovered that they had walked a circle around the hands of the god of death. My lord, what should we do now? Lu Qingfeng asked Lin Ling as he followed the waves. Lin Ling stared ahead. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he had the qualifications to complete this mission, but before that, there were some people he had to kill. He had to spit them out. Kill those soldiers. Lin Ling coldly said. Those soldiers weren't too strong. They were only relying on the support of the great general. Such a villain actually dared to kill him, Lin Ling. It seemed that sparing their lives last time was too merciful. Qi, hearing this, falling flowers flowing water soared and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Kill the soldiers? This was no small matter. If any of the soldiers had a good relationship with the great general, then they would be in trouble. Don't worry, I will support you. Go ahead and kill them. Lin Ling smiled and said to them. This caused confidence to rise in their hearts. They believed in Lord Lin Ling send out orders. Have everyone in the scout camp investigate the whereabouts of the soldiers. There is no need to pay attention to the enemy's movements. Lin Ling said again. Yes, sir. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were immediately delighted. In fact, they were the local geniuses of the Qing prefecture. They were arrogant and wanted to see the world in chaos. However, the martial gods battalion was too cruel and had strict military rules, so they didn't dare act too arrogantly. But now, with Lin Ling backing them up, what did they have to fear? In an instant, the three of them formed a group and disappeared on the spot. Scouts were also scouts, and they were obviously better at finding people than the other troop classes. While Lin Ling was waiting, the scouts also sent news that they had found the whereabouts of many of the personal guards. Alright, let's kill them one by one. Wait for me over there. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to raise his butcher's knife. At this moment, there were battles everywhere in the blue water world. The subordinates of the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch were fighting the army of the martial god battalion. Lin Ling went along with the waves, causing the eyes of many warriors at the bottom of the water to flicker. This was because in a battle between armies, apart from a few powerful individuals, who would dare to advance alone? The soldiers of the martial god battalion, haha, how unlucky. They actually encountered us. Lin Ling quickly encountered the subordinates of the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch. These people were extremely strong. However, Lin Ling didn't even spare them a glance and slashed with his sword. Bang, those martial artists were instantly killed by a single sword strike. Lin Ling continued forward while he pondered. The subordinates of the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch aren't strong. Looks like the end of the mission is getting closer and closer. Even though he'd promised the general to complete the mission, when he thought of the enemy, he wanted to kill the enemy more than the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch. As he continued forward, the battle ahead became even more intense. A large number of commanders were fighting a group of unknown warriors. Those warriors were presumably the subordinates of the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch. When Lin Ling descended from the sky, the battlefield instantly fell silent. Countless people stared at Lin Ling, wondering what Lin Ling had come here for. Sir, there are 3 bodyguards protected by the commanders over there. Almost at the same time, several figures swam out from the dense aquatic plants at the bottom of the water. They were Lin Ling's scouts. Good, you've done well. I'll reward you when we return. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He held his sword and walked towards the battlefield like a god of death. The people on the battlefield were even more astonished. However, some people recognized Lin Ling and immediately asked, Lin Ling, what are you doing here? No matter how he looked at it, Lin Ling didn't seem to be here to help. To kill the bodyguards. Lin Ling spoke bluntly, causing the battlefield to fall silent. Both sides had their mouths wide open. Lin Ling wasn't here to help, but to kill his own people? How dare you kill your own people? A soldier shouted angrily. He didn't believe Lin Ling's words at all, however, these words were very ironic. When they came to kill Lin Ling, they didn't treat Lin Ling as one of their own, therefore, Lin Ling only sneered and continued forward. I want to kill those 3 bodyguards. Whoever dares to stop me will be treated like a bandit. Huh. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned for a moment. Haha, Lin Ling, are you stupid? Attacking your own people is a violation of military rules. You'll be beheaded. Huh. Soon, 3 figures walked out from the mountain range in the distance. Beside them were several commanders, protecting them as if they were under a curtain. Ironically, these 3 bodyguards weren't strong. They came to participate in the mission just to join in the fun. Lin Ling continued forward and laughed disdainfully. With so many people watching, I don't believe you dare to kill them. Huh. The 3 bodyguards weren't afraid of Lin Ling at all. One of them even patted his neck and said arrogantly. In fact, not only them, but even the other soldiers didn't think Lin Ling would dare to kill them. Even the people of the Sea Burial Chiefing Monarch thought so. Go to hell. Go. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill them? He slashed out with his sword. It was as sharp as the blade of the god of death. Whoosh, the head of the bodyguard who patted his neck flew up. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. He died with remaining grievances, because Lin Ling really dared to kill them. Moreover, he killed them in front of the army. Didn't this mean that he was on the same side as the Sea Burial Chiefing Monarch? When the other 2 bodyguards came to their senses, their bodies suddenly trembled and they began to feel afraid. They quietly stepped back and wanted the commanders beside them to stop Lin Ling. However, those commanders didn't dare to do so because Lin Ling seemed to be bathed in a sea of blood. It was too terrifying. You sent people to kill me because you thought I wouldn't dare to kill you. Now I'll tell you that you're too weak. Lin Ling didn't bother to talk nonsense with the remaining 2 bodyguards. His sword was like a dragon. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 heads flew up. The 2 bodyguards were dead. After that, Lin Ling left with his sword. He didn't participate in the battle at all. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Lin Ling was the only person in the Martial Gods Battalion who had the courage to kill his own people instead of the enemy. Sir, there are 2 bodyguards on this side. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations looking down on military might. Sir, there are 2 bodyguards on this side. After Lin Ling left, the other scouts also sent messages to Lin Ling, asking him to move in the direction they pointed. The battle there was even more intense. The army had encountered the experts of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King, and they couldn't stop them at all. The 2 bodyguards there were protected by several commanders. Their faces were extremely ugly as they roared, "You bunch of trash, why can't you kill the enemy?" Those commanders didn't dare to speak at all. Their faces were all pale. At this moment, the experts of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King arrived in a mighty manner and surrounded the hill they were on. This made the 2 bodyguards panic. They never expected that they would encounter the most powerful subordinates of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King while just having fun in the blue water world. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Lin Ling. This person's sudden appearance surprised everyone, especially the 2 commanders. They looked at Lin Ling expectantly as if they had seen a life-saving straw. As for the people of the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King, they were facing a formidable enemy. Kill them. If you can't kill them, I'll do it. However, when those commanders thought that their savior had arrived, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, and he said it to the enemy. This time, they were all dumbfounded. Lin Ling, you actually dared to collude with the enemy? When those commanders came to their senses, they were all furious. Well, you knew that we were going to be killed, but you didn't help us. You have violated the military rules of the Martial God Battalion. The 2 bodyguards roared in disbelief. Lin Ling didn't help them, but let the enemy kill them instead. This was too ridiculous. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Why didn't you think of violating the military rules when you asked those commanders to kill me? He looked at those commanders again and said, at the beginning of the mission, you were eyeing me covetously and couldn't wait to kill me. Now you want me to help you? Do you think I, Lin Ling, am stupid, or are you idiots? His voice was resolute and decisive, leaving those commanders unable to refute him. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Now that they were in danger, they actually wanted Lin Ling to help them? This was obviously very ironic. Kill. The people of Sea Burial Chi Phoenix King also saw the situation and immediately charged up the hill again. Gradually, many of the commanders fell. The faces of the two bodyguards became even paler. They continued to send the commanders to their deaths. In the end, they looked at Lin Ling with pleading eyes. Lin Ling, help us. Although it was embarrassing to beg Lin Ling, it was clear that his life was more important at this moment. Beg me? Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. Didn't you guys want to kill me? We were wrong. We failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please help us. The two bodyguards slapped their own faces. They never thought that there would be a day when they, who were high and mighty, would beg Lin Ling. If they knew this moment would come, they would have curried favor with Lin Ling long ago. One of the bodyguards saw Lin Ling's indifference and said bitterly, "We promise you that we won't cause trouble for you anymore." As soon as he said this, the smile on Lin Ling's face became even more sarcastic. He turned around and left. Don't forget that I'm here to cause trouble for you. You don't have the right to cause trouble for me. These two bodyguards were about to die, but their tone was as if they were rewarding Lin Ling. It was as if not causing trouble for Lin Ling was an honor for Lin Ling. Laughable, lamentable. As they watched Lin Ling leave, the two bodyguards were disheartened. They kept shouting for Lin Ling to help, but what greeted them was the enemy's attack. Before they died, they only had deep regret. This was because they should have stayed by the general's side. This battle of life and death was not suitable for them. As for wanting to kill Lin Ling, they were simply overestimating themselves. After that, the scouts found the other bodyguards. In the end, they were all killed by Lin Ling. There was only one left. It was Wu Yongqing. Where he was, that was the place where the senior commanders gathered. In response, Lin Ling did not hesitate. He raised his sword and killed his way to them. Wu Yongqing and Senior Commander Xianxia were people he had to kill. Even if Lin Ling did not complete the mission, it did not matter. This was also to establish the military's prestige. Even if it was not for himself, Lin Ling had to do it for the soldiers who believed in him. Senior Commander Lin Ling is crazy. He is killing his own people. No way, no one stopped him? Other than the senior commanders, who can stop him? I heard that even Senior Commander Ba died in Lin Ling's hands. The entire blue water world was filled with surprised voices. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had stirred up a storm of blood. His fame had long surpassed that of Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King. However, many people did not believe that Lin Ling could succeed. This was because Wu Yongqing was in the senior commander's camp. Lin Ling could defeat Senior Commander Ba, but could he face a World King powerhouse? This was obviously impossible. As for those who had no ill intentions towards Lin Ling from the beginning, at this moment, they admired Lin Ling's calmness. Whoever killed him, Lin Ling would kill. It was that simple. As for the mission, military rules, and so on, everything was meaningless. At this moment, in an ancient ruin in the blue water world, a large number of powerhouses had gathered. They were preparing to give Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King a fatal blow. However, the news that Lin Ling wanted to kill Wu Yongqing had spread. Nonsense, the army is dispatched to suppress bandits. He is killing his own people. This is contempt for the military's prestige. He's just deliberately mystifying. I don't believe he dares to come. Many senior commanders sneered when they received the news. As for Senior Commander Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, and the others, they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling did not make a move, but once he did, the martial god camp would be shaken. Then, they looked at the corner of the ancient city wall. A young man stood there, and it was Wu Yongqing. At this moment, he had a cold smile on his face and was even drinking wine. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could kill him. That trash. Senior Commander Huang Qi and the others cursed. Wu Yongqing was participating in the mission, but he was not here to suppress bandits. He was simply here to cause trouble. However, he was the general's personal guard, so not many people dared to say anything about him. The scout camp is here. At this time, someone shouted, causing the entire ancient ruin to fall silent. Outside the ruined city walls, many soldiers were staring into the distance. A tornado had formed in the distance. In the roaring waves, a large number of people flew over. They were from the scout camp. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe and holding an ancient sword. He looked like he was going to conquer the world. He was Lin Ling. Is he really here? In the distant ruins, Senior Commander Xianxia stood there coldly. He did not expect Lin Ling to dare to come. In this way, Lin Ling had violated the military rules. He could also attack Lin Ling. Moreover, he had attacked the general's personal guard. He could not help but wonder if Lin Ling had gone crazy. Stop right there. Soon, the waves exploded and the sound waves spread. Some soldiers shouted angrily at Lin Ling. Obviously, there were more people who did not give face to Lin Ling. After all, there were many senior commanders who had the same status as Lin Ling. Moreover, the person Lin Ling wanted to kill was the general's personal guard. From a certain point of view, he had a higher status than Lin Ling. Slap him. However, on the scout camp side, Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others shouted sternly as if they were the most loyal subordinates. Fighting the heavens and earth. How arrogant, that is Great Commander Windhorn's man. There was no one who wasn't shocked by this scene. Lin Ling bullying a commander was normal, but to even dare to bully a great commander's man, that was abnormal. His actions were going to offend a lot of grand commanders. How dare you touch my man? Sure enough, on the other side of the ancient ruins, an old man was enraged. He was like an angry lion, the axe in his hand was pointed forward. This person was a first-stage world king powerhouse. In his anger, waves of water exploded in all directions. Besides him, the other great commanders also narrowed their eyes, their expressions cold. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. Of course, they didn't act rashly. After all, they knew that Lin Ling had been invited by the great general. Let him come. But at this time a smiling voice suddenly sounded. It was Great Commander Xianxia. In fact, Great Commander Xianxia wished that Lin Ling could kill his way over, so he wouldn't stop Lin Ling. After all, if he did, he wouldn't be able to catch Lin Ling's weakness. Seeing Great Commander Xianxia speak, the army immediately opened a path for the scout battalion to walk over. From afar, the mountain was covered with armored soldiers. They were orderly and imposing, but there was one troop that stood out from the rest. They were fearless. This scene was extremely shocking. The surroundings gradually calmed down. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. It was extremely depressing. Lin Ling, you want to kill Wu Yongqing? Do you know that this is against the military rules? If so, I can kill you. On a city wall, Great Commander Xianxia wore blue armor. His blue cape fluttered like water. He looked like a war god, his eyes filled with majesty. Hearing those words, Commander Huang Qi and the others let out cold and indifferent voices. Great Commander Xianxia, I dare you to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. They owed Lin Ling a favor, so naturally, they would help Lin Ling. However, they also felt that Lin Ling's actions were too crazy. Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling has disregarded military rules. Could it be that we can't kill him? Xianxia sneered. Many people nodded in agreement. They also thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant. Such words undoubtedly made it difficult for Commander Huang Qi and the others to refute. They could only look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked cold. He stopped and nodded at Commander Huang Qi. Then he looked at Commander Xianxia and said, When I came to kill Wu Yongqing, you said I disobeyed the rules. Why didn't you say he disobeyed the rules when he came to kill me? He came to kill you? Was that even possible? What kind of strength does he have, and what kind of strength do you have? This point is obvious to all. Moreover, he is only a personal guard of the great general. He has no power or influence. What can he use to kill you? I think you're trying to put a big hat on Wu Yongqing. Commander Xianxia smiled faintly when he heard that. At this moment, he would definitely not admit the truth. Commander Xianxia is right. Lin Ling is too cruel. He kills whoever he wants. Does he think the Martial God Barracks is his home? The Martial God Barracks is a sacred and dignified barracks. Lin Ling is nothing. The other commanders snorted coldly. Some of them were against Lin Ling. Some of them were just bystanders. However, regardless of their position, they were infuriated by Lin Ling's arrogance. They did not want a newcomer to step on their heads. In the ruins, a young man who was drinking lazily walked out. Lord Linling, you're so impressive. The mission to suppress the bandits has begun. Instead of suppressing the bandits, you came to kill me. Haha, the martial god barracks is your home. You can kill whoever you want. Kill. He and Commander Xianxia had sent people to kill Linling. However, none of them admitted it. Instead, they slandered Linling for being cruel and merciless. Despicable. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Luo Hua Lushui and the others were livid. They had not expected the other party to be so cunning. Justice is in everyone's heart. In fact, everyone knows whether you sent people to kill me or not. Linling's expression did not change in the face of Xianxia and the others' slander. Instead, he looked at the soldiers around him. Many of them lowered their heads. Obviously, they were guilty. How could they not know that the two commanders wanted to kill Linling? However, they did not dare to say it out loud. The martial gods' camp is very large. It is impossible for me to get everyone to speak for me. However, my camp supports me, and that is enough. It is also because you almost destroyed my camp in order to kill me that I have decided to pay you a visit today. Linling withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. What do you want? One of the commanders asked with a frown. What do I want? Hearing this, Linling sneered. Then, he drew out his sword and said, the two of them must die. Anyone who tries to stop me will be my enemy. Kill. The sword was drawn with an imposing aura. It was arrogant and overbearing. The hearts of countless soldiers on the battlefield trembled subconsciously. This was the demeanor of a general. Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are. Bold, wild, tyrannical, fearless. At this moment, many soldiers were envious of the scouts. They also wanted to have a commander who dared to take responsibility for his actions. As for the commanders, they fell silent. Although they were still shocked by Linling's arrogance, they knew that Commander Xianxia and the others had indeed sent people to kill Linling. Therefore, they would let them deal with it themselves. Linling, do you think you can kill us? Let me tell you, with me here, you won't be able to kill Wu Yongqing. Commander Xianxia sneered. In fact, he admired Linling very much. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He was an extremely rare genius at the martial god realm. If it weren't for the fact that they were on opposing sides, he would have liked to be friends with Linling. Unfortunately, he would never be friends with Linling. You're quite strong, but you're still too young to face a world king. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, 100% of realm essence floated out from Commander Xianxia's body, forming a vacuum in the water. As his strength erupted, many soldiers narrowed their eyes. It seemed that Linling wasn't going to let this go. The battle between the commanders was about to begin. They could only look up to this level of battle. However, they could see whether Commander Linling or Commander Xianxia was stronger. Linling, we'll help you. Yes. Commander Huang Qi and the others walked out when they saw that the battle was about to break out. They couldn't watch Linling die in the hands of Commander Xianxia. Army, move out. Yes. The army that followed them also moved out to support Linling. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be divided into three camps. One side belonged to Linling, one side belonged to Commander Xianxia, and one side was a bystander. The powerful Grand Commander Xianxia, even the enemy soldiers in the distance frowned. They even thought that this was a ploy by the martial god battalion to lure them in. Seeing the support of the army around him, Linling's heart warmed. He looked at Grand Commander Huang Qi and said, "Thank you all for your help, but there's no need. This is a grudge between me and them. I wish to resolve it myself. After all, this grudge is not only between me and them, but also between my scout battalion." This. Hearing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others' complexions changed. But, they also knew how stubborn Linling was. Thus, they could only sigh in their hearts. Linling, he had a lofty and unyielding character. As for the surrounding army, many of them admired Linling's pride. This was because Linling didn't seek help from others. To fight Grand Commander Xianxia by himself, who could do such a thing? after all, although Lin Ling was also a Grand Commander, everyone knew that Lin Ling was only a rising star. As for Grand Commander Xianxia, he was already famous in the Martial God Battalion. The two of them weren't on the same level. As for the Scout Battalion, they were all excited. Before this, they had protected Lin Ling with falling flowers and flowing water and had nearly died. But now, Lin Ling was going to seek justice for them. Haha, you have courage. But, do you think you can defeat me? Grand Commander Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. In truth, he didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. For the sake of his subordinates, for the sake of venting his anger, Lin Ling dared to challenge him. His courage was good, but in the martial god world, strength was everything. Currently, Lin Ling wasn't even at the World King realm. He wanted to see just how Lin Ling would kill him. Since that's the case, then let's cut the crap and fight. Grand Commander Xianxia shouted out loud. World essence wrapped around him like dragons. Some people could even see that in the distant infinite worlds, the strength of a world was drawn out by him, drawing out the strength of a world. This was the strength of a World King powerhouse. Die. Commander Xianxia did not hold back. His destructive realm origin turned into an ancient pagoda and pressed down on Lin Ling. He didn't hold back at all. Great Sorrow Golden Cloud Tower. Many Grand Commanders narrowed their eyes when they saw that. That was a second-grade low-origin martial skill. If Grand Commander Xianxia used it, its power would reach 120% of his origin energy. It could be said that this move was the difference between a commander and a senior commander. Rumble. In the water, the terrifying pagoda descended from the sky, creating a kind of illusion. It was as if this pagoda could only be collided and could not be avoided. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In fact, he knew that he was no match for Xianxia. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, this was also the first time Lin Ling had fought a World King powerhouse since arriving at Martial God World. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't think that he would fight a World King powerhouse so soon. Of course, Lin Ling could have avoided this battle, but he didn't. This was because Grand Commander Xianxia had tried to harm him time and time again. This time, his entire army had nearly been annihilated. Thus, if Lin Ling continued to endure, then his heart of martial arts would be flawed. Since he couldn't endure, then he would fight with his back to the river. He would fight with his life on the line. Rumble. In the sky, a brilliant heavenly might came crashing down. Before it even landed, Lin Ling's surroundings were sucked dry. The water evaporated, forming a vacuum, 120% world origin energy, and it surpassed the attack of an ordinary 120% world origin energy. This was Grand Commander Xianxia's method. Lin Ling, hurry up and avoid it. Run. In the distance, Great Commander Huang Qi and the others shouted out. As for the scout camp, although they didn't shout out, the worry in their eyes was obvious. The Martial Emperor realm and the World King realm was a great divide. Could Lord Lin Ling win? Rumble. The death pagoda in the sky came closer and closer. But Lin Ling remained indifferent. His backbone and military strength are admirable. Unfortunately, his strength is a bit too weak. The Grand Commanders shook their heads. In truth, they also knew why Lin Ling didn't fear this battle. This was because a soldier had the aura of a soldier. If he didn't fight back when others tried to bully him, then he was a coward, let alone Lin Ling. Even the scouts couldn't raise their heads in front of the Martial God Battalion. In truth, this was also a battle of dignity, and at this time, Lin Ling finally moved. He grasped his sword with both hands and ruthlessly slashed down at the pagoda in the sky. If he moved a moment earlier, his momentum wouldn't be enough. If he moved a moment later, his life would be in danger. Now was the best time. Mount Tai came crashing down. At this moment, the unceasingly condensed strength erupted from the tyrannical Song sword. Bang! The pagoda and sword collided. Ripples of water exploded outwards, as if two worlds were colliding. The terrifying strength caused many soldiers to fly backwards, their armors cracking. This was a collision between World King powerhouses. The deterrence was truly terrifying. He blocked it. Then, many people stared at the center of the ruins in horror. There, the youth grasped his sword with both hands, as if he wanted to split apart the world of water. His head touched the heavens, his feet stepped on the ground, and he soared into the skies, fighting all under the heavens. How fierce, he actually blocked 100% of my world essence attack. Lord Lin Ling was only a new recruit not too long ago. In the Battle of the Divine List, he only erupted with 60% of his world essence. Now, he has 100% of his world essence. Many soldiers cried out in alarm. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was too monstrous. Eh? Grand Commander Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In truth, when he heard that Lin Ling had defeated the tyrannical Earth Commander, he thought it was just an accident. After all, the tyrannical Earth Commander was able to defeat a first-stage world king. But now, he finally knew that Lin Ling did indeed have the ability to defeat the tyrannical Earth Commander. This Lin Ling was truly terrifying. If he was given more time, he could absolutely kill the tyrannical Earth Commander, thus, Lin Ling had to be killed. You have some skill. Unfortunately, blocking this move will require you to use your full strength. I want to see just how you block it. Grand Commander Xianxia angrily shouted. His entire body shined with a golden light as if he were a golden god of war. He muttered to himself, the power of Qianli world, only I can use it. If gods block me, I will kill gods. If Buddhas block me, I will destroy Buddhas. Golden Moon Dragon Dance. His innate talent had actually completely fused with Jiayuan. Although he hadn't found a suitable treasure and hadn't cultivated many Jiayuan martial arts, with the advantage of his innate talent fusion, there were few who could match him among the senior commanders. Rumble rumble rumble, the cloud-like power of the sun and moon danced in the air from Grand Commander Qianxuan's hands, forming countless dragon phantoms. Each one was 100 meters long and they were all golden in color. These dragons were extremely fast, dancing in the air. It was a startling sight. As for Grand Commander Qianxuan's arms, they were like two dragons, domineering over everything. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Grand Commander Qianxian was truly strong, his left eye could already see him. Grand Commander Qianxian was at the first level of the World King realm. Compared to an ordinary World King, his talent had already fused with his world essence. It was a metal attribute talent. As for the metal attribute, it was indestructible. Not only was its attack swift and fierce, but its speed was also extremely fast, fierce. He was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. So fast. At this time, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. In front of him, a giant golden dragon roared as it rushed towards him. This dragon seemed as if it had been summoned from the home of dragons. Most importantly, its speed was extremely fast, comparable to his dragon painting finishing touch. Dragon painting finishing touch. Narrowing the gap. Whoosh, when the sword appeared, the draconic energy also roared. Sharp and fierce world essence transformed into a sword, colliding with the golden divine dragon. Clang. What was surprising was that the sound of the sword colliding with the golden dragon was actually the sound of metal colliding. They were evenly matched. Lin Ling isn't weak either. Seeing this scene, many soldiers secretly clenched their fists. They thought that Lin Ling was not his match at all, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually exchange two moves? However, the commanders were shaking their heads. Lin Ling had risked his life to block the Golden Moon Dragon Dance. What about the remaining Golden Moon Dragon Dance? Lin Ling simply couldn't block it. Weak. Commander Xianxian also had the same thought. After he spoke, he waved his hands. Roar, 100 dragons roared, and a terrifying whirlpool was stirred up at the bottom of the water. Above the heads of countless soldiers, countless golden dragons filled the sky and danced rapidly. That speed was the speed of a world. The so-called speed of a realm meant that one could traverse a realm in a single breath. Martial artists who have fused their innate talent with their realm essence are indeed powerful. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became even colder. He held his sword to block, but it was too fast. He couldn't block it. Puff, one of the dragons pierced through his body, causing him to spit out blood. Then, the second and third lines appeared. It was unstoppable. Haha, is this all you've got? When Commander Qianxian saw this, he sneered. Wu Yongqing also laughed sinisterly. He felt that Lin Ling coming to kill him was the biggest mistake of his life. Boom. Boom, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was completely entangled by millions of golden dragons. Those golden dragons seemed to represent the heavenly dragon star, making it difficult for anyone to stop them. As time passed, the golden dragon began to fly in the sky. The earth was in chaos. Mud spread out, blocking all sight. Is he dead? The crowd made a sound, making the bottom of the water even more silent. However, at this moment, the mud finally dissipated. A blue-robed man was still standing there with a sword pointed at Xianxia from afar. Linling was not dead. What? Everyone's hearts immediately thundered. Linling was too tenacious, even Commander Xianxia frowned. This was beyond his expectation. He said indifferently, "It seems that I have underestimated your defensive power." In reality, he had indeed underestimated Linling's physical strength. The current god-devil body was no longer the same as before. Its defense was so strong that it could block a large amount of realm essence. One of the three great absolutes of the past had been restored. Although Linling had blocked the attack of the golden dragons, he had obviously suffered heavy injuries. However, the battle intent in his eyes had become even more frenzied. It seemed like he had challenged Commander Xianxia recklessly, but the truth was, he had his own plans. Previously, he had swallowed many fish pearls and wanted to break through in one go. However, he was interrupted by the Earth Tyrant Commander. Therefore, if he wanted to continue breaking through, he needed external help, and Commander Xianxia was that external force. After the terrifying impact of the realm essence, Linling sensed that the source of corporeal force in his dantian was spinning crazily. The amount of realm essence that was being converted had also increased. However, it was still not enough. It was still lacking. Until now, you still don't understand the gap between you and me? Commander Xianxia continued to stare at Linling. Although he was surprised by Linling's strength, he was not worried. There is a gap between us, but it will gradually decrease. Linling said indifferently, and he was extremely confident. Haha. Commander Xianxia could not help but laugh. You are as weak as an old man, and you say that the gap between us will decrease? What a joke. Is that so? Linling did not comment. However, no one believed his words at all. Many people also thought that Linling was as weak as an old man at the moment. Actually, I admire you. Unfortunately, we are on different sides. Therefore, I will still kill you. However, you are too weak to threaten me. Therefore, it is time to end this. Commander Xianxia stretched out his right hand. In his palm, the entire world seemed to be under his control. Linling was the representative of miracles. However, no miracles could be created in front of him. However, just as he was about to attack, the ground suddenly shook. A sense of danger arose spontaneously. It was a strange feeling, but Xianxia believed it without a doubt. Oh no! Commander Xianxia shouted angrily as he looked around. His panicked look made many people's expressions change drastically. What is going on? Boom! At the same time, the ground shook. A huge shockwave rushed up from the ground and destroyed everything in its path. This was the Earth Tyrant shocking the heavens. This move was known for its stealth. Even Commander Xianxia did not notice it. Moreover, he sensed that the shockwave was powerful enough to injure him. Of course, in the past, Commander Diba had used this move to kill a first-stage world king. Therefore, although Commander Xianxia was stronger, it was impossible for him to not be afraid of this move. However, even though he retreated quickly, it was already too late. A terrifying shockwave surged into the sky, shattering his blue armor. He roared, and a golden dragon appeared around him, circling around him. Borrowing the force of the circling, he quickly retreated, dodging all of the shockwave's attacks. You! After avoiding the danger, Commander Xianxia was furious. He had underestimated Linling. It's not over yet. However, Linling shook his head and said. Sure enough, just as Commander Xianxia dodged the first wave of attack, the second wave of light shot up to the sky behind him. The armor behind Commander Xianxia cracked at this moment. I have said that the gap between us is narrowing. Do you understand now? Linling's voice sounded again. Boom, the third wave of light shot up to the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Although Commander Xianxia dodged this wave of attack by luck, it was obvious that he was severely injured. Most importantly, the blue armor that he was so proud of was now completely cracked open. He floated in the water and his face was gloomy. He had thought that Linling was an ant, a dying old man. However, he had not expected that Lin Ling's attack could still affect him and even humiliate him. Was this the ant that he had thought of? You destroyed my armor, Commander Xianxia said in a low voice. This was the first time that he had been injured by a junior who was at the martial emperor realm. I am just returning the favor. In fact, I just want to remind you that you should not underestimate me. On the ground, Lin Ling lifted up his head and said indifferently. So powerful. I thought that Lord Lin Ling would not be able to fight back. In the end, he managed to strike back fiercely. That's right. That is Commander Diba's unique skill. Lin Ling's skill is more powerful than Commander Diba's. I am afraid that only Lin Ling can injure a world king when he is at the martial emperor realm. Without a doubt, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Profound Sword Records 4th level, Heart Flute Sword Form. One had to know that a Grand Commander was not a commander. Every single one of them was truly powerful, and their reputation was well-deserved. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had become a senior commander because the Martial God Battalion valued his potential. It did not mean that Lin Ling had the strength of a senior commander. However, Lin Ling had managed to injure Xianxia during the battle. Who wouldn't be shocked by this? Since the establishment of the Martial God Battalion, he is the second stage martial emperor to injure a stage 1 world king. The senior commanders mumbled to themselves. In the records of the Martial God Battalion, only one person had achieved such a feat. It was Master Huangfui Dao. Now, this miracle that had disappeared in history had appeared once again. It seems like the gap between us has narrowed. However, I will not underestimate you anymore. Senior Commander Xianxia tore apart the broken armor and raised his right hand. Thousands of golden dragons circled in his palm. Gradually, a golden sun appeared and grew bigger. Azure Cloud God Break. Seeing the terrifying sun, many commanders sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that Xianxia would use his trump card against Lin Ling. This Azure Cloud God Break was Xianxia's origin martial art. It had reached the first rank of the 2nd grade. It could not be underestimated. This time, Lin Ling should not be able to block it. Lin Ling used all his strength before, but he only injured Xianxia. Now, Xianxia will not let him go. Many people said solemnly. Lin Ling, your previous attack was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, it did not kill me. Now, you have no chance. As the sun in his palm grew bigger, Xianxia said confidently. The reason why I did not kill you is because I want you to use a stronger attack. Lin Ling looked at the blazing sun and said faintly. Haha, you're still so arrogant. Let's see how you're going to block my stronger attack. Commander Xianxia was still preparing the blazing sun. This was an attack that required 15% of the world origin energy. He wanted to kill it with one strike. Moreover, he believed that Lin Ling would not run away. Since Lin Ling had come, he would definitely want to fight to the end. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. However, he knew that he couldn't avoid it. After all, he had come here to fight to the death. If I die here, it means that this is all I am. Lin Ling sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and stood there quietly. What is he doing? Everyone was surprised. Facing the powerful attack of Xianxia, Lin Ling actually closed his eyes. At this moment, even the commanders couldn't understand what Lin Ling was doing. There's no way he can make up for the difference in cultivation level. I think he's given up. Someone suddenly said, making even more people agree. It was because this was the only explanation. Wu Yongqing smiled and drank his wine. He also thought that Lin Ling had given up. However, soon, he frowned. This was because he felt that Lin Ling's body was becoming illusory. An indescribable energy quietly spread out. Hurry up and attack. Lin Ling is comprehending. Wu Yongqing shouted anxiously. As soon as his words fell, everyone was stunned. Facing a World King realm expert, Lin Ling was comprehending? He was crazy. Comprehending in front of me? Commander Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He already knew that Lin Ling was a monstrous genius. Now that he saw it, he knew how monstrous Lin Ling was. After all, Lin Ling could be killed by him at any time. However, Lin Ling still had the mood to comprehend. Moreover, the comprehension of the martial emperor realm usually took several years. How could there be sudden enlightenment? Die. At that moment, the giant sun in his hand became bigger and bigger. A destructive aura burst out. It was a world, that's right, he had completely extracted the power of a world. Even millions of stars appeared above his head, proving the terrifying power of his world. Rumble, the power of that realm mercilessly blasted towards Lin Ling. Attack. At that moment, Commander Huang Qi stepped forward. He wanted to help Lin Ling, however, as soon as he moved, an arm pulled him back. It was Ling Hulei. Ling Hulei said with a serious face, "Don't forget that Lin Ling once said something that helped you break through. Therefore, Lin Ling is not a fool. Since he dares to challenge Xianxia today, he must have his own plans." But, what if we're wrong? Commander Huang Qi frowned. Ling Hulei's face changed. He sighed and said, "Then we'll lose the bet. However, I believe that Lin Ling doesn't want us to participate because he's gambling with his life." Hearing this, Commander Huang Qi finally stopped in his tracks. Breaking heart and parting emotions, breaking obsession, combining forms and returning to origin, righteous view with dust, evil nature concentration, spirit and form preservation. At that moment, Lin Ling closed his eyes. An old man appeared in his mind. It was a carefree old man. He was the Sword Emperor from the Sword World, the 4th level of the Black Sword record, the heart of the flute sword. In fact, Lin Ling came to challenge Xianxia today not only to break through to the next level, but also to increase the power of the world origin martial arts. Sometimes, martial artists needed pressure. Only when the pressure was close to them could they unleash their full potential. Since Lin Ling came to the martial god realm, he had not encountered any great danger. Therefore, he knew that if things went too smoothly, it would be detrimental to his martial path. The enlightenment this time made him realize that a swordsman was upright and outspoken. However, a soft sword could also kill enemies. The combination of hardness and softness was the sword of the sword world. Lin Ling's left eye seemed to be able to see the primordial wilderness and the birth of the profound sword record. When a swordsman practices the sword, what they pursue is sharpness, speed, and a fatal strike. But in reality, the sword has thousands of forms, and the soft sword is also one of them. It's just that its power is too weak, so it's abandoned by people. At least in Lin Ling's world, Lin Ling had never heard of anyone cultivating the soft sword, but now, he was going to cultivate. The heart of the flute sword form could be both civil and martial, both hard and soft. While he was comprehending, the huge blazing sun was getting closer and closer. Even in the army below, many people were shouting. In their opinion, even if Lin Ling counterattacked or retreated now, it was already too late. As for Commander Xianxia, he stared straight ahead. He was very nervous. He would not be at ease until he saw Lin Ling die, because he knew that Lin Ling could rise from the ashes. However, gradually, he smiled because the blazing sun that represented the power of a world had enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling was powerless to reverse the situation. No. On the scout camp side, everyone shouted. Could it be that Lin Ling challenging Xianxia was a mistake? No one saw that Lin Ling had finally attacked. However, his sword was very slow, and it even seemed to be powerless. However, this sword still slashed forward. Although it seemed like he was overestimating himself, it carried Lin Ling's determination. A swordsman could be both hard and soft. Chi. When the huge sword collided with the huge blazing sun, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The terrifying power caused Lin Ling's body to tremble and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his expression did not change, and the sword still slashed down. The ultimate sword Dao, but right at this moment, something strange happened. The sword seemed slow, but it produced a shockwave, an extremely terrifying shockwave. The sword slowly slashed down, but the huge blazing sun began to crack. Dripping water penetrates stone, using softness to overcome hardness. The shockwave lingered on the ancient sword, making it seem like a saw, cutting through everything. No one saw this scene. Everyone could only see the vast power of a world in the sky, ancient and vast, surging towards the sun like a flood, erasing Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure, but at this moment, the huge sun stopped moving forward. At the same time, a crack appeared on the dazzling sun. It was small at first, but it gradually grew bigger. Boom, in just a moment, under countless gazes, the sun was forcibly torn apart. It felt like it was being cut apart by a saw. At this moment, the universe began to chant. The light of the gods floated in the sky, causing the bottom of the water to be colorful. This light was the light of chaos. It was said that this was the most ancient light in the myriad of worlds. The great realm of Tao. Countless eyes stared at the holy light. Someone let out a shocked cry. The eyes of the commanders were filled with disbelief, and amidst the sputtering power, Lin Ling's body appeared. His body was covered in wounds and blood, but his mouth was curved into a proud smile. His sword Dao had improved once again. Moreover, with the help of the Black Sword record, he had finally comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. The so-called ultimate sword Dao was a type of grand Dao. It came from the chaos of the myriad of worlds, and it was the end of the sword Dao. It was divided into the fundamental realm, the intricate realm, the true meaning of Dao, the domain of Dao, and the perfect Dao. The fundamental realm was the sword Dao that Lin Ling had cultivated in the rainforest sacred ground. It was vast and varied, including all the sword Daos of that world. But in the end, it was only a world and could not be considered a grand Dao. But now, Lin Ling had comprehended the arcane subtlety. This was the great Dao of primordial chaos, a Dao of the sword that transcended this world. This type of cultivation level didn't seem lower than realm essence, but it extracted the mysterious power of the universe's primal chaos. That was why, compared to realm essence, it was even more powerful. It was because the power it used was primal chaos power. The gap has narrowed again. Amidst the silence, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Although it sounded so powerless, it was also so resolute. That's right, the gap between him and Commander Xianxia was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, everyone realized that Lin Ling challenging the Qian profound god was not reckless, nor was it overestimating his own abilities. Lin Ling wanted to use the Qian profound god to increase his own strength, and now, Lin Ling's strength had indeed increased greatly. What a freak! I've seen people who use death to temper their martial arts. However, he's the only person I know who dares to challenge someone who's several levels lower than him. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were shocked. They finally knew why Lin Ling was able to surpass them. As for Commander Xianxia, he remained silent and stared at Lin Ling. In fact, he hadn't underestimated Lin Ling since the beginning of the battle. Even so, he realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling's potential. Lin Ling had used his attack to comprehend the great Dao realm. His future was limitless. The battle isn't over yet. Commander Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid of your talent. That's why I want to kill you even more. Now that you're exhausted, let's see how long you can last. Bang! After saying that, his eyes were filled with madness. He no longer treated Lin Ling as a junior, but as an opponent of the same level. Bang! Bang, bang. At the same time, the world essence around him began to burn, as if it were an invisible flame of anger. In the underwater skies, monstrous waves began to rise up. A stifling feeling rose up in everyone's heart, as if a great calamity was approaching. Burning world essence. He's crazy. He's gone crazy. After burning his world essence, his life is in danger. Moreover, his cultivation boundary will greatly fall. Is he throwing caution to the wind? Sensing the terrifying fluctuations of world essence, all of the great commanders gasped in horror. Burning world essence was a unique ability of a world king powerhouse. Those who burned their world essence could double their strength, but this was also burning their life force. They never imagined that in order to deal with Lin Ling, Commander Xianxia would actually risk his life. And this also proved that although Lin Ling hadn't reached the world king realm, his potential was enough to cause Xianxia God to dread. Burning world essence? At this time, Lin Ling's mind buzzed. Before, he had blocked the blazing sun of that world. Although it seemed easy, the truth was that it wasn't simple at all. He had already been wounded, and now he had to fight with Xianxia God who was burning his world essence. It could be said that Xianxia God's strength had reached the second level of the world king realm. Lin Ling, I admire you. Moreover, I don't want to kill you because you are a true character. Unfortunately, our standpoints are different, so we can only be enemies for the rest of our lives. Invisible flames of anger twined around Xianxia God. His body was covered in golden flames and even his appearance couldn't be seen. One could only see a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. However, his words were from the bottom of his heart. He truly admired Lin Ling. From the start until now, he had always admired Lin Ling. Thank you. Lin Ling looked up, lightly saying. Unfortunately, you still have to die. I hope you don't resent me. The golden figure that was like a god king walked out, step by step. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I won't resent you. Lin Ling also raised the sword in his hand. The flames of battle were still burning in his eyes. However, you may not be able to kill me. Arrogant words, take this. Commander Xianxia God pointed out a finger. His world essence formed a giant golden torrent that attacked Lin Ling. The world essence that erupted this time was obviously more terrifying than before. Xianxia God, you are burning your world essence against a junior. You are despicable. Commander Huang Qi and the others shouted angrily. They were about to attack. This is a battle between me and him. No one is allowed to interfere. However, Lin Ling quickly stopped them. He was still bold and wasn't afraid of a battle. Commander Huang Qi and the others gritted their teeth and retreated. As expected of Lin Ling, Xianxia God couldn't help but praise and nod. Rumble, the golden torrent was unstoppable, destroying all the liquid. Even the soldiers below were affected by the powerful force and died directly. However, Xianxia God didn't care about those ants. He only had eyes for Lin Ling. What was more surprising was that his eyes were filled with hatred and pity. He had received an order from Tating Commandery to kill Lin Ling at all costs. Otherwise, he would become a sinner of Tating Commandery. Never give in. In fact, burning his realm essence was also a kind of compensation for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling died, he could complete his mission. However, he, Xianxian, might also die. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would drop greatly, and he felt that all of this was worth it. To be able to meet such an opponent in one's life, what was there to regret? Xianxian sword form, break for me. Facing the huge golden torrent, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his sword and instantly slashed out 200 million times, clang. However, the golden torrent had absorbed the energy of the myriad worlds and was recovering rapidly. Although Lin Ling's ultimate sword Dao had reached the minute subtlety realm, he had only just comprehended it. Moreover, he was severely injured. Naturally, he would not be able to withstand it. Crack, the sword was unable to cut through the golden torrent. It could only create a huge gap in the golden torrent. Retreat! Lin Ling roared angrily. At this moment, he could only retreat. It was the most intense battle he had ever fought since he had arrived at the martial god realm, and the most miserable battle he had ever fought. Boom! Although Lin Ling dodged very quickly, his left arm was still struck by the golden torrent. His left arm instantly turned into ashes. Lin Ling! Milord! Seeing this, many people who knew Lin Ling shouted in worry. I can still fight. However, Lin Ling's resolute voice floated out from the bottom of the water, causing Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others to sigh. Lin Ling was just too stubborn. Even if he died, he wouldn't let them help. Lin Ling, good job. Xianxian stared at Lin Ling and praised him once again. It was his honor to meet such an opponent in his life. Again. Xianxian also went all out, burning even more realm essence, attacking Lin Ling. Good timing. Lin Ling shouted boldly. He also sensed Xianxian's intention. He had to admit that he was wrong to blame this commander. Although this person was determined to kill him, he was magnanimous and was a true man. Rumble, the golden torrent once again rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, and many of his bones were broken. Moreover, this was not from the direct impact of the golden torrent. Otherwise, his soul would have long since dispersed into nothingness. Again. Xianxian seemed to have gone crazy. He burned his realm essence without any regard for his life. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, fought with his life on the line. He was riddled with wounds, and there were a few times where he was almost killed. You are already as weak as an old man. Xianxian said disdainfully. However, he was much weaker now. You're about the same. Haven't you noticed that the gap between us is getting smaller and smaller? Facing Xianxian's strong provocation, Lin Ling naturally responded with tit for tat. You have a sharp tongue, but so do you. I hope you won't die after this move. Xianxian laughed out loud. He raised his hands high up in the air, allowing the 5 golden torrents to gather together and form a huge golden ocean. With a crazy smile on his face, he pushed it towards Lin Ling. "My lord, please spare my life." As soon as the golden ocean surged out, many soldiers cried out in fear. That was because the burning of the realm essence was enough to kill them. "It's your honor to be able to accompany Lin Ling in death, you ants." However, Xianxia shouted disdainfully. In his eyes, only the strong had the right to speak. Only the strong with pride were worthy of his attention, such as Lin Ling. As for the weak, they were dispensable. Rumble, the golden ocean of realm essence directly split the sky of the blue water world into 2. Finally, there was a day when this ancient world was not entirely made of water. Facing such a terrifying power, Lin Ling floated in the sky, motionless. He seemed to have nowhere to run because he was surrounded by the ocean of realm essence. In fact, it was already a miracle that he could last until now with his cultivation of rank 8 martial emperor realm. Almost, just a little more. Lin Ling looked solemn. However, he sensed that under the pressure of the ocean of realm essence, the conversion of realm essence in his dantian became faster. Even the fish pearl that he had swallowed not long ago was being refined rapidly. Rumble, Lin Ling's body rumbled. At that moment, his realm essence had been converted to 80%. It's not enough. However, Lin Ling still stood there with a crazy look in his eyes. The path of martial arts was mostly divided into 3 paths. First, gradual progress, step-by-step cultivation. This was Lin Ling's cultivation state in the past. Second, good preparation, like polishing one's sword for 10 years. Lin Ling rarely came into contact with this kind of cultivation state. Third, survival after a disaster. The third path was the path taken by martial fanatics. They were not willing to take gradual progress, so they looked for a breakthrough in the midst of death. Now, Lin Ling was walking on the third path. "I, Xianxia, can die without regrets after meeting you in my life." Xianxuanshan's eyes were filled with regret as he stared ahead. He clenched his fist and said, "Die." Rumble, the golden torrent completely devoured Lin Ling. The entire place was filled with a golden ocean. Any living thing that came into contact with the ocean would die instantly. It was extremely powerful. "Is he dead?" The crowd wore complicated expressions as they sensed the powerful pressure. Today, the youngest great commander of the martial god platoon had challenged the great commander of the older generation and lost the battle. However, he had also left a great name for himself. He had told the crowd what a real soldier was and what a real martial artist was. The name of Lin Ling of the martial god platoon might be passed down for 10,000 years. Someone said with a sigh. As a matter of fact, many people were impressed by Lin Ling's determination and courage to fight against the heavens and earth. They admired Lin Ling. "I'm sorry, I'm still alive. The gap between us is getting smaller." However, at this moment, a weak voice was heard. It was like a clap of thunder that shocked the entire army. On the ground, the young man appeared again. He was holding his sword with one hand. The sword was propped up against the ground, supporting his wounded body. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. However, his handsome face was still looking up at the sky with that unruly smile on his face, enduring the pain, clenching his teeth, stubbornly, never giving in. That was Lin Ling. He was still alive. Boom, everyone's hearts were about to explode. What kind of willpower did he need to survive? Even Commander Xianxia was startled. However, he gradually smiled. For some reason, he was not angry when he saw that Lin Ling was still alive. Instead, he felt relieved. He was impressed by Lin Ling's determination in the battle. "He's a cockroach. How could this be?" "Xianxia, kill him. He's exhausted." "Alright, I'll kill him." "Alright." Among the crowd, Wu Yongqing was the one who wanted Lin Ling to die the most. Now, the army was convinced of Lin Ling's strength. They admired him as much as the heavens. Then, Wu Yongqing flew out and walked towards Lin Ling. "Trash, you're half dead. How can you be so arrogant? Don't you want to kill me? Come and kill me." Everyone stared at Wu Yongqing. Many of them clenched their fists secretly. That guy was too ugly. Lin Ling looked up with a cold face. He was motionless. He also wanted to kill that clown. However, he had no strength left. To perish together, yo, trash, why aren't you talking? Hee, you're the #1 genius of the martial god realm, a genius that even the general thinks highly of. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today, and you're going to die in the hands of me, Wu Yongqing. I'm the #1 genius. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Wu Yongqing knew that Lin Ling was like a candle in the wind. Actually, I don't think you're the #1 genius of the martial gods battalion. You don't even have the qualifications to meet the great general. Everything is just luck. Because you can't even compare to me. How can you be the #1 genius of the martial gods battalion? Wu Yongqing landed in front of Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling arrogantly. It was as if he had already defeated Lin Ling and become the general's trusted aide, as well as the #1 genius of the martial god battalion. However, his words were extremely shameless. Previously, when Lin Ling came to kill him, he could only hide behind Xianxia. How could he dare to be arrogant? Now that Lin Ling was seriously injured, he actually came out to make a fuss. He even said that he was the #1 genius of the martial god barracks. How ironic. Ugly. If he wasn't the general's personal guard, I would have killed him. Someone like him dares to compare himself to Lord Lin Ling? It's like the difference between a toad and a swan. Many soldiers frowned and said with disdain. Wu Yongqing didn't hear those words, and even if he did, he wouldn't care because Lin Ling was going to die in his hands. Looks like a piece of trash like you has nothing left to say. Then, go to hell. Wu Yongqing exuded killing intent. He stretched out his palm as his realm essence started to gather. With Lin Ling's heavily injured body, he firmly believed that his opponent would not be able to block even one of his moves. However, just as he was about to attack, a golden water droplet shot over at lightning speed and instantly pierced through his chest, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked behind him in disbelief. In the distance, Xianxia stood there indifferently. He raised his hand and pointed his finger at Wu Yongqing. He was the one who did it. You attacked me? Wu Yongqing's face was full of disbelief. The crowd also opened their eyes wide. Xianxia was helping Lin Ling? You don't have the right to kill Lin Ling, get lost. Xianxia said coldly, Lin Ling is a real man. If he wants to die, he should die on the battlefield. How can he be killed by a villain like you? If you don't piss off, I'll kill you. Are you crazy? I'm the general's personal guard. I don't believe that you would dare to kill me. Wu Yongqing still couldn't believe his eyes. Xianxia shook his head and said, this is a battle between me and him, a battle between soldiers, a battle between men. In order to respect this battle, even if a general was here, I would still dare to fight him, let alone you. Hearing this, the disbelief in the eyes of the crowd grew even stronger, the smile on Lin Ling's face grew wider. He looked at Wu Yongqing and said, do you think you're so great? You're just relying on your title as a general. In reality, you're just a dog. Now, scram. Dog. Hearing this, a large number of mocking voices could be heard. Wu Yongqing was so angry that his face turned black. Since you don't want to leave, then die. At this moment, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed it at Wu Yongqing. The killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Wait, leave him to me. However, just as he was about to attack, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, which surprised Xianxia. He smiled faintly and said, you can't kill him in your current state. It's just a dog. How can I not kill it? After I defeat you, I'll kill this dog slowly. Lin Ling supported himself with the sword in his hand and helped him stand up straight. He said faintly, heroic. Hearing this, many soldiers couldn't help but laugh. Previously, Wu Yongqing had wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, Wu Yongqing was just a dog. How could he compare with Lin Ling? What a joke. You guys are crazy. Wu Yongqing sensed everyone's mockery and couldn't help but retreat. He never thought that his glorious moment would actually be a moment of humiliation. Lin Ling and Xianxia ignored him. Instead, they looked at each other. All of your world essence, burn. Xianxia didn't waste any time. At this moment, there was no use in talking nonsense. Moreover, he didn't want to say anything sarcastic to the junior in front of him who never gave in. That's right. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He raised his chin and smiled at his opponent. Either you die or I die. Xianxia urged all of his world essence out, forming a terrifying world essence horizon. This world essence horizon had reached 20% of its power. It could kill everything at the first level of World King. Moreover, he didn't hold back. He had erupted with all of his strength because holding back at this moment would be an insult to Lin Ling. The surrounding army was completely silent at this moment. At this moment, they did not want to interfere in this battle. They only wanted to see the final outcome. Thank you. At the same time, Lin Ling also spat out a sentence. He gritted his teeth as he faced the sky of the origin world and forcefully endured it. Gotcha. His legs broke at this moment. However, the sword supported him. More blood flowed out of his broken arm. It was as if it was gushing out. However, he smiled. This was because in his dantian, the world essence was crazily changing. Death was approaching. If he couldn't pass through this, he would stay here forever. In fact, he could use the evasion domain one more time. However, he didn't use it yet. This was because he wanted to borrow the pressure of the world essence horizon to step into the World King realm. You, grandfather, everyone. Lin Ling stared at the sky. He had never felt that the light in the sky was so dazzling. The astral winds were so sharp, his long hair fluttered. His body trembled. He could turn into ashes at any moment. Sky glass. In the end, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He, Li Xiaoyao, had returned alive. He would definitely kill his way to the 9 states and wash away the hatred of the past. He would not die here. Boom. In the end, the terrifying world essence horizon destroyed Lin Ling. The entire sky was filled with dazzling light. The power of burning world essence was terrifying. Even if Commander Huang Qi and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Boom boom boom, the water in the blue water world boiled. The entire world was in turmoil. In the sky, golden light sprinkled down like snow. It was very beautiful, but it carried with it a fatal danger. This caused the people hiding in the distance to secretly clench their fists. Now, they didn't believe that Lin Ling could create another miracle. This was because, although miracles were tempting, they were accompanied by death. Lin Ling, although we stand on different sides, you are the comrade who left the deepest impression in my life. It's a pity that I can't drink and chat with you. This is my greatest regret. I hope that we can meet again in the next life. I also hope that we won't be enemies but comrades at that time. Xianxia floated in the sky. His face was pale and his aura was weak. You were just a piece of shit. The result of this battle was mutual destruction. He had burned his realm essence for too long, and he had burned all of his realm essence. Therefore, his life was about to be exhausted. However, he did not regret it. In fact, he was proud of this battle. Haha, they're all dead. At this time, a cunning voice rang out. Wu Yongqing walked out from the crowd. Previously, when he was facing the explosion of realm essence, he actually used the lives of his soldiers to block it. Now, he had a look of ridicule on his face as he walked towards Commander Xianxia. Commander Xianxia, let me ask you, did you burn all of your realm essence? Standing a few hundred meters away from Xianxia, Wu Yongqing immediately asked indifferently. Yes, so what? Xianxia looked at Wu Yongqing with disdain. From the beginning, Wu Yongqing was just a clown in his eyes. He was just using Wu Yongqing to cooperate with him. That's good. Wu Yongqing seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He slowly walked towards Xianxia. Previously, you wanted to kill me? Now, let's see how you're going to kill me. Hee, you pitiful worm, you actually burned your realm essence for Lin Ling. In fact, you could have directly killed him, but you had to treat him like a great enemy. You deserve it. Also, when Lin Ling was heavily injured, you could have ordered your soldiers to kill Lin Ling. Instead, you had to do it yourself. Are you an idiot? His voice was filled with disdain. You will never understand. However, if you understand, you will not be a servant, but a commander. Xianxia raised his head with difficulty and laughed disdainfully. Shut the *CK up. You are now a cripple. I will kill you. Wu Yongqing indeed did not understand. However, Xianxia was about to die, yet he still dared to be so arrogant. Therefore, he wanted to send Xianxia on his way. How dare you? Seeing Wu Yongqing's shameless appearance, many soldiers immediately shouted angrily. This Wu Yongqing was simply a villain who bullied the weak and feared the strong. You dare to stop me? I represent the general. Stopping me is the same as stopping the general. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You dare to disobey my orders? Wu Yongqing shouted angrily. He arrived in front of Xianxia, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The crowd was in an uproar. Many soldiers wanted to charge over, but when they thought of Wu Yongqing's identity, they could only grit their teeth. They were soldiers, and it was their duty to obey orders. Wu Yongqing was the general's personal guard, and at some point, he was also their superior. Even the general did not have the right to order him around. It was just that Wu Yongqing did not have the right to order the army around, and seeing that the soldiers do not dare to rebel, Wu Yongqing held Xianxuan's neck and laughed. I'll give you a chance, tell me, between me and Lin Ling, who is stronger? If you answer well, I'll let you die well, if you don't answer well, then you will die in pain. In the past, he could only use his identity to be proud of himself in front of the Qian Profound God. But now, it was as if he was even stronger than the Qian Profound God, as if he could control everything about the Qian Profound God. Hee hee. Xianxia laughed sarcastically. The difference between you two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Ling is the cloud in the sky. He is the cloud in the sky? Then I must be the firmament above his head. Wu Yongqing laughed with a proud look on his face. Xianxia laughed even louder when he heard that. He even coughed up blood. However, he laughed even more sarcastically. No, you are a pile of shit on the ground. The last sentence was spoken in a very loud voice. In the ancient ruins, that sentence continued to reverberate. You are a pile of shit on the ground. Haha. The army was stunned for a moment, then they laughed mockingly. You are King courting death. Wu Yongqing was also stunned for a moment. Then, he became furious. He grabbed Xianxuan's neck and was about to exert more force. Xianxia laughed when he saw that. He did not care at all, however, at this moment, a cold voice was heard around them. You are indeed a pile of shit. The voice was extremely deep and magnetic. Following that, an arm instantly stretched out and grabbed Wu Yongqing's neck, causing the latter to suck in a breath of cold air. When he turned his head to look, he saw a familiar figure floating behind him. It was none other than Lin Ling. He was still covered in wounds. He was holding Wu Yongqing with his single arm. His eyes were extremely cold. It was a shocking scene for those watching from the ground. Xianxuan's eyes widened. He laughed as if he had just regained his consciousness. Lin Ling was still alive. This guy was truly a pervert. As a matter of fact, Xianxia did not know that Lin Ling had managed to dodge the terrifying attack when the realm of origin was approaching him. However, when he was about to dodge the attack, he had also accomplished his goal. Lin Ling. Master. Countless soldiers roared. They were excited, they were incomparably excited. Lin Ling had created another miracle, although no one knew how. Lin Ling had managed to dodge the realm of origin. The fact was that Lin Ling was still alive. You are really tough. However, one of you is half dead and the other is half crippled. What do you think you can do? Lin Ling, let go of my neck. Otherwise, I will kill you and all your scouts. Wu Yongqing reprimanded him after recovering from his shock. Lin Ling smiled when he heard that. His bent spine slowly straightened. His broken left arm slowly grew back. The recovery ability of the godly demon body was working. Most importantly, a terrifying aura swept out in a mighty manner. 10 realms of origin had arrived. This was Lin Ling's goal. He wanted to use Xianxuan's pressure to enter the World King realm. Boom! Suddenly, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. It was earth-shattering. Waves of shock surged through the battlefield. All the soldiers were shocked. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Even Xianxia opened his eyes wide. Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm under his powerful attack. This guy's comprehension ability was too horrifying. The gap is getting smaller and smaller. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia felt as if thunder had struck his mind. Lin Ling had said from the beginning that the gap between the two of them would continue to shrink. Now, it had indeed shrunk. Xianxia was afraid that Lin Ling had already surpassed him. I am convinced. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He seemed to be smiling casually. Perhaps he didn't want to see them perish together in this battle. If he had to choose one of them to die in battle, he would rather it be himself. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. He had used up all his realm of origin. He was in imminent danger. Although we are on different sides, we can still be friends. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, a smile floated into his ears. In the next moment, a warm energy of realm of origin poured into his body and healed his injured body. As for Wu Yongqing, he stood there in a daze. His arrogant expression gradually turned to shock and finally to fear. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Breaking through to the World King realm. However, wasn't Lin Ling a martial emperor at the beginning? How could his strength increase so much in such a short period of time? This was beyond Wu Yongqing's understanding. In fact, after the others were surprised, they were all puzzled. They had never seen such a perverted monster. They didn't know that Lin Ling only needed cultivation resources to break through to the next realm with his comprehension of the martial way and the chaos divine formula. Oh. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Although his face was still pale, he was recovering slowly. When he felt the world essence entering his body, his expression changed drastically. Someone had saved him. He looked up and was shocked to find that the person who had saved him was Lin Ling. Guard the Dantian with your spirit and protect the boundary spirit with your spirit. Let my world essence travel through your body. At this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Xianxia to be startled. Lin Ling actually told him to let go of his mind and allow the boundary essence to travel through his entire body, and this kind of thing was very dangerous, unless it was someone he was very familiar with. Ordinary people would not allow others' boundary essence to travel through their entire body. This meant that Lin Ling had seen through him. However, Xianxia smiled. He was a man who was going to die. What was the big deal about being seen through? He immediately let Lin Ling's world essence travel through his body. He found that Lin Ling's world essence was very strange. Wherever it went, his limbs and bones would feel warm and his vitality would slowly recover. Most importantly, his Dantian's boundary spirit was also growing and advancing towards the second stage of the World King realm. How could this be? Xianxuan's heart was pounding. He stared at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had extended one hand and world essence was flowing into his body. Lin Ling looked very calm. His long hair was dancing in the wind and his handsome face had a mysterious color. At this moment, Xianxia found that the person in front of him wasn't a young man but a general. He was an existence comparable to the true gods of Grand Court Commandery. At this moment, he almost knelt down in worship. This was a feeling of submission, respect, and worship for the strong. Of course, this feeling soon vanished. After Thousand Profound God investigated himself, he discovered that he had unknowingly reached the second level of the World King realm. This was a blessing in disguise. He originally thought that he was dead for sure, but who knew that with Lin Ling's help, he instead raised his strength. Why didn't you kill me? Xianxuan smiled bitterly. My enemy, Commander Xianxia, is already dead. The current you is not the Xianxia in my heart. Lin Ling withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. Now that he had stepped into the World King realm, he could naturally use many of his past methods. Previously, he had helped Xianxia with a unique sacred art called Heaven's Journey to the Great Void. As long as his realm essence was exhausted and he was on the verge of death, he would be able to use this sacred art to break through the cocoon and become a butterfly. In fact, this was the second time Li Xiaoyao had used this sacred art after obtaining it. So, you helped me. Xianxia trembled in excitement. Lin Ling nodded. In the beginning, he did want to kill Xianxia. However, after the battle, he knew that this middle-aged man was also an indomitable man. Therefore, his view of Xianxia had changed. Moreover, without Xianxuan's help, how could Lin Ling have broken through, burning his realm essence for Lin Ling? This was not something that anyone would be willing to do. It seems like I owe you a favor. Xianxia sighed. I didn't let you die because our battle will continue. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Xianxia stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, he nodded heavily. That's right, the battle will continue. Although he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, he had no regrets since he had such a strong enemy in his life. Most importantly, this opponent was too much for his taste. What about you? Do you want to fight me now? Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at Wu Yongqing indifferently. Wu Yongqing opened his mouth wide. How could he fight? The general's personal guard, let's fight and see how powerful you are. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they cheered. Of course, most of them were mocking Xianxia. Previously, Wu Yongqing had used Lin Ling and Xianxuan's injuries as an excuse to flaunt his strength. Now, would he still dare to fight? Me. Wu Yongqing started to back off. He knew that he would die if he fought Lin Ling. What about me? However, Lin Ling took a step forward and struck out with his palm, paw. The heavy slap slammed Wu Yongqing into the ground. Lin Ling followed up and said, I told you, I can kill a clown like you easily even if I only have one arm left. Do you really think you are a genius of the martial god battalion? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He knew that if he had been on the verge of death, Wu Yongqing would have definitely killed him. He was a despicable person. Lin Ling could not wait to kill a despicable person like him. How dare you hit me? Wu Yongqing stood up and pointed at Lin Ling as he shouted angrily. This was the second time that Lin Ling had humiliated him. In his heart, other than the general, no one could humiliate him. Hee hee. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. His large hand reached out and grabbed Wu Yongqing's finger. With a cracking sound, Wu Yongqing's finger was twisted like a fried dough twist, causing him to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. He stared at Lin Ling angrily and wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, he realized that Lin Ling was much more powerful than him. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his head. Kill him. Whoever kills him, I will introduce you to the general. Wu Yongqing let out a ferocious voice and shouted at the people around him. Yo, what a big fish. Yes. Let's go and take a look. Eh? There seems to be some treasure over there. Haha, we are in luck. Haha. However, the soldiers, commanders, and senior commanders all looked in the other direction and pretended not to hear him. This infuriated Wu Yongqing so much that he almost vomited blood. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. It seemed that his reputation in the hearts of the army was getting higher and higher. Then, he stared at Wu Yongqing and his face finally turned cold. Actually, in my heart, you are like a pile of shit. Haha. After he finished speaking, he pulled out the ancient sword on his back and smashed it at Wu Yongqing. You can't kill me. I am the general's personal guard. Haha. Spare me. Haha. At first, Wu Yongqing was still very arrogant. However, he gradually became afraid and shamelessly knelt down to beg for mercy. However, the cold sword also pretended not to hear anything. Bang, Wu Yongqing was smashed into meat paste like a pile of shit. Lord Lin Ling, you are indeed arrogant. Haha. At this moment, the crowd looked at Lin Ling and praised him. In the martial god battalion, only Lin Ling had the courage to kill the general's personal guard. However, we didn't see anything. Haha. The military situation has changed after Wu Yongqing died. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others felt relieved. The current situation seemed to have come to an end. As for Great Commander Xianxia, he seemed to have made peace with Lin Ling. Most importantly, the other great commanders seemed to have recognized Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was a true great commander, and he was the leader of the great commanders. In the previous bloody battle, not only were the great commanders impressed, but even the entire army was impressed by Lin Ling. Haha, it's really lively. However, you want to kill me with just you? If I didn't have something important to do, you would have been annihilated. At this time, a monstrous wave appeared in the distance. Countless giant white fish came over in a grandiose manner. They actually blocked the sky and earth in front of them. Those were curved gate giant fish. Every fish represented a world king powerhouse, and now, there were actually countless giant fishes in front of them. At this moment, everyone's expression changed dramatically. On one of the giant golden white fish, a man with red hair and a tentacle-like beard stood there. He held a fork in his hand, as if he was the god of the sea. Behind him, the phantom of a phoenix appeared. Moreover, it was a 9-headed phoenix with blue feathers, Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King. Even the eyes of the Grand Commander and the others trembled violently. The mission this time was to kill the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King, but they had clearly underestimated the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King's strength. Army, retreat. Just as the curved gate giant fish were about to arrive, a cold shout suddenly sounded. A 3-headed carriage appeared in the sky, pulling a man in bronze armor. He looked forward with a dignified expression. Deputy General Hong Jing. Many great commanders exclaimed as they stared at the God of War man. A deputy general was a powerhouse below the great commanders. He was even more powerful than the great commanders. He usually followed the marshal into battle, but now he had appeared here. The battle situation has changed. The Martial God Battalion orders the army to retreat. Deputy General Hong Jing said coldly, waving the flag in his hand. Of course, everybody knew that the situation had changed. Because the Sea Burial Demon Phoenix was much more powerful than they expected. Even the whole army couldn't stop the Sea Burial Demon Phoenix. Sea Burying Disorderly Phoenix King's strength had likely reached the late World King realm. Hee, how smart. Far away, Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King's voice penetrated through the water, causing pain to many people's eardrums. The weaker ones even directly spurted out blood. As for Deputy General Hong Jing, he did not say much. After waving the flag, he retreated with his army. As for Sea Burial Divergent Phoenix Monarch, he didn't give chase. He merely chuckled coldly before turning around and leaving. The army left the blue water world in a grandiose manner and rested on a quiet mountain peak in the martial god realm. Lin Ling also followed the army. He didn't think too much about this accident, but this breakthrough made him a little excited. He had finally bought the World King realm. Furthermore, he had comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. At present, as long as he obtained the Spacetime Divine Steel, his Chaos Divine Formula could enter the first level. The Chaos Divine Formula was the most mysterious cultivation method that he had obtained by luck. This was because this cultivation method could cultivate not only 1 Dantian, but 9. According to legend, when 9 Dantian merged into 1, a person could also be born in the chaotic universe. 9 Dantians would undoubtedly increase Lin Ling's strength by several times. Haha, this is so exciting. The military mission is really not something that can be completed with money. As the army rested, the soldiers discussed in 2s and 3s. Gong Yangjiang and Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword gathered together and spoke with great interest. You can build an iron-blooded life with money? It's a pity that you came too late. Otherwise, you would have been able to see the scene of our scout camp fighting against the other scouts. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword immediately laughed. Alas, I missed it. Gong Yangjiang sighed softly, looking extremely regretful. Back then, Sir Lin Ling fought against thousands of soldiers alone. Now, our scout camp has become famous in the martial god camp. No one dares to look down on us. Dbimo rubbed his hands together excitedly. The others also voiced their opinions as they recalled the battle in the underground cave. Sir is here. At this moment, someone exclaimed. In the distance, Lin Ling walked over with a smile on his face. Looking at Lin Ling, all the scouts had expressions of admiration on their faces. Although Lin Ling was the same age as them and had cultivated for a shorter time than them, in their hearts, this young man was infinitely superior. His status was comparable to that of a general. To Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others, coming to the martial god camp was just an experience and a springboard. However, they would never forget this experience. Everyone, don't look at me with such astonishment. Just do what you usually do. Lin Ling said as he walked. After experiencing the blue water world, he had also acknowledged this group of comrades. Even if they separated in the future and retired from the martial god camp, they would still be comrades for life. Haha, that's what you said. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others suddenly laughed and were not as restrained as before. Sir Lin Ling, the Deputy General invites you to meet him. All the commanders, gather immediately. At this moment, a soldier came over with an anxious look on his face. Lin Ling frowned. Did something unexpected happen? The Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King has returned to the martial god realm and appeared in the Beirue mountain area. The martial god camp wants to find out their purpose. The soldier did not hide anything and said directly. The martial god camp had been invited by the myriad worlds to kill the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King. Naturally, they would not give up halfway. However, the enemy was too powerful, so the army had to retreat temporarily. At the Beirue mountain area, many people of unknown origin have gathered there. I heard that someone has found a secret realm there. The soldier said again. So, the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King's purpose is that secret realm? It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess the soldier's thoughts. However, the name Beirue Mountain was very familiar. Yes, the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King has been planning for a long time. He joined forces with other experts and found the Eight Gods Celestial Palace. The soldier said again. The Eight Gods Celestial Palace. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he finally knew why it was so familiar, because that was the place where Li Xiaoyao had been, where the space-time divine steel was located. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also wanted to enter the Eight Gods Celestial Palace, but he failed. Even the space-time divine steel was left there helplessly. Okay, take me to the Deputy General immediately. Without further ado, Lin Ling said hurriedly. Sir, if you are going to the Celestial Palace of some god, remember to take me with you. I have a lot of money. Maybe I can help you. Gong Yangjiang shouted immediately as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him and then followed the soldier. After a while, he arrived at a curtain and a voice came from inside. Eight Gods Heavenly Palace. We don't know who the enemy is yet. It's not good to send experts out. In my opinion, we should investigate the situation first. Senior commanders, do you have any other opinions? Those voices made Lin Ling smile and walk into the tent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and many of the senior commanders laughed. Other than the senior commanders, there were two people that Lin Ling didn't recognize. One of them was Deputy General Hong Jing. He wore bronze armor and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. As for the other person, he was a white-haired old man. His strength was unfathomable and he stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Both of them were deputy generals sent by the martial god barracks. In my opinion, the army should head to Mount Bay. The old man stared at Lin Ling and didn't pay much attention to him. If the army goes to Mount Bay, the army will be annihilated if the enemy is too strong. Deputy General Hong Jing frowned. He had ordered the army to retreat and now the army was going to die? This Deputy General Xianxia was probably eyeing the treasures of the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace. As a soldier, how can we be afraid of death? Moreover, the martial god barracks doesn't need such cowards. The old man called Deputy General Xianxia immediately retorted. This made Deputy General Hong Jing frown even more and he fell silent. How about this, let me bring a few people to investigate the situation and make a decision later. Lin Ling suddenly said. No. Deputy General Hong Jing immediately retorted. The other senior commanders also shook their heads. They had already sent people to follow them but they were all annihilated. Now that Lin Ling had volunteered to go, the outcome would be the same. Of course, the other senior commanders didn't want Lin Ling to die. However, Deputy General Hong Jing knew that Lin Ling had a high position in the general's heart. Therefore, he wanted to protect Lin Ling. Audacious! As a senior commander, how can you speak so arrogantly? How can you be a senior commander? At this time, Deputy General Xianxia suddenly shouted angrily, reprimanding Lin Ling. In reality, he was indeed very interested in the treasures of the Eight Gods Celestial Palace, so he firmly opposed the suggestion of returning to the martial god barracks. Because if more experts from the martial god barracks were to come here, then even if they found the Eight Gods Celestial Palace, it would have nothing to do with him. Now, the army was still outside, and the ones with the highest positions were him and Hong Jing. Then, he had a great chance of getting all the treasures. In fact, if the treasure was too valuable, he was even willing to sacrifice his army and kill Deputy General Hong Jing, but now, Lin Ling had volunteered to scout the enemy. This was the opposite of his plan. He didn't want to drag things out for too long. He wanted the army to slaughter their way over. I said that I was going to investigate the military situation. How did it turn out to be nonsense? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the old man. You dare to refute me? You should know that a few senior commanders went before, but they all died. You're just a new recruit. How can you complete the mission? Deputy General Xianxia reprimanded again. The mission hasn't even started, but you've already lost your confidence. As a superior, you represent the army. If you don't have confidence, then the army will also lose its morale. How did you become a deputy general? The other party was overbearing, and Lin Ling also gave tit for tat. His words weren't polite at all, and he gave the old man a big hat to label. You. Deputy General Xianxia's face was red with anger. He pointed at Lin Ling and almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. As a superior, you should not be easily angered. You are too irritable. You should know that your anger may cause millions of soldiers to be buried with you. How did you become a deputy general? Lin Ling once again cried out angrily. How dare you? Deputy General Xianxia couldn't hold it in any longer. All right, don't delay the military situation. At this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing tried to smooth things over. I think Lin Ling's suggestion is good. Since he's confident, then let him be the scout. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling worriedly. Senior Commander Lin Ling, can you do it? I can do it. Lin Ling immediately bowed. In fact, he was going to retrieve the space-time divine steel, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Kiki, that's easy to say. If you die at the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, our army will be delayed because of you. Deputy General Xianxia immediately said sinisterly. Since that's the case, how about a bet? If I find out the military situation, find the location of the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, and know the secret of the Heavenly Palace, then you will take off your armor and kowtow in front of the army. How about it? Lin Ling sneered at the old man. All right, if you fail, then don't ever come back. Set a military order. Deputy General Xianxia's voice was filled with killing intent. I'll wait for you to take off your armor. Lin Ling said this before turning around and leaving the tent. Senior Commander Huang Qi and the others hurriedly followed him. They looked at Lin Ling and sighed. Lin Ling, this trip is too dangerous. That was indeed the case. Just the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch alone was not something they could resist. It's fine. Since I dared to volunteer, then I must be confident. Lin Ling smiled faintly. If it had been any other place, Lin Ling wouldn't have been a match for the sea burial disorderly phoenix monarch. However, in the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, that was his territory. In the past, in order to enter the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace, Li Xiaoyao had studied the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace thoroughly. In this world, if Li Xiaoyao claimed to be the best, no one would dare claim to be the second best. Unfortunately, even though he had studied it thoroughly, he hadn't been able to go very deep. That was because the natural dangers there were too frightening. In that case, I'll go with you. Senior Commander Huang Qi said without hesitation. I'll go with you too. Ling Hulei looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling felt warm in his heart, but he nodded in agreement. If this trip was dangerous, he certainly wouldn't let his two brothers go with him. However, he was confident that he could protect his brothers. That was why he agreed. Sir Lin Ling, I'll go with you. At this time, a large number of people ran over. It was Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others. They had also received the news that Lin Ling was going to spy on the enemy. All the commanders of the scouts had come. They were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Ling was touched. They were indeed brothers who had gone through life and death together. However, this trip didn't have a large number of people, so he still refused. It's easy to be discovered if there are too many people. So, we can only take 2 more people at most. I'll go. No one is allowed to compete with me. Otherwise, I'll throw money at him. I'm the little princess of Square Commandery. I'll go too. In the end, Gong Yangjung and Tang Yue went together. The others looked regretful. They could only wish Lin Ling and the others well. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling quickly led the 4 people on the road. On the way, Senior Commander Huang Qi kept telling them the direction of the trip. Mount Peli was in the south of Green State. It was a relatively remote place. In fact, Lin Ling knew where it was even without them telling him the direction. He even planned to go there after breaking through to the World King realm. He didn't expect that fate seemed to know his request and let him go to Mount Peli ahead of time. There were few people along the way. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 8 Hell Corpse Bugs. Judging by their clothes, these people seem to be from the myriad worlds. They're quite young, so they should be geniuses from the myriad worlds. Commander Huang Qi said with a frown after taking a quick look. As for Ling Hulei, he walked toward the crowd. He wanted to investigate the matter more clearly. Don't get close, they have corpse bugs on them. However, Lin Ling immediately shouted, causing Ling Hulei's expression to change. Boundary essence appeared in his hand and blasted at the corpses. After the corpses were smashed open, a large number of bugs crawled out. What was even more terrifying was that the bugs were not afraid of boundary essence and crawled towards them like a tide. Retreat. Lin Ling took a deep look at the corpses and instructed. Everyone moved in another direction, but their hearts were even more complicated. Bugs that were not afraid of boundary essence, that was too terrifying. Those are the 8 hell corpse bugs from hell. Legend has it that they are the bugs that protect the Avicii Demon King. They are not afraid of the power of the myriad worlds. Other than their nemesis, only the chaotic energy can kill them. Lin Ling explained when he saw everyone's confusion. Chaotic energy? Commander Huang Qi and the others' expressions changed drastically. One had to know that boundary essence extracted the power of the myriad worlds. However, the chaotic energy was even more powerful than boundary essence. In fact, the chaotic energy was everywhere, but very few people could borrow it for their own use. For example, the great realm of Tao. That was the cultivation of the chaotic energy. Lin Ling, how do you know all this? Then, Ling Hulei stared at Lin Ling as if he was meeting Lin Ling for the first time. That was because he had never heard of those mysterious bugs. Hee, I was lucky to hear it from someone else. Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, the 8 gods' celestial palace had the most of these bugs, so how could Lin Ling not know? The people before were all geniuses from various worlds. It seems that those who want to enter the 8 gods' celestial palace have found a lot of cannon fodder. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said. Seems like it. I've heard that the 8 gods' heavenly palace is extremely dangerous. The only way to enter the heavenly palace is to pile up countless people. However, to dare to capture so many people as cannon fodder, this person behind the scenes must be extremely powerful. Great Commander Huang Qi frowned. The group continued forward, and gradually, they arrived at a small village. This place was deathly silent, and not a single person could be seen. They saw a large number of corpses hanging from an ancient tree at the entrance of the village. When they looked carefully, they saw that the corpses were all wearing armor. They were actually the Grand Commanders of the Martial God Battalion. Clearly, they had been following him in secret, but had been discovered. That was why they had been killed and hung here as a show of force. Vicious and merciless bastard. Looking at their dead comrades, the eyes of Commander Huang Qi and the others immediately turned red. It's not just our comrades. Even the people in this village are dead. Many of the captured cannon fodder have also died. Lin Ling sneered as he looked ahead. What a lunatic. Hearing that, Ling Hulei shouted angrily. Let's go into the village and have a look. Lin Ling shook his head and took the lead to enter the village. The others were cautious. After all, even the great commander had died in battle. This meant that the hidden danger in the village was beyond imagination. After Lin Ling entered the village, he looked at the sky and looked around. Gradually, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Good move. They actually opened a corner of the 8 gods' heavenly palace and lured out the tyrannical hell corpse worms. Unfortunately, the number of 8 hell corpse worms in the heavenly palace is beyond imagination. How can they all be lured out? He could see that the village had been set up by someone. Moreover, there were many people imprisoned in the depths of the village as sacrifices to the ancient formation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a small sound was heard. Lin Ling, this is bad. Many corpse worms are crawling out from the ground. At that moment, Gong Yangjiang exclaimed, and his face turned pale. In fact, Great Commander Huang Qi and the others were the same. After all, they had all witnessed how terrifying the 8 hell corpse worms were. Can these things be destroyed with money? Gong Yangjiang almost hugged Lin Ling. As for Tang Yue, her face was also pale. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Ling. Perhaps at that moment, Lin Ling had become their backbone. Even Great Commander Huang Qi and the others looked at Lin Ling with a bitter smile on their faces. It seems like we can't escape this calamity. There were more and more corpse worms around them. Some flew in the sky, while the ground was densely packed. When the boundary energy bombarded them, not only were the corpse worms unscathed, they even seemed to be excited. Such a scene was undoubtedly like entering hell. This is great. However, at that moment, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. This is great. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, wondering if Lin Ling was talking in his sleep. These are just the 8 hell corpse worms. Although the 8 hell corpse worms are ferocious, they don't have intelligence. It's easy to deal with them. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. He grabbed the corpse worms with his right hand. A strange thing happened. The corpse worms did not seem to see Lin Ling. Instead, they crawled on Lin Ling's palm and did not bite. This guy, could it be the Worm King? Great Commander Huang Qi and the others widened their eyes. However, in the next moment, their mouths fell open. This was because Lin Ling had stuffed all the worms in his palm into his mouth and started eating. Not bad, these worms can increase my physical strength. With these worms here, that thing should be here too. Eating worms? Great Commander Huang Qi and the others were all stunned. These worms are only sensitive to boundary essence. When you catch them, as long as you don't use your boundary essence, they will treat you as an inanimate object. After all, these are still immature worms. Lin Ling turned around and smiled at them. After saying that, he grabbed another handful of worms and stuffed them into his mouth as if he was eating fried beans. He even waved his hand at Great Commander Huang Qi and the others, indicating that they should try it too. It's not bad. Boom, Great Commander Huang Qi and the others looked as if they were struck by lightning. They all waved their hands. They were not as perverted as Lin Ling. At that moment, in the village, several figures were sitting cross-legged. In front of them were red jars. Smoke drifted out from the jars, causing worms to crawl out from the ground as if they were attracted by the smoke. Someone came in. Suddenly, one of them smiled faintly. They are really not afraid of death. However, have they become corpses now? Another person shook his head in disdain. No, not only are they not dead, but they are slowly approaching. The first person frowned and his smile disappeared. Most importantly, the young man leading the group is eating the 8 hell corpse worms. As soon as he said that, the others narrowed their eyes. Where did this pervert come from? Does he think he is the Silver Moon Supreme Beast? Go and get rid of him. Don't let him ruin our plan. In the end, one of them seemed to have a high status and spoke slowly. Then I'll go. Moreover, how dare he steal my Silver Moon Supreme Beast's food? He is courting death. A man stood up and patted the silver lion beside his feet. Then, he strode forward, roar. Silver Moon Supreme Beast roar. Its angry roar spread throughout the entire village, causing the expressions of Great Commander Huang Qi and the others in the distance to change drastically. A terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone like a cover. Commander Huang Qi and the others knew that they had encountered an extremely troublesome existence. I knew it. Where there are 8 hell corpse worms, there must be that thing. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was walking forward, also stopped and smiled faintly. Is that beast very difficult to deal with? It seems to be extremely powerful. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They knew that a fierce battle was coming. Difficult to deal with? No, I'm actually very interested in its blood. Sigh. However, Lin Ling's next words stunned them all. Could it be food again? Lin Ling had swallowed the 8 hell corpse worms and seemed to be able to increase his body's strength. Now, Lin Ling seemed to want to stuff that unknown demon beast into his stomach as well. Commander Huang Qi and the others were all stunned. If they weren't too familiar with Lin Ling, they would definitely think that Lin Ling was joking. Bang bang, at this moment, 2 explosions sounded out. A man and a beast were quietly sitting on top of a dilapidated blue brick house. Their emotionless eyes stared at Lin Ling and the others with ridicule. As for the silver-furred 2-headed lion, it even licked its lips, revealing its shining teeth. 3 people at the first stage of the World King realm and 2 martial emperors. They seemed to be from the martial god camp. How could the martial god camp send such trash to their deaths? The man sitting beside the two-headed lion played with his nails and said with disdain, "Before you die, I'll tell you." However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ling interrupted him, "You don't need to introduce yourself. We have no interest in your name." As these words fell, the man was stunned. Then, blue veins popped out on his forehead. This was the first time he had seen such an infuriating junior. What a glib tongue. Die for me. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. He leapt up and his second stage of the World King realm cultivation erupted. His boundary spirit was extremely large, he was no longer extracting the energy of a realm. It was as if he was a realm himself. And a world spirit was the symbol of the World King boundary. Only after fusing with one's talent would it be born in the Dantian. Let's kill the two older ones first. We'll slowly kill the remaining three later. His palm appeared, and green light flourished. It was as if countless plants were growing out of his body. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Old brother Huang Qi, old brother Ling Hu, hold him back. I'll deal with that Silvermoon Supreme Beast. Lin Ling licked his lips and immediately warned. Up in the sky, when the man heard Lin Ling's words, his pupils trembled violently. He roared angrily, "How do you know that my beast is a Silvermoon Supreme Beast?" As far as he was concerned, these ants would never know about the existence of the Silvermoon Supreme Beast. What I know is beyond your imagination. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he walked towards the Silvermoon Supreme Beast on the roof. You overestimate yourself. The man didn't bother with Lin Ling. In his opinion, this boy wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the Silvermoon Supreme Beast's teeth. In truth, he came from the Dragon Tooth sect. This was an ancient beast-taming sect of the martial god world. Their beast-taming methods were extremely amazing, and he had found the Silvermoon Supreme Beast near the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. At that time, he had been overjoyed, thinking that the beast he would fight for the rest of his life would be the Silvermoon Supreme Beast, and with his talent fused with his world essence, in addition to the unique cultivation methods of the Dragon Tooth sect, he could forcefully control a powerful god beast. In addition, he had used the 8 Hell Corpse bug as bait and finally succeeded in signing a life and death contract with the Silvermoon Supreme Beast, and now, this boy actually wanted to approach the Silvermoon Supreme Beast. Naturally, he wouldn't spare him a glance. This was because the Silvermoon Supreme Beast was known for its ferocity and terror. Even though he had signed a life and death contract with the Silvermoon Supreme Beast, he had still experienced many dangers. Fight. At that moment, Huang Qi and Ling Hu joined forces and pounced on the man. Lin Ling walked calmly towards the Silvermoon Supreme Beast. His calm demeanor made Gong Yanjiang and Tang Yue widen their eyes. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be swallowed whole. Roar. The Silvermoon Supreme Beast stared coldly at Lin Ling and licked its lips. It was ready to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He stretched out his hands and an 8 Hell Corpse bug appeared in his palms. This instantly attracted the Silvermoon Supreme Beast's attention. After all, this was its favorite food. However, Lin Ling quickly clasped his palms together and rubbed his hands together a few times. Then, he stretched out 2 fists. This scene made the crowd even more puzzled. Even the man fighting in the sky had a puzzled look on his face. What was that kid doing? Tell me, where is the 8 Hell Corpse bug? If you guess correctly, there will be a prize. However, Lin Ling's next sentence almost made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Lin Ling was playing with the Silvermoon Supreme Beast? Lunatic, Silvermoon, swallow him. The man in the sky suddenly felt like he was being toyed with. His face turned ashen. His divine beast was being toyed with like Whitey. This was a great humiliation. Roar. The Silvermoon Supreme Beast roared and flew down from the roof. It was even taller than Lin Ling when it squatted down. At that moment, it stared at Lin Ling with its lantern-like eyes. However, at the next moment, something ridiculous happened. The Silvermoon Supreme Beast did not swallow Lin Ling. Instead, it sat down in front of Lin Ling. It stretched out its huge lion claws and pointed at one of Lin Ling's fists. It was actually guessing. It was really playing with Lin Ling. Silvermoon. In the sky, the man's voice became sharp. However, the Silver Moon Supreme Beast did not pay attention to him. Instead, it stared at Lin Ling as if it was waiting for an answer. In fact, the man from the Dragon Tooth sect did not know that the 8-Hell Corpse Bug was the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's favorite food. How could it not be moved when it saw food? Not bad, very smart. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Lin Ling smiled faintly and opened his fist. There was nothing in his palm. Roar, the Silver Moon Supreme Beast was indeed a barbaric divine beast. It was furious. It obviously wanted to eat the 8-Hell Corpse Bug, but Lin Ling rejected it. It opened its mouth and emitted a terrifying divine beast's aura. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Gong Yangjiang and the rest shouted anxiously. The man in the sky sneered. Plucking the fur from the tiger's mouth was simply courting death. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. However, the way he stared at the Silver Moon Supreme Beast had changed, especially in his left eye. Mysterious Taoist seals appeared one after another, as if invisible eyes had entered the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's eyes and reached its soul. Pa. At that moment, the life and death contract between the Silver Moon Supreme Beast and the man disappeared as if it had met fire. The seal hidden in the depths of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast's soul also distorted and was destroyed. Translator, Trans and Editor, Transim breaking the array. Of course, it took a lot of Lin Ling's soul power and realm essence to use it, but it was a success. Lin Ling walked up to the Silver Moon Supreme Beast and stroked its huge head. The Silver Lion showed a look of enjoyment and immediately lay down beside Lin Ling. Silver Moon, Silver Moon. In the sky, the man almost vomited blood. He kept calling, but there was no response. He roared, "Boy, what did you do to my Silver Moon?" "Nothing, he saw that I'm more handsome than you, so he decided to follow me." Lin Ling looked up and replied indifferently. Pooh, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine beast that he had spent so much effort to capture was following someone else because he was not as handsome as the young man. How could he believe this? Good chance. Huang Qi and Ling Hulei saw that the man was distracted and injured, so they quickly used their ultimate skills to suppress the man. In fact, if something else disappeared, the man would not care. However, the disappearance of the divine beast was like the disappearance of his martial heart. How could he not be affected? Silver Moon, kill him, listen to my command. Yes. The man was still unwilling, but in his eyes, Lin Ling was talking to the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. Lin Ling said, "Little Silver, give me some of your blood." Yes. Oh. Yes. The Silver Lion let out a sound of obedience and nodded. I'm not willing. Yes. The man was stunned in the sky. His face was ferocious, and he spat out blood again as if he had been seriously injured. He fell from the sky. Huang Qi and Ling Hulei were stunned. They won just like that. Follow up the victory. Without any hesitation, they also followed closely behind. Huge amounts of Jiayuan attacks were unleashed, directly killing that man. Then, they stared at Lin Ling, who was drinking blood, and shook their head speechlessly. This battle had been won in such a bizarre manner. The terrifying Silver Lion was subdued by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was swallowing the blood of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast. As the boiling blood entered his body, his god-devil physique began to increase crazily, advancing towards the power of 3,000 universes. And 3,000 universes represented the weight of a world, and Lin Ling's god-devil body's defense became even stronger. Of course, this was to be expected. The Silver Moon Sovereign Beast was a Hell Warden beast. Its blood was naturally extremely precious. This fellow's strength has increased again. I'm afraid that you and I are no match for him. Huang Qi and the other man sighed as they looked at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to have no bottlenecks at all. He could raise his strength at any time. Awesome. A moment later, Lin Ling stood up, and an ancient demonic aura appeared behind him. That was the power of the universe's demonic gods. He felt incomparably comfortable, as if he had fought 3 battles with great beings, and with the improvement of his god-devil physique, his temperament had also changed slightly. He was even more domineering, as proud as a god and as crazy as a devil. Lin Ling knew that this was a change brought about by his physical body entering a new realm. It would take some time for him to get used to it. Little Silver, follow me. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Silver Moon Supreme Beast and said. The silver lion looked a little tired. After nodding, it turned into a little silver puppy and lay on Lin Ling's shoulder. So cute. Tang Yue rubbed her hands. If she didn't know that it was a terrifying Silver Moon Supreme Beast, she would have already hugged it and played with it. Okay, go and kill the rest of them. Lin Ling looked into the distance. He knew that the mysterious experts were still setting up the array in the depths of the village. And to these people, Lin Ling didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Because the corpses along the way had told him that being merciful to them was being cruel to himself, at this moment, in the village, 5 figures were still sitting cross-legged. 3 of them were old men, and the other 2 were a man and a woman. The man was wise and mighty, and the woman was charming like a peach blossom. The 5 of them came from powerful forces in the martial god realm. They were setting up the array here so that the experts who entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace wouldn't encounter the 8 hell corpse worms. Old Wu has been gone for a long time. One of the old men suddenly laughed. That guy couldn't have brought the Silver Moon Supreme Beast out to play, right? I think so. It's too much. We're setting up the array here, but he's slacking off. If we report this to the Lord, he'll be in big trouble. Haha, Old Wu knows the severity of the matter. He won't go far. I think he's too bored, so he's playing with the invaders. The others spoke one after another, and then, there was a burst of laughter. They weren't worried about the man from before at all, because with the Silver Moon Supreme Beast, any invaders would die. This 8 gods' heavenly palace is really big. The 8 hell corpse worms are endless, and this is only one of our positions. The other 11 positions are also setting up arrays. It's like the 8 hell corpse worms. The first old man said again. Not good, there's a change in the array. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. That was because a corner of the array that he controlled had become chaotic at this moment. This made it difficult for him to control it. In reality, they weren't boundary masters. The array was set up by boundary masters, and they were only in charge of the operation of the array. Use all of your realm essence to force the array to operate again. Otherwise, if there's a problem on your side, we'll be implicated. The old man immediately said. When Family City, were you distracted before? Why would there be a problem with the array? The others grumbled. The person who controlled the corner of the array was extremely wronged. When he used his realm essence to forcibly operate the array, a terrifying power was immediately reflected back. Pooh, he spat out blood and was immediately seriously injured. Once his array was broken, the others were immediately implicated. Pooh. Pooh, pooh. The other 3 also spat out blood. Their minds were buzzing as if they had been seriously injured. No, it's not the array that's wrong. Someone is framing us. Finally, someone let out a furious roar. Impossible, is there anyone else here other than us? The old man's expression changed drastically. Then, he shouted, Who is it? Get out here. In reality, he wasn't sure if someone was framing them. He was just shouting in a moment of desperation. Why are you shouting so loudly? We heard you. However, his shout was effective. A few figures slowly walked over. It was Lin Ling and the others. This scene immediately caused the old man's mouth to open wide in disbelief. Where's Old Wu? The woman who was as charming as a peach blossom let out a sharp voice. Is that the guy who raised the dog? He's dead. Lin Ling sneered and led Huang Qi and the others forward. Previously, they had secretly destroyed the array, and now they saw the effect. In reality, this array couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Old Wu is dead? Impossible, you're lying to us. Kid, tell me, how did you come in? If you lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. Those injured people stared at Lin Ling. They were furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. I lied to you? You'd better go to hell and ask the dog owner. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Godsfall Prairie Boom. Boom, boom. 2 of them were smashed into pieces by the terrifying power of the barrier. The remaining 3 widened their eyes in disbelief. In reality, they did not believe that Lin Ling had broken the array, nor did they believe that Old Wu was dead. However, they seemed to believe it now. Little brother, how about letting us go? We were only following orders and we were forced to do so. If we don't activate this array, they'll kill us. Pity me. The woman who was as charming as a peach blossom suddenly spoke coquettishly. At this moment, they were all heavily injured. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago, therefore, they were thinking of ways to stall for time. As long as they could recover a little of their strength, they would be able to kill the intruder. The more they looked at the handsome young man who was their leader, the more they disliked him. He was clearly young but he acted as if he was an old man. They did not know which sect's detestable disciple he was from. From what you've said, you're quite pitiful. At this moment, Lin Ling nodded in realization and looked at her sympathetically. Lord Lin Ling. Tang Yue immediately reminded him. Lin Ling couldn't have been seduced by the woman's charms, could he? Thank you, little brother. As long as you help me, I'll give you anything you want. The woman who was as charming as a peach blossom was delighted. The handsome young man seemed to have fallen for her trick. Indeed, young people were impulsive and could not escape from the palm of her hand. She immediately pulled down her clothes, revealing her smooth shoulders. Then, she quietly pulled her clothes down again, revealing her seductive cleavage. Since the handsome young man had been attracted to her, she must take advantage of her victory and pursue him. It would be best if she could make the young man lose himself in her beauty. Lin Ling stared at the woman and walked towards her, one step at a time. The other three were secretly delighted. This detestable brat had finally fallen for their trick. Sister, am I beautiful? The woman's voice became even more seductive. Her eyes were like peach blossoms. As long as one was a man, they would not be able to escape her bewitchment. SOSO. However, just as the woman was anticipating that Lin Ling would become excited, Lin Ling actually sighed. SOSO, sighing, he seemed to be very disappointed with the woman's beauty. The woman immediately suffered a blow. She was famous for her charm in Qing province, and there weren't many men who didn't think she was beautiful. Your skin is loose, your twin peaks are drooping, and your pores are thick. I say, sister, you should take care of yourself more. You're obviously an old witch who's thousands of years old. If you don't take care of yourself, how are you going to meet people? Lin Ling said with a serious expression, listen to my advice. Don't cultivate during this period of time and don't stay up late. This will make you look older. He stared at the woman's body with a serious expression. The woman was stunned. This brat had seen her naked body, yet he gave her such a bad review? You're courting death. The woman was so angry that her bosom was trembling. You look even uglier when you're angry. It's better for women not to get angry. Lin Ling's expression was still serious, as if he was talking about a very serious matter. He pulled out his right hand, and the tyrant song sword appeared in his hand. By the way, why did you take off your clothes for me to see? Do you think I'm bored? All the people in this village died at your hands. I don't understand where you got the leisure to take off your clothes in front of me. Lin Ling shook his head and slashed out with his sword. Little bastard. If the woman was not seriously injured, she would have gone berserk at this moment. She had acted coquettishly, but in the end, he didn't care at all and still wanted to kill her. Most importantly, he seemed to be toying with her. Unfortunately, her anger was the last anger in her life. He ended her with a single slash. Lin Ling looked at the remaining two people, and their faces turned pale. Only now did they realize that this strange young man was not as simple as they thought. He was not as simple as they thought. I'm from the Eternal Sect. The old man suddenly gritted his teeth. Although it was very embarrassing, he still reported his background. I don't know. Unfortunately, Lin Ling answered him with a single slash. Lin Ling really did not know the Eternal Sect. The other person's pupils trembled violently, and he said subconsciously, I'm from only Commandery. You should know this, right? What does it have to do with me? Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not listen and continued to kill. The 5 people were all killed. The village's boundary array was broken, and the 8 hell corpse worms that had rushed into the martial god world slowly disappeared. Gong Yangjiang and the others stared at Lin Ling speechlessly. They came from different places. Even only Commandery is involved. It seems like this is a big plan. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Huang Qi and Ling Hulei looked at Lin Ling. They came to investigate the situation with the intention of dying. but who knew that under Lin Ling's lead, they would go deeper and deeper. Continue to investigate. Lin Ling looked indifferently into the distance and smiled. He came here to take back the space-time divine steel, so how could he return home so easily? The group continued to move forward. In front of them was a vast swamp with few people, as if it was a devil's prison. However, there were traces of people walking around, as if a large number of people had passed by not long ago. God's Fall Plains. At the edge of the great swamp, Lin Ling's eyes shined with a nostalgic light. He had come to this great swamp before. We're getting closer and closer to the 8-divinity heavenly palace. Moreover, I estimate that there should be a large number of people up ahead. They should have been captured as cannon fodder. We can blend in with them. Lin Ling waved his hand and led the group forwards once more. The swamp was extremely strange. Bubbles would occasionally float up from the ground. After these bubbles burst open, they would emit poisonous gas. And on top of a hard hill in the great swamp, a large number of people were standing there. Looking carefully, one could see that these people were exhausted. Most of them were at the Martial Emperor realm, and not too far away from them, there were over a dozen first-level World King powerhouses guarding them, as if they were waiting for something. And at the center of the hill, several figures were standing there. They were like sons of the highest heavens, exuding a noble and arrogant aura. I never thought that your 9 stars mansion would also participate in this plan. A smiling voice suddenly floated out. This voice was soft and gentle, as if a spring breeze were caressing one's face. Haha, there are many people participating in this plan. I heard that there are Heavenly Court, Soaring Dragon Organization, and so forth. Moreover, isn't your Grand Court Commandery also participating? On the other side, a black-clothed woman faintly smiled. She held a sickle as tall as a person in her hands. On this sickle, there were 2 eyes carved into it, as if the sickle had come to life. So what if we participate? The 8-divinity heavenly palace isn't a place that just anyone can enter. The people behind this plan have gathered so many great influences. From a certain point of view, they are just having us explore the map. Another youth laughed. He wore golden clothes and had an elegant demeanor. This person came from Solitaire Commandery. His name was Luo Dazhuang, and his reputation within the 4 commanderies wasn't weak. Trash is here to explore the map. We are here to collect treasures. The youth who spoke first laughed. I dare you to say that again. Luo Dazhuang shouted out. Translator, Transin editor, Transin enslavement Qing province's 4 great commanderies market was destroyed? Beside him, the woman in black suddenly showed an interested look. Anyway, it was very boring to wait for news, so she might as well listen to what happened during this period of time. Tai Tianyi, you're talking nonsense. If that guy didn't use the martial god cannon, he wouldn't have been able to destroy our market. Yi Xiaoshou is the clearest about this. He had a 5-year battle with that ant, and he lost an arm. Luo Yazhuang retorted. He and the young man called Tai Tianyi were not on good terms. At this moment, the black-clothed woman's eyes narrowed. Not to mention him, even the faces of the guards around him changed drastically. Yi Xiaoshou was the number 1 genius of the Yi clan and the martial clan. He was extremely talented. Not only was he a member of the 3 great academies, but he was also a member of the Heavenly Court. Although his background was not as good as theirs, they still had to look up to him in terms of potential and background. But now, Yi Xiaoshou had lost an arm, and there was a 5-year battle with him. That junior is so powerful? The woman in black was shocked. Haha, he's just a piece of trash. He won by surprise with the martial god cannon. If I was there, I could kill him with a finger. Luo Yazhuang shook his head disdainfully. Luo Yazhuang, do you really think you're brilliant? I don't care what excuses you come up with. You can't escape the fact that your market was destroyed. I can only say that your only commandery is too trashy. Tai Tianyi continued to mock and ridicule. Tai Tianyi, don't be too arrogant. Luo Yaoshu's face became more and more unsightly. He suddenly sneered and said, I heard that the branch family of your Grand Court Commandery in the Northland was also wiped out. Young Master Thousand Face died a miserable death. His 9 doppelgangers were killed one by one. Haha, it's a shame that he died in a rural place. Does your Grand Court Commandery like to do such things? Luo Yazhuang, I dare you to say that again. To Tai Tianyi, this sentence was like a wound being torn open. The smile on his face disappeared. Tit for tat, around the hill, the geniuses from various worlds watched this scene with solemn expressions. They could only look up to the local geniuses of the martial god world. As for the two martial god realm geniuses from the commandery, their auras became more and more intense. It seemed like they were about to attack. Don't argue. If we ruin this, we'll all be eliminated. However, the black-clothed woman immediately interrupted them, causing the two of them to not dare to say anything more. What are you laughing at? Die. Although the two of them had stopped because of their plan, Luo Yaoyang was still in a bad mood. Luo Yaoyang stared at the geniuses from all over the world and ruthlessly punched out. The sand suddenly floated up, forming an ancient god desert. A huge sandstorm fist smashed into the crowd. This was an attack that fused innate talent and world essence, drawing upon the power of the sand world. Boom, the peerless punch sent sand and pebbles flying. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed greatly. How could a martial emperor withstand it? He was directly blown into a pile of bones. Humph. Seeing this, Luo Yaoshi felt slightly better. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to do this? However, Tai Tianyi, who was at the side, did not dare to show any weakness. He raised his hands and circles of light that resembled halos shrouded the area. A large number of people in the east were caught in the light. In just a moment, a large number of screams rang out. What kind of fire is this? Roar. Those who were shrouded in the fire panicked. Then, they let out beastly roars and lay down one by one, as if they were beasts that were obeying orders. Their souls were instantly enslaved by the mysterious beast fire. So it's you lowly people from the outside world? Tai Tianyi's face was full of disdain. The death of the thousand-faced prince in the myriad world had brought shame to the Grand Court Commandery, so he was venting his anger. Die! He shouted in a low voice. Bang bang bang, those who were implanted with the beast fire exploded and died. Those who did not explode were burned alive by the flames that were born in their bodies. Lowly people like you are not qualified to be my slaves. Tai Tianyi smiled as if he had vented his anger. Then, he looked at Luo Yaoshi provocatively. The crowd was silent. The local geniuses of the martial god world were too powerful. To them, who had just arrived in the martial god world, they were like the firmament of the sky. Among the crowd, several figures were looking ahead solemnly. The geniuses of the martial god world are too powerful. Their talents have already merged with their boundary essence. We have just formed our boundary essence, but they have already converted 100% of their boundary essence. I wonder how Master is doing now. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize them. This was because they were Xianxia Ge, Dark Dragon Emperor, and the others. They were on their way to the martial god camp, but they were kidnapped and brought here. Throughout the entire process, they could not resist at all. Now that they had seen how powerful the other party was, they knew that the martial god world was not simple. If Lin Ling were here, he would probably be an insignificant existence. He will be fine. Xianxia Ge said with a smile, but her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, the black-clothed woman on the hill suddenly asked curiously, the branch family of the Grand Court Commandery was destroyed, but my commandery's market was destroyed. Haha, do you know who did it? Of course. Of course we know. It was a piece of trash called Lin Ling. Of course. Our Grand Court Commandery's young master Thousand Faces was killed by Lin Ling. Of course. The two young men said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. They did not expect that the person who had humiliated their commandery was the same person. The black-clothed woman was also stunned. Who was this Lin Ling? He had offended two commanderies at the same time. Interesting, really interesting. Xianxia Ge and the others in the crowd were also stunned. It was their master. They could not help but feel secretly happy. At least these geniuses from the 10,000 worlds were not cowards. On the other side, several people in large cloaks were also looking at the hill. Some of them were speechless. They were Commander Huang Qi and Ling Hulei. This was because they did not expect that the powerful geniuses of the commandery to be the one they were talking about was Lin Ling. Subconsciously, the two of them looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Haha. Tang Yue laughed softly. She was also present when Lin Ling blew up the market square. She did not find it strange at this moment. Who are these people? Lin Ling did not care about the false reputation, but he was curious about the people on the hill. These people were all at the first level of the World King realm, but the feeling they gave him was that they were even stronger than Great Commander Huang Qi. Luo Dazzling, one of the 12 young masters of my commandery. He is a junior that is being nurtured by my commandery. He is going to enter the 3 great academies of the Azure State. Tang Yue explained. Lin Ling looked at her in confusion. Tang Yue was also from the 4 commanderies, so why was the difference so great? If you give me another 1,000 years to cultivate, I will definitely not be weaker than him. Tang Yue felt his gaze and said unwillingly. Lin Ling suddenly understood. It turned out that these people had cultivated for a longer time. No wonder they were so strong. What about the other one? An unexpected calamity. Tiani. His father is the Grand Court Commandery's Tai Force Symbol's true god. This person also wants to enter Azure Province's 3 great academies. It is said that his talent comes from the extremely mysterious Beast Fire world. After obtaining the Beast Fire there, he once used it to burn 10 worlds. Qi. Tang Yue said. Qi. Hearing this, even Commander Huang Qi and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. With their strength, it wasn't difficult to destroy a world with a single punch. Of course, that was a weak world, such as Lin Ling's world. But destroying 10 worlds with a single move was impossible. From this, it could be seen the disparity between the two sides. It seems that we have underestimated this plan. According to my guess, this group of people is only one of the participants, but they are already so strong. If they are the main force, their strength will surpass our imagination. Grand Commander Huang Qi immediately analyzed and then sighed. With the current situation, they would probably need to send out the Deputy General, the General, and the General. If things went wrong, even the Marshal would have to move out. Then, should we retreat now? Yes. Ling Hulei looked at Lin Ling. Now that they had a rough understanding of the situation, it would be very dangerous to stay here. Lin Ling shook his head. Let's wait. Yes. Then let's be careful. If we are discovered, it will be difficult for us to escape death. Grand Commander Huang Qi warned. Lin Ling declined to comment. Although there were many World King powerhouses there, he estimated that none of them were his match. Now that his physical strength had greatly increased, he had comprehended the ultimate sword Dao, and his soul force had greatly increased. His overall strength had erupted, and even Commander Huang Qi and the others couldn't guess. Lin Ling, what is his background? Yes. On the hill, the black-cloaked woman looked at Luo Yaosher and asked again. It is said that he is from the martial god camp. Yes. Luo Yaosher coldly replied, after I become a member of Azure Province's 3 great academies, I will personally go to the martial god camp and ask for him. Yes. His words were bold and domineering. Of course, if he became a member of Azure Province's 3 great academies, he would also have this right. Azure Province's 3 great academies were publicly recognized martial god holy lands of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and the Azure Province's number 1. So, it is a camp of the Azure Province. Tai Tianyi nodded in understanding, but there was not much fear in his eyes. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had obtained a piece of information. The martial god battalion's backer seemed to be the army of a certain dynasty. If an army was already so powerful, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the dynasty was. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lin Ling remembered this name. I wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, how could that ant have the right to speak? Luo Yaoyao laughed in disdain. If he was in the ancient city of Everlast at that time, then Lin Ling would surely have to stay in the city and would never be able to come out alive, let alone destroy his marketplace. You think it's your turn? I can tell you that if we meet Lin Ling, he will definitely die by my hands first. Luo Yaosher, you want to steal my prey? You are too inexperienced. Tai Tianyi was naturally very unhappy with Lin Ling, so he said lightly. That might not be the case. We'll see who's the real deal. Luo Yaoshi was non-committal. The two of them seemed to have taken Lin Ling as their prey to compare who was stronger between him and Tai Tianyi. These two fellows are really arrogant. In the crowd, Gong Yangjiang seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Tang Yue also narrowed her eyes because those two fellows actually took Lord Lin Ling as their prey. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She originally thought that Lin Ling would definitely be angry, but she discovered that Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others stared at Lin Ling and were secretly surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so calm. Sensing their gazes, Lin Ling smiled, their mouths are on their bodies. Say whatever you like. Moreover, if a cultivator can defeat his opponent by relying on his mouth, then what's the point of learning martial arts? You're right. Commander Huang Qi nodded immediately. In fact, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing was the important matter. He naturally wouldn't pay attention to clowns. When will those lords arrive? On the hill, those people looked into the distance as if they were waiting for some news. Are these slaves going to become cannon fodder? Tai Tianyi was bored. He looked at the geniuses from various worlds around him. Suddenly, his expression changed and he revealed an interested look. Not a bad girl, just nice to kill some boring time. He stared at the two women. Both of them were extremely beautiful. The one on the left was dressed in a green robe. She was slender and elegant, like a flower that was about to bloom. The one on the right was dressed in a black robe. She was petite, but her curves were exquisite. Coupled with her delicate little face, she gave off the feeling of a little witch. I want them. Luo Yazhuang followed Tai Tianyi's gaze and suddenly laughed. Those two women were indeed not bad. However, even if their looks were average, Tai Tianyi would definitely fight for what he wanted. Dream on. Tai Tianyi knew what Luo Yazhuang was thinking. He sneered and stretched out his hand to grab one of the women. Luo Yazhuang was not to be outdone. He also stretched out his hand and formed a sandstorm giant hand to grab the woman in the black robe. How dare you? Suddenly, there was an angry roar from the crowd. Because the two people who were caught were Martial God Yungu and Xian Yuan-ge, the ones who roared were naturally the Dark Dragon Emperor and the Tsang Heaven Sword Immortal. They didn't expect this to happen. If their master knew that the most important woman in his life was caught here, they could only apologize with their lives. Get lost. Tai Tianyi didn't even look at the two of them. He spread out his 5 fingers and a powerful force struck out. The Dark Dragon Emperor and the others flew backward and spat out blood. Sigh. The crowd shook their heads. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Along the way, countless geniuses from various worlds had died. These martial god realm experts could catch whoever they wanted. There were even rumors that on the other side, there were people who directly swallowed geniuses from various worlds. You bastard. At this moment, the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others got up again. Ants. Unfortunately, Luo Yaoshi had also made his move. He pressed the void and dark clouds appeared above the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others. They fell like rain. It was countless grains of sand, mysterious sand from the myriad worlds, bang. Bang. Bang, the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others were drowned. They were no match for them. Shameless. At this moment, Xian Yuan-ge was caught. When she saw the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others injured, she immediately shouted. Yo, you're very feisty. Not bad, I like it. Luo Yaoshi smiled coldly and grabbed Xian Yuan-ge's cheeks. He wanted to take another step, the black-clothed woman next to him ignored him. However, at this moment, a furious roar that sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens was heard. You're courting death. As soon as this voice was heard, the surroundings became silent. This was because everyone noticed that the voice came from the geniuses from various worlds, which was the slaves. The slaves dared to rebel against their masters and even threatened them. At this moment, everyone stared at the person who spoke. Even Luo Yaoshi and the others on the hill narrowed their eyes and stopped moving. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations battle against Luo dazzling. This kind of killing intent was so strong that it made many geniuses tremble. They were surprised. Who is this person? This person is Lin Ling. He didn't plan to pay attention to anything before, But he soon found out that Xianxia and his disciple were here. Especially when he saw Xianxia being held by the cheek, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Xianxia, Li Xiaoyao's first love, Lin Ling's first love, the fate of thousands of lives. He didn't expect that Xianxia had recovered and came to the martial god realm. Lin Ling. Commander Huang Qi and the others anxiously shouted. The current situation was very dangerous. Lin Ling shouldn't have appeared, but they could feel that Lin Ling's body was full of anger. That anger made them feel scared, therefore, after shouting, they didn't dare to shout again. Master! It's you! At the same time, Xianxia and the others saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, so you know each other. Why? Do you have a problem? Luo Dazzling was very angry at first because someone said that he was courting death, but he quickly recovered. It turned out that the young man knew the woman in the black dress. No wonder he was angry. Master, don't mind us. His voice made the Dark Dragon Emperor and the others react, and they hurriedly shouted. These people's strength was very terrifying. Master was definitely not their match, however, their voices made Lin Ling shake his head. His eyes were still staring at Xianxia, as if the whole world had disappeared, and only the girl in the black dress existed. Xianxia also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Her eyesight, the world had also disappeared, their gazes seemed to have passed through thousands of cycles of reincarnation and met once again. However, this encounter was quickly interrupted. It was Luo Dazzling. My woman, I don't like to fool around with other men. He grabbed Xianxia and fiercely gripped Xianxia's cheek. As for you, die for me. He pointed a finger and sand fell from the sky, falling down on Lin Ling like a torrential rain, instantly submerging Lin Ling. Your man is dead. Die. After doing this, Luo Dazzling looked at Xianxia and smiled. Bang, but in the next moment, a rumble resounded. The black sand exploded, and a figure walked out slowly. He held a sword in his hand, and his face was icy cold. This was Lin. You should have never, ever, you should never. At this time, Lin Ling of all of these people's anger. Previously, when Luo Yaoyang and Tai Tian had said that they would kill him, he didn't care at all. Interesting. I didn't think that there would be a first-level World King realm martial artist hidden amongst these slaves. On the other side, Tai Tian narrowed his eyes as he spoke. His words caused Luo Dazzling to react. Luo Dazzling was surprised at first and then he sneered, in any case, I'm bored so I might as well play with him. Haha, I'm sorry, but this is prey that I've taken a fancy to. Haha. However, just as Luo Dazzling was about to attack, Tai Tian had already done so. This caused Luo Dazzling to be enraged. Tai Tian, you dare to steal from me. Haha. Whoever kills him first gets it. Haha. Tai Tian's hand grasped out. Multicolored lights appeared and the cries of beasts filled the air, forming a giant claw that grabbed at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a first-level World King realm powerhouse, there were still differences in strength in this realm. For instance, they had third-grade mystic bodies and could defeat 90% of first-level World Kings. Mine. Haha. Luo Dazzling didn't dare to show weakness. His hands moved and a giant sandstorm giant appeared behind him. A fork appeared in the giant's hand and it ruthlessly threw it at Lin Ling. The power of an entire world erupted from the trident. The two of them joined forces, forming a powerful attack. My lord! Lord! Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately panicked. Master! Master! The Dark Dragon Emperor and the others were also the same. At this time, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He didn't think that these two would join forces. Bang! By the time he reacted, the powerful attack had already submerged him. With endless crackling sounds, even a first-level World King realm powerhouse would perish here. So strong. Master! Great Commander Huang Qi and the others were all stunned. This was because they weren't able to block this joint attack. As for Xianxia, she stood there in a daze. She and Lin Ling had finally met again, but were they going to be separated again? She was unwilling. These two abominable people who took pleasure in killing others, she screamed out in her heart. Master! Master! Ancient profound martial god also cried out in pain. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could block the joint attack of two powerhouses. I killed him. Bullshit. Bullshit, it was me. Titani, you are too abominable. Do you really want to steal my prey? Humph. What made people even angrier was that Luo Yaoshi and the others were actually fighting over him. And at this time, in the shockwaves of the world essence, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale, but he was surprised. With two first-level World King powerhouses joining forces, he should have been severely wounded, but he discovered that he had only been lightly wounded. It's the divinity demon body. Humph. Soon, Lin Ling knew the reason. His divinity demon body had already transformed. He had swallowed a massive number of fish pearls and now had the monster energy of fish within him. In addition to the blood of the Silver Moon Supreme Beast, his body also had the aura of hell. It was because they suddenly joined forces that I was caught off guard. But now, it's my turn. Humph. Lin Ling's pupils turned red. Since coming to the martial god world, this was the first time he had been so angry. Bang, at the point where the power of sand and fire intersected, a figure shot out like a meteor. A fist, carrying with it the aura of a fish monster king and the aura of hell, came smashing down. At this time, Luo Yaoshi and Titani were still fighting. But, in the distance, the black-clothed woman immediately reacted, "Be careful. Be careful." Her voice was filled with shock. That youth hadn't died. She was well aware of the strength of Luo Yaoshi and Titani. Just one of them was enough to sweep away many first-level world kings, much less two of them. Eh? Eh? Luo Yaoshi immediately reacted. He discovered that the fist was aimed at him. How dare you? He was enraged. This was because he and Titani had both attacked. But, why would that ant attack him? Was it because he was weaker than Titani? To him, this was a great disgrace. Cripple his arm. Roar. Luo Yaoshi angrily shouted. A spinning sandstorm appeared around his body, as if it were sharp blades of sand. His talent was of the sand attribute. He drew upon the strength of the sand world. As for Lin Ling's fist, he simply didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling was simply seeking death. Of course, even Titani thought the same. He was even annoyed that Lin Ling hadn't attacked him, causing him to miss out on a prey like Lin Ling. Bang! However, as Lin Ling's fist collided with the sharp blades of sand, the power of 3,000 universes immediately erupted, as if it were a heavy world. The sand couldn't be cut, couldn't be blown away. Luo Yaoshi sneered. Once Lin Ling died, he would show off in front of Titani. But at this time, he felt something strange, as if the aura of hell was spreading outwards. As he turned his head, he saw a black shadow shooting towards him. It was a fist. The two of them came together. How is this possible? Luo Dazhuang roared in his heart. Before this, he had seen Lin Ling suffer 2 attacks and nearly die. Thus, he didn't place Lin Ling in his eyes. But now, he felt threatened. Most importantly, he had seen that although Lin Ling was at the first stage of the World King realm, his talent was ordinary and he didn't even have a Xian body, and he had the 3rd grade 9 Heavens Sand King body. Bang! As he was thinking, a fist landed on his cheek. Like a battering ram, he was sent flying off the hill. Bang bang bang! Almost at the same time, a sandstorm erupted above the hill, causing countless people to be stunned. No way! Young Master Luo Dazhuang was sent flying. He is the 12th young master of my commandery. Who is this guy? The crowd cried out in alarm. To the geniuses of various worlds, the local geniuses of the martial god world were invincible. But now, this legend had been broken. As for Titani, he was also stunned. He couldn't believe it. Lin Ling appeared above the hill. He slowly walked towards Xianxia, a smile finally appearing on his cold face. Why are you here? He finally asked the question. Xianxia was still surprised by Lin Ling's strength. She never thought that Lin Ling would become so strong not long after coming to the martial god world. I came to find you. But, you are really hard to find. Then, Xianxia smiled. No matter what, she was satisfied to be able to see her man again. Silly girl, didn't I tell you that I was in the martial god camp? Are you in the martial god camp now? Do you have no sense of direction? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. You're the one with no sense of direction. I was kidnapped. Xianxia sniffed in dissatisfaction. The conversation between the two could be said to be ignored. In the distance, Tai Tianyi was still hoping that Lin Ling would treat him seriously. But, he was disappointed. All of you, enough. Tai Tianyi shouted angrily, interrupting the conversation between Lin Ling's fish Xianxia. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold once again. I don't know which corner you came from, but I know that you're courting death. Lin Ling said coldly as he slowly pulled out the sword in his hand. In the distance, Luo Yazhuang also stood up and spat out a mouthful of broken teeth. His eyes stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to swallow him whole. You must die today. He was thoroughly enraged. Previously, he had only underestimated Lin Ling. This time, he would definitely make Lin Ling regret it. Loser, just watch from the side. I'll take care of him. However, Tai Tianyi sneered. This time, it was his turn to take action. He wanted to obliterate Lin Ling. First level World King realm. Not bad at all. To be able to give Luo Yazhuang a punch, that means you are extremely formidable in some domain. Tai Tianyi stared at Lin Ling, praising him. It was as if he was very satisfied that Lin Ling had given Luo Yazhuang a punch, but in the next moment, a mysterious flame floated out from his body, covering the hill and pouring down in torrents. Beast fire, it could leave a slave's seal on the soul. He clearly wanted Lin Ling to be his slave so that he could show off in front of Luo Yazhuang. I am the master. Tai Tianyi's voice was divine. A beast fire was born in Lin Ling's body and began to burn. His talent was also a third-grade mystic body. He believed that he could easily control Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was overthinking things. On the surface, Lin Ling's talent wasn't strong. But in truth, his hidden talent was terrifying. The left eye was an existence that surpassed the mystic body. The divinity and demon body was condensed, suppressing the aura of divinity and demons. The fish monster king had the aura of hell. From a certain perspective, just by relying on his mortal body, Lin Ling's talent was in no way inferior to an ordinary mystic body. Get over here. Tai Tianyi angrily shouted. And beneath his voice, Lin Ling walked over. This caused Tai Tianyi's lips to curve in a proud smile as he taunted Luo Yazhuang. Luo Yazhuang's complexion was ugly. He had actually lost to Tai Tianyi. The crowd also shook their heads. They had all seen Tai Tianyi's methods before. There was simply no way to defend against him. Once the beast fire appeared, the world would become his slave. That youth had likely become a slave. At this time, Lin Ling coldly walked in front of Tai Tianyi. Tai Tianyi faintly smiled at him. Not bad, I've finally received a slave with strength that can be seen in public. Now, kneel down before me. His voice carried with it a thick majesty. A beast king appeared behind him, as if he were summoning all beasts. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent. What? Even now, you still want to resist my beast fire? Seeing this, Tai Tianyi suddenly frowned, thinking that Lin Ling was still resisting. However, he disdainfully shook his head. You can't resist my beast fire of Kuan. Your body and soul have already been implanted with a slave seal. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling finally spoke. What are you playing at? As soon as he finished speaking, he viciously threw a punch with the aura of hell erupting. Boom! That punch directly hit Tai Tianyi's cheek, causing him to fly backward like Luo Yazhuang. He flew along the swamp, creating a deep ditch in the swamp. After he crashed into the ground some distance away, the crowd's expressions became completely interesting. Previously, Luo Yazhuang and Tai Tianyi had both treated Lin Ling as prey. They took turns to attack him, but in the end, they were both sent flying by Lin Ling's punch. Playing? The surrounding geniuses from various worlds all opened their mouths wide. Who is this young man? Why is he so fierce? On the hill, the black-clothed lady stared at Lin Ling, as if she was even more confused by what was happening in front of her. In terms of talent, the young man was not strong at all. How could he break Luo Yazhuang's attacks time and time again? She could not see through all of this. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling was suppressed twice in a row and almost died. How could he be suppressed so easily after a breath's time? Amazing, amazing. Amazing. Defeat them. Cheers. After the surrounding geniuses recovered from their shock, they immediately cheered. They had long disliked Luo Yazhuang and the others. Now, they finally saw someone who could defeat them. Bastard, where did this guy come from? Why is he not afraid of Tai Tiany's beast fire and my sandstorm? Cheers. Luo Yazhuang originally wanted to attack, but at this moment, he did not dare to do so because he could not see through Lin Ling anymore. As soon as this thought appeared, he felt humiliated. After all, not long ago, he did not take Lin Ling seriously at all. Now, however, they were the ones who lost face. Bang, at almost the same time, flames erupted from the swamp and the cry of a beast echoed out. Tai Tiany stroked his cheek and walked over. Very good, very good. You actually punched me. Anger. His voice was thick with anger. This fellow's bodily strength is not bad. However, a World King powerhouse does not rely on their physical strength. Warning. Tai Tiany's pupils shrank. It looks like I'll have to borrow some martial arts. Warning. Weren't you too bored before? Weren't you looking for some people to pass the time? Now, is that enough? Warning. Lin Ling stared at the two, the anger in his eyes still not disappearing. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Both of you come at me together. Attack. As his voice fell, he grasped the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. He stepped off the hill and shot towards the two. This sudden turn of events caused everyone on the hill to be stunned. They thought that Luo Yazhuang and Tai Tiany would be enraged and attack first, who knew that the one to attack would be Lin Ling. I'm the Lin Ling you've been looking for. Who is this fellow? The black-clothed woman on the hill also felt that Lin Ling was far too arrogant. She didn't dare to underestimate him. In the distance, Luo Yaoshi and the others were stunned. The blue veins on their foreheads became increasingly prominent. Beast King's entrustment. Tai Tiany was the first to unleash his ultimate technique. Multicolored flames soared into the sky. His hair grew crazily, and his physique became even more burly. His clothes were torn apart, allowing him to transform into a huge five-colored ancient ape. This ancient ape seemed to be the lord of a world. Every movement of his was accompanied by terrifying beast flames. Divine Sand Strike. Luo Yazhuang also unleashed his strongest attack. A giant brown scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail was raised high, and it shot towards Lin Ling from a distance, bringing with it a rain of sand. The two of them attacked. They wished they could kill Lin Ling. This was because they had lost all face today, and this was also because countless geniuses from various worlds were looking at them. However, the sword in the sky was fearless. It slashed down like a meteor. What was surprising was that this sword was extremely slow. What is this move? Does he also know Primal World martial arts? Why does it give me a strange feeling? The black-clothed woman frowned. She felt that Lin Ling was far too mysterious. Insignificant tricks. Looking at the skies, Luo Yaoshi and the others disdainfully shouted out. Their powerful attacks were also launched. Bang, the great sword came slashing down. What was terrifying was that this sword was simultaneously resisting two first-stage World King powerhouses. Although no one knew whether or not Lin Ling could win, no one would laugh at him even if he lost. This was because these two were extremely famous juniors of the four great commanderies and were destined to enter the three great academies of Azure Province. It could also be said that amongst the elites of Azure Province, they were also illustrious, much less in front of the geniuses of various worlds. Impossible, he absolutely cannot win. The black-clothed woman shouted out once more. Xianxia clenched his fists, his eyes glued to the youth in the skies. At this moment, this youth was extremely handsome, as if he could cut apart the earth with his sword. Master strength has become so powerful. He will definitely win. The Dark Dragon Emperor and the others were also very nervous, but they also had a strong sense of pride, because their master had only been in the martial god realm for a short period of time, but now he was able to fight with the geniuses of the martial god realm. Ka. The giant sword was still colliding with the two major moves, but something shocking happened. Although the sword was slow, it was like a foolish old man moving a mountain, like dripping water penetrating a stone. It was actually slowly suppressing the opponent. Cut, this was the power of slicing. Vibration, he's using the power of vibration to cut our moves. Tai Tianyi let out a terrified cry. Beside him, Luo Yazhuang's face was also pale. He never thought that this sword would be so miraculous. Didn't you say that I can only rely on the strength of my physical body? As for Lin Ling, he was still holding his sword and slashing down. His eyes were cold as the world essence in his body continuously poured into the Tyrant Song sword, Black Sword Record, Heart of the Flute sword. However, as his sword grew sharper and sharper, his ultimate sword Dao was also activated. A wisp of chaotic energy, invisible to the naked eye, smashed through everything in its path. We can't block it, retreat. What a terrifying sword. Who is he? As soon as the chaotic energy appeared, Luo Yazhuang and the others' faces changed drastically. They wanted to block it, but they couldn't. Luo Yazhuang's arm was directly cut off, while Tai Tianyi's chest was cut by the chaotic energy. However, at the critical moment, the two of them frantically retreated to avoid the terrifying sword. Boom, the sword slashed down on the ground, causing a loud boom that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This sword was so terrifying, the entire swamp seemed to have quieted down. Only the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. What kind of power is that? Why is it like this? This person's talent isn't strong at all. At the beginning, his martial arts couldn't suppress Luo Yazhuang and the others. Why did he suddenly erupt with a mysterious power at the critical moment? The woman in black said word by word. At this moment, she was even more curious about the young man. Who are you? In the distance, Luo Yazhuang and the others' faces were red as they roared angrily. They had lost all faith in this battle. The two of them together couldn't suppress the young man. This was like a dream. The most ironic part was that they'd actually felt disdain towards the young man and wanted to tease him. However, they'd almost been the ones to be killed. I'm the Lin Ling you're looking for. Lin Ling held his sword with an icy cold expression. Actually, he wanted to kill them as well. However, it was slightly difficult for him to accomplish that with his current strength. Even if he could accomplish it, it would take a long time. Instantly killing them was very difficult. Lin Ling. You're Lin Ling from the Martial Gods Battalion. The pupils of Luo Yazhuang and the others instantly shook violently. That's right. I'm the Lin Ling that all of you have taken to be prey. Lin Ling spoke once more. The crowd instantly exploded. Earlier, they'd heard Luo Yazhuang and the others talking about who would kill Lin Ling first. If they encountered Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would definitely be annihilated like an ant, but now, it seemed like they were the ones to be annihilated. They were absolutely no match for Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. What are all of you doing? At this moment, a low voice suddenly resounded. An old man in green clothes walked over from afar. His footsteps weren't quick, but they carried a mysterious rhythm. He appeared on the hill in just 3 steps. Everyone's expressions changed violently when they saw this person. Obviously, the old man's strength was extremely terrifying, and he'd left a heavy shadow in their hearts. Shit. An expert has arrived. His strength is probably comparable to a deputy general. Commander Huang Qi and the others laughed bitterly. They knew that Lin Ling was in trouble. However, if they encountered such a situation, they would definitely come out as well. Because they'd seen that those who'd been captured earlier were Lin Ling's friends and family. My lord, kill him. He's from the Martial Gods Battalion. Luo Yazhuang immediately roared furiously, causing the old man to frown as he stared at Lin Ling. Many people from the Martial Gods Battalion died just now. Could it be that you're not smart enough and want even more to die? The old man emanated terrifying killing intent. Kill him. He's here to disrupt our plans. Tai Tianyi shouted gloomily. Hee hee, 2 pieces of trash. Seeing this, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Previously, he didn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. However, now that Xianxia and the others were in trouble, he naturally had to step forward. He'd already predicted the situation in front of him. You called us trash? Luo Yazhuang was so angry that his body trembled. Lin Ling actually called him trash in front of everyone. Damn it. Can a loser only show off his strength with words? Can you only rely on others? If you're a man, why don't you fight me one-on-one? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully as he stared at Luo Yazhuang. However, his words made Luo Yazhuang grit his teeth. He couldn't refute. If you don't dare, then admit that you're trash. The smile on Lin Ling's face grew wider. Kill him, we can't leave him alive. Luo Yazhuang knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's opponent, so he begged the old man to kill him. After he finished speaking, he glared at Lin Ling with resentment and snorted coldly as if saying, "You're strong, but you're going to die." Tai Tianyi also pointed at Lin Ling, wishing he could cut Lin Ling into pieces. What else do you have to say? Reaching an agreement to the old man in green, as long as it affected the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he could kill anyone. Uncle Fu, it's me. However, at this moment, an anxious voice came from the crowd. Then, a young man walked out in large strides. Uncle Fu, he is my friend. Can you let him go for my father's sake? Just tell me how much money you want. As long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Aya, look at my mouth. How dare I talk about money in front of Uncle Fu? Slap. As he spoke, he slapped himself a few times. The crowd was stunned. What was this guy's background? Gong Yangjiang? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Gong Yangjiang knew the old man in green? Little Jiang, why are you here? Yes. However, the truth was that the green-robed old man indeed recognized Gong Yangjiang, but his expression remained unchanged. Don't get involved in the matters here. After all, today's matters aren't decided by me alone. That lord is also here, and even if it's that lord, the matters of the 8 gods' heavenly palace aren't decided by him. Yes. His words made it clear that it was useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Gong Yangjiang's expression changed. Grandpa Sunset is also here? How about I talk to him? Yes. The green-robed old man didn't expect Lin Ling to know the son of Qing province's Fu Hang manner. Moreover, from the looks of it, Xiajiang's attitude towards that young man was like a servant. This made him unable to understand. What did that young man do to make the son of Fu Hang manor follow him? After all, Fu Xing manor was a bank that could be found all over the 9 prefectures. It controlled a large amount of divine crystals. Its power was beyond imagination. Sai, go back. Even if your father is here, it's useless. However, the old man in green still shook his head. This made Gong Yangjiang anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the two talking, Lin Ling guessed that Gong Yangjiang was the son of Fu Xing manor. His background was not small, and the old man in green knew him. Obviously, this senior was also from Fu Xing manor. As for Fu Xing manor, he had been there before and had saved a lot of money there. Even he did not dare to underestimate this huge organization. Uncle Fu, can you spare his life? I beg you. Xian Yuange called out when she saw the old man continue to move forward. She was the one who was kidnapped by the old man, martial god Yungu, Dark Dragon Emperor, and the others also knelt down. Alas! When he saw this, the old man sighed again. I was the one who robbed you. I already owe you a little. However, that was the will of the higher-ups. I had no other choice. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Xian Yuange and the others turned pale. Haha, you're Lin Ling, right? Now you're regretting it. Seeing so many people pleading for leniency in vain, Luo Yazhuang gloated. No matter how tragic it is, it can't be compared to you. Lin Ling replied indifferently. His words made Luo Yaoshi furious. Their current appearances were indeed more miserable than Lin Ling's. Young friend, I'm sorry to offend you. At first, the green-robed old man did not think much of Lin Ling. But now, he began to pay more attention to him. After all, for so many people to plead on his behalf, this young man must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. However, would Lin Ling really die? Lin Ling was neither fast nor slow throughout the entire process. At this moment, he finally opened his mouth. Senior, you want to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but you're not familiar with it. If you kill me, you'll lose a guide. As soon as he said this, the green-robed old man stopped in his tracks. You know the way to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Yes. The 8 gods' heavenly palace has 9 levels. The first level is the meteor spacetime. I can only say this for now. If you don't believe me, then just kill me. Yes. Lin Ling smiled calmly. This was the reason why he was still fearless. Meteor spacetime? The green-robed old man's gaze trembled. Killing Lin Ling was a small matter, but what if Lin Ling really knew the way? However, he still asked, "You're not lying to me, right?" "Yes." "You think I'm free?" "Yes." Lin Ling retorted. Such words finally moved the green-robed old man. This young man was too confident. Could it be that he really had the confidence? Lin Ling also knew that the green-robed old man was moved. He smiled and said, "Of course, I can lead the way, but you have to let these people go. In addition to those 2 dogs, give them 10 slaps." Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at Luo Yaosher and the others, causing them to be tongue-tied. They wanted to see Lin Ling get obliterated, but Lin Ling had bewitched the green-robed old man and even slapped them in the face. Too hateful. "Sir, don't believe him. He's lying to you." Slap. "Lin Ling, you're so bold. You even dare to lie to Sir. Even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough." Slap. Soon after, Luo Yaosher and the others became furious. At the same time, they looked at the green-robed old man with anticipation. "If you can't do it, then just kill me." Slap. Lin Ling also stared at the old man. He spread out his hands as if he had nothing to lose. "If you believe me, then do as I say. If you don't, then kill me. Anyway, my life is cheap. It doesn't matter." How could the green-robed old man not understand this? He secretly admired Lin Ling's calmness. After all, not many people could remain calm in the face of death, therefore, he looked at Luo Yaosher and the others. "Bring your face closer." "Sir." The green-robed old man said calmly. "Sir, you believe him?" "Sir." Luo Yaosher and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost. Because the green-robed old man was one of them, but now, Lin Ling seemed to have become one of them. Lin Ling's mouth was really too powerful, more powerful than his strength. "It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't miss it. Otherwise, why do you think we captured these people and brought them here?" The green-robed old man said calmly. After he finished speaking, he slapped out, crack crack crack. Luo Yaosher's cheeks were fractured. At this moment, he was indeed very dazzling. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He asked for 10 slaps, but he didn't ask for it to be so ruthless. From this point, he could see that there were many forces involved in this plan, and they were not in the same camp. "Senior, you can hit them, but don't kill them. Leave them for me to kill." "All right." Lin Ling left these words, then walked towards Xianxia and the others to give them some instructions. The green-robed old man looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. He found that Lin Ling was a little too familiar. It felt as if Lin Ling also wanted to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. What an interesting kid. The green-robed old man thought. He looked at Tai Tianyi and then shook his head. These 2 claimed to be the geniuses of the martial god realm, but compared to that mysterious kid, they were still too far away. Slap, another slap sounded. The power was earth-shattering. What a ruthless old man. But at least you helped me vent my anger. Sigh. Lin Ling took a look and couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Go back with Commander Huang Qi and the others. Wait for me in the martial god barracks. I'll be back soon." "Lin Ling, I'll go with you." Xianxia sniffled and her eyes were moist. "Luyin, have you forgotten who I used to be?" Lin Ling's heart warmed as he kissed Xianxuange's smooth forehead, causing Xianxuange to finally feel better. Yes, her man was Li Xiaoyao. You guys should go too. Lin Ling looked at his disciples and said. Master, we'll wait for you at the martial god camp. Dark Dragon Emperor, ancient martial god Yun, and the others nodded. They weren't worried about Lin Ling because in their hearts, their master was omnipotent. Little friend, can we go now? At this moment, the old man in green looked at Lin Ling and said after completing the task given to him by Lin Ling, let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. Lin Ling nodded, put away the tyrannical song sword, and strode after the old man. Lin Ling, I'll give you a song. When my hair reaches my waist, the peach blossoms are still enchanting. Last year, the swallows returned to their nests early. How are you, young man from afar? Watching Lin Ling leave, Xianxia softly sang as if she was watching a general going to war, and she was quietly waiting at home, waiting for her daughter's triumphant return. In the distance, Lin Ling's footsteps trembled. This scene was familiar. In the past, in the ghost realm, in the demon realm, whenever Lin Ling went out to fight, Xianxia would give him a song. I'll be back. With Xianxia on his back, Lin Ling waved his hand. He didn't want to look back because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to let go. Even after Lin Ling's group disappeared, the sweet song was still floating in the swamp. The geniuses from all over the world stood there in a daze. Today, they were saved, and the person who saved them was named Lin Ling. Who was that lord from before? Finally, someone asked. Martial God Camp's Grand Commander Lin Ling. Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others stared into the distance. Although they were shocked, they still replied boldly. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now that they had returned to the army, they didn't know how to report back. However, they were certain that the matter of the 8 gods' heavenly palace was related to too many experts and forces. The martial god camp couldn't control it. We want to follow him. Yes. That's right, we're willing to be his subordinates. At this moment, the crowd roared. The geniuses from all over the world spoke with passion. After all, their lives were saved by Lin Ling. I can't make the decision on this matter, but if Lin Ling is here, I believe he will recruit you. Therefore, you have a high chance of becoming scouts of the Martial God Battalion. Now, come back with me. Go. Grand Commander and Xian to follow. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the green-robed elder forward. Luo Yaoshi and the rest followed behind with bruises all over their faces. At this moment, their eyes were like flames. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been burned to ashes. Unfortunately, their gazes were powerless. Lin Ling naturally guessed what the two of them were thinking. He said calmly, I know you two want to kill me very much, but when have I not been like this? What happened before was only interest. If there's a chance, you'll definitely die. All right. Let's see who will die when the time comes. Yes. Luo Yaoshi and the others coldly replied. As they walked forward, more and more people appeared in front of him. They covered more than half of the swamp. Upon closer inspection, many of them were captured slaves. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. It was obvious that many lives had been sacrificed to develop this area. Those who were still alive were at a loss. They were terrified of the unknown. Lin Ling sighed inwardly as he looked at the miserable scene. The world was heartless and treated all living things like dogs. No matter where one was, strength was everything. Without strength, one would be treated as cannon fodder. Their life and death were beyond one's control. Then, they landed. The old man in green warned them and left. Luo Yaoshi and the others also separated. However, before they left, they glared at Lin Ling with hatred. You're on your own. If the old man in green can't protect you, Luo Yaoshi and the others will definitely kill you. After all, Tating Commandery and Weiwa Commandery have sent out one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. The woman in black who had been following them reminded Lin Ling, thank you. Lin Ling replied with a smile. The woman in black took a deep look at Lin Ling and left. Lin Ling could be said to have entered the tiger's den. If he was useless, he would die. Lin Ling was well aware of this. Were you also captured? He asked. Sigh, these people are too cruel. Soon, people gathered around. There were not many, only a dozen of them. They were all martial emperors. These people were obviously captured and were in the same situation as Lin Ling. Since you're here, you must know something about the 8 gods' heavenly palace. How familiar are you with the 8 gods' heavenly palace? A burly young man looked at Lin Ling and asked. Louis, don't go too far. We're all captured. Why do you harm your own people? However, very quickly, an angry voice rang out and interrupted the young man, causing him to become furious. Soon after, a thin and weak man walked over. This person looked very handsome with a pale complexion and extremely pure eyes. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "We are all familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace, so we don't need to be cannon fodder to scout the way. We are called guides, and in the end, we are brought here. Those experts said that as long as we're useful, they'll let us go and even give us rewards." Louis asked you if you were familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace because he wanted to know your information. If you tell him, you'll be useless and will be treated as cannon fodder. As Louis spoke, he angrily glared at the young man. The others were the same. "Shi Wenba, you've got guts." The fellow called Louis coldly snorted and led the others away. "My name is Shi Wenba and I come from the mystic world. I just arrived at the martial god world, but who knew that I would be captured by these powerhouses?" The thin man ignored the threat and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. "My name is Lin Ling and I'm also one of the guides." Lin Ling also replied. In truth, how could he not know what Louis meant? Unfortunately, he was too familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. If he really wanted to speak, 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't be enough. We're all in the same boat. So, you can rest assured that with me here, that Louis won't dare to threaten you. Shi Wenba said again, causing Lin Ling to smile and nod. Thank you. These people had just arrived at the martial god world and had only given birth to a world essence seed, so they subconsciously thought that Lin Ling had also just arrived. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling was already at the first level of the World King realm. At home, rely on your parents. When you go out, rely on your friends. I hope that everyone can work together to pass through this difficult time. Shi Wenba said to the others, causing them to nod. It was clear that he had a very high prestige in this group of people. It was clear that he was very kind and was willing to help everyone. The 8 gods' heavenly palace is recorded in some ancient world. We've seen ancient texts before, so we have some understanding of that place. I hope that this understanding can help those powerhouses. Shi Wenba said again. If we can provide the correct information, then we won't have to die and will even be rewarded. These powerhouses are the titans of the martial god world. The rewards they give us will not be small. Crisis is accompanied by opportunity. This saying is true. The 3 religions and 9 schools, dragons and snakes dancing together, Lin Ling could sense that although these people seemed to be united on the surface, they all had their own thoughts. In a critical moment, they would still look out for themselves, only Shi Wenba was an exception. Lin Ling, right? The Lord orders you to move forward. As everyone was talking, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in the skies. He looked down at the crowd below and indifferently said. Seeing this, many people's complexions changed, envy in the depths of their eyes. They had been here for a long time already, but none of them had the chance to see these powerhouses. To be able to see these powerhouses was undoubtedly a great blessing. After all, if they couldn't see them, that meant they were useless and could only be cannon fodder at any time. Lin Ling, go. You will cross this crisis. Only Shi Wenba was happy for Lin Ling. Thank you. Lin Ling politely smiled. In truth, he was different from these people. He didn't worry about his own safety at all. In fact, he wanted to borrow these powerhouses to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Then, Lin Ling followed that person and soon arrived at a ruin. There were dilapidated city walls here and powerhouses were all around, each one of them at the World King realm. Moreover, there were several terrifying auras floating all around. Those sitting in these ruins are at least at the late World King realm. Moreover, there are several true divinity realm powerhouses hiding here. Lin Ling was startled. His soul force was powerful, thus he was able to sense the strength of the powerhouses around him. This meant that the number of powerhouses gathered for this plan had surpassed his imagination. Brother Sandthorn, that is Lin Ling. My commandery's city square was destroyed by him. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Beneath a ruin, Luo Yingyang pointed at Lin Ling. Beside him was a youth sitting cross-legged. Blood sand floated around this youth, occasionally forming ghost heads and demon fangs. This appearance was enough to make one's heart tremble. Although this youth wasn't too old, his aura was terrifying. He had likely reached the late World King realm. At the same time, gazes were also focused on them from several other directions. The strength of these people who were seated in various places was also unfathomable. As for the young man named Xianxia, he finally opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, and mysterious runes floated out from them. He said indifferently, "Get over here." The hidden expert's eyes flashed. Luo Xiaxia from the only commandery, one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, actually attacked a weak junior. At the same time, the sand formed a blood-colored rune that floated out majestically and enveloped Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered inwardly. He knew that Lin Ling was suppressing him with his innate talent. On the surface, Lin Ling's talent wasn't strong, but his 10,000 mammoths' magic eyes wasn't weak at all. "Who do you think you are?" Lin Ling replied indifferently, unmoving like a mountain. Sandthorn's pupils flashed with surprise. For the first time, he frowned and looked at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. "How bold of you. Brother Sandthorn told you to get over here, so you should get over here." From the side, Luo Yaosher angrily shouted. Then, he looked at Sandthorn with flattery. "Brother Sandthorn, this boy comes from the martial god camp. He doesn't know how strong you are or that you are one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. He is simply courting death." Before, when the blue-clothed old man was here, he couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. But now, with Luo Xiaxia here, what did he have to fear? Pong, and as soon as his voice fell, Lin Ling also moved. He stepped on the ground and shot towards Luo Yaosher. In midair, the sword on his back was drawn. Combined with his godly demon body, he ruthlessly slashed down. "You're courting death." Although Lin Ling's attack was fast, there were countless powerhouses in the ancient ruins. Naturally, they were able to sense Lin Ling's movements. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so bold. In fact, even Luo Xiaxia was surprised. But, he didn't attack. First, Lin Ling was only at the first level of the World King realm. He might not be able to kill Luo Yaosher. Second, he didn't believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. In his heart, Lin Ling was nothing more than a slave that had been captured, nothing more than cannon fodder. Who gave him the courage to be so arrogant? And at this time, Luo Yaosher also reacted. His pupils fiercely shook. He didn't think that Lin Ling would attack. Because of this, he had been too careless. As for Lin Ling's strength, he was sure that in a one-on-one battle, he absolutely couldn't stop Lin Ling. "You dare!" Luo Yaosher roared. The sword in the sky simply and crudely answered his question. Dare or not, heart flute sword form, the power of vibration appeared. Shua, in a moment of desperation, Luo Yaosher erupted with a terrifying sandstorm. But, it was cut apart by the sword. Moreover, a massive strength surged from the sword. Bang, Luo Yaosher's body shook. From above his head, he was cut in half by a sword. In truth, if he had been careful in dealing with Lin Ling, then Lin Ling might not have been able to kill him so easily. But, he had clearly underestimated Lin Ling's courage. "You." He pointed at Lin Ling. With so many powerhouses here, Lin Ling still dared to attack. "I already said that you will die." Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and calmly stood there. He knew that Luo Yaosher wouldn't let him go, so he had to strike first. Pudong. As Luo Yaosher heard the final words of his life, he finally fell to the ground. Even in death, he never imagined that with the blue-clothed old man here, he wouldn't die. But with Luo Xiaxia here, he would die even faster. Lin Ling didn't place Luo Xiaxia in his eyes at all. Dead, Luo Yaosher is dead. In the distance, Tai Tiany's eyes narrowed. With Luo Yaosher dead, he would be next. He couldn't help but feel terrified. At that moment, 2 meters away from Lin Ling, Luo Xiaxia was still sitting cross-legged. However, a terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. That was because Luo Yaosher had died right next to him. It was a great humiliation to him. Could it be that his reputation as one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou couldn't intimidate a piece of trash? Rumble, sand drifted out. It was extremely beautiful, as if it was a dance of sand. However, there was a murderous aura in the sand. Luo Xiaxia attacked. He was going to kill Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't even bother to say another word. He only wanted to kill this ant who overestimated himself. That's enough. However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. It was like a spring breeze that blew away all the sand. An old man appeared beside Lin Ling. It was the blue-clothed old man. He said calmly, "I brought this person back, so you can't kill him yet. He killed my men. I won't show you any respect." However, Luo Xianxia still sat on the ground and muttered to himself. There was a huge age gap between him and the blue-clothed old man. Moreover, the blue-clothed old man had a high status in this plan. However, he still dared to not show him any respect. This showed how powerful he was. Indeed, you don't have to show me any respect. However, don't forget that this plan wasn't decided by the two of us. The blue-clothed old man's eyes flickered, but he still said calmly. His words made Luo Xiaoxi's eyes turn cold, but he also fell silent. This guy is crazy. He killed our men before the heavenly palace even opened. In my opinion, we should kill him. At this moment, a young man in a golden robe in the distance said indifferently. He had a pair of golden sword wings behind his back. These wings were formed from numerous swords, making him seem like the chosen one of the heavens. This was another extremely extraordinary existence. The three great leaders, he wasn't too old, but his authority wasn't small at all. This proved that his strength was terrifying. Of course, to be able to become one of the 9 heavens of Blue Province, his reputation wasn't undeserved. Let's see what Senior Fu has to say. But at this time, a person wearing a blue cloak slowly walked over. The cloak completely covered him, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. His hands were placed on the pockets of the cloak, and he walked over while holding the pockets. His style was extremely unique. This person was strong, unfathomably deep. The eyes of the powerhouses in the ruins flashed. This was Void. No one knew where he came from, they only knew that he was involved in this plan, but he was actually speaking up for that youth. This was strange. After all, the Void they knew was cold and emotionless, someone who didn't care about anything. This is because his familiarity with the 8 divinity heavenly palace surpasses that of the other guides. The blue-clothed old man slowly said. He knew that if he didn't speak of Lin Ling's use, he feared that Lin Ling would be killed by everyone. Are you sure? Yes. A voice suddenly floated up. Of course. Yes. The blue-clothed old man nodded. In truth, he wasn't too sure. As for Lin Ling, he stood beside him, his expression calm from beginning to end. It was like the one he had killed wasn't Luo Yazhuang, but a dog. In truth, he already knew that the blue-clothed old man would help him. And now, he was sure that he had finally arrived at the core of this plan. There were indeed many powerhouses here, however, this was even better. It would be beneficial for him to enter the 8 divinity heavenly palace. I think that this junior is quite arrogant. When others see us, which one of them isn't respectful and fearful? But he looks at us as if we are peers. Haha, a first-level World King Realm brat is actually so confident. Yes. Another voice sounded out. It was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. His back was hunched and a massive number of needles were inserted into it. He was like a hedgehog, giving off a frightening feeling. Then, the old man stared at Lin Ling and said, I don't like juniors who don't know the rules. Here, only those like us can speak. As a guide, you don't have the right to speak. I hope you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. He had no enmity with Lin Ling, but he just didn't like Lin Ling because Lin Ling dared to kill in front of him. He was too arrogant. That's old monster Lone Mountain from the Green Toad realm. He has been cultivating in the martial god realm for many years. Once, in a fit of anger, he turned an entire realm into a poison realm. At that moment, the green-robed old man secretly reminded Lin Ling, the people here were from all walks of life, dragons and snakes dancing together. Lin Ling smiled. He thought it was some kind of amazing existence, but it turned out that it was just a loose cultivator. When he, Li Xiaoyao, rose like a comet, any loose cultivator who saw him would take a detour. The same goes for you. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you won't be able to rest in peace even if you die. Lin Ling didn't back down. Huh? The crowd fell silent. They never thought that the junior would dare to talk back when old monster Lone Mountain threatened him. Such a matter simply exceeded their imaginations. This guy. Even the green-robed old man was shocked. He had warned Lin Ling to be more careful. Who knew that Lin Ling would counterattack directly? Hee, the little guy from the Martial God Battalion is not bad. However, be careful of being too arrogant and losing your life at any time. Another person was discontent, releasing a cold laugh. Lin Ling looked over, discovering that the one who spoke was Sea Burial Chiefing King. Moreover, the other party recognized his origins. Lin Ling sneered and didn't want to waste his breath. However, it seemed like there were many voices against Lin Ling. The Martial God Battalion works for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty in the name of justice. However, they have offended many people. Many people in the Martial God Battalion want to kill them. A charming voice was heard. On top of an ancient city wall, a woman in a cheongsam was sitting there lazily with her long legs crossed. Her fair and slender legs were extremely attractive. She was like a queen. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That was because he knew her, Queen Xianxia. In the past, when Lin Ling was about to join the Martial God Battalion, he participated in a scout mission to destroy a county in the prairie. That was when he met Queen Xianxia. He was almost kidnapped by Queen Xianxia. Most importantly, Queen Xianxia seemed to be very familiar with his origin. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Queen Xianxia was surprised to see Lin Ling here. She was curious about Lin Ling. She wasn't sure if Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao, but she had her suspicions. Since so many people want to kill him, then let's kill him. He's just an ant. I don't like it. Another old monster said. Who said I want to kill him? I just want to capture him and make him my male slave. To everyone's surprise, Queen Xianxia spoke up for Lin Ling. Her every move was filled with the domineering aura of a formidable person, which silenced the old monster who spoke. They had all heard of Queen Xianxia's domineering aura. Of course, there were also those who weren't afraid of her. Just as they were about to speak up, darkness descended from the sky. The darkness came without any warning. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they became cautious. Almost at the same time, the darkness condensed into a figure. It was a black figure, as if it was a shadow. No matter what grudges or conflicts there are, I hope that we can settle them after the 8 gods' heavenly palace ends. Whoever dares to make a move now will die. The shadow spoke. As you wish. All the experts replied in unison. That shadow was in the true god realm, and he was one of the strongest experts in this plan, and his origin was also very frightening. He was the triple kill expert of the Flying Dragon Organization, Yi. This person is from the Flying Dragon Organization and has a record of 3 kills. The so-called 3 kills are from the assassination missions issued by the Flying Dragon Organization. He completed 3 difficult missions and obtained the title from that. The old man in green secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had heard of the Flying Dragon Organization before. During the Battle of the Divine List in the Martial God Battalion, it was said that the commander of the Army King was from the Flying Dragon Organization. This assassin's alliance was spread all over the 9 prefectures, and it was a fearsome name. I agree with what Yi said. At the same time, the sunset glow appeared, and a spirited old man seemed to walk out from the sunset glow. My lord. The old man in green immediately saluted. This person seemed to be his superior. Another expert in the true god realm. Lin Ling thought to himself. He guessed that the old man was a big shot in the Fuxing manner. After the old man appeared, he looked deeply at Lin Ling, and then looked at the crowd with a smile. Compared to the various old monsters around, the old man was obviously more normal. Lord Sunset Glory of the Fuxing manner. The green-robed elder whispered into Lin Ling's ear, and Lin Ling nodded. The 2 strongest leaders of this mission had appeared, and with so many strong cultivators gathered for this mission, there could be more than just 2 leaders. In fact, his guess was right, the 3rd leader had appeared. This was a man in white armor. His steps were like a dragon, and he was full of dominance. He had a heroic beard on his face, and he looked like a king. Falling time and space. The heavenly court was another huge force in the 9 states. Moreover, this man had another identity. He was the 2nd generation of Tsongling Academy, one of the 3 great academies in the Green State. He was the youngest among the 3, but his strength had already reached the true god realm. In an instant, all the experts had gathered. Lin Ling stared deeply at the white-armored man. A member of the heavenly court? Coincidentally, he was his enemy. Bring all the travel permits here and bring all the cannon fodder here. Prepare to open the 8 gods' heavenly palace. At this moment, Battle Emperor Linging spoke in a dignified voice. With these words, all the experts became excited. The eight gods' heavenly palace was said to be a secret realm left behind by the eight gods of the martial god realm. Those who entered the 9 palaces would reach the peak of the martial god realm. This trip, whether they would soar to the heavens or fall forever, it all depended on this moment. Not only them, when the cannon fodder and other experts arrived, all of them became excited. Even Lin Ling was the same. The eight gods' heavenly palace, it was time for him to return. As long as he could obtain the time and space divine steel, he would be halfway to success on the martial path. Open the heavenly palace. Someone shouted, the ground shook, and all the soil began to flow backward. Gradually, a huge heavenly palace appeared. The heavenly palace was glorious, and the path to the palace was at the top. The 9th floor was at the deepest part of the ground. Blood flowed out continuously. Obviously, opening the heavenly palace had sacrificed a lot of lives. Everyone did not hesitate and walked toward the heavenly palace. Heavenly palace, we meet again. Lin Ling looked at the eight gods' heavenly palace with nostalgia. In the past, he did not sacrifice many lives to enter, but relied on another secret technique to enter. Now, he was revisiting the old place. Suddenly, he smiled coldly and stared at a youth who was about to enter the heavenly palace. You're called Luo Xianxia, right? Let me remind you, don't touch the heavenly palace. Rumble, just as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the heavenly palace. A giant steel fell, suppressing the 9 heavenly palaces of Green State. Out of curiosity, this person touched the door of the heavenly palace and triggered the restriction. Boom, when the huge stone steel completely smashed down, everyone saw that there were a large number of words on the stone steel. 8 gods' heavenly palace, dead enter, living escape. This was a warning, of course, to everyone. The one who was most surprised was Lin Ling. This was because he had just entered the heavenly palace, but Lin Ling seemed to know some taboos. At the same time, sand appeared around the stone tablet and turned into a silhouette. It was Luo Xianxia, but he was obviously injured. Of course, compared to the injuries on the surface, he was even more furious because he had lost face. This made his face extremely gloomy. Isn't it great? Lin Ling smiled and strode into the heavenly palace. It was as if he wasn't the one who had been captured, but was more like the master. Seeing this, many experts secretly narrowed their eyes as they were shocked. Hee, I'm getting more and more interested in him. Xianxia Queen smiled seductively. Her breasts were bouncing. After entering the heavenly palace, everyone discovered that this place was a world of its own. The surroundings were pitch black, and a large number of huge rocks were floating in all directions. Moreover, rocks would shoot over from time to time, making one feel as if they had arrived in the starry sky. Meteor spacetime. Lin Ling looked around with a smile on his face. Bang, almost at the same time, a meteor shot over. Some of the cannon fodder didn't react in time and were directly blown to pieces. Suddenly, a large number of panicked cries rang out. The cannon fodder and powerhouses fled in all directions, but they still couldn't escape the attacks of the meteors. Besides the 3 leaders, even the late World King powerhouses were left in an extremely distressed state. Don't panic, don't panic. What are these meteors? Why can't my world essence block them? Voices rang out everywhere. The crowd was like a hornet's nest that had exploded, fleeing in all directions. Haha, this is meteor spacetime. The more chaotic you are, the faster you die. Suddenly, someone laughed with satisfaction, mocking those who had died. Looking around, it was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province, Sunbone. Tai Tianyi was beside him, and they all had gloating expressions on their faces. As for behind them, there were several guides. They were guides like Lin Ling, and it was clear that these guides had given them directions. As these words came out, many people reacted and no longer dared to move. Then, they discovered that these meteors followed people. The more you ran, the more the meteors chased after you. If you didn't move, the meteors would ignore you. Of course, this was easy to say. In truth, if no one warned them, they would still run. After all, when a meteor crashed down, no one could remain calm. In my opinion, we should kill those useless guides. They have caused so many of us to die. Sunbone indifferently said, his eyes staring at Lin Ling. It was clear that Tai Tianyi had asked him for help. As for Lin Ling, he was also a guide, but he was obviously useless, so he proposed to kill him. Suddenly, many people echoed his sentiments. However, the three leaders didn't speak, causing many people to helplessly shake their heads. As for the three leaders, they stared ahead. This meteor spacetime was too large, so how could they reach the second level? Moreover, what treasures were there here? For a moment, many people had the same idea, only Lin Ling sneered. Without saying a word, he quietly flew toward a huge meteor in the distance. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him, and no one was afraid that he would run away. After all, this was a dangerous place, and he would die faster if he ran away alone. However, a few people were paying attention to him. One of them was Shi Wenba. He seemed to be worried about Lin Ling. The other three people were the cloaked man, Void, Queen Xianxia, and the old man in green. When they saw Lin Ling flying toward a meteor, they immediately followed him. When Lin Ling landed on the meteor, they stepped forward and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was surprised. "Why are you following me? We are afraid that you will run away," Queen Xianxia said with a charming smile. Of course, she didn't mean what she said, Lin Ling sneered. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. Instead, he looked forward. In the void in front of him, tens of thousands of people were still floating there. They thought that they were safe, but soon, more meteors were flying toward them. They seemed to be meteors that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. This, should we move or not? Those meteors are flying toward us. What a huge meteor. I want to run away. Senior Sun Bone, should we run away? The people panicked. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. They wanted to run away, but they didn't dare to. They were afraid that the meteors would chase after them. In fact, even Sun Bone's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know why this happened. Finally, when the meteors were getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but be the first to run away. F***ck. Many people cursed angrily. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the meteors fell and killed a large number of lives. Even Sun Bone was severely injured. As he was running away, he killed a few of his guides in anger. Meeting the martial god tree again. Look over there, those guys are hiding in the meteorites. They're fine. Yes. Someone with sharp eyes noticed the situation at Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling and the others were fine, and even seemed to be enjoying the show. Their expressionless faces made Sun Bone's face turn gloomy. In my opinion, those who are talking nonsense and trying to kill everyone should be killed. Standing on the meteorite, Lin Ling spoke indifferently, directly rebuking Sun Bone. Do you know who you're talking to? Sun Bone's face instantly turned cold, and he shouted sternly. Lin Ling is so arrogant, he will never yield in front of an expert. The crowd was secretly shocked. Because of Lin Ling's arrogance, he had offended many experts. Alright, don't forget the rules, someone said, causing Sun Bone to frown. He could only suppress his anger, because the person who spoke was not simple. Fortunately, we followed him, or we would have been the ones to suffer. Yes. Behind Lin Ling, Queen Xianxia and the others looked at each other, secretly feeling lucky. No wonder Lin Ling was acting so sneakily. It turned out that he was already aware of it, and had been waiting for a good show. In fact, Lin Ling already knew that the meteorites were not only chasing people, but they would also shoot towards you even if you didn't move. Only by hiding in the meteorites floating in the void would one be safe. Seems like this guy is really familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Yes. As for the old man in green, his eyes had a strange look. Subsequently, more and more people appeared on Lin Ling's meteorite. The travel guides looked at Lin Ling with envy, and Louis was among them. Little friend, what should we do next? Among the 3 leaders, Luo Riyao looked at Lin Ling with shock in his eyes. This was because the 8 gods' heavenly palace was a name that many people knew. However, there were not many people who were familiar with the heavenly palace. Even the guides they captured were only slightly familiar with the heavenly palace. Who would have thought that this mysterious youth would be more familiar with the heavenly palace than everyone else? Go where there's light. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Alright, then let's do as you say. Luo Riyao nodded and glanced at the crowd, seemingly asking if they had any opinions. Everyone seemed to agree. Among these powerhouses, many of them were dissatisfied with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was indeed somewhat powerful, so they temporarily endured it. Let's get this straight. I don't want to hear any more threats like before. However, Lin Ling also took the opportunity to raise his conditions. Alright, I promise you. Sunset Sun nodded immediately and looked at everyone threateningly. What he meant was, if anyone dared to harm Lin Ling again, don't blame us for being merciless. Bastard. The two Heavens Wills cursed in their hearts. To them, Lin Ling was only an ant, but he was so proud of himself in front of them. Soon, the crowd moved forward again. Then, they discovered that the meteorites here were of various colors. Some were motionless, some were swaying slightly, and some were drifting aimlessly. There were all kinds of strange things. The crowd didn't dare to fly around randomly. They all followed the meteorites. This way, it was much safer. Eh? There's an ancient tree growing on that meteorite. It's the martial god tree. Suddenly, the Luosha thorn let out a cry of surprise. On top of a huge meteorite in front of them, there was a sapling as tall as a human. There were many fruits on the tree, emitting rings of light. Unfortunately, those fruits were not ripe yet. That was the martial god tree. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The martial god barracks also had a tree like this, which only grew in the void of the universe. Moreover, the divine tree in front of them was immature. The fruits could be eaten directly. If it grew, the fruits would become the talent fruit. It seems to be the martial god tree of the immortal level. Many powerhouses licked their lips. Although it was not of the Xian level, it could still be helpful for cultivation. However, no one dared to move carelessly. The danger of the meteorite spacetime was obvious to all. Since it's a guide, it should be the guide who explores the path. Lin Ling, you go. At this time, Old Monster Lone Mountain suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said. He actually wanted Lin Ling to explore the unknown path. There are so many cannon fodder and guides here. Why do you want Lin Ling to go? However, the green-robed old man immediately said. That place was very dangerous. If Lin Ling went, he would definitely die. He was the one who guided us to this path. Then, he should be the first to explore the things we encounter on the way. Old Monster Lone Mountain sneered. That's right. Since he guided us to this path, he should be the first to experiment when we encounter danger. The Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King also said. In the distance, the two heavenly talents stared at Lin Ling with sneers. Obviously, they were trying to teach Lin Ling a lesson. After all, 60% of the people here were stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling should be humble in front of them, not arrogant. You guys are too petty. If it weren't for his guidance, you would still be chased by meteorites. Now that you're safe, you've forgotten about the well-digger. Hearing everyone's words, the green-robed old man's face turned ugly and he objected again. However, he was the only one who objected. The others were silent. Whether they were hostile to Lin Ling or not, they definitely needed someone to explore the path. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Sunset Brilliance. Senior, do you want me to explore the path? Not far away, Sunset Brilliance's eyes flickered. He could also see that many people wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. In fact, he also had the same idea because he also felt that Lin Ling was too difficult to control. He was very arrogant. Then, will you go? Sunset Brilliance suddenly said. He was thinking that if Lin Ling was in danger, he would lend a hand and take the opportunity to lower Lin Ling's arrogance. Why wait for his reply? If we want him to go, he will go. Seeing that one of the three leaders was asking for Lin Ling's opinion, the crowd was very dissatisfied. They did not give Lin Ling any other choice. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. I can go, but if I encounter any danger along the way, will there be anyone to help me? You? Dream on. If you die ahead, then you can only blame yourself for not being tough enough. Cold laughter rang out instantly. What a joke. Lin Ling was such a weakling. Why should they help him? In fact, the three leaders would not let anything happen to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling knew more than the others. Therefore, they only wanted to suppress Lin Ling's pride and make Lin Ling more obedient. Looks like I'm not that popular. Lin Ling shook his head and revealed a faint smile. If that's the case, I don't need your help. However, if I get anything, I'm sure you'll be too embarrassed to share it with me. These people wanted to suppress his spirit. How could Lin Ling not know this? Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not let them have their way. After all, if he listened to everything they said, Lin Ling would lose the initiative. We'll talk about it if you can survive. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Another increase in strength. Go, I promise you. Yes. Luo Riyao nodded. If Lin Ling went to scout, no one would help him. Naturally, the treasures he obtained would not be shared with others. Although Lin Ling was a guide, he still had to be given some benefits. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Ling did not encounter any danger. Hearing that, Lin Ling fell silent. He stared at the meteorite in front of him and did not move. Go, weren't you very arrogant before? Yes. Looks like he's just trying to show off. Now that he knows he's weak, he should just shut his mouth and listen to us. He'll do whatever we say. We are no worse than this guide. Many powerhouses took the opportunity to suppress Lin Ling. As for the guides, they spoke out of jealousy. They all thought that Lin Ling did not dare to go. He was just showing off before. However, Lin Ling still did not move in the face of those sneers. If he doesn't dare to go, then let's continue. One of the three leaders, Yi, spoke out. He also thought that Lin Ling did not dare to go. Wait, did I say I wouldn't go? However, at that moment, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth lazily. His tone was calm, which surprised everyone. Eh? And Ye's eyes flickered. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so calm when talking to him. I was just a little nervous before. That's why I was hesitating. But since I boasted, I have no choice but to go. So, for the sake of my dignity, I will definitely go. Lin Ling smiled faintly and strode forward. For dignity? Haha, did he forget that he is only a guide? Even the weak have dignity? However, this brat is also a tough nut to crack. Let's see if he will die there for the sake of that last breath. Many people were stunned. Then, their sneers deepened. Lin Ling did not want to be humiliated by powerhouses, so he braced himself and went. From this, it could be seen that Lin Ling did not have much confidence. This brat is really stubborn. Luo Riyao looked at the green-robed elder and shook his head. Alas, why go against everybody for the sake of one breath? The blue-clothed old man bitterly smiled. After meeting Lin Ling, he realized that Lin Ling was very stubborn. Let alone facing experts like them, even if he were to face the sky of the martial god world, he probably wouldn't kneel down. Lin Ling was like a proud and aloof swordsman. He didn't fit in with the crowd and did things his own way. However, he was also prepared to make a move. He believed that the meteorite must be dangerous, and he could not let anything happen to Lin Ling, but the reality was that Lin Ling was very safe. There wasn't even the slightest wind. Lin Ling seemed to be walking on the safest path in the heavenly palace. We're here. Furthermore, he plucked all of the fruits on the tree. He's back now. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. He had succeeded just like that? It was too simple. Even Luo Riyao's eyes narrowed. There was no danger at all? Okay, I'm back. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's smiling voice was heard. He was unscathed at this moment. Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, many experts' foreheads were filled with blue veins. They had been fooled by Lin Ling. Due to their fear of the meteorite, they thought that the colorful meteorite was definitely dangerous. However, that meteorite was actually very safe. Hand over the martial god fruit. Finally, an angry voice was heard. It was Sun Gu. How could they be satisfied when they saw that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure so easily while they had not obtained anything? That's right. Leave one martial god fruit and hand over the rest. Don't be too greedy. Those martial god fruits should have been ours, but we were fooled by you. Hand it over. Many experts spoke up too. Even Lu Yi was speaking up for them. In their eyes, Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. Besides, although the martial god fruits were only for the immortal flesh, they could still improve their strength if they were used for cultivation. Hee hee. Lin Ling burst into laughter when he heard the angry roars around him. He suddenly yelled, I asked you to go, but none of you dared to go. Now you have the nerve to say that the martial god fruits belong to you? Are you all so thick-skinned? I only have one word for you, piss off. His voice was extremely loud. It echoed across the rift like thunder. How bold. The experts were enraged. Lin Ling was asking them to piss off? I know you're furious. If you're not satisfied, then come and kill me. Kill whoever dares to. Lin Ling's aura grew stronger. He took a step forward fearlessly. Were these experts treating Lin Ling as cannon fodder? If there was danger, he would go first. If there was a reward, everyone would share it. How could there be such a good deal? Since Lin Ling had started cultivating until now, he'd never suffered a loss like this. The reward this time belongs to him because he risked his life to obtain those treasures. Not to mention that we'll definitely encounter many meteorites along the way. There are treasures on them as well. Everyone can seize them when the time comes. Meanwhile, the warlord Ling Ying tried to smooth things over. Many experts could only suppress their anger. That's right. Moreover, we've already agreed that we won't help him if he encounters danger. So, we'll be embarrassed to share the treasures. Luo Riyao spoke as well. Many experts had embarrassed expressions on their faces. They were indeed quite shameless. What a bunch of mobs. At this moment, Lin Ling laughed coldly. After that, he placed the martial god fruits into his mouth. These treasures would only bring greed to him if he kept them. So, it was best to swallow them directly. The eyes of many experts narrowed when they saw the fruits enter his stomach. Lin Ling is going to swallow the martial god fruits just like that? He's courting death. Each martial god fruit represented a different talent. Lin Ling had swallowed at least 100 fruits, which would form 100 different talents in his body. Once they clashed, Lin Ling would definitely die. Ignorant kid. Old Monster Lone Mountain sneered. He felt that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. Boom. Boom, boom. However, after he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. The roars of gods and demons could be heard. The aura of the fish demon king and hell also soared into the sky, a breakthrough. Lin Ling had obviously broken through. Moreover, it was a breakthrough in his talent. Although no one knew what level he had reached, it was obvious that Lin Ling wasn't dead. This was beyond everyone's understanding of martial arts. Every medicine was poisonous to some extent, not to mention such a powerful martial god fruit. However, Lin Ling had swallowed a large number of martial god fruits. Not only was he not dead, but his strength had also increased greatly. How was this possible? What kind of cultivation does this guy have? Old Monster Lone Mountain was also incomparably shocked. His previous self-confidence seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped in the face. No one knew that Lin Ling had cultivated the Chaos Deity formula. He could refine anything, including chaos. It was just a martial god fruit. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile. He felt that his god-demon body had increased again. It had reached more than 4,000 points of power. Meteor Snake right now, Lin Ling could kill Tai Tianyi in one move. However, Lin Ling quickly restrained his aura. He did not intend to reveal his strength. Of course, even so, everyone was still in shock, especially Tai Tianyi. He was the most jealous. Let's go. Luo Riyao did not pay too much attention to it. In his opinion, Lin Ling might have been lucky enough to obtain some kind of secret technique that allowed him to refine the martial god fruit. That being said, if he knew that Lin Ling possessed the most mysterious cultivation technique in the martial god realm, he would definitely go crazy. Even if he had to give up the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he had to obtain the primal chaos divine formula. The group continued onward, and soon, they encountered another meteorite that was emitting 5 colored light. The crab began to stir. Soon after, he discovered that there were indeed treasures of heaven and earth on the meteorite. It's the 100 Worlds flower. Someone cried out in alarm. That type of flower was the same as the martial god tree, able to grow in the void. This was clearly an extremely precious treasure. Mine. Mine. Didn't they come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace for these treasures? Lin Ling, you won't have a chance this time. In the distance, the Luo Xiaothorn looked at Lin Ling mockingly and swaggered towards the meteorite. Previously, Lin Ling had been greedy once, and the following treasures obviously had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Go, I won't be jealous of you. Lin Ling shrugged, as if he didn't care at all. His current strength had greatly increased, and he needed some time to familiarize himself with the strength of his body, so he didn't plan on obtaining any more treasures. Most importantly, a 5-colored meteorite did not mean that there was no danger. Before Lin Ling obtained the martial god fruit, he had waited for a long time. In fact, he was waiting for the meteorite to change its color. This was because the meteorite had 7 different colors. Although it looked colorful, the colors were constantly changing. The 7 colors corresponded to the treasures on the meteorites. If someone who didn't know how to calculate went near the meteorites, the consequences would be dire. Yo, you were the one who found the path. Now that you see the treasure being taken away by others, you must be very jealous. Queen Xianxia suddenly said with a smile. What's there to be jealous of? Compared to treasures, life is more important. Lin Ling shook his head. Queen Xianxia was stunned. What did Lin Ling mean? However, she thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. In fact, her heart ached for him, so she said again, why do you have to hide it? Sometimes, it's better to be honest. Pretending to be mysterious will only make people look down on you. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a rumbling noise sounded from up ahead. The meteor exploded, as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Everyone who got close to the meteorite was killed. Even the Luo Xiaothorn was shocked to the point of spitting out blood. Queen Xianxia was stunned. Lin Ling was not trying to show off. He was not jealous at all. The crowd was also stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Why was it that Lin Ling was fine when he snatched the treasure, but they were fine when they approached? Everyone looked at Lin Ling angrily. Lin Ling shrugged as if he didn't see them. It's just a matter of luck. What he said was like pouring oil on the fire. Those old monsters almost lost their minds and killed Lin Ling. This guy is ruthless. He secretly fights back against those who are hostile to him. Wow, seeing that, Luo Riyao's impression of Lin Ling improved again. He had a feeling that Lin Ling knew about the danger, but Lin Ling didn't mention it. He purposely framed those people. After that, no one dared to get close to the meteors. After the Luo Xiaothorn returned, he stared at Lin Ling with murderous intent and shouted, Lin Ling, you're asking for death. You knew it was dangerous, but you didn't mention it. Wow. Am I your father? Or your mother? Do I have the obligation to warn you? When I went to snatch the treasure, you didn't have the obligation to help me. Now, you're blaming me. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? Is this your first time out here? Do you think the 8 Gods' heavenly palace is your backyard? Please, do you have a brain? Before entering the heavenly palace, the stone tablet was warning you. 8 Gods' heavenly palace, the dead enter, the living avoid. However, as soon as the Luo Xiaothorn finished speaking, Lin Ling bombarded him with a bunch of words. The Luo Xiaothorn couldn't refute him. Hearing that, the crowd was angry but couldn't say anything, because Lin Ling's words were reasonable. Lin Ling couldn't warn everyone. He wasn't their father or mother. Let's move forward. Don't complicate things. Seeing Lin Ling's verbal battle with the crowd, Battle King Ling Ying also spoke out, causing many people to restrain their anger and continue forward. Along the way, no one dared to casually collect treasures. Gradually, a huge light stone appeared in front of them. It was different from the surrounding meteors. It was extremely dazzling. Seeing that, everyone was delighted. Were they finally going to leave the meteor space-time? Lin Ling's eyes lit up with joy. They were finally here. That's a light stone. Break it and you'll enter the 2nd level. Lin Ling's voice raised the crowd's spirits. They all flew forward and attacked at the same time. Looking at the crazy crowd, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and said, I forgot to say. Once the light stone is broken, the meteor-flowing snake will awaken. Boom. Boom. However, Lin Ling only said this after everyone had attacked the light stone. Obviously, it was too late. After the huge light stone was broken, a huge snake that seemed to be condensed from light slowly awakened. Moreover, it swam towards the crowd ferociously. Its aura was terrifying. Even the 3 leaders sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Lin Ling was calm. Because he already knew all of this. This was also the reason why he still followed everyone. He needed these strong cultivators to block the light snake. Then, he could enter the second level. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to kill you. Sea Burial Chief Phoenix King's angry voice came from the front. He hated Lin Ling because he was the closest to the terrifying light snake. He thought he was going to enter the second level, so he was too excited. He didn't expect that there would be such a hidden danger. Hearing that, Lin Ling sneered, "Do you think the meteor-flowing snake won't appear if I tell you? Since we're all going to enter the second level, we'll have to face the meteor-flowing snake sooner or later." Although the three leaders complained that Lin Ling was too insidious, they didn't blame Lin Ling. After all, it was a risk that they would have to face sooner or later. "Lin Ling, you've got guts." Sea Burial Chief Phoenix King was so angry that his face turned ferocious. He had become cannon fodder. Moreover, he found that among all the strong cultivators in the martial gods' camp, this guy was the most despicable. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, the meteor-flowing snake swam out. What was more terrifying was that it didn't make any sound. Moreover, it was extremely fast. As for the attacks that fell on the meteor-flowing snake, all of them disappeared as if they had entered the light. That was too terrifying. It was simply invincible. The light was the realm essence that could block everything. Rushing into the second floor, you'd better work together to suppress its light. Otherwise, when its light gets stronger, all of us will die. Lin Ling looked ahead and reminded them. Its light, what is the strongest level it can reach? Luo Riyao frowned and looked at Lin Ling. It can cover the entire meteorite spacetime. Lin Ling said word by word. His words shocked Luo Riyao. The meteorite spacetime was like the void of the universe. It was pitch black, but the terrifying light emitted by the snake could turn the pitch black void into light. This was too terrifying. "Thank you," Luo Riyao hurriedly said to Lin Ling. This sentence was from the bottom of his heart. He now realized that they were lucky to have Lin Ling as their guide. However, Lin Ling shook his head and did not say anything. At this moment, the mysterious meteorite stream snake was constantly moving. It seemed to have no eyes, but its head was looking at Lin Ling. It seemed to have sensed a familiar aura. It did not know how many years it had been here. Anyway, it remembered that among the people who entered the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, there were only a few people that it cared about. One of them was a mysterious young man, and now, there was the aura of that young man in front of it. Kill. Almost at the same time, all the experts attacked, wanting to kill the meteorite stream snake. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head because he knew that the snake was immortal. As long as there was light, it could be resurrected. The fierce battle in front lasted for 3 hours. At the same time, Lin Ling finally moved because a light spot appeared behind the meteorite stream snake. That was the path to the second floor. Along the way, there were a lot of light spots around, and Lin Ling casually collected them. This was the meteorite stream light, a rare material for forging treasures. Although Lin Ling's actions were silent, as time passed, many people noticed Lin Ling's actions. They immediately shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" "What?" "To the second floor." Lin Ling didn't hide anything and continued flying forward. "You're courting death." Hearing this, the cultivators who were floating in the void were furious. They had blocked the meteor-flowing snake, but Lin Ling had taken the opportunity to escape. How despicable. Unfortunately, they obviously couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. They could only helplessly watch as Lin Ling left. "Don't worry, he will die," Sea Burial Chief Phoenix Lord said gloomily in the crowd. At this moment, he was the closest to Lin Ling. However, as he had been seriously injured, he didn't act rashly. However, he believed that the mysterious ancient snake would not let Lin Ling have his way. In fact, Lin Ling was indeed in great danger at this moment. However, if he didn't leave, he would be controlled by these experts. This wasn't something Lin Ling wanted to see. Before Lin Ling entered the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, he already had a plan. He would use the natural perils of this place to shake off these experts. The closer he got to the light spot, the closer he got to the meteor-flowing snake. At this moment, the dazzling ancient snake finally looked at Lin Ling. A wisp of aura that seemed to come from ancient times filled the air. Upon seeing this, Sea Burial Chi Phoenix Lord sneered. Lin Ling, go to hell. Along the way, they had been riding on Lin Ling's head, so their hatred for Lin Ling was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't care about those who were gloating at his misfortune. He flew with all his strength and rushed towards the light spot at his fastest speed. Don't stare at me, he secretly shouted in his heart. However, the more he feared something, the closer the terrifying thing got. Chi-Chi, the meteor-flowing snake slithered over. Its speed was faster than light. When Lin Ling was about to step into the light spot, the snake appeared behind him. It raised its head high as if it was an existence that had controlled life and death since ancient times. As long as Lin Ling dared to move, he would die immediately. Sensing the ferocious aura behind him, Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. A life and death crisis was approaching. However, there was only silence behind him. Lin Ling turned his head and saw the meteor-flowing snake looking at him indifferently. It didn't make any unnecessary movements. It recognized me. A thought came to Lin Ling's mind. Then, he smiled and said, "Long time no see." The meteor-flowing snake still didn't move. It just looked at Lin Ling quietly. Its body was covered in light, making it impossible for people to see its eyes. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling tentatively took a step forward. He was taking a gamble. In the past, he ruled the 8-god celestial palace and defeated the meteor-flowing snake with his powerful strength. Today, he was revisiting the old place, so how could he give up so easily? When the meteor-flowing snake saw Lin Ling move, the light on its body finally intensified. However, gradually, it seemed to have thought of something and finally stopped paying attention to Lin Ling. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, or perhaps it was because it was too lonely, so it cherished being able to see an old friend of the past. No one could understand its thoughts, and no one could know how boring it was to guard this place in the void for countless years. Therefore, it would cherish anyone who left a deep impression on it. The huge light snake slithered toward the crowd again, causing the gloating crowd to feel as if they were struck by lightning. How could this be? Impossible. Not far away, the Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King let out a jealous voice. He was so angry that his body was trembling and his face was distorted. Lin Ling had succeeded. Could it be that the meteor-flowing snake would stop killing people as long as they got close to that light spot? He was unwilling to accept this. He also wanted to enter the second level. Moreover, if Lin Ling could succeed, so could he. After all, there would be more treasures on the second level. He wanted to become stronger, therefore, he moved his body and shot toward Lin Ling. However, as soon as he moved, the meteor-flowing snake also moved, and its speed was even faster than his. A light wave appeared and cut everything. The painful cry of the blue phoenix could be heard in the void. The Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King was cut in two and died. He stared at Lin Ling, feeling even more unwilling. Why could Lin Ling be recognized by the meteor-flowing snake, but he couldn't? Why? His head flew out, and for some reason, it flew toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling caught it with his right hand and held it in his hand. Staring at the unwilling eyes on the head, he finally put it into his ring. The Sea Burial Disorderly Phoenix King thought that he was recognized by luck. In fact, he didn't know how long the battle between Li Xiaoyao and the meteor-flowing snake had lasted. Because of that battle, Li Xiaoyao and the meteor-flowing snake had known each other for a long time. They were enemies, but they appreciated each other. Therefore, it was all because of the karma left behind in the past. Then, without any hesitation, Lin Ling entered the light spot. He was also the first person to step into the second level in this grand plan. For many experts, this was a miracle. He entered the second level. The crowd in the distance was filled with jealousy and confusion. As for the two from the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, their jealousy was stronger than anyone else's. They were the chosen ones, but they weren't recognized by the meteor-flowing snake. However, Lin Ling, a good-for-nothing existence, succeeded. Did this mean that the meteor-flowing snake looked down on them? Were they weaker than Lin Ling? Let's do it. Even if we lose our lives, we must suppress that snake. Earth elemental land rumble rumble rumble. The battle in the void became even more intense. Everyone was going all out. Gradually, the light of the meteor-flowing snake began to dim. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before it disappeared. On the other side, Lin Ling stepped into the second level. This was the Earth elemental land. Looking around, an endless desert stretched out and waves of heat soared into the heavens. It was as if there were no signs of life in this barren land. I'm finally back. Looking at the endless desert in front of him, Lin Ling revealed a smile that hadn't appeared in a long time. This was because the space-time divine tablet was located in the second level of the Earth elemental land. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had never been able to reach the third level. In the end, he had failed and left behind the space-time divine tablet. But today, Lin Ling had returned to take back the treasure of the past. Although the process was fraught with danger, the closer he got to the space-time divine tablet, the more it would be worth it. With the strength of the 3 leaders, they will be able to enter soon. I have to find the space-time divine tablet before they enter. Lin Ling carried the ancient sword on his back. He stepped forwards, following the desert. This desert was extremely mysterious. In this desert, the moisture in one's body would constantly disappear. Moreover, let alone the human body, even the treasures on one's body would gradually lose their spiritual energy. This was a type of source power of chaos. No one was an exception in this desert. Lin Ling first swallowed all the treasures on his body. If he didn't use them, then it would be a waste. Moreover, he also swallowed all the divine crystals. Then, he continued forwards. Bang! After an unknown period of time, the ground suddenly exploded. Sand shot up into the skies and a 5-meter-long twin-tailed scorpion crawled out from the ground. Looking at its aura, it seemed to have strength equal to a first-level world king. This was a desert storm scorpion. To Lin Ling, it wasn't too terrifying. He only needed to pay attention to its poisonous tail. Moreover, its poisonous tail was also a good material. Lin Ling's complexion was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't erupt with the power of world essence. Instead, he grasped the Tyrant Song's sword and slashed out with his divinity and demon body. Rumble, 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 a huge ditch was carved out in the desert, and the desert storm scorpion was instantly split into 2. After Lin Ling collected the tail, he immediately left. In the desert, any realm essence was very precious and could not be easily wasted. This was because the recovery speed of realm essence here was very slow and could even be said to be non-existent. Along the way, Lin Ling encountered many unique divine beasts in the desert, but he didn't pay much attention to them because he knew that the most terrifying thing here was the 8-hell corpse worm. I am currently at the first level of the World King realm and my foundation is the most solid. I can also cultivate the 5th level of the Profound Sword Record. Previously, Lin Ling knew that his strength was still too weak, so he used this period of time to increase his strength. Luckily, his divinity and demon body had been greatly enhanced. Currently, within the 1st level of the World King realm, there were few that could match him. As time went by, the 5th level of the Xianxia record was also successfully cultivated. This level was called the Mountain of Blades and Sword Trees. With a single sword strike, it formed a tremendous vibrating power that could shatter a world. When combined with Lin Ling's divinity and demon body, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. Although the Xianxia record was a low second-grade origin world martial art, by relying on this sword strike alone, there were many low second-grade origin world martial arts that couldn't block this sword strike, and the reason he was able to cultivate it so quickly was because of Lin Ling's left eye and the ultimate sword Dao. In particular, the ultimate sword Dao was of great help to Lin Ling. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's handsome face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, as if he were a lone swordsman, and in the desert, more and more figures gradually appeared. It was clear that those people from Meteor Spacetime had also entered the 2nd level, and on this day, in the desert in front of him, a small black dot appeared. This small black dot was extremely conspicuous in the yellow sand, and there were several sand beasts surrounding this black dot. It was unknown what they were doing. However, when Lin Ling approached, he saw that it was a corpse, and the surrounding sand beasts were devouring the corpse. Most importantly, the corpse belonged to someone Lin Ling knew. It was Lu Yi. This Lu Yi was also one of the guides. When he first came into contact with Lin Ling, he thought that Lin Ling was a newcomer, so he deceived Lin Ling. In the end, he was interrupted by Shi Wenba. Who would have thought that he would die here? Moreover, his eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he was extremely unwilling to die. Sigh. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and finally, he sighed softly. In the world of the strong, the weak had no right to live, and could die at any time in a foreign land. He could imagine how Lu Yi would rise up in the myriad worlds, becoming the most dazzling genius of his hometown. He had come to the martial god world with lofty ambitions, wanting to achieve great things, but the result was that he would forever perish here, and his death would undoubtedly cause his family and friends to be heartbroken. Lin Ling couldn't help but think of his grandfather in his hometown, Yu Yu, and the others. For them, Lin Ling wanted to become stronger, and he definitely wouldn't become cannon fodder like Lu Yi. Knowing each other is also fate, rest in peace. Then, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the power of the world essence caused a giant pit to appear in the desert. Lin Ling buried Lu Yi in the desert, and it could be considered as letting Lu Yi rest in peace, although they had only met once, and their relationship was extremely bad. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. If he could help with something, Lin Ling wouldn't turn a blind eye to it, and just as Lin Ling buried Lu Yi, suddenly, a large number of figures crossed the desert. These people were riding strange fanged camels, and as they ran, a sandstorm rose. Fanged camels were the weakest sand beasts in the desert. When he saw this, Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he didn't take any action because he noticed that these people weren't strong. There were more than a dozen people riding fanged camels, and they quickly surrounded Lin Ling. Brother Ma is still the best, you know how to catch fanged camels as mounts. This desert consumes a lot of spirit chi and water, and it'll be much more convenient for us with these mounts. A joyful voice resounded in the surroundings, and Lin Ling raised his head to look over, and he noticed that these people were all guides. Obviously, these guides were familiar with the second level and knew how to catch camels as mounts. And these guides were also staring at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was covered in sand because he was conserving spirit chi, and his body was extremely dusty, so they didn't recognize Lin Ling for a moment. "You're alone?" Finally, one of them asked, and his tone was respectful because Lin Ling's clothes made him look like a lone swordsman, so he didn't dare underestimate him. He seems to be Lin Ling. But at this moment, a sharp-eyed person let out a sharp voice. As soon as this voice fell, the previous respect and cautiousness disappeared, and everyone immediately revealed a smile. They were wondering where this strong person came from, but it turned out to be Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, they naturally weren't afraid because Lin Ling was also a guide, and even a member of the cannon fodder, so what was so great about him? Lin Ling didn't know what they were laughing about, but he still asked, "Now, how many people have entered the second level?" "What about Shi Wenba?" He knew that under the cooperation of the three leaders, everyone would definitely enter the second level, but he didn't know how many people would die on the way. Astonishment. Lin Ling, I heard that you are very familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Tell us all the information you know. Also, you must have collected a lot of treasures along the way. Hand them all over. Don't think that we will be afraid just because you are attending Wenba. Strength is everything here. Those people jumped down from their camels and sneered at Lin Ling. One of the youths said calmly, "You should know that many seniors want to kill you. So, if we kill you, we can also claim credit in front of some seniors." With these words, the others became excited. Killing Lin Ling would probably give them many rewards from the seniors. Haha, our luck is not bad. Thinking of the rewards that were about to be obtained, the surrounding people laughed heartily. At first, Lin Ling was frowning, but gradually, he relaxed. He sighed in his heart. Everyone was a guide, but at the critical moment, they would also attack each other. All of this was for the sake of benefits. He could not help but think of the dead Lu Yi. Lu Yi's reputation among the guides and cannon fodder was not good, but these people were worse than him. At least Lu Yi was open and aboveboard. He wanted to harm others, but he would not hide his schemes. When these people were captured, they all pretended to be pitiful to gain sympathy, but in reality, they all had the intention to harm others. "Lin Ling, did you hear me?" The calm youth said again, but his words made Lin Ling shake his head. Although Lin Ling was a guide, it did not mean that he had the strength of a genius. "Ma Nan, what do you want to do?" At this moment, a few figures flew over from the distance. The one in the lead was Shi Wenba. Seeing Shi Wenba arrive, the surrounding people's expressions changed slightly. "Shi Wenba, this matter has nothing to do with you." "Scram." The youth called Ma Nan said coldly. Although Shi Wenba had a good reputation among the guides and cannon fodder, this was the 8 gods' heavenly palace. He did not need to be afraid. "Ma Nan, don't go too far." Not long after, Shi Wenba and the others arrived and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They had never thought that Lin Ling would still be alive. Lin Ling also smiled. Among so many people, he was only a little familiar with Shi Wenba. It seems like you really want to get involved in this matter. Don't forget, this Lin Ling has offended many important people. If you help him, that's the same as offending those important people. Ma Nan coldly looked at Shi Wenba and the others. As soon as his words fell, Shi Wenba and the others clearly hesitated. After all, the matter of Lin Ling offending those lords, they also saw with their own eyes. However, Shi Wenba suddenly gritted his teeth. He seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Ling, using his actions to represent his choice. Shi Wenba, you've already made the best choice. Now, the only outcome is death. Let me tell you something. Don't think that we only have this many people. I've already notified the other experts to come and help us. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. Are you going to surrender? Or commit suicide? Let me tell you, in front of me, you only have these two choices. Either commit suicide or die. With that last sentence, Shi Wenba exploded with a powerful aura, as if he was dominating the entire world, causing the people in the surroundings to cheer. They had been captured by the strong, and had always been submissive. Now, they could finally hold their heads high, and have a taste of the joy of dominating the lives of others. Seeing this, Shi Wenba and the others' expressions became more serious. The situation was very troublesome. When the two sides collided, they had fewer people and would definitely be at a disadvantage, and when the experts came, they would all die, of course, not to mention the experts. Even Ma Nan's people were difficult to deal with at present. Shi Wenba never thought that the prestige he had accumulated among the cannon fodder would be so unbearable. No one gave him face at all. All of you, come together. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly sounded, causing the laughter in the surroundings to instantly disappear. Everyone's expression froze. Lin Ling wanted them to come together? How dare you? Do you think I'm those lords? They're using you, so they let you be arrogant. We don't care about that at all. How can we allow you to be arrogant in front of us? The young man called Ma Nan reprimanded coldly and indifferently, and he'd completely forgotten that he was actually only cannon fodder in Luin. He was respectful and reverent before experts, but he was arrogant and overbearing before Lin Ling. Kill him. The other young men also shouted angrily and unleashed their boundary origin seeds one after another. Lin Ling, be careful. Seeing this, Shi Wenba and the others cried out in alarm. They were all geniuses from various worlds, but there were differences in strength. Ma Nan and the others were obviously stronger. Lin Ling was also a captured genius from various worlds. His strength was definitely not enough to stop Ma Nan and the others joined attack. Claw explosion. Tai Chi demon curse. Dragon demon hand. By the time Shi Wenba and the others wanted to attack, it was already too late. The terrifying attack blasted onto Lin Ling's body like an avalanche, and the desert was stirred up into a terrifying sandstorm. Dead, Lin Ling was definitely dead. Shi Wenba and the others' faces turned pale, especially Shi Wenba. He seemed to have lost something, and his face was filled with anger. Ma Nan and the others had proud smiles on their faces, and they were even a little excited because killing Lin Ling meant that they could take credit in front of those lords. We're all from various worlds. Why fight to the death? However, at this moment, a soft voice suddenly floated out. In the sky full of sand, a slender figure walked out. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Seeing this scene, everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. Their strength had all given birth to boundary seeds, and they had even converted 40% of their boundary seeds. However, under their all-out attacks, Lin Ling was still alive, and most importantly, Lin Ling hadn't blocked at all. He had simply stood there and withstood their attacks. How could he be fine? Subconsciously, there was only a single conclusion in their minds, and that was that Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs by far too much. Could he be a world king realm powerhouse that possesses the strength of an entire world? Isn't he the same as us, a genius from various worlds? How could he be so strong? Heavens, I fear his strength can compare with the geniuses of martial god world. Ma Nan and the others fell to the ground. They envied Lin Ling because they thought that Lin Ling's origins were the same as theirs. But now, they realized that Lin Ling was actually different from them. And most importantly, they had been excited that their luck was good, but now they felt that their luck was terrible. Even Shi Wenba sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know that Lin Ling was a World King Realm powerhouse, and to them, a World King Realm powerhouse was a senior. They were existences that they could only look up to. Brother Shi Wenba, how could this Lin Ling be so fierce? Beside Shi Wenba, a young girl cried out in alarm. They thought that they were Lin Ling's backers, but now they discovered that Lin Ling didn't need to rely on anyone else. As for Lin Ling, he was still standing there, his expression as calm as an ancient well, like a proud and aloof swordsman. Fighting Tai Tianyi again, not good. Shi Wenba and the others paled. Tai Tianyi was a true genius of martial god world. He wasn't someone that Lin Ling could contend with. Tai Tianyi. Lin Ling was also surprised. According to common sense, Tai Tianyi shouldn't have dared to appear in front of him. However, Lin Ling soon understood. This was because there were several people beside Tai Tianyi. One of them was an old man at the second stage of the World King realm. No wonder Tai Tianyi was so bold. Lin Ling, so you were hiding here. Young Master Tai, I'll kill him for you. After the several people landed, a gloomy old man stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were as cold as an eagle's. However, Tai Tianyi only shook his head. He sneered at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Young Master Tai Tianyi, defeat him. Let him know what a true genius of martial god world is. Lin Ling, don't think you're so great. In front of Tai Tianyi, you're nothing. You're just a lowly bastard from the myriad worlds. How can you compare to a genius of martial god world like Tai Tianyi? Ma Nan and the others quickly flattered. They could already foresee Lin Ling's death. Listening to these voices, Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at them and said, yes, I came from the north. I can't compare to these geniuses of martial god world. However, before he finished speaking, Ma Nan coldly snorted and said, you finally know how lowly you are. At this moment, he felt extremely carefree. It was as if he had crushed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling wasn't angry. He said, but, don't forget that you also came from the myriad worlds. As these words fell, Ma Nan and the others were stunned. They couldn't refute him, they mocked Lin Ling for being trash from the myriad worlds. However, they had forgotten that they also came from the myriad worlds. Thus, in truth, they were also cursing themselves. Of course, after being stunned for a moment, anger rose in their hearts. This was because Lin Ling was too calm. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, it was a type of disdain. His heart is higher than the sky. From his attitude, it can be seen that Lin Ling is of a higher level than Ma Nan and the others. They are not on the same level. The young girl beside Shi Wenba said with adoration. In her heart, Lin Ling was simply an exception among the geniuses of the myriad worlds. Lin Ling, don't flaunt your power of speech. In front of Senior Tai Tianyi, you won't be able to withstand 3 of his moves. Ma Nan flew into a rage out of humiliation. He then looked at Tai Tianyi respectfully, Senior Tai Tianyi, please defeat him cleanly. The others also saluted. They were no match for Lin Ling, but they wanted to see Lin Ling defeated. Shut up. Unfortunately, Tai Tianyi didn't even look at them. He stared deeply at Lin Ling and said, the geniuses from the 10,000 realms are indeed quite impressive. Lin Ling, your strength is already enough to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. His words left Ma Nan and the others dumbfounded. One had to know that Tai Tianyi was going to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. To them, that sacred place was something they could only look up to. Therefore, they could only worship and submit to Tai Tianyi. But now, Tai Tianyi actually admitted that Lin Ling was very strong. Was this a dream? Last time, I joined forces with Luo Yazhuang to fight you, but we also failed. Luo Yazhuang was even killed by you. This time, I want to wash away my previous humiliation. Tai Tianyi said again. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling, however, his words were like thunder, causing Ma Nan and the others to stand there trembling. Even Shi Wenba was the same. Lin Ling had actually come into contact with Tai Tianyi and the others, and even killed Luo Yazhuang. As for Luo Yazhuang, they had heard of this famous genius. It was said that he was one of the 12 young masters of the only commandery. He was so famous that even many geniuses in the martial god world were no match for him. why didn't they know about this news? The funny thing was that they thought Lin Ling was the same as them, an ant-like existence. All of this was undoubtedly extremely ironic. Tai Tianyi, you're no match for me. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what the others were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. That's not necessarily true. Tai Tianyi's lips curled into a confident smile. He had lost to Lin Ling, which left a flaw in his martial Dao heart. Therefore, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling with his own hands and prove that he was a rare genius in the Tating commandery. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have this confidence. However, not long ago, he had obtained an opportunity in the Earth Elemental land and his realm had completely stabilized. It shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Lin Ling. Young Master Tai, you can go all out and fight. With us around, he won't be able to escape. Beside him, the old man noticed Tai Tianyi's thoughts and immediately said. Good, I will defeat him with my own hands. Tai Tianyi proudly nodded. His aura became increasingly wild. He roared out, Lin Ling, I know that your mortal body is fierce and your sword Dao is strange. But, the first level of the World King realm depends on your world essence. To be able to truly produce the strength of a world, that is the true first level of the World King realm. If a first-level World King's realm was unstable, then their attacks would draw upon the strength of 10,000 worlds. But after stabilizing their realm, they would be able to produce the strength of an entire world. What was the strength of an entire world? It was the strength of a world. So what? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could also feel that Tai Tianyi's strength had risen. Unfortunately, only his strength had risen? You'll understand. Tai Tianyi didn't want to explain anything, because the result represented everything. He roared out once more, burn. Bang, his entire body emitted a thunderous roar. Beast flames boiled and his world essence combusted, as if the entire world was being incinerated by heavenly flames. His aura climbed higher and higher. With this combat strength, he feared he could fight a second-level World King powerhouse. This was because he was burning his world essence. Is this the legendary burning of world essence? Tai Tianyi is facing Lin Ling and he is actually burning his world essence. Everyone cried out in alarm. From this, it could be seen just how much importance Tai Tianyi placed on Lin Ling. Risking his life? Lin Ling didn't think that Tai Tianyi would choose to burn his world essence. This was because the side effects of burning world essence were too great. There was even a chance he would become a cripple. This was the life-saving card of a World King powerhouse. Unless they were in a life or death situation, no one would use it. It can't be considered a life or death struggle. This is because after I burn my world essence I can thoroughly erase you. As for me, I will only be slightly wounded. Tai Tianyi raised his right hand high up. Beast flames and world essence fused together in his palm, forming a giant sphere. If one looked carefully, they would see that this was a world. It was like he was holding up a world to kill Lin Ling. How terrifying. Retreat. Ma Nan and the others all drew back. They finally saw what a true genius of the martial god world was like. Then, they stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see whether or not Lin Ling would panic. However, they were all disappointed. Lin Ling only frowned a little. Lin Ling, do you know fear now? My world essence combusts. That is enough to erase a second-level World King powerhouse. Retreat. However, Tai Tianyi thought that Lin Ling was beginning to feel fear. Thus, his self-confidence grew even stronger. I approve. Retreat. Unable to withstand a single blow, haha, I thought you didn't know the power of my realm essence. However, you are quite knowledgeable. Then, before you die, you should leave behind some words. Tai Tianyi laughed wildly. He was obviously very excited because Lin Ling already knew that he couldn't stop his realm essence from burning, therefore, Lin Ling must be panicking and regretting that he didn't kill him last time. He might even be thinking of escaping. However, Tai Tianyi didn't know that all of this was just his own arrogance. I want to say that in a battle between cultivators, whoever controls more power won't necessarily win. Sometimes, if you have a good hand but can't use it, then everything is just empty talk. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head and said. In the next moment, he finally made his move. A mysterious boundary essence flowed from the bottom of Lin Ling's feet into the desert. The terrifying boundary essence was formless and colorless, like a bomb exploding. This was an earth-shattering explosion. Tai Tianyi was still enjoying Lin Ling's expression. However, at this time, the old man's expression changed drastically and he roared, "Young Master Tai, be careful." The old man obviously sensed that Lin Ling had made his move. Tai Tianyi's eyes narrowed as a terrifying sense of danger descended. In the next moment, a huge light pillar rushed out from under his feet and rose from the ground. It was as if it could destroy the world. No! Tai Tianyi roared and wanted to dodge, but it was obviously too late. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated into his ears, "Burning your realm essence can indeed increase your attack power by a large amount. However, what's the use if your defense isn't strong?" These words made Tai Tianyi realize that he had always wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. However, he didn't consider whether he could use his move. Moreover, before he made his move, what if Lin Ling made his move? How could he block it? Everything was as Lin Ling said. If he had a good hand but couldn't use it, then everything was just empty talk. Boom, with all kinds of confusion, Tai Tianyi was blasted into pieces by the light pillar. Even his realm essence exploded, causing the sand to tumble like waves. Killed in one move. Young Master Tai Tianyi is dead. Sensing that terrifying fluctuation, Ma Nan and the others seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Tai Tianyi, the genius of Tating Commandery, was about to enter the 3 big academies of Qingzhou. He was the idol of all the geniuses from all over the world. He came to kill Lin Ling because he thought that Lin Ling would definitely die. But in the end, Tai Tianyi couldn't even withstand a single blow, and Lin Ling's entire process was clean and efficient. This was what a true genius was like. This was because geniuses who had truly fought tens of thousands of battles could use their various advantages to easily defeat experts of the same level. In fact, as long as the enemy revealed the slightest weakness, they would be killed in a single blow, and this was still a guide in their eyes. Of course, it wasn't just Ma Nan and the others who were shocked. Even the other experts were shocked. They knew that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Impressive, impressive. Young Master Tai's role in this plan is not light. His strength is not weak, and you are only a guide. This led us to think that you are weak. Who would have thought that your role in this plan is even more important than young Master Tai's? The old man deeply looked at Lin Ling. He's just too excited. Lin Ling appeared on the other side, neither happy nor sad. Good, good, good. Then we won't underestimate you anymore. We must kill you, otherwise we won't be able to answer to Sun Bone. As for me, I am a second-stage world king and we have 5 people on our side. Do you think we can kill you? Lin Ling's calm demeanor caused the old man's heart to become even more dignified. This was a terrifying monstrous genius. We can't. Lin Ling slowly drew his sword. With the tyrant song in hand, he vanished. Dodge domain. His strength had greatly increased. He had always wanted to fight to his heart's content, and now he had such a battle. Heart flute sword form. He soon appeared in front of a first-stage world king powerhouse and slashed out with his sword. You are seeking death. The powerhouse angrily shouted. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be the first to come and kill him. A giant staff appeared in his hand. With the strength of a world, he wanted to roll over Lin Ling. He was also a first-stage world king with a stable boundary, but Lin Ling wasn't. He was confident that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block his staff. Bang! The sword and staff collided, the sound deafening. However, in the next moment, the powerhouse discovered that Lin Ling's world essence wasn't as stable as his. But, Lin Ling's body had a different kind of strength gushing out from him, supporting his sword. What is this? The powerhouse cried out in alarm. In the World King realm, world essence isn't the only thing that matters. Other domains can also be strengthened. Lin Ling lightly said. The sword in his hand slashed downwards, neither fast nor slow. Gotcha, the power of vibration appeared. The giant staff began to crack apart. The powerhouse's pupils shrank and a sword mark appeared on his neck. His throat had been cut open, and this sword had borrowed the strength of the godly demon body to form a powerful attack. After all, the godly demon body was comparable to the strength of a world. It's your turn. Lin Ling chased after him. His blue and white robes fluttered in the wind like clouds. His sword slashed out once more, heart of the flute sword form. This sword seemed slow, but it actually had its own rhythm to it. This was the ultimate sword Dao. Clang, the powerhouse on the other side couldn't block Lin Ling's sword and was also killed. In truth, his boundary was the same as Tai Tiany's, but he wasn't much stronger. He was only relying on numbers. He died again. This boy is a bit strange. The remaining three looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't think that just by fighting a guide, two of them would be cut down like vegetables. Don't meet him head on. Someone roared out. Dragon painting finishing touch. A sword shot out, moving at the speed of a world. Just as that person finished speaking, his neck was pierced through by a sword. If we don't meet force with force, then in terms of speed, none of you can compare to me. Lin Ling lightly said. Then, he slashed out with his sword once more. As for the old man, as he watched Lin Ling fight several people like the Son of God, his pupils widened. This was because he had never seen such a strong first-stage world king before. Moreover, he discovered that not only was Lin Ling's mortal body formidable, but his worldly origin martial arts were also extremely fierce. His martial arts had likely reached the second level. It had to be known that the first stage of the World King realm was only the boundary of a second-stage worldly origin martial art. Look over here, moon in the water. At this time, a jade flute appeared in one of the powerhouse's hands. With a light blow, the surrounding space began to distort, like the reflection of a moon in a mirror. As for him, he also began to distort, making it difficult for others to distinguish between reality and illusion. Sun Jin, take this chance to kill him. The powerhouse immediately shouted out. This was because Lin Ling had entered the control of his worldly origin martial art. This move of his was a high-grade martial art, but he had cultivated it to the peak. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive. What is that? He's distorted. Fuck. On the ground, Shi Wenba and the others' eyes trembled. They simply couldn't understand a battle of this level. It was too strong. Brat, prepare to die. Die. Another powerhouse took this chance to attack. Battle World King second stage. It's useless, I can distort everything. This sword was aimed at the flute-playing powerhouse. He sneered, but his smile soon froze. This was because he discovered that although the sword was also distorted, it was still able to pierce through the chaotic space and shoot straight towards him. Impossible. The powerhouse's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was because the sword was no longer straight and was twisted from side to side. If so, then how could the sword wielder know who he was trying to assassinate? This feeling was like grabbing onto a rope. The rope was twisted and powerless, making it impossible to use the rope to assassinate his opponent, but in the next moment, a sword mark appeared on his neck. This sword strike told him that all of this was possible. As a swordsman, if you can't even see your own sword, then how can you talk about practicing the sword? Lin Ling appeared in front of him at the same time, his sword pointing at his neck. Lin Ling possessed the myriad demon eyes, so playing with space distortions in front of him was useless. Shua. Then, Lin Ling threw the person on his sword aside. Without even looking behind him, he slashed out with his sword. The powerhouse behind him attacked, but it was too late. The great saber in his hand bloomed with thunder, crackling like lightning. But before he could cut down Lin Ling had cut him in half. Now, you are the only one left. Lin Ling's eyes also fell on the old man. The old man floated in the skies, his eyes sweeping over the dead man. His pupils became increasingly dignified. Before, he didn't think that Lin Ling could win. This was because they had more people and also because he was at the second stage of the World King realm. But now, Lin Ling had told him that the advantage of numbers was no longer there. My evaluation of you is already very high, but I clearly underestimated you. I thought that your most fierce aspect was your familiarity with the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but I didn't know that your most fierce aspect was your monstrous growth rate. The old man slowly said, causing Lin Ling to shake his head. Although you praise me, I will not underestimate you. I know, because a genius like you who rose from the myriad worlds must have experienced many twists and turns, rich battle experience, and always calm. Moreover, I also know that you want to use me to test the limits of your battle strength. Then, let's fight. The old man was clearly quite famous in the martial god realm. He did not panic, but instead released a terrifying aura. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded his head lightly. He gripped his sword and prepared to fight. Boom. Boom, above the desert, an intense battle broke out. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. Even the sand beasts hidden underground were shaken to death. The more the old man fought, the more shocked he became. He had cultivated for 5,000 years and fought countless battles. He had even taught tens of thousands of disciples. Therefore, he had always wanted to find Lin Ling's weakness. However, he discovered that Lin Ling was too perfect. Lin Ling was strong in every domain. He had no idea where to start. Sometimes, just as he found Lin Ling's weakness, Lin Ling would make up for it in the next moment. Most importantly, Lin Ling began to comprehend his martial arts. This kind of guy was really abnormal. His comprehension ability was too terrifying. If this continues, he will only become stronger. I must use my ultimate technique, otherwise, I will definitely lose. After another collision, the old man immediately floated back. A mysterious copper lamp appeared above his head. The wick of the lamp was burning, emitting a strange light that enveloped the old man's body. Looks like you are prepared to fight to the death, but you are not burning your realm essence? On the other side, Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently. Not everyone is very powerful when burning their realm essence. If there is a trump card stronger than burning realm essence, then why would you burn your realm essence? Shake. The old man shook his head. Your eyesight is fierce. You don't seem like a genius that has just risen up, but instead like a powerhouse that has seen a great deal of the world. Thus, I won't hide it from you. This is the painting Mystic Tendon Lamp Art. Once the lamp appears, the painting will refine my tendons, turning my muscles and blood vessels into world tendons. Shake. This cultivation method is truly mysterious. Moreover, there shouldn't be any side effects. No wonder you don't burn your realm essence. Shake. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with surprise. Even so, he lightly said. This is the strongest low-level second-level martial art. With this martial art, as long as I am on the same boundary as a martial artist, I will be invincible. Shake. The old man's clothes tore apart. His muscles were like dragons, twisting like fried dough. It was a shocking sight. In an instant, he had transformed into a muscular man. Moreover, he instantly grew taller, reaching 10 meters in height. The strength of his realm essence was terrifying. World-opening giant, staring at this tall and sturdy old man, Shi Wenba and the others only had this thought. This meant that before a world was born, there was a powerhouse that forcefully tore apart that world, allowing that world to grow into a stable sky. And in order to accomplish this, one undoubtedly needed a formidable strength. The powerhouses of martial god world are truly terrifying. If that old man were placed in my world, he would have been able to easily kill everyone. Shi Wenba muttered to himself. His horizons had been broadened. Lin Ling is still the fiercest. He can actually fight with that old man until now. The young girl beside him also had an even richer look of worship in her eyes. Bang, a terrifying aura surged outwards. Smoke and fog filled the air. A giant stood in the middle of the fog. Lin Ling, if you cannot block my martial art, then you will die. Bang, after this voice, the desert exploded. Sand rained down like rain. A figure shot towards Lin Ling like a bolt of lightning. Very quickly, this giant seemed tall and sturdy, but his speed was also astonishing. As for Lin Ling, he calmly stood in the skies. In his pupils, the thick flames of war began to boil. After reaching the first level of the World King realm, this was indeed his most intense battle. Shua, the tyrannical song sword was raised high by Lin Ling. As he looked at this mottled ancient sword, his smile became even wider. This sword had followed him for a long time. It had been filled with blood and sweat, life and death. These were rare memories. Old friend, you never thought that we would fight side by side in martial god world. Lin Ling smiled. He gently danced with his sword. Although his speed seemed slow, the skies were actually filled with sword shadows. All sorts of sword martial arts bloomed in a dazzling light. What are those swords? On the ground, everyone cried out in alarm. Those are the sword skills he cultivated. Shi Wenba solemnly spat out. His fists were tightly clenched. He never thought that the disparity between him and Lin Ling would be so great. He was unwilling to accept this. There are at least several 100 million sword skills there. How did he cultivate them all? How could he cultivate so many sword skills? On the side, the young girl's voice trembled. She finally understood why Lin Ling was so strong. This was his accumulation. Lin Ling's martial arts accumulation had surpassed their imaginations. Are you going to dance with your sword before you die? At the same time, the old man angrily shouted. Lin Ling was facing off against his powerful martial arts, but he was actually dancing with his sword. This was simply seeking death. Pop, pop. Pop, pop. His fist punched out. His arm was like a dragon, his muscles and bones twisting like fried dough. Although his mortal body wasn't strong, the suppressed power of his world essence was terrifying. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with a single punch. This punch was like two worlds rushing towards the skies. There would be no next time. This was the first time he had fought a second-level World King powerhouse. Although he didn't know this old man's name, his strength far surpassed that of all the great commanders in the Martial God Battalion. Blade Mountain Sword Tree. A roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. A terrifying sword ruthlessly slashed down. This sword carried with it Lin Ling's hot-bloodedness, fighting spirit, and even a powerful goal. This was the first time it had been revealed in the martial god world. A dazzling profound character appeared in the skies. His fighting spirit boiled like the sea. The first stroke of the profound character was as dazzling as a blazing sun. Bang! On the ground, the desert exploded. It was like someone had struck the earth with their palm, pushing all the sand in all directions, finally forming a terrifying sandstorm, and this was the might of that sword. Profound sword record. The old man's pupils fiercely shook. He clearly recognized this sword. Not bad, this sword's might is also in the low second grade range. In fact, it is an invincible sword in this martial art grade. A meteor-like light smashed down from the skies, accompanied by an angry roar. The old man's complexion instantly paled. Although they were at the same level, the profound sword record was clearly stronger. On the surface, this martial art was a low second-grade martial art. But, many people knew that the truth was that its grade was much higher. This was because from the 4th level onwards, many people were unable to cultivate it. It was because of this that others had determined it to be in the 2nd grade range, and in order to cultivate the moves after the 4th level, it was rumored that one had to comprehend the ultimate sword Dao. You have already comprehended the ultimate sword Dao. If I, Nanshan Nan, can die beneath this sword, then I will have no regrets. In the skies, the old man was suppressed by a tremendous aura. His muscles and bones exploded and blood rained down like rain. This was because that sword also carried with it the power of chaos. Lin Ling, everyone has underestimated you. I have a feeling that in the 3 great academies of Azure Province, you will bloom with a monstrous light. Bang! Following the old man's final words, his body completely exploded and turned into dust. Thank you, Senior Nanshan Nan. As for Lin Ling, he was still floating in the air. He breathed heavily, but the fighting spirit in his eyes boiled even more. He had won this battle. His strength was enough to contend with a second-stage World King powerhouse. Nanshan Nan, he's Nanshan Nan, one of the sect masters of the Nanshan 13 sects of the martial god realm that guards the southern region? At this moment, everyone on the ground was in a daze. They never imagined that the old man was such a terrifying existence. This was because this person was a true titan. Even though he couldn't compare to the old monsters, he was still a godlike existence in the myriad worlds. After all, this person had appeared in the southern world before, and in order to avenge his disciple, he had massacred the 36 worlds. Such a powerful person would have countless disciples. In fact, some of the guides would be proud to be able to join the South Mountain sect, and now, one of the leaders of the South Mountain sect had been defeated by a rising star. Furthermore, this person was the guide that they had always been jealous of. Bang bang bang, Ma Nan and the others all sat on the ground, their faces pale. They knew what kind of existence they had provoked. Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling floated down. Lord Lin Ling, spare my life. Spare my life. Ma Nan and the others stared at the blue-robed youth and began to kowtow madly. At this moment, they were filled with regret. This was because they had regarded the experts of the martial god realm as seniors, or even half a master. They had hoped that those seniors would take a liking to them, but they had never imagined that Lin Ling was actually one of those seniors. Even if they had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so what if Lin Ling gave them some pointers? Bang bang bang, the sound of kowtowing continued. Even though Ma Nan and the others were afraid, they felt even more regret from the bottom of their hearts. This was because they had missed out on something. We all came from the myriad worlds, so why must we kill each other? We all came from the same place, and it's not easy for each other. Sigh. Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and looked at them indifferently. However, there was no killing intent in his eyes. To him, these people were simply not worthy of his attention. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling saw his past self in them. At that time, he was blind in the ancient face sect, but he still did his best to become stronger. It was because of these reasons that Lin Ling decided to spare them this time. It's good to become stronger, but don't violate your own principles. You can go. I'll make an exception and not kill you today, but there won't be a next time. Sigh. Shaking his head, Lin Ling carried his sword on his back and set off again like a lonely swordsman. Looking at the lonely and proud back, Ma Nan and the others' eyes were moist. Lin Ling had the same origin as them, but he did not violate his own principles. He did not abandon everything and kill the innocent in order to become stronger. Senior Lin Ling, thank you for not killing us. Sigh. Ma Nan kowtowed heavily in Lin Ling's direction. He had never been convinced in his life. Even when he met Tai Tianyi, it was just a false flattery. However, this was the first time he was convinced by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, wait for me. Sigh. Shi Wenba's mood was complicated, but he quickly chased after him. Seeing Shi Wenba chasing after him, Ma Nan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly shouted, Lord Lin Ling, Louis was killed by him, be careful of him. Careful. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, the people beside him stopped him. This was because they did not know the relationship between Lin Ling and Shi Wenba. If they said something wrong, others would think that they were trying to sow discord. Lin Ling also came from the myriad world, but his strength is very strong. In this plan, his strength is above average. Careful. We must use him as our goal to become stronger. Careful. I, Ma Nan, will remember today's kindness and will definitely repay it in the future. Careful. Then, they also left, but they secretly swore. On the other side, Lin Ling and Shi Wenba were walking forward. Shi Wenba looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression and said, Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Careful. It's just luck. Careful. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. In fact, when he had just become a guide, his strength was already not weak. Then, Lin Ling pondered and said, this earth elemental land is too dangerous, it's not suitable for you, so follow me, I'll take you out. Careful. Leave this place? But there are many treasures here. Frown. Shi Wenba frowned and said, as if he was unwilling. Treasures should be used according to one's ability. On the path of martial arts, one has to take one step at a time. If you want to soar to the sky, many times it depends on luck. Lin Ling advised. He felt that Shi Wenba was a little different from his impression. This thin and weak man's eyes were not as pure as before, there was a hint of fighting spirit. Of course, Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Listen to senior brother Lin Ling, he's definitely right. Yes. The girl beside him immediately said, causing Lin Ling to look at her. The girl's face instantly turned red, looking somewhat cute. She obviously did not dare to look at Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling smile helplessly. Okay, then we'll follow you. Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ancient Desert Tower. Alright, I'll protect all of you along the way. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. In reality, his next goal was to go to the space-time divine steel. It wasn't suitable for him to bring these people along, but these people weren't strong enough. Even if they wanted to harm him, they wouldn't be able to. Moreover, if they continued to stay here, they would definitely die. That was why Lin Ling brought them along. Moreover, Shi Wenba had given Lin Ling a good impression in the beginning. That was the main reason. Lin Ling followed his memory and headed toward the space-time divine steel as they walked forward. Flames and smoke rose into the long river, and the round sun set in the desert seemed to have no end, and it gave off a desolate and bleak feeling. Rumble. At that moment, there was a rumble in the distance, and smoke rose into the sky. It seemed that a fierce battle was taking place there. Lin Ling frowned in the distance. That was where the space-time divine steel was. It seemed that the space-time divine steel had been discovered. This was a little troublesome for Lin Ling. However, he wasn't worried that the space-time divine steel would be stolen. That was because the space-time divine steel would forever belong to him, Lin Ling. Follow me. Remember, don't let those elites notice you. Yes. Lin Ling reminded them and walked forward quickly. The others followed. Among them, Shi Wenba looked into the distance, and there was a burning light in the depths of his eyes. There seemed to be treasures there. If he could get them, he wouldn't be a lowly guide. He wanted to be like Lin Ling and be worshipped by others. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The rumbling became louder and louder. It was as if thunder had struck the sand, causing waves of sand to rise into the sky. When they got closer, they first saw a large number of ancient and modeled towers. They seemed to be used by ancient people to comprehend martial arts. As they walked forward, they saw a large number of huge ancient towers sitting on the ground. They looked like Buddhist pagodas, but also like sacrificial pagodas. Mysterious auras emanated from the numerous pagodas, letting them know that this place was definitely extraordinary. There were a large number of figures in the ruins of the ancient pagodas. Get lost. Yes. A furious roar suddenly rang out, and the sand that filled the sky danced. Everywhere it passed, many people were directly turned into skeletons, and all the blood in their bodies was sucked away. The people who appeared here were guides, cannon fodder, and experts from various major forces. However, the person who attacked was Luo Xianxia. This person was one of the 9 heavens of Qing province. His strength could be ranked 3rd in this plan. Treasures belong to those who are capable. Luo Xiaothorn, the treasures here are not yours. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. Dazzling bone wings streaked across the horizon like a sun. The sun bone had arrived, another one of the 9 great heavens of Qingzhou. Sun bone, let's fight. The winner gets the treasure. Luo Xiaothorn raised his head, knowing that a battle was inevitable. As a result, a conflict broke out between the 2 terrifying existences. Not to be outdone, the surrounding experts began to search for treasures around the ancient pagoda ruins. The aura here is very mysterious. It seems to be a fire-type treasure. I feel that it's under the ground, and that treasure can emit an aura from the ground, so it must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, there are too many experts here. It's impossible to search the ground unless the 3 great leaders come. The 3 great leaders are fighting at the heaven-terminating sand. They are fighting over a set of battle armor. However, if they receive the news, they will definitely come here. Then we need to speed up. We need to get the treasure and leave before they come. Around the ancient pagoda, many people were talking. Their eyes were filled with greed. TSK, let's fight. It's best if both sides are injured. Let me be the fisherman and reap the benefits. In the distance, 2 rays of light appeared in the desert. It was the light of a pair of eyes. Then, the sand wriggled, and a demon-like figure crawled out. It was an old man with many needles sticking out of his back. It was Old Monster Lone Mountain. Soon, he sank into the desert again. The same thing happened on the other side. Queen Qianji was sitting on a huge scorpion with her legs crossed. She was smiling as she looked ahead. Looks like everyone wants to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. She obviously noticed that there were many experts hiding around the ancient pagoda, waiting for the best opportunity. These old monsters were each more cunning than the other. Boom. Boom. The fierce battle was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Huge holes were blasted in the desert. Countless sand demons were implicated by the power and were blasted to death. At the same time, a stone pagoda collapsed. A treasure light shot into the sky. It was the light of colorful flames. The treasure is unearthed. Attack. Attack. The hidden experts' expressions changed drastically. They unleashed their auras and rushed toward the stone pagoda. Lin Ling, what is that light? In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were lying on the ground. They were watching the terrifying battle in the distance. Shi Wenba exclaimed. Space-time flame. Attack. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He saw those flames again. Space-time flame? What is that? Shi Wenba turned to look at Lin Ling. Although he did not know what the space-time flame was, it must be extraordinary if so many old monsters were fighting over it. The space-time flame is one of the 9 primeval flames in the universe. It is the first flame in the universe since the birth of the universe. It is as famous as the other 8 primeval flames. It has existed since time immemorial and has not been extinguished for a long time. Lin Ling said calmly. Shi Wenba and the others gasped. This was because the universal primal chaos was an even older spacetime than the martial god realm. It could be said that the universal primal chaos included the myriad of worlds, including the martial god realm. Before the myriad of worlds were born, the universal primal chaos had already existed. The universal primal chaos had appeared at the same time as the universal primal chaos. This meant that the universal primal chaos was the fire that had created the world, the ancestor of all fires. There are 9 primeval flames in the universe. The flames of the 10,000 worlds are derived from these 9 flames. The spacetime flame is the flame that burns time and space. Lin Ling seemed to be in high spirits because it was his right eye, the spacetime divine steel. On his path of martial arts, he had refined countless flames. He even had all kinds of flames in his body, such as the Yellow Springs flame. However, in terms of rank, the spacetime flame was the true king. Is the heavenly flame going to be taken by those old monsters? Shi Wenba looked at Lin Ling and said. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Don't worry, the spacetime flame won't appear so quickly. Look, there are still some old monsters hiding, thinking that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, the real oriole is here. Lin Ling said confidently. Shi Wenba's expression changed. Lin Ling was so confident? Did Lin Ling know some secrets? However, that was indeed the case. Lin Ling had always been mysterious. His familiarity with the 8 gods' heavenly palace was beyond imagination. Lin Ling, I heard those old monsters talking. They don't seem to know what treasure is hidden here, but you know that the spacetime flame is here. So, can I make a request? Shi Wenba looked at Lin Ling and said sincerely. Senior brother Shi Wenba, what request do you want to make? The girl called Little Peach asked with a frown. Lin Ling also looked at Shi Wenba in confusion. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Race Against the Clock. Shi Wenba pondered for a moment and said word by word, you know that I came from the myriad worlds. I have no background, and no talent that surpasses theirs. Therefore, this is my only chance. I want to become stronger. I want to bring glory to my ancestors. I don't want to be cannon fodder anymore. I want to be in charge of my own life. Therefore, Lin Ling, please help me. Although he did not know if Lin Ling had a way to obtain the flame, he still had a glimmer of hope. Senior brother Shi Wenba, this request is too difficult. Little Peach immediately exclaimed. How precious the spacetime flame was could be seen from the excited expressions of those old monsters. However, Shi Wenba actually asked Lin Ling to help him obtain the flame, not to mention whether Lin Ling could obtain it. Even if he could, the process would not be easy. Moreover, such a precious thing should be obtained by Lin Ling first. Little Peach, you don't understand. Shi Wenba looked at Little Peach with red eyes and said, I have my enemies. I bear the hatred of the extermination of my clan, so I must become stronger. With that, he stood up and kowtowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends outside. Please. Bang. Bang. Bang, his kowtow sounded from the bottom of his heart, causing the others to open their mouths, but in the end they did not say anything. Rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends outside. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had just met Shi Wenba, and the other party had said such a sentence to him, leaving him with a good impression. He smiled and said, all right, I'll try my best to help you obtain the spacetime flame. However, the process is very dangerous. Do you dare to gamble? I dare. I'll gamble with my life. Shi Wenba immediately became excited. Hearing this, the eyes of Little Peach and the others flickered. Shi Wenba was gambling with his life, but if Lin Ling helped him obtain the flame, wouldn't that mean that Lin Ling was also gambling with his life? Moreover, Lin Ling did not want such a precious treasure himself and actually helped Xi Wenba obtain it. Lin Ling was willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. Little Peach and the others could not help but feel grateful. Since they had come to the merciless martial god realm, it was truly a good thing to make such a friend. Lin Ling, I owe you my life. Once it's done, you only need to say the word, and I'll do it for you regardless of where you go. Xi Wenba's face was filled with gratitude, but his eyes were filled with a thick ambition. After obtaining that wisp of spacetime flame, he would also be able to dominate the martial god realm. Don't be too confident. Firstly, if we want to obtain that flame, we have to snatch it from the old monster's hands. Secondly, the spacetime flame hasn't appeared yet. We need to wait patiently. Lin Ling asked Xi Wenba to lie down again as he stared ahead. In truth, he was also waiting. However, he wasn't waiting for the flames of time and space. He was waiting for the divine steel of time and space, because that was the flame seed. The spacetime divine steel was left behind by Li Xiaoyao. Even if he gave it to Xi Wenba, he would not be able to obtain it. Therefore, Lin Ling did not mention it. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the battle in the ancient pagoda ruins became more and more intense. Because of the collapse of an ancient pagoda, many hidden old monsters also moved out. However, they discovered that they could not obtain the flame. It was like the moon in the water. This made them think that the other party had stopped them, causing them to miss the flame. Yang Xingguo, you've caused me a lot of trouble. You're the one. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Those old monsters clashed again, and their attacks were earth-shattering. However, a moment later, another ancient pagoda collapsed. This time, the flames gushing out from the bottom of the pagoda were even more dazzling. This time, we must obtain it. Boom. Seeing this, the old monsters who had yet to make a move became even more excited. Boom. Boom, boom. Like lightning flashing across the sky, figures flew toward the ancient pagoda. Lin Ling, they're going to obtain the spacetime flame. Let's go quickly. Hurry. On a distant sand dune, Xi Wenba became more and more excited and could not help but say. Senior brother Xi Wenba, those experts are all there. How can we get close? Little Peach could not help but say. This was sending them to their deaths. Xi Wenba immediately smiled awkwardly. I'm a little anxious. Haha. Lin Ling did not say anything. He was still staring ahead. He knew that it was also a fake spacetime flame. However, because of the battle between the experts, the spacetime divine steel was slowly rising from the ground. This was also the reason why he was waiting here quietly, because he needed more power to destroy those ancient pagodas and let him find the Tushi Tower. That was the most important thing. At this moment, his blood was boiling. He was somewhat excited. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the second time the stone pagoda fell, it attracted even more experts. However, they realized that they were only the mantis, not the oriole. This time, even Queen Xianxia appeared. Unfortunately, she could only see the flame and could not see it. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Fight. As time passed, the experts knew that they could not force themselves. The more they hid, the more likely they would miss something. Boom. Boom, rumble, more and more ancient pagodas began to collapse, and the sand on the ground was rolling. Follow me. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. He led Xi Wenba and the others to an ancient pagoda with 3 fangs carved on it. That ancient pagoda seemed to be extremely stable. It had not collapsed even now. In the ancient pagoda, there were battles everywhere. Therefore, no one noticed them for a while. The Tushi Tower is said to be the pagoda that suppresses the hell worm. This pagoda is the king of all pagodas. In the distance, the desert began to wriggle as a demon-like figure crawled out. It was old eccentric Lone Mountain. His eyes glowed with a demonic green light. Suddenly, he saw that within the ancient pagoda, several ants were using the chaotic battle to sneak around. Most importantly, he recognized one of them. That brat is very familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. If I catch him, I'll probably find out what treasures are buried here. Old monster Lone Mountain revealed a sinister smile and sank into the sand. faster. At this moment, Lin Ling quickened his pace. His expression was solemn. His life and death were at stake here. Behind him, Shi Wenba was even more excited. For the sake of treasures, he had completely forgotten about their safety. Stop. You guides, are you looking to die? In front of the ancient pagoda, several experts blocked the way. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, they immediately shouted angrily. They did not expect that these guides would dare to take advantage of a place where the old monsters were fighting. Lin Ling, not good. Shi Wenba anxiously shouted and quickly hid behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not say a word. His right hand quickly pulled out the Tyrant Song's sword, and his left foot fiercely stomped on the ground. Boom, the earth exploded and the sky shook. His left foot stepped out with a boundary energy, causing a pillar of light to shoot into the sky. Among the group of people, 2 of them were sent flying into the sky. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The other people's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the newcomers to be so strong. Were they not guides? You're looking to die. One of them also pulled out a cold sword. When the sword was unsheathed, frost appeared, beautiful snowflakes drifted out of the desert. In order to kill those guides, this person did not hesitate to use his own boundary energy. Clang, his sword stabbed out in the wind and snow. However, even though he was fast, Lin Ling was faster. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. The tyrannical Song Sword's dragon energy was also stimulated. Dragon painting finishing touch. This sword was extremely fast, as if it was passing through a world. Xiao, a beautiful flower of blood floated out, rippling in the wind and snow. It was immediately frozen into a blood-colored ice cube. Pudong, the person who attacked fell on his back. The sword pierced through his forehead. What a fast sword. Almost at the same time, his voice floated out. It was obvious that the sword's speed surpassed his voice. It's Lin Ling. How can he be so strong? The remaining people's faces changed. They were only hiding around the ancient tower to see if they could take advantage of the situation. After seeing Lin Ling, they subconsciously looked down on Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was a guide. But now, they knew that they had been tricked by Lin Ling. Kill him. The remaining people erupted with their full strength. Their realm essence blasted out like thunder. It's him. Although the battle on Lin Ling's side wasn't too intense, there were still people who noticed him. Suddenly, the people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. Even Thousand Tools' queen looked at Lin Ling in surprise. After entering the 2nd level, this was the first time she had seen Lin Ling. That brat is still alive. What a tough guy. On the other side, the blue-clothed old man was also fighting with an old monster. He was surprised. He's not dead yet. Sunbone, I think we should stop fighting and capture that ant first. Luo Shawthorn and Sunbone's battle also stopped. They coldly stared at Lin Ling. Blade Mountain Sword Tree. At this moment, Lin Ling knew that he had been exposed. Thus, he had to end this battle quickly. Pong, his body leapt into the air, and the giant sword ruthlessly chopped down like an axe. At this moment, the sand was cut apart. Ultimate Sword Dao. Bang, the sword crazily collided with the realm essences of the people below, shocking the entire battlefield. He's so strong. He can fight 3 World King powerhouses by himself, and one of them is even at the 2nd level of the World King realm. That shocking scene was like a bolt from the blue, causing many people to widen their eyes. Puff, after fighting 3 people in a row, Lin Ling immediately sensed a terrifying power feedback, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, beneath his sword, 2 powerhouses were directly shaken to death. The remaining 2nd level World King powerhouse was even stronger. At this time, he was looking at Lin Ling with shock. However, he could also sense that Lin Ling had exhausted all of his strength. Thus, his hand turned into a claw and he ruthlessly grasped out. Spirit Dust Spike, the space was sliced into pieces. That claw was so terrifying. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could defeat a 2nd level World King powerhouse. But before this, he had been fighting 1 against 3. Thus, when that claw reached out, he seemed unstoppable. Puff, his chest was immediately pierced through and blood splattered onto the sand. Ugh. Seeing this, the distant Thousand Opportunities queen frowned. As for the blue-clothed old man, he sighed. He was surprised by Lin Ling's terrifying strength, but he also regretted that Lin Ling had encountered too many opponents. Haha, a single Luin can kill so many powerhouses. Even if you die, it's a glorious death. The man who attacked maintained his clawing posture and sneered at the moment. Heart flute sword form. However, he discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were still looking at him. They were cold, so cold that it pierced into his heart, killing 1,000 enemies but injuring 800 of his own. Lin Ling had actually chosen to risk his life like this. He had risked his life to get close to him, all for the sake of using that sword. Not good. The man immediately reacted. He wanted to frantically retreat. Too late. However, Lin Ling had already unsheathed his sword. With a horizontal slash, a head flew out. After the head fell to the ground, the eyes on the head were filled with disbelief. Seeing this, Thousand Opportunities Queen and the blue-clothed old man could not help but laugh. They had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're injured. At this moment, Shi Wenba and the others ran over. Little Peach's eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry about that. Follow me. Follow me. However, Lin Ling did not care about the wound on his chest. He quickly ran forward. With every movement, the sand on the ground splashed onto his chest. Seeing this, Little Peach could not help but feel touched. Lin Ling had killed all the enemies. If it were not for Lin Ling, they would have been dead by now. Are you going to get the time fire? Follow me. As for Shi Wenba, he asked anxiously. It seemed that he did not care about Lin Ling's injury at all. Follow me. Cut the crap. Follow me. However, Lin Ling shouted angrily. Little Peach and the others were puzzled. The enemies were already defeated. Why was Lin Ling in such a hurry? They could not help but turn around. Immediately, they saw many old monsters looking at them with cold eyes. Lin Ling's familiarity with the 8 gods' heavenly palace was obvious to all. Naturally, there would be many people who were eyeing him covetously. We've been exposed. Little Peach. Little Peach said anxiously. She quickly chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was not worried about the old monsters in the distance. It was the underground that made him anxious. With his sharp soul power, he could sense that there was a terrifying murderous aura coming from underground. It had locked onto them. Therefore, he had to race against time, although he knew that he would be in danger if he was exposed. However, he was not risking his life to help Shi Wenba. It was because of the time and space divine steel. He had to enter that pagoda. If he did not go crazy, he would not survive. If he wanted something, he had to abandon life and death and fight crazily. Rumble, the ground began to tremble. It was as if something was about to rush out from the sand. It had already formed a small sandbag. Sensing the fluctuations of boundary energy behind him, Lin Ling's expression became even more solemn. Boom, finally, at this moment, the sand exploded and filled the sky. A figure shot over like a porcupine. It was as fast as lightning. Lin Ling could clearly see that it was Old Monster Lone Mountain. Kiki, brat, you've finally fallen into my hands. A cold and gloomy voice drifted out along with the scorching hot sand. Bang, however, at this moment, a figure appeared. It was as if he had been hiding behind Lin Ling. An arm stretched out from the blue cloak. The arm was as smooth as jade, and the 5 fingernails were scarlet red. With a slight movement, a huge mirror appeared. Boom, Old Monster Lone Mountain did not expect someone to suddenly appear. He crashed into the mysterious mirror and was sent flying. It's you. After Old Monster Lone Mountain stabilized himself, he could not help but frown. The person who appeared behind Lin Ling was the most mysterious cloaked figure, Void. Go immediately. Void did not look at Lin Ling. Instead, he said coldly. Why? Lin Ling said as he looked at the back of the figure. Wen Dao. Void pondered for a moment and spat out 2 words. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with shock. Wen Dao? Could it be Grandma Wen Dao? This person is Grandma Wen Dao's subordinate? He was shocked. After leaving the rainforest sacred ground, he had not seen Grandma Wen Dao. Could it be that Grandma Wen Dao had returned to the martial god realm? Thanks. Lin Ling did not say anything and immediately moved forward. Void was still looking at Old Monster Lone Mountain. He did not move, but his attitude made it clear that he was helping Lin Ling. Since you dared to ruin my plans, die. Entering the Tushi ancient pagoda, boom. Boom, boom. Two experts with monstrous strength clashed, causing another fierce battle to take place in the ancient pagoda ruins. At this moment, the ancient pagoda ruins could be said to be filled with fireworks. Intense battles were happening in every corner. Of course, there were also people with evil intentions who started shooting towards Lin Ling. However, it was clearly too late, because Lin Ling had already reached the bottom of the ancient pagoda. The pagoda was very tall, and the 6 walls were engraved with the image of a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms. Most importantly, the pagoda had no door. Lin Ling, not good, there are people rushing over from that side. Hurry! Little Peach anxiously said, her voice trembling. Lin Ling nodded, his face was unprecedentedly cold. He walked around the ancient pagoda, and finally stopped at one of the directions. His hand started to form spirit formation seals. Scarlet Wind Seal. Hurry! Sorcerer Seal. Hurry! After each spirit formation was engraved, Lin Ling heavily slammed the walls. At this moment, Shi Wenba and the others were staring at Lin Ling. They never would have thought that Lin Ling still had such a method. Lin Ling, obediently tell me what treasures are in this ancient pagoda ruins. Hurry! You seem to be very familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I think you will bring me to the final floor. Follow me. Come with me. If you take me to those places, I will protect you. Hurry! Many old monsters had already rushed over. In their eyes, Lin Ling already had nowhere to run. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly looked at them, then heavily slammed the wall with his palm. Haha, want to catch me? Old man, your movements are too slow. Hurry! With his slap, the wall in front of him loudly opened, and a large bronze door appeared. Seeing this, those old monsters were all stunned. When they reacted, they could only watch as Lin Ling entered the ancient pagoda. Little bastard! Anger! Angry voices immediately drifted out. They rushed forward and madly attacked the ancient pagoda. However, they discovered that this ancient pagoda was extremely extraordinary. It actually didn't move an inch. How could they know that Lin Ling had been looking for this pagoda all this time? Naturally, this pagoda couldn't be compared to other pagoda. After Lin Ling entered the ancient pagoda, he immediately discovered that it was filled with dust. Some books and ancient treasures were scattered on the ground. Of course, there was also a corpse. The corpse looked like an old monk who had passed away in meditation. It was wearing an ancient kasaya. Lin Ling looked at the corpse and his eyes flickered. So it was him. It seemed like he had also entered this place. Unfortunately, he was unable to break through the restrictions of the ancient pagoda. He could only enter but could not leave. In the end, he died of old age here. Li Xiaoyao also knew that person. In fact, that person had fought with Li Xiaoyao in the Earth Elemental Land. However, that person had disappeared. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't bother with the corpse. Lin Ling, is it safe here? Little Peach and the others glanced at the dark ancient tower before turning to Lin Ling. It's safe. At least, it's not something they can break through. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Thinking back to the race against time, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was indeed very dangerous. You guys can collect all the treasures here. After that, Lin Ling stared at the crowd and said. They all belong to us? That's great. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. In fact, many of these books were cultivation techniques. That was why Lin Ling didn't need them. Lin Ling, where's the fire of time? Shi Wenba wasn't interested in the cultivation techniques around him. He looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling shook his head. Since you're here, you've already obtained the fire of time. Now, let's take a break. Thank you for before. I know I was too anxious and selfish. This is my fault. You should rest and recover quickly. Shi Wenba only just realized that Lin Ling was seriously injured. He immediately said gratefully. At home I rely on my parents, outside I rely on my friends. Lin Ling casually smiled. Then, he sat down and began to recover from his wounds. Before this, if it weren't for his divinity and demon body greatly increasing his defensive capabilities, then he would have lost the strength to fight. After all, he was only at the first level of the World King realm. He could fight a second-level World King, but he couldn't fight several people in a row. As for Little Peach and the others, as they looked at Lin Ling, they felt warmth in their hearts. Lin Ling had asked them to follow him and promised to protect them as they left. But, Lin Ling had kept his word. This was a man who made a promise worth 1,000 gold coins. After a moment, Lin Ling stood up and looked around the pagoda. Finally, he smiled as he found an ancient and mottled compass. He immediately placed it on the ground and poured his world essence into it. Bang! A multicolored beam of light shot out from the compass, causing Lin Ling's hair to dance in the wind. An image appeared in the beam of light. This was a man fighting in the earth elemental ground. He swept away an army of thousands, slaughtering many god beasts and sand monsters. The entire earth elemental ground was stirred up by him. How fierce! Who is this person? The others gathered around. As they were curious, they also discovered that Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with this ancient pagoda. This person is Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling deeply looked at the man in the beam of light, ripples appearing in his heart. This beam of light recorded the scenes of this battle in his past life. However, no one here recognized Li Xiaoyao. Little Peach, do you see that stone sculpture? Lin Ling put away his nostalgic thoughts and looked at a stone sculpture on the wall. This stone sculpture was of a 3-headed and 6-armed demon god. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, causing one's heart to palpitate. I see it. Little Peach immediately nodded. Pour your realm essence into the stone sculpture and let it continue to shine. Lin Ling instructed. He wanted to open the Tushi Tower, and one of the reasons why he asked Little Peach and the others to follow him was because he needed their help. This was because the pagoda had 6 floors, and each floor had a stone sculpture. The stone sculpture had to be activated. This way, the compass would be able to find the divine steel of time and space and begin to summon it. Okay. Little Peach did not hesitate. She walked forward and urged her realm essence, causing the stone sculpture to gradually shine. Remember, don't let the light extinguish. Lin Ling said again, and led the group to the 2nd floor. There were also stone sculptures there, and Lin Ling asked the others to light up the stone sculptures. The layers of stone sculptures gradually lit up, until the 6th floor. The person who lit up this floor was Shi Wenba. Wait a little longer, the fire of time will appear. Lin Ling first reassured Shi Wenba, and then he went to the window of the ancient pagoda. This pagoda had 6 windows, and through the windows, one could see the battle outside the pagoda. At this moment, the battle outside the pagoda was even more intense, and many people were attacking the ancient pagoda, their faces filled with anger. This was because Lin Ling, this weak junior, seemed to be toying with them again. Among this group of monstrous old monsters, there was a huge wave of shock. Previously, you guys were arrogant enough. Now, it's my turn to act. Lin Ling looked down at the outside of the pagoda. At this moment, he was like the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao who had returned. Tushi Tower, the ancient pagoda that suppressed the hell worm, wake up. When the stone sculptures on the 6th floor of the ancient pagoda lit up, Lin Ling took out the compass, and urged it with his realm essence. The descent of the 8 hell corpse worms, an aura that seemed to have come from hell, quietly permeated the area. Something is wrong, the surroundings have become very quiet. Even the sound of sand flowing has disappeared. What happened? Not good, something is approaching us. At this moment, the eyes of many old monsters in the ancient tower narrowed. They were powerful, so their intuition told them that a terrifying danger was approaching. However, they didn't know what it was. As for those weaker cultivators, they also began to panic. Something that could make those old monsters reveal such a fearful expression, they were afraid that something ominous was about to happen. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. At this moment, the sand on the ground was like boiling water. Gradually, worms crawled out from the sand. Ah, what is this? It is entering my body. At the same time, miserable cries rang out. Some martial artists fell to the ground, unable to get up. They rolled around in pain and even tore apart their clothes and skin, revealing their bloody flesh. It's the 8 hell corpse worms. Old Monster Lone Mountain and Sun Bone exclaimed at the same time. The 8 hell corpse worms were demonic insects that guarded hell. Before coming to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, they had already seen how terrifying these demonic insects were. However, they disappeared without a trace, so they temporarily forgot about it. Why did these 8 hell corpse worms suddenly appear? Many experts exclaimed. They were beginning to panic. They no longer had the dominating aura from before. The old man's expression greatly changed. He knew that the situation on the battlefield had changed. Whether it was the mantis or the oriole, they had all become cicadas at this moment. However, he was also puzzled as to why these 8 hell corpse worms suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he looked at one of the ancient pagodas. He saw a young man in a blue and white robe standing indifferently at the window of the highest floor of the ancient pagoda. He seemed to be watching everything as if it had nothing to do with him. Could it be him? The old man's mind rumbled. Was it Lin Ling? Almost at the same time, he noticed that Lin Ling was also looking at him. Moreover, the corner of Lin Ling's mouth slightly moved as he silently said something. "Senior, leave immediately." "Senior." This sentence made the old man realize that it was indeed Lin Ling. Lin Ling had begun his counterattack. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Hollow had been reminded by Lin Ling, which made the cloaked man's expression very complicated. After meeting Lin Ling, he had never thought of Lin Ling as some kind of expert. And Lin Ling was being held hostage by the old freaks, so he couldn't cause any big waves. But now, this weak junior actually had the ability to dominate the battlefield. However, he didn't think too much about it and immediately left. However, his departure did not mean that the others would leave so easily. Old Devil Lone Mountain and the others also discovered Lin Ling in the ancient pagoda. They were all furious. Was Lin Ling trying to harm them? "Die, brat!" Lone Mountain angrily roared, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. He shot towards the ancient pagoda like a cannonball. "It's him. Since it's him, he's trying to harm us. Kill him." Many old monsters also let out cold voices and attacked one after another. "Old man, don't get angry too easily. Otherwise, you'll die even faster." In the ancient pagoda, Lin Ling still stood there and indifferently spat out a sentence, "Chi chi chi." Almost as soon as his voice fell, shadows shot out from the desert. These ghost-like shadows seemed to like chasing people. The more powerful the realm essence erupted, the more these shadows were attracted. The shadows were only as thick as a thumb. Their wings flapped like fireflies, and they quickly appeared in front of Lone Mountain and the others. A pair of demonic eyes stared indifferently at everyone. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak. 8 hell corpse worms. Lone Mountain and the others exclaimed. At this moment, they were somewhat afraid, because those corpse worms were clearly different. They were probably the king of corpse worms. "Careful!" an old monster shouted. He wanted to retreat, however, this retreat was obviously too late. Xiao xiao xiao, those corpse worms shot forward like arrows. Boom boom boom. Seeing this, the powerhouses erupted with powerful attacks. Their faces paled. However, after the realm essence attack, not only did the corpse worms not die, but they even let out cheerful cries. They directly passed through the realm essence, and they were safe and sound. Puff puff puff, the sound of a drum being pierced rang out. The corpse worms entered the powerhouses' bodies. Ah! The powerhouses let out terrified cries. They were in extreme pain. The crowd could see several worms crawling under the skin of the powerhouses. It was terrifying. Pung pung pung. In just a moment, many old monsters fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, their bodies constantly twitched, as if they were suffering inhumane torture before dying. It was too terrifying. These old monsters were late World King Realm Masters, but in front of the hell worms, they were nothing more than ants. They died just like that. It had to be known that if these old monsters were placed in the myriad worlds, each one of them would be an overlord. Dead, they're all dead. Moreover, more and more 8 hell corpse worms are crawling out. Many people took a step back, their faces filled with fear. Some of them were sect masters, and some were ancient martial artists that had been famous for tens of thousands of years. But at this moment, their bodies were trembling. Ah! Old Monster Lone Mountain also cried out in grief. He pulled out his arms but still couldn't find the worms in his body. Finally, his resistance weakened and he fell to the ground, motionless. His eyes stared at the skies before finally falling onto the window of the ancient pagoda. there, a youth stood there like a king. His handsome face was calm even if the heavens were to collapse. His eyes were cold and merciless, cold enough to penetrate one's soul. "It's Lin Ling." Old Monster Lone Mountain shouted out his last words. He had once said to Lin Ling that he absolutely could not fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would make Lin Ling suffer a fate worse than death, and at that time, Lin Ling had also said that he, Old Monster Lone Mountain, did not want to fall into Lin Ling's hands, and now, he had indeed fallen into Lin Ling's hands. An early world King Realm Jr. was someone that Old Monster Lone Mountain had killed countless times. But today, he had been turned around by an early world King Jr. The weak had defeated the strong. Was it Lin Ling who brought them here? That fellow is too terrifying. All of the martial artists in the ancient pagoda were looking at Lin Ling. In their eyes, the youth's long hair wildly danced in the wind. Astral winds howled around him, blowing against his blue robes. But, the youth's eyes were cold and filled with mockery, so what if he was at the late world king realm? He was going to die all the same. This fellow. The Ray Sandthorn and the Sunbone wished they could tear apart Lin Ling, but that was only in their thoughts. They clearly couldn't do so right now. The only thing they could do was run away. They even had to look up at Lin Ling, and they were the 9 heavens of Azure Province. But, as they saw Lin Ling, they had to run away. This was undoubtedly the greatest irony of all. Chi. At this time, the great desert was in complete chaos. A massive number of worms crawled out, choosing people to swallow, exhausting all of them. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. These corpse bugs are like his anger. In the distance, the old man in green retreated quickly. At this moment, he was looking ahead in shock. That was the fury of hell, Lin Ling's anger. Previously, Lin Ling fought against several experts and was suppressed by many old monsters. Now, Lin Ling counterattacked, and his counterattack was extremely crazy. Chi. At this moment, the ground began to wriggle. Looking carefully, it looked like sand was rolling, but in reality, it was countless corpse bugs crawling. It was hard to imagine that if one fell into those bugs, their bones would not be found. Many warriors died, and even more warriors left the ancient pagoda ruins. At this moment, only Lin Ling remained. This caused thousands of eyes to stare at Lin Ling from afar. Their eyes were filled with anger, jealousy, and unwillingness. No matter what kind of old monster it was, when they met Lin Ling, they had to retreat. Lin Ling had clearly become an existence that no one dared to approach. It was as if he came from hell. "All of you, scram." On top of the ancient pagoda, Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently and coldly spat out a sentence. In the distance, countless experts found it difficult to refute. They could only gnash their teeth in anger. This. At this moment, Little Peach and the rest had walked up to the 6th floor. Because the stone sculpture no longer required them to continue activating their realm essence, they stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They did not expect that after Lin Ling activated the Tushi Tower, its power would be so strong. Those old monsters should be regretting provoking Lin Ling. So powerful. Shi Wenba said in fear. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. They only have themselves to blame. No matter what, with our strength, we can make those old monsters retreat. This is already a miracle. Little Peach immediately said. She looked at the ancient pagoda and said, "This ancient pagoda is really mysterious." When those old monsters attacked the ancient pagoda did not move at all. Lin Ling explained, "This is called the Tushi Tower. Once the taboo is activated, you can only come out from the inside. You can't come in from the outside. No attacks can affect the tower." His eyes were also looking at the compass. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. This was because the space-time divine steel had started to rise from the ground. With the 8 hell corpse worm under the tower, no one could stop him from obtaining the time and space divine steel. Those greedy old monsters could only watch from afar. Rumble. At this moment, the earth trembled. The surface of the ground was opened up, and a pillar of light shot into the sky, burning a large number of corpse bugs. The fire of time. This was the true fire of time. The treasure has finally been unearthed. The old monsters in the distance licked their lips, but when they thought about how they couldn't get close to that place, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. Rumble. As time passed, more and more pillars of light shot up into the sky. From afar, it was extremely dazzling. However, what was shocking was that no matter how the ancient tower changed, no matter how many ancient towers fell, the Tushi Tower remained unmoved. This Tushi Tower was indeed extraordinary. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's hands formed a complicated barrier, forming a hexagonal ancient barrier. In front of him, a strand of multicolored flames was attracted over and gradually floated above the barrier. He obtained that mysterious flame. Lin Ling, I'm going to die from anger. In the distance, the crowd was in an uproar. They were very jealous. Lin Ling carefully withdrew the barrier, only to see that the flame was still floating above the ancient barrier. Then, he looked at Xi Wenba and said with a smile, rely on your parents at home, and rely on your friends outside. Because your words have moved me, this flame is yours. The fire of time and space. Hearing that, Xi Wenba excitedly muttered to himself. His hands and feet were at a loss. He didn't expect Lin Ling to actually succeed. Lin Ling didn't say much. He inserted the spacetime flame into Xi Wenba's body. To him, this was as easy as lifting a finger. After all, the spacetime flame was not the spacetime divine steel. One was the servant, and the other was the master. In fact, if Lin Ling obtained the spacetime divine steel, he could make many people give birth to the spacetime flame and make him their king. However, Xi Wenba didn't know that. He thought that he was the only one who possessed the spacetime flame. However, the process of refining the flame was not easy. Xi Wenba had almost died. Fortunately, Lin Ling's ancient barrier was sharp, allowing him to succeed in the end. Sensing the flame in his body, Xi Wenba's spirit was greatly roused. He couldn't help but roar. Congratulations, Senior Xi Wenba. Little Peach and the others immediately smiled. This made Xi Wenba feel as if he had broken out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. He had spent so much effort and finally obtained results. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. His heart was filled with excitement as he kowtowed to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to him. He was still paying attention to the ground. That was because more and more light pillars rushed out from the ground. This meant that the spacetime divine steel was getting closer and closer. At that moment, he couldn't help but become nervous. As for Xi Wenba beside him, he was very excited at first. However, when he saw that Lin Ling was not moving, he sensed that Lin Ling also wanted the spacetime flame. However, only one person could possess the spacetime flame. A mountain couldn't hide two tigers. Xi Wenba became conflicted in his heart. That was because Lin Ling had helped him before. Lin Ling was the first person he had treated as a friend after coming to the martial god realm. He sensed that Lin Ling had also slowly become stronger from a weak point. That was why he felt a sense of resonance when he saw them. However, if Lin Ling could help him obtain the spacetime flame, then he could definitely obtain it himself. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the strength to take back the spacetime flame. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Roar. Xi Wenba roared in his heart. At that moment, Lin Ling was still looking outside the pagoda. The desert outside the pagoda had disappeared and turned into a lava zone. The 8 hell corpse worms had all been burned to ashes. The expressions of the people in the distance changed drastically. Those flames were even more terrifying than the corpse worms. I'm sorry. At that moment, Xi Wenba roared. His eyes were red as he pushed with both hands. Lin Ling didn't expect Xi Wenba to attack him. He was standing by the window and paying attention to the ground. That was why he was pushed out of the ancient pagoda without warning. After the ancient pagoda's restriction was activated, one could only leave and not enter. Xi Wenba obviously knew this, so he attacked. This was also his only chance to kill Lin Ling. Senior brother Xi Wenba, you. Little Peach and the others reacted and looked at Xi Wenba in shock. Xi Wenba's face became ferocious. The clean eyes of the past had disappeared, and only ambition was left. He had brought Chun Jin to the martial god realm to achieve great things. However, he had seen the fickleness of human nature. He could only be cannon fodder, so he knew that he had to become stronger. Every man for himself. Xi Wenba heavily spat out these words and then kowtowed towards the window. Lin Ling, you are my benefactor. I will never forget you in this life. He seemed to want to use these words to comfort himself so that he wouldn't feel guilty. At this moment, Lin Ling was smashed into the lava outside the pagoda. His eyes were extremely cold. In fact, helping Shi Wenba was as easy as lifting a finger. The reason why he helped Shi Wenba was because of Shi Wenba's words, "Rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends outside." These words were very sincere. However, although Lin Ling helped Shi Wenba, it didn't mean that he was a fool. You're not a tiger, therefore, he helped Shi Wenba because even if Shi Wenba wanted to harm him, Lin Ling was not afraid. However, Lin Ling did not expect that Shi Wenba would actually harm him. You will regret this. Lin Ling smiled, and his smile became cruel. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Becoming a brother and a friend was a heavenly treatment, but becoming an enemy was hell. Lin Ling, you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so strong. You and I are both from myriad worlds. Why can you make those seniors pay attention to you while I'm just a trash? Shi Wenba threw caution to the wind and roared, "Let me tell you, I also killed Louis." Boom, as soon as he said that, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. Louis wanted to take advantage of Lin Ling in the past, but he was interrupted by Shi Wenba. After that, Lin Ling saw Louis die in the desert. It turned out that Louis was killed by Shi Wenba. Shi Wenba was very shrewd. He gave people the impression that he was kind and willing to help others. In fact, he only wanted to call on those guides. Lin Ling, you can only blame yourself for being blind. You misjudged me, but you are my benefactor. I, Shi Wenba, will remember you for the rest of my life. In the future, I will personally set up a memorial tablet for you and kowtow every day to apologize for my sins. Shi Wenba stood up, and his aura quietly turned into the aura of a fierce and ambitious person. He had endured humiliation and finally, today, he had accumulated enough strength. Haha, not bad at all. Compared to those experts like Old Monster Lone Mountain, you are clearly more terrifying. Lin Ling still smashed towards the ground, and his eyes revealed the domineering aura of a fierce and ambitious person. The two kings, one in the sky and one on the ground, collided with each other's gazes. Shi Wenba was not strong, but he was ambitious and could endure humiliation. This was more terrifying than many talented geniuses. He was indeed a fierce and ambitious person. Shi Wenba immediately laughed, "A mountain can't hide two tigers. Lin Ling, only I, Shi Wenba, can obtain the time fire." Haha, you just obtained the time fire, and you think you are a tiger? You don't have the qualifications to be a tiger in front of me. Just you wait, I will come for you. Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything and allowed himself to smash into the lava. On the other hand, Shi Wenba's heart trembled. He was a little afraid because this mysterious young man, Lin Ling, had sharp means and was mysterious and unfathomable. He was able to play around with the old monster. However, when he saw Lin Ling disappear into the lava, he laughed. Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Brother Shi Wenba, you are repaying kindness with enmity. Little Peach and the others stared at Shi Wenba with bloodshot eyes. They never thought that Shi Wenba would be so ugly. All of you will understand in the future. Shi Wenba shook his head, and his aura became a notch higher. He said indifferently, "For Lin Ling's sake, I won't kill you." Shameless. Little Peach and the others scolded. However, they could not do anything about Shi Wenba's strength. However, Shi Wenba did not know that Lin Ling did not guard against him. The main reason why he fell from the ancient tower was because of the appearance of the time and space divine steel. Lin Ling did not want to miss the time and space divine steel, so he did not attack. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would be killed by the people around him after playing with us old monsters. What a pity. That Luin is shameless. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. He is afraid that Lin Ling is stronger than him, so he attacked Lin Ling. A mountain can't hide two tigers. Is he qualified to be compared to Lin Ling? The people in the distance frowned. Lin Ling was strong, but Shi Wenba could only rely on shameless means. The two were not on the same level. Trash. Xianxia and the others stared at the ancient tower angrily. Rumble, at this moment, the ancient tower had turned into a sea of fire. The desert was like an island floating on top of the lava. As for the power of the flames, even true immortal realm experts did not dare to get close to it. What happened here? Could it be the spacetime flame? Unfortunately, we are too late. At this time, whistling sounds could be heard. Dozens of figures appeared in the sky above the desert. They looked at the lava in front of them with serious expressions. These people were all true immortal realm experts. Among them were the 3 leaders and many unknown experts. The 10 great sword immortals of Qingzhou? That's the chess ancestor. Some of the old monsters who had been in the martial god realm all year round recognized these unfamiliar experts. They did not expect these experts to come as well. It seemed like they had been following them secretly. The spacetime flame? I heard that the place with the flame will have that thing. A man with a bamboo sword on his back said with a frown. He obviously knew more than the others. As soon as he finished speaking, the other top experts' expressions changed. Could it be the spacetime divine steel? They stared at the lava as if they were looking for a needle in a haystack. They wanted to find the spacetime divine steel, but they were disappointed. They did not see the spacetime divine steel. Damn it, we should have come earlier. Sunset Brilliance, one of the 3 leaders, said regretfully. His aged face was full of regret. The spacetime divine steel has disappeared. I'm afraid it has been obtained by someone. After saying that, he looked at the old monsters around him with a suspicious expression. Based on his guess, ordinary people could not obtain the spacetime divine steel unless they were true immortal realm experts. Therefore, the spacetime divine steel might have been obtained by these people around him. And if they had obtained the spacetime divine steel, no one would reveal it. Naturally, they would be putting on an act. Sunset Brilliance, what are you looking at? If I had obtained that treasure, would I hide it from you? The old man called chess ancestor reprimanded. If Lin Ling's chess boy was here, he would definitely respectfully call him master. Hee, that's hard to say. Another voice sounded. It was one of the 3 leaders, and Yi. They each had their own ulterior motives. They all suspected that someone in this group had obtained the spacetime divine steel. As for the people below, the possibility was not high because those people were not strong enough to obtain the spacetime divine steel. The desert is starting to flood back. At this moment, another person spoke. The lava began to flow backward, and the sand gradually drowned the lava. Sigh, we're late, we're late. The old monsters sighed. They had clearly missed the spacetime divine steel. What happened earlier? Can anyone tell me? Battle Emperor Ling Ying, one of the 3 leaders, pointed at the crowd below, causing 3 people to explode and die. Then, someone immediately said, Senior Battle Emperor Ling Ying, Lin Ling appeared earlier. That person recounted what had happened earlier. Someone obtained the spacetime fire? The old monster's eyes flickered, but they clearly did not care much. Although the spacetime fire was also very precious, it could not be compared to the spacetime divine steel. Of course, only they knew this. Everyone else thought that the treasure here was the spacetime fire. This kid called Lin Ling is really amazing. He actually activated the Tushi Tower's taboo and summoned the spacetime divine steel. Unfortunately, with his strength, he couldn't obtain it at all. In the end, he could only die with hatred. An ingrate has appeared by his side. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The underground battle. Of course, if they knew that not only was Lin Ling not dead, but he had even jumped into the lava on purpose, who knew what they would think? If they knew that the spacetime divine steel had been taken by Lin Ling, they would be even more shocked. Sigh, I didn't expect to come here for nothing. Let's go. Then, the toppled monsters left with regretful looks on their faces. The crowd also gradually dispersed. They were also extremely depressed. Because they had returned empty-handed. Not bad, you did well. After leaving here, you can go to my only me commandery. After Shi Wenba and the rest walked down from the ancient pagoda, the Luosha Thorn looked over and praised them. Shi Wenba walked forward step by step. He was delighted and excited. In the past, the sand spike did not even bother to remember his face. But now, the sand spike actually took the initiative to talk to him. This meant that he had been recognized. This was the benefit of increasing one's strength. Now that you have obtained the spacetime fire, your future will be bright. If you have nowhere else to go, you can come to my Grand Court Commandery. Sunbone also invited Shi Wenba. He was very satisfied with Shi Wenba's talent. Thank you, my lords. Shi Wenba hurriedly bowed. He knew that he had done the right thing by harming Lin Ling. Only by killing Lin Ling could he soar. Unfortunately, he did not know that his actions had consigned him to eternal damnation. Despicable person. The green-robed elder looked at Shi Wenba with cold eyes. However, the two heavenly talents of Qingzhou had spoken, so he knew that he could not kill Shi Wenba. At this moment, the lava was rolling like a fire dragon underground. A figure was slowly moving along the lava. A large number of enchantments appeared around his body, blocking the scorching flames. He had his hands behind his back. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He was like a fire god moving forward. He was Lin Ling. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had fallen into the lava because he had been framed. However, they did not know that even if Shi Wenba had not done anything, Lin Ling would still have moved forward. On the contrary, through Shi Wenba's actions, Lin Ling could be considered to have seen through a person. If Shi Wenba knew that Lin Ling was still alive, he would definitely regret it to death, because not only did he not kill Lin Ling, but he also caused Lin Ling's hatred towards him to reach the peak, and for Lin Ling to hate someone so much, anyone who knew Lin Ling knew that this person was definitely going to die. The barrier around us is about to disappear. We have to find the space-time divine steel as soon as possible. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Tens of millions of lava rivers began to converge. Gradually, a mysterious ancient tablet floated in the middle of the multicolored lava, emitting an ancient mottled aura. Around the ancient monolith, primal chaos was circulating. It was extremely mysterious. However, an old man in a Xianxia was sitting in front of the stone tablet. When Lin Ling approached, he finally opened his eyes. I was wondering who could find the space-time divine steel so quickly. So it's you. The old man said indifferently. He seemed to have been here for a long time, so he knew that it would be extremely difficult for others to find the space-time divine steel unless it was that person, and that person was none other than Li Xiaoyao. You're not dead yet. Looks like you almost got the space-time divine steel. Unfortunately, you failed in the end and your soul is trapped here forever. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and said indifferently, your corpse is still in the Tushi Tower, but I didn't clean it up for you. This person was the corpse in the Tushi Tower. Obviously, he did not have Lin Ling's methods and was trapped in the Tushi Tower. Therefore, he could only abandon his physical body and enter the underground to find the space-time divine steel. However, he had failed again. He did not obtain the space-time divine steel, but instead became its guardian soul. I know that you're the one who left the steel. You can definitely obtain it easily. However, before that, I will stop you. The old man said solemnly as he stood up. Then come at me. If you defeat me, you'll obtain the method to open the space-time divine steel. However, you may not be able to defeat me. You couldn't in the past, and you can't today. Lin Ling slowly pulled out the Tyrant Song sword. Actually, you know that you have no hope of obtaining the space-time divine steel. I know, I definitely know. However, I will stop you. I lost to Li Xiaoyao in the past, but I will defeat you today. The old man said excitedly. Even if Lin Ling taught him the method, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the space-time divine steel because he was just a soul. Come and fight. A ray of blue light appeared, and the old man's Xianxia disappeared. He also started to change silently and gradually turned into a handsome young man. He wore a long blue robe and held an ancient sword in his hand. His chiseled face was as calm as an ancient well. It was Lin Ling. He had turned into Lin Ling. Scarlet cover Buddhist mantra. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the old man to use this Buddhist technique. This Buddhist technique was very powerful. It could mimic everything that others did, and any move could be learned in an instant. It was extremely powerful. In fact, if the old man used all his soul power to fight Lin Ling might not be his match. However, the old man was too familiar with Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his methods were beyond imagination. Therefore, the old man decided to go all in and mimic Lin Ling. The advantage of this was that he knew everything that Lin Ling knew, and he was even more skilled. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. Lin Ling drew his sword. His sword seemed to have accumulated a lot of strength as it slashed out fiercely. Dragon Chi was released from the Tyrant Song sword. The godly demon body also descended. 10 years of polishing a sword. Black sword record? I know it too. The old man in the form of a young man also swung his sword. Clang, the two swords collided, and a deafening sound drifted out. The two of them were evenly matched. Finishing touch. Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword shook heavily and shook off his opponent's sword. His sword turned into a stab, like a dragon soaring into the sky. I know it too. The old man sneered. It was the same confident smile as Lin Ling. The sword in his hand shook, and he quickly drew his sword. Clang, the tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the sword, and sparks flew everywhere. Then, the two figures clashed violently in the lava, as if two super-powerful swordsmen were clashing. Dodging domain. Lin Ling used his ultimate techniques one by one, but his opponent imitated them instantly. The moves were the same as his, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Most importantly, the barrier around Lin Ling's body was getting dimmer and dimmer. Without the barrier, Lin Ling would very likely be swallowed by the lava, therefore, time was of the essence. Hee hee. The young man opposite Lin Ling laughed sinisterly. He knew that Lin Ling must be very flustered at this moment. However, when he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, he found that Lin Ling's expression was still unchanged. His indifferent look was very similar to Li Xiaoyao's. The former ghost genius Li Xiaoyao had experienced countless life and death situations. In the face of this predicament, he would not panic at all. Sword Mountain and Sword Tree. At this moment, a giant sword slashed out. Lin Ling had once again unleashed a powerful move. At this moment, he had also activated the ultimate sword Dao. Break invincible. Amazing. As expected of Li Xiaoyao. The other party sneered and instantly imitated Lin Ling's ultimate technique. He also swung out a huge sword pillar. What was even more frightening was that not only was he able to imitate Lin Ling's soul force, he was even able to imitate his physical strength. I don't believe that you don't have any flaws. After his sword failed, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword was like a swimming dragon, dancing in the sea of lava. I really don't have any flaws. If you don't believe me, use your 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes. The other party revealed an evil smile and was extremely confident. However, after Lin Ling utilized the myriad devil eyes, he was indeed unable to see his opponent's weakness. The only weakness was that so long as he defeated his opponent would be annihilated. One had to know that the 10,000 mammoths' magic eyes could see through the enemy's moves and martial arts, but at this moment, his opponent was imitating Lin Ling's moves and martial arts. This meant that Lin Ling was trying to find his own flaws. As for Lin Ling, since he was able to cultivate the Omega Sword Dao, he would naturally choose the best martial arts method. Even if there were flaws, they would be negligible. Thus, it would be very difficult to find any flaws. Again, Yellow Spring's Flame, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Ling had even used a law martial technique, but his opponent knew it too. It was terrifying. As a result, Lin Ling's expression became more and more serious. He didn't have much time left. So your Dharma isn't invincible. It has a flaw. Lin Ling said indifferently after exchanging several hundred blows. I knew that you would see through the flaw sooner or later. That's right, the flaw of my Dharma is the process of imitating you. There is a slight delay in speed. His opponent laughed coldly. It was impossible for him to imitate Lin Ling's moves in an instant. For example, if Lin Ling used a sword move, he would need time to imitate it, and that time was subtle breath. A breath was 1,000th of a breath of time. It was fast, faster than the blink of an eye, therefore, even if Lin Ling knew his flaws, it was useless. I will find your flaws again. Lin Ling did not have the slightest intention of giving up. He displayed all the martial arts he had learned in his life. The accumulation of these martial arts was extremely terrifying because it included Li Xiaoyao's martial arts. Me too. However, the other party had managed to learn it in an instant. Even though he was slower by a few breaths, it didn't affect him at all. He and Lin Ling were only tied, but if the battle dragged on, Lin Ling would be burned to death by the surrounding lava. Boom. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's body erupted with a terrifying aura. In this crazy battle, he broke through. At the second stage of the World King realm, one had the strength of 2 worlds within their body. Boom. However, just as Lin Ling broke through, the evil youth also erupted with a terrifying aura. He had also broken through. Invincible. This was true invincibility. even Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This guy's imitation was too freakish. Li Xiaoyao, you don't have much time left. The other party lifted his sword, faintly looking at Lin Ling. His confident smile became even thicker. Lin Ling began to ponder. The martial arts he knew, the other party knew as well. The other party knew all of his methods. The only flaw was that there was only a few breaths of time. That's right. Lin Ling's pupils brightened. Let's have a life or death battle. Burn your world essence. Bang! At this time, the world essence of a second-stage world king was completely combusted. This caused the other party to be stunned. This was because combusting one's world essence was a desperate move. This meant that Lin Ling was going all out. Of course, this was also normal. Because if Lin Ling didn't go all out, he would definitely be burned to death by the lava. Do you think you are the only one who can burn your world essence? The other party darkly smiled. He also burned his world essence, causing his strength to crazily rise. At this time, both of them had the strength to fight a third-stage world king. They could even kill someone at that level. They were true monstrous geniuses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle beneath the lava became even more intense. As time passed, the auras of the two people began to dim. This was because combusting one's world essence was also a method of suicide. The longer one burned their world essence, the more likely they were to die. Li Xiaoyao, to have you accompany me in death, my life has been worth it. The evil youth was also very weak, but he was also very excited. He had done it and prevented Li Xiaoyao from obtaining the time and space divine tablet. Blade Mountain Sword Tree. Facing this youth's ridicule, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He forcefully combusted all of his world essence and used his most terrifying sword strike. Seeing this, the other party naturally imitated Lin Ling and erupted with a desperate strike. The evil youth even knew that after Lin Ling's sword strike, he would die. This was because all of his world essence would be burned away. I am you and you are me. If you die, I die too, haha. The evil youth savagely laughed. His sword was like a pillar, wildly colliding with Lin Ling's sword strike. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the lava was finally stirred up into a whirlpool. It was terrifying. After all, this was the time and space fire that even true immortals didn't dare to approach. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He sensed that the world essence in his body was about to be burned away. He finally sneered, I am me and you are you. If you die, I won't die. Die. At this critical moment, he forcefully extinguished the burning world essence and withdrew all of his power, because if he continued to burn, he would undoubtedly die. The evil youth was stunned. Lin Ling wasn't planning to commit suicide. He hurriedly withdrew all of his world essence. However, he forgot that he was a bit slower when imitating Lin Ling. This short period of time was a fatal wound, because he was too slow, and also because Lin Ling extinguished his world essence at the most crucial moment. When it was his turn, he could no longer suppress the burning speed of his world essence. Rumble, his world essence was completely burned away. His entire body turned gray. He stood there foolishly holding his sword, as if he couldn't believe everything before his eyes. His dharma came from a senior monk in the martial god Crimson Province. That expert was even stronger than Li Xiaoyao in the past. This caused his dharma to be boundless, absolutely invincible, but now, this invincibility was broken. Li Xiaoyao was Li Xiaoyao indeed. This ability to remain fearless in the face of danger was unparalleled. Cough cough. Lin Ling coughed up blood. Moreover, he quickly walked toward the ancient monument in front of him. When he passed by the old man, he said indifferently, You have lost again. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. You are Lin Ling, right? From today onwards, Li Xiaoyao has returned. The old man began to return to his original appearance. He revealed a bitter smile. His body shattered like paper. Seeing this, Lin Ling revealed a proud smile. That old man was a bone lantern. In the past, he was extremely famous in the martial god realm. Later on, he lost to Li Xiaoyao. Today, he defeated him again. This meant that he, Li Xiaoyao, had returned. When the barrier around his body was about to disappear, Lin Ling's hand finally touched the ancient monument. Rumble, the lava shook as if heaven and earth were collapsing. A multicolored light shot toward Lin Ling's right eye, causing him to completely faint. Almost at the same time, his body was crazily burned and finally disappeared without a trace. 2 dantians after an unknown amount of time, the lava gradually extinguished, turning into a solid rock river that lay under the mountains of the martial god realm. In the river, a slender figure lay there. His skin was glossy, and if one looked carefully, the blood vessels under his skin seemed to be flowing like lava. After being refined by the flame of time and space, Lin Ling's god-demon body improved again, reaching 5,000 universe power. Time quietly passed, and the rock river was very quiet. Small beasts walked by and looked at the youth lying on the ground. They all quietly approached because the youth gave them a very comfortable feeling. Warm sunlight slowly sprinkled down at this moment, bathing all things under a thin veil. The young man above the river of rocks had his long hair draped down, and he had the lazy aura of a king. On his handsome face, his slender eyelashes moved slightly under the sunlight. Oh! Lin Ling opened his eyes. His left eye had a large number of Dao seals, and his right eye had a mysterious ancient tablet. Of course, the strangeness of his eyes quickly disappeared. The space-time divine tablet has completely returned. Lin Ling revealed a gratified smile. My left eye is one of the 6 great god eyes, and my right eye is one of the 9 great flames. My talent has reached the peak. Primal Chaos Divine Formula. Then, Lin Ling shouted, and the 3 cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit in his body turned into a mysterious power that crazily rotated. His physical strength had reached a new level, and so had his soul power. His flame talent had returned, and his 3 domains had all stepped into the ranks of a new world. Boom boom boom, Lin Ling's body rumbled, and a new dantian was opened up. This dantian was weak at first, but it gradually grew until it became a boundary spirit dantian. In this way, Lin Ling had 2 dantians. As everyone knew, the dantian was the source of power. Any martial arts and world essence came from there, but a martial artist only had 1 dantian. This was the law of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling had 2 dantians, and this was the abnormal part of the Primal Chaos Divine Formula. What did it mean to have 2 dantians? This meant that if Lin Ling fought a second-stage world king, he would be able to easily kill his opponent. If one dantian's world essence was exhausted, he could use a second one. Moreover, if 2 dantian's world essences fused together, his strength would reach a terrifying limit. To fight a 4th-level world king wasn't difficult at all. In fact, if he burned his world essence, that would be terrifying. The first stage of the Primal Chaos Divine Formula is complete. After a long time, Lin Ling smiled. His strength had greatly increased. However, he used the second dantian to hide the flame of time and space. That dantian was also a flame dantian, also known as the Flame World. As for his first dantian, he used it to cultivate his Omega Sword Dao. After that, Lin Ling changed into clean clothes, stroked the little beasts around him, and strode away. Shi Wenba, can't a mountain hide 2 tigers? In my eyes, you're really not a tiger. At this moment, he was once again like a proud and aloof swordsman as he embarked on his journey. Clouds swirled around the green mountain, a gentle wind blew, a waterfall broke free, cold and clear. The ancient green mountain moved like ink. Clouds and mist drifted in the sky. From time to time, martial artists would pass through the skies or walk along the green mountain. This place wasn't too far from the great swamp of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Thus, these people had heard the news and also wanted to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but they were clearly too late. What? The 8 gods' heavenly palace is closed? Yes, everyone that entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace came out. They can't enter the next level. Then we didn't come here in vain. In the immortal land of ink and green mountains, many martial artists were sighing, extremely regretful. It is said that in the 2nd level of earth travel, many people obtained good harvests. The 3 great leaders were also the same. But, the most precious treasure seems to have been missed. It is said that someone obtained the time fire. TSK, what kind of treasure is that? But if it can appear in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, that strange flame must be extraordinary. But if we have to talk about who is the most fierce in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it is without a doubt Lin Ling of the martial god battalion. Who is Lin Ling? Could he be a new rising genius? How does he compare to the 9 heavens of the Qing province? This person has just risen, so of course he cannot compare to the 9 heavens. But this person played with a group of old monsters. It is said that many experts died in his hands, including Old Monster Lone Mountain. What a powerful junior. In the mountain range, many martial artists were chatting as they walked. They had missed the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but they were extremely curious about what happened there. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly walking on the ancient mountain path. He also heard the voices in the distance. It seems like it is as I guessed. Those people did not enter the 3rd level. They should have all left by now. Lin Ling said with a smile. Even Li Xiaoyao was stopped at the 2nd level. Naturally, no one else could enter the 3rd level. Quickly find Shi Wenba, then return to the martial god battalion. Lin Ling continued walking, his soul force gushing out like water. He wanted to find Shi Wenba. He had to kill this person, not only for himself, but also for Lu Yi, who had died tragically. It's them? Then, Lin Ling could not help but smile. At this moment, on the other side of the mountain, several figures were walking along the mountain path. They were Little Peach and the others. I didn't expect Shi Wenba to be such a person. We were all wrong about him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling is dead. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have let Shi Wenba go. The current Shi Wenba disdains to associate with us. Little Peach and the others spoke as they walked. In fact, they had left the 8 gods' heavenly palace for 3 months. In the beginning, they still followed Shi Wenba, but gradually, they found that Shi Wenba did not care about them at all. He was even more aloof in front of them, therefore, they chose to leave in the end. They and Shi Wenba were people of 2 different worlds. The current Shi Wenba was no longer the past guide. There were many people who wanted to recruit him. As for them, they were still lowly guides. Haha, leaving without saying goodbye, isn't that a bit too immoral? But at this time, 3 figures walked out from the dense forest in front of them. 2 were middle-aged men and 1 was an old man. Their strength was at the 1st level of the World King realm. It's you, Senior Jianbingyi. Little Peach and the others stopped, their complexions changing. They recognized these 3 people because during this time, they had followed Shi Wenba to a city called 9 Dragons City. Shi Wenba was highly valued in the city, and the city lord had even betrothed his daughter to Shi Wenba. And that old man Jianbingyi was the city lord's subordinate. What do you want to do? Sensing that these 3 people had ill intentions, Little Peach and the others were on guard. You left without saying goodbye, that is not placing 9 Dragon City in your eyes. So, what do you think we want to do? The old man lightly said. I never promised not to kill you. Haha. Haha, who would have thought that not only would these people not be startled, but they would instead laugh. The old man shook his head. You are too naive, because the one who wants to kill you is Shi Wenba. If you stay by his side then you won't die. But if you leave him then you will die. This is because you know too many things. Moreover, you have cultivation methods from the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace that Shi Wenba has asked us to take back for him. Haha. Shi Wenba wants to kill us? Haha, hearing this, Little Peach and the others couldn't believe their ears. They had come from 10,000 worlds with Shi Wenba. They had shared joys and sorrows together, weathering trials and tribulations together. But after Shi Wenba soared into the heavens, they had been abandoned. Some people can only share trials and tribulations, not riches and honor. Now that Shi Wenba is about to rise, he will inevitably enter the 3 great academies of Blue Province. You know too many of his secrets, so how could he possibly allow you to live? Haha, the old man slowly walked forwards, speaking as he did so. Dang dang dang, seeing this, Little Peach and the others retreated, their faces pale. Although they believed the old man's words, the truth was still a heavy blow to them. This was because as long as they were alive, they wouldn't be able to threaten Shi Wenba. But, Shi Wenba still wanted to eliminate them by the roots. This was completely different from the kind and gentle man in their memories. You are only pitiful guides. If you die here, no one will care, and no one will help you. Haha, the old man's complexion became even colder. Killing Little Peach and the others was no different from stepping on weeds on the side of the road. The 2 people beside him also sneered. They clenched their fists and released them, killing intent gushing out from them. However, just as they were about to attack, a calm voice sounded out. I can help them. As this voice sounded out, the entire Green Mountain seemed to fall silent. Everyone turned to see a youth in blue and white robes slowly walking down the ancient rocky mountain path. He had an ancient sword and long hair. It was a startling sight. Little Peach and the others stared at this figure, not believing their own eyes. It was him. "Sir, this is a matter of our 9-dragon city. You shouldn't interfere." The old man frowned. He could feel that this newcomer's strength was at the second level of the World King realm, a higher boundary than himself. Of course, he had 3 people on his side, so he wasn't too worried. "What if I insist on interfering?" However, the young man's voice also turned cold, carrying a sharp killing intent. "That would mean offending our 9-dragon city. Moreover, these people are only slaves. Why would your excellency provoke us for a few slaves? Most importantly, the person who wants to kill these slaves is called Xianxia." The old man's eyes flickered as he spoke. "Haha, according to what you said, you should want to kill me more. Because compared to them, Xianxia wants to kill me more." The corners of the young man's mouth curled into a sneer, and he finally stopped. His words caused the elder's expression to change slightly. Who was this person? Why did Xianxia want to kill him the most? "I don't want to know what you're talking about, but if you provoke us, you won't have a good time either." Soon, the old man shook his head. At the same time, he secretly told the 2 people next to him to look at his eyes and prepare to attack. He didn't know who the intruder was, but the intruder had obviously disrupted what he wanted to do. However, how could he hide his intentions from the young man? The young man shook his head. He took a step forward and shot forward. He made his move. Boom. It was just a movement, but the entire mountain shook as if the power of a world had exploded. So fast. The elder's expression changed drastically. He didn't even notice the power of the world essence, but the young man had already appeared in front of him. At the same time, a large hand grabbed at him as if it was covering the sky. Bang! The terrifying thing was that the hand could actually break through the power of the world essence and smoothly grab the elder's neck. This unforeseen event caused the other 2 to be stunned. "I wonder what the good fruit you're talking about is," the young man said indifferently as he lifted the elder with one hand. "Senior Jianbingyi was subdued in one move?" The other 2 trembled because they could see that the gap between them and the young man was huge, extremely huge. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the young man. Who are you?" the elder said with a terrified expression. He knew that he had encountered an extremely terrifying expert. "I'm the person Xianxia wants to kill the most. My name is Lin Ling." The young man's gaze met the elder's and said indifferently, causing the elder's heart to rumble. He naturally knew about Xianxia's background. He heard that Xianxia used to be a slave, but after he betrayed someone, he soared into the sky, and that person was Lin Ling. However, Xianxia didn't allow anyone to mention this shameful past. If anyone dared to mention it, they would be fined that day and die the next day without knowing why. Therefore, not many people knew about this, and the elder was one of them. Now, the fierce guy in front of him was Lin Ling. Wasn't this guy dead? The elder opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Bang! Lin Ling crushed his neck directly, then threw the corpse in his hand and looked at the remaining 2. "Where is Xianxia?" His voice was calm, but it was as cold as the 9 hells. The 2 middle-aged men were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. They didn't dare to look at Lin Ling at all. "Die!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. It was like the King of Hell's soul-summoning order. Bang! One of the middle-aged men instantly died, suppressed to death by Lin Ling's massive soul force. To Little Peach and the others, these people were existences that they could only look up to. But to Lin Ling, they weren't even worth mentioning. He is in 9-dragon city. He is about to become the son-in-law of the city lord. Moreover, Lord Xianxia wants to borrow the name of 9-dragon city to enter the 3 great academies of Blue Province. The other man fell to his knees, constantly begging for mercy. This youth's methods were simple and direct. Even if he didn't want to speak, he had to. "What is your city lord's strength and what powerhouses are nearby?" Lin Ling asked without expression. "Our city lord is at the 3rd stage of the World King realm and there are no powerhouses nearby. But, I heard that Xianxia is someone from the 2 great heavens of Blue Province, thus our city lord tried to recruit him." The man didn't dare to look at Lin Ling. He never thought that just a moment ago he could decide the fate of Little Peach and the others, but in the next moment his fate would be decided by someone else. The matters of life were truly filled with twists and turns. Destiny was the most mysterious of all. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. As he had guessed, after Shi Wenba revealed his formidable talent, many powerhouses began to try to recruit him. However, in Lin Ling's heart, Shi Wenba had just risen and now he was about to fall. Go die. Lin Ling nodded. Then, he punched out, smashing that man to pieces. I've already told you why you want to kill me. The man cried out before he died, as if he hadn't died in peace. I didn't agree to not kill you. Lin Ling said without looking at him. These people wanted to kill Little Peach and the others, thus they were Lin Ling's enemies. Then, Lin Ling turned and looked at Little Peach and the others. Big brother Lin Ling. 100 Worlds Martial Competition. It's good that you're all fine. Lin Ling looked at them, his expression not as cold as before. Big brother Lin Ling, Shi Wenba wants to kill us. He's too vicious. One of them said angrily, his heart filled with unwillingness. Haha, he's still in the mood to decide other people's lives? He's really free. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He hated ungrateful people the most. Therefore, he must kill Shi Wenba today. Go to 9 Dragon City to kill Shi Wenba. The corners of his mouth twitched as he coldly spat out these words, causing Little Peach and the others to tremble subconsciously. Then, they were filled with anticipation. They wanted to know how Shi Wenba would react when he saw Lin Ling again. 9 Dragon City was not far from here. It wasn't a big city, but it was still bustling with people and bustling with noise. Many cultivators who had just arrived in the martial god realm chose 9 Dragon City as their first choice. Because there weren't many experts here, it was the best place for them to train for the first time. Today, 9 Dragon City was extremely lively because the city lord had set up the 100 Worlds Martial Competition to make friends with the experts of the myriad worlds. The 100 Worlds Martial Competition, to put it bluntly, is the city lord Su Jiolong trying to tell everyone that he has found the best son-in-law? It's Shi Wenba, right? This guy is really powerful. I heard that he came from the myriad worlds, but he relied on his own perseverance and sweat to finally gain a foothold in the martial god realm. I heard that many great powers have extended an olive branch to him. Yeah, City Lord Su Jiolong doesn't have a chance to enter the 3 great academies of the Azure province. Therefore, he hopes that Shi Wenba can represent 9 Dragon City and enter the academy. The city lord has a good plan. However, Shi Wenba won't lose out. At least he's married to a beautiful woman. I'm envious. In the streets and alleys, voices drifted out everywhere. As for the geniuses from the myriad worlds, they were envious. They hoped that one day they could be like Shi Wenba and gain a foothold in the martial god realm and enjoy worship. This Shi Wenba is really hypocritical. If it weren't for big brother Lin Ling, how could he be where he is today? He actually attributed everything to his perseverance and sweat. How ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had arrived at the city's massive gate. Hearing the various voices in the city, Little Peach could not help but mock. Hee hee, the higher you fly, the more painful it is to fall. Lin Ling stared into the distance, his eyes filled with coldness. Shi Wenba knew how to conduct himself. This was something that Lin Ling had already experienced, however, Shi Wenba was an ingrate. If he was weak, he would flatter him. If he was strong, those who had helped him would be bullied and even killed. Now that Shi Wenba has gained a firm foothold in the martial god realm, as his old friend, we have to support him no matter what. Following which, a sinister smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, causing Little Peach and the others to grow curious. Follow me. Lin Ling suddenly remembered that when he went to kill an enemy in the past, he had prepared a coffin as a gift. Now that Shi Wenba was about to spread his wings and soar, how could Lin Ling not give him a gift? At this moment, in the 9 Dragon City, a large number of people had gathered, and in the center was a golden martial arts stage. That's right, it was a golden martial arts stage. Today was the day that the city lord, Su Jiolong, was looking for a son-in-law, so how could he embarrass himself? Congratulations, congratulations. Many seniors who knew Su Jiolong came and congratulated him. They knew that Su Jiolong had found a son-in-law. It was said that this son-in-law's talent was quite good, causing an outer court elder from the three great academies of Qingzhou to come. If this son-in-law entered the three great academies, then Su Jiulong's status would rise as well. Therefore, these experts also knew that today's 100 Dynasty's martial competition was fake. The real purpose was to move that mysterious elder when Shi Wenba displayed his strength. It's my honor to have all of you here. At this moment, Su Jiulong cupped his hands and said to the crowd. Someone laughed and asked, "May I know who City Lord Su's son-in-law is?" With that said, many experts became curious. Su Jiulong smiled proudly and pointed to the other side. There was a thin and weak man sitting there. His eyes were slightly closed, and he didn't move or hear anything around him. He looked young, but he had his own arrogant demeanor. He is indeed a dragon among men. Those experts secretly said. They could sense that this young man wasn't simple. So handsome. Wow. As for Su Jiulong's daughter, she was also looking at that man with adoration. She had always thought that her husband was an outstanding talent who could command the wind and clouds, so she had been waiting. Now, she had finally waited. She was very satisfied with that thin and weak young man. Is that Shi Wenba? He is simply the representative of the younger generation. I heard that his talent was very ordinary at the beginning, but he relied on his perseverance and fighting spirit to gradually make a name for himself. Yes. Yes, if only I could be as good as he is. Wow. Around the golden martial arts stage, the geniuses from various worlds also let out sounds of adoration, and some even shouted. Shi Wenba, Shi Wenba. These voices grew louder and louder like waves, causing the entire city to be excited. At this moment, the person who was sitting on the chair and enjoying the gazes of thousands of people was Shi Wenba. Although he was valued by Luo Xianxia and the others, he obviously didn't want to be inferior to others, so he appeared here. In fact, he was a little excited because he was a slave in the past and had never enjoyed such treatment, and he liked this treatment very much, even indulging in it, every man for himself. Sure enough, if you want to obtain something, you have to be a man and make a decision when necessary. Su Jiulong, I heard that you have a genius here, right? At this moment, an old man in a gorgeous robe appeared. He had the demeanor of an expert. His hands were behind his back, and the chest of his robe was embroidered with 4 large words, Heavenly Saint Academy. The crowd was in an uproar. They were people from the 3 great academies of Qing province. To them, these highly respected people were people they had to look up to, and they would always look up to. Lord Lan, I finally invited you here. Su Jiulong was overjoyed when he saw the old man and hurriedly bowed. Although the old man's strength was the same as his, the old man's status was much higher than his. No need to be so courteous, I'm here to see Shi Wenba. The old man smiled and waved his hand. Almost at the same time, Shi Wenba opened his eyes with a wisp of joy. The elder of Heavenly Saint Academy had actually come personally to test him. If the old man was satisfied, perhaps he, Shi Wenba, would be able to obtain a spot to participate in the academy's assessment. Although a spot didn't mean that he would definitely become a member of the 3 great academies, it was enough. After all, precious spots weren't something that anyone could obtain. In fact, the old man had been invited by Su Jiulong, which was also the reason why Shi Wenba had married Su Jiulong's daughter. Greetings, senior. Shi Wenba was neither haughty nor humble as he bowed indifferently. Not bad, a very good unpolished jade. If you're polished, you'll definitely become something great. The old man smiled and seemed to be satisfied. Shi Wenba, how was the battle? Good, I await your good news. The old man quickly sat down. Seeing this, Shi Wenba became even more excited. He leaped up and landed on the dazzling golden martial platform. With one hand behind his back, he extended his other hand and made an inviting gesture to everyone. I am Shi Wenba. I am untalented, but I would like to experience the strength of the geniuses of all worlds, even the geniuses of martial god world. His voice floated out, bold and confident, all around the golden martial stage. There was an uproar. It had to be said that at this moment, Shi Wenba was extremely confident. This caused the light around him to be extremely dazzling. Shi Wenba, I am untalented, but I would like to ask for guidance. Soon, a powerful genius leapt onto the golden martial stage. First level World King Realm? Not bad, to have such a boundary at such an age, not bad at all. Xi Wenba faintly smiled, looking at this youth as if he were a senior apprentice brother. I thank Xi Wenba for the praise, but I will not hold back. The youth across from him seemed a bit excited because he had actually obtained Xi Wenba's praise. I hope so. Make your move. Xi Wenba faintly nodded. A calm aura spread out from him. His cultivation had actually reached the first level of the World King realm. Compared to when he was at 8 God Heavenly Palace, his strength had risen by a great deal. This meant that his fortuitous encounters were extremely good. Excuse me. The youth attacked. His right hand drew a circle and then slammed out, clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed out. The circle formed by world essence shot out countless arrows of light. If these arrows fell into the myriad worlds, they would be able to pierce through them. Not bad, but your speed is a bit slow. If you cultivate diligently, your strength can still increase. Looking at the dazzling arrows of light, Xi Wenba lightly nodded. Without any movement, his body swam out like a fish and he gently slammed out his palm. Pung, the youth was quickly defeated but he wasn't injured. He said in adoration, admirable, I couldn't see through your attack at all. On the road of martial arts, increasing one's boundary doesn't mean they are strong. Their martial arts comprehension also increases. Your martial arts comprehension is still a bit weak. Xi Wenba said, his expression neither happy nor sad. I am sincerely convinced. The youth left the martial stage. As expected, cheers immediately erupted from all around. Even Lord Lan nodded his head in praise. All of this made Xi Wenba even happier. He wanted to better display himself. Next? He spoke again. Soon, some people leapt onto the golden martial platform. They were all first-level World King realm geniuses from various worlds. These geniuses had clearly cultivated in martial god world for a long time and their cultivation wasn't low, bang bang bang, but what was the use? With his powerful talent, Xi Wenba was able to cut through mountains and fill seas. Defeat, that person lost again, but he wasn't injured. This showed just how terrifying Xi Wenba's martial arts realm was. Actually, the reason he was able to attain such a high level of attainment in the martial Dao was because of the cultivation techniques within the Tushi Tower. On the path of martial arts, you have to take one step at a time. You're too impatient, causing your foundation to be unstable. You should learn from me and cultivate steadily and solidly. As long as you're patient, sooner or later, you'll be able to accumulate enough strength to make a breakthrough. After defeating his opponent, Xi Wenba instructed again. As a result, he won beautifully. After all, it wasn't rare to defeat an opponent, but to be able to defeat an opponent without injuring them, and even convince them wholeheartedly at the same time, that was very difficult to accomplish. Bang bang bang, his opponents went on stage one after another but all of them were defeated. Towards the end, Xi Wenba even challenged a second-level World King realm genius. Moreover, as the battle continued, he began to challenge old monsters. Although treasures are important, they cannot be the only thing that matters. Individual strength is the most important. My cultivation was obtained through hard work and there are no shortcuts to speak of. Thus, I hope that I can give you some help. Don't think of taking the unorthodox path or stealing the treasures of others to increase your strength. That's useless. Perseverance and diligence are the foundation of a martial artist. Every time Xi Wenba defeated an opponent, he would instruct them. This caused the people around the golden martial stage to worship him even more. As for Mr. Lan, he stroked his beard and nodded. Not only was this Xi Wenba's talent good, but his heart of martial arts was also extremely firm. It seemed that his cultivation had been obtained by taking one step at a time. Shameless. However, at this time an untimely voice suddenly sounded out. Xi Wenba, can you be any more shameless? You said that the road of martial arts is one step at a time. May I ask if your cultivation was cultivated step by step? In the crowd, a young girl angrily shouted out. She couldn't bear it any longer. She was none other than Little Peach. Xi Wenba looked below the martial stage and was slightly surprised. However, he quickly calmed down and said indifferently, so it's you. I know you like me and you must have me. Unfortunately, love can't be forced. As for my cultivation, it was definitely obtained through hard work and hard work. Do you think there are shortcuts to the road of martial arts? His voice was interrogative, causing Little Peach's face to turn red with anger. She didn't think that Xi Wenba's shamelessness would surpass her imagination. This was because Xi Wenba's time fire was something that he had to kneel down and beg Lin Ling to obtain. But now, it was said that he had obtained it through hard work and hard work. Moreover, when Xi Wenba said those words, he actually had an expression as if they were a matter of course. She really didn't know if he had any sense of shame at all. Who do you think you are? You like Xi Wenba and he rejects you, so you want to smear his name? Xi Wenba's strength is clearly obtained through hard work and hard work. Do you think that a martial artist who relies on luck to increase their strength would have such deep martial arts comprehensions? Bitch. Those who didn't know the situation shouted angrily, especially the opponents who had been defeated by Xi Wenba. They were the loudest at this moment. Xi Wenba, you. Little Peach was at a loss for words. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Xi Wenba looked at her indifferently. There was a cold light in the depths of his eyes. This former good friend of his had actually ruined his plans. It seemed that he had been too merciful. Such an enemy should have been obliterated. Fortunately, no one believed her at all. Little Peach, leave. It will never be possible between you and me, Xi Wenba said as he shook his head. Xi Wenba is still the righteous one. If it were me, I would have already taught that girl a lesson. She simply doesn't know what's good for her. The crowd spoke up for Xi Wenba and worshipped him even more. As for Little Peach and the people around her, they were all like rats crossing the street, mocked by the crowd with disdain. Subconsciously, they looked at a man beside them. This man was wearing a black robe and a mask on his face. His eyes were mercilessly staring at the golden martial stage. Big Brother Lin Ling. Little Peach and the others whispered, feeling extremely wronged. Ho ho, the higher you fly, the more painful it is to fall. Before, I let him shine so brightly because I wanted him to fall more painfully. Now, it's time for us to collect the interest. The masked man faintly smiled. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling hadn't exposed his identity because if he did, it wouldn't be fun. Xi Wenba, how about this battle? Lin Ling finally spoke. As these words fell, the golden martial stage fell silent. Even now, there was still someone who dared to challenge Xi Wenba? This person was simply overestimating himself. Xi Wenba's strength was already enough to fight a second-stage world king. Which ordinary person could be his match? Xi Wenba's eyes flashed. The masked man gave him a familiar feeling, but he was sure that he didn't know who he was. He didn't think too much about it. After defeating that youth, Lord Lan would probably give him a spot. As you wish. Xi Wenba shrugged his shoulders. Xiao. At almost the same time, a black shadow shot out and crashed into the golden martial stage. As everyone looked over, their complexions changed. The loser enters the coffin. Pa, at this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed out. Lin Ling walked towards the golden martial stage at a steady pace. At the same time, his deep voice floated out. Loser, how about you enter the coffin? Go. As his voice fell, the entire city fell silent. Enter the coffin? Xi Wenba frowned. Today was his most dazzling moment. As long as he waited a little longer, he would be able to obtain a spot into the 3 great academies. However, this person actually wanted to give him a coffin. Was this person trying to humiliate him in front of Lord Lan? You're courting death. Anger. Soon, angry shouts came from all around. Even Su Jiolong's eyes flashed with a cold light. Today was the 100 Realms martial meeting, but the truth was that the martial stage belonged to his son-in-law. Yet, this person dared to cause trouble. This was the same as ruining his reputation. You don't know what's good for you. At this time, a black figure appeared on the martial stage like a bolt of lightning. This was an old man with long silver hair. He wore brown robes and 3 banners were placed on his back. A cold wind blew around him. The king of the Een water world. The people below shouted out. This person was the ruler of a world, although this old man's hometown was the same as Lin Ling's hometown and wasn't considered too strong. To be able to become the ruler of a world, there was no need to doubt his strength. You're wearing a mask and sneaking around. You don't look like a good person. Today is the day of the 100 Realms exchange, so why have you come here to cause trouble? The old man pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him, as if Lin Ling were his disciple. In truth, his plan was well thought out. After all, powerhouses were as common as clouds in the martial god world. If one had a backer, they could walk far. Now, Shi Wenba had a chance to enter the 3 great academies and was even being recruited by 2 great commanderies. Thus, if he helped, he could obtain Shi Wenba's favor. I came to the martial stage to fight, so why have you come here to cause trouble? Lin Ling looked at the old man. The old man was at the first level of the World King realm, but a world had been born within him. In addition, the banner behind him was a treasure. No wonder he was so confident. A treasure could increase one's world essence. Some could increase it by 10%, some by 20%, and once it reached 100%, it was the power of a world. At the first level of the World King realm, one had the strength of a world. If one added on a good weapon and their world essence increased by 10%, their strength would naturally be even greater. Shameless boasting. This old man sees that you are young, so I'm only giving you some advice. Don't be too arrogant, otherwise. The old man was enraged. Although Lin Ling was a second-level world king, he still had confidence in himself. After all, Lin Ling's Dantian hadn't given birth to the power of 2 worlds, so what did Lin Ling have to fear? Otherwise what? Lin Ling asked. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The old man's voice became cold as he looked at Su Jiulong. He was secretly satisfied. City Lord Su Jiulong should owe him a favor. Then let me remind you that you must know your place. The matters of others have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for causing misery and suffering. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. He didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and shot toward the old man. You are courting death. The old man didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to take the initiative to attack. No matter how it was said, he was still the master of a world. Shi Wenba stood where he was, unmoving. He was curious about this youth's strength. Point ceiling heavy soul banner. The old man roared, erupting with his full strength. The 3 banners behind him fluttered out, forming countless strands of the power of world essence. The entire golden martial stage was covered by him. In his opinion, this arrogant youth wouldn't be able to move even a single step. It's actually the power of worlds. Lin Ling still rushed forwards, his eyes filled with disdain. This banner was forged from the power of a world. It had to be known that there were connections between the myriad worlds, just like the threads of a broken lotus root. These threads were this power. Chi Chi Chi, an invisible strength bound Lin Ling, wanting to stop Lin Ling's advance. Suddenly, Lin Ling's movements paused, like a moth trapped in a spider's web. Seeing this, the old man smiled. He already knew that Lin Ling was a young man. Although his boundary was good, his martial arts experience was still lacking. Thus, the old man decided to attack. You're smiling too early. However, just as his smile appeared, a cold and indifferent voice floated into his ears. Pung pung pung. The invisible threads that bound Lin Ling instantly broke apart. How is this possible? The old man's pupils widened. His point-sealing heavy soul banner specifically sealed away a martial artist's acupoints. He had captured countless second-level World King powerhouses, but now, this youth hadn't erupted with the power of world essence but had still managed to break free from his threads of world essence. How could he know just how formidable Lin Ling's mortal body was? His strength had reached over 5,000. Moreover, Lin Ling's acupoints were like molten iron. How could they be easily sealed away? Pong. As the old man was surprised, Lin Ling's fist arrived. Lin Ling had put away his sword, but his fist was his sword, crushing everything in its path. Ka ka ka. With a single punch, it was as if he could dominate the world. The 3 banners instantly broke apart. I don't care about this anymore. The old man finally realized just how terrifying Lin Ling was. He began to retreat. You don't care, but I want to care about you. Lin Ling's momentum was unstoppable. His fist punched out, seeming as if it carried the world with it as it crashed into the old man. You want to ignore me with just a few words? If today's Lin Ling was weaker than this old man and Lin Ling said he didn't care, would this old man let him go? This was clearly impossible. Am I going to die here? The old man's pupils gradually widened. He looked towards the distant Su Jiolong, hoping that Su Jiolong would help him. However, he was disappointed. In the distance, Su Jiolong wasn't even looking at him. Instead, he was staring at Lin Ling. It was clear that he wanted the city lord to owe him a favor. But, if he failed, he would die here forever. Boom. After killing the old man with a single punch, Lin Ling calmly stood there. That black robe caused the entire city to fall silent. So powerful. Many people secretly exclaimed. Because the entire process was too direct and efficient. As for Shi Wenba, he narrowed his eyes. Through the previous battle, he seemed to have seen through the demon-masked youth's strength. This youth probably didn't have the power of 2 worlds and was drawing on the power of 10,000 worlds. Otherwise, when facing the old man's attack, he would have already erupted with all his world essence. And such strength, Shi Wenba wasn't afraid. Little friend, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Shi Wenba spoke. His tone was calm, as if he was giving advice to Lin Ling like a senior. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. The more he looked at Shi Wenba, the more disgusted he felt. This fellow had always been pretending, deceiving others. The current me can't be considered very arrogant, right? It's just SOSO. Lin Ling directly retorted. His words caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. They all felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant, but who would have known that Lin Ling felt that the previous arrogance was just SOSO? In that case, if Lin Ling was truly arrogant, what kind of cultivation realm would that be? What arrogance? A moment later, angry shouts rang out one after another. It was because Shi Wenba was deeply righteous. He wouldn't be angered even if others provoked him, but that demon-masked youth was too arrogant. He delivered a coffin and casually killed people. He was simply from hell. However, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't hear anything. He indifferently said, Shi Wenba, if you want to be favored by Lord Lan, you have to display even greater strength. So, it seems like you have no choice but to refuse. Yes. Give you a 10-move handicap. Shi Wenba's complexion was ugly but he still laughed. Haha, it seems that you don't like me at all. But, as you wish. He, Shi Wenba, had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He absolutely couldn't miss this chance. Of course, the most important thing was that he had absolute confidence in himself. You fought so many battles, so I'll give you a 10-move handicap. Lin Ling knew that Shi Wenba didn't fear this battle. Moreover, he could see that Shi Wenba's cultivation had reached the first level of the World King realm and he had cultivated the Buddha lamp burning art left behind by Tushi Tower. This was a fire attribute cultivation method that was very suitable for him and also had the effect of rapidly increasing his cultivation. However, the later stages this cultivation method was, the more difficult it would be and the weaker it would be. It was because of this that Lin Ling disdained this cultivation method when he was in Tushi Tower. Give me a 10-move handicap? Unsurprisingly, Lin Ling's words made Shi Wenba a little stunned. Of course, the crowd was also the same. After all, Shi Wenba had defeated many second-level World King realm martial artists before, so they didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Didn't you see the previous battles? Shi Wenba shook his head. I did. You're only SOSO. Lin Ling smiled as he replied. Huh, then I'll do as you wish. Shi Wenba sighed, as if he regretted Lin Ling's frivolous attitude. But far away from the golden martial platform, Lord Lan frowned. He knew that Shi Wenba could fight a second-level World King, but that didn't mean he was invincible in this realm. First, the powerhouses that Shi Wenba fought before didn't have high talent. They only had a first-grade mystic body. Second, if they cultivated a middle-grade second-grade martial art, Shi Wenba wouldn't have been able to win. However, that youth's talent didn't seem too high. As for his martial arts comprehension, he was definitely inferior to Shi Wenba, thus, he didn't know how that youth would fight. Haha, give him a 10-move handicap? What a joke. It was Shi Wenba who gave him a handicap. Is he an idiot? Does he think he can suppress Shi Wenba just because his boundary is high? He will know that those who can enter the 3 great academies of Azure Province aren't pushovers. Many people sneered, wanting to see Lin Ling in a sorry state. Shi Wenba stared at Lin Ling indifferently as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. However, he couldn't see through anything. In the end, he was sure that he didn't know the other party. Sorry for the offense. He said this hypocritically, but he had already displayed his martial arts. A dazzling golden light appeared on the golden martial stage, 18 Buddha palms. It was a low second-grade origin boundary martial art. According to legend, this set of martial arts was comprehended by a Buddhist martial artist after 10,000 years in the myriad worlds. As for its origin, Shi Wenba had obtained it from the Tushi Tower. Because he had the assistance of the flames of time, this allowed him to gain an initial understanding of the might of this martial art. A terrifying thing happened. 18 ancient Buddhas appeared on the golden martial platform, as if they were the masters of a realm. 18 palms fiercely struck out. Amazing! Looking at this magnificent scene, many people held their breaths. Bang bang bang, in the next moment, the Buddha's palm suppressed the world. On the martial stage, Lin Ling's body was like a candle in the wind, engulfed by the energy storm. He lost. Seeing this, Lord Lan immediately shook his head. Although there was a gap between the two of them, martial arts could make up for everything. As for Shi Wenba, he smiled, an extremely confident smile. First move. However, in the midst of the tumbling waves, Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing the surroundings of the martial stage to instantly fall silent. They saw that in the storm formed by the origin boundary, the ghost-masked youth was still standing there. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but at least he had not lost. You shouldn't have let me use my first move. Second move. Second move. Shi Wenba's eyes flickered. He did not get angry and pointed out a finger. Weeping golden finger, this finger could condense the power of a realm in the Dantian and attack the enemy, breaking through a realm. In his opinion, with the first move, the other party was already in such a sorry state. The next move was bound to be defeated. I know you want to defeat me and then replace me to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. However, on the path of martial arts, one has to have a steady state of mind. After the finger, Shi Wenba said indifferently, as if he was a senior who had comprehended martial arts for many years. Clang, at the same time, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Many people saw that the ghost-masked youth was pushed back by the finger attack. This time, he was defeated. This thought arose in the hearts of the crowd. Hee, your mouth is quite powerful. However, the path of martial arts does not rely on your mouth. However, Lin Ling's voice still floated out. In the smoke, his figure was still faintly discernible. He had not lost yet. At this moment, Shi Wenba's pupils constricted. Humiliation, this was a huge humiliation. After all, his opponent only blocked and did not attack. If he still could not win, then he would be too ashamed to face others today. You should have reached your limit. You will definitely lose in the third move. Shi Wenba's voice was a little angry. Perhaps? Lin Ling did not comment. Third move. Shi Wenba knew that he could not lose face anymore. He had to defeat his opponent and seize the glory. Combat demon explosion. There was an explosive sound, and the void around Shi Wenba's body continued to explode. This was a move that combined defense and attack. Seeing this scene, many people clenched their fists. It had to be said that Shi Wenba knew a lot of martial arts. Following that, Shi Wenba also began to fight in close combat. His expression was calm, but every move was fatal. Lin Ling had a sneer on his face. In fact, if he wanted to defeat Shi Wenba, one move would be enough. However, he did not. He was slowly trampling on Shi Wenba's dignity. As for the combat demon explosion, Lin Ling was more familiar with this move than Shi Wenba. He easily broke it. Fourth move. Fifth move. As time passed, the surroundings of the gold martial platform began to go into an uproar, because every time the mysterious youth looked like he was about to lose, he would not lose, and Shi Wenba, who was the focus of their attention, had failed time and time again. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. How could this be? At this moment, Shi Wenba was furious. He felt that the ghost-masked youth's defense was too strong, breaking his moves every time. Most importantly, he sensed that the surrounding people were looking at him with ridicule. Previously, he was so proud that he was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Now, he was unable to defeat him after a long battle. This was a huge insult. Eighth move, lose for me. You're thinking too well. The distance to the 10th move was getting closer and closer. Xi Wenba became increasingly anxious. If he failed, then Lord Lan would definitely be disappointed. It would be difficult for him to spread his wings and soar high today. Who was this ghost-masked youth? How hateful. Earth explosion, heaven shaking. For the 10th move, Xi Wenba used Lin Ling's martial arts. That martial art was taught to him by Lin Ling when the two of them were traveling in the desert. However, at that time, Xi Wenba's realm was not high and he could not cultivate it. But now, he had succeeded in the initial stage. He believed that this move would definitely be able to kill the ghost-masked youth without anyone noticing. At this moment, the martial platform seemed to have quieted down. A demonic aura filled the air, making it unknown when a fatal attack would erupt. Powerful. Lord Lan suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. He could see that Xi Wenba had suppressed his realm essence underground and was using it to attack the ghost-masked youth, and this move was very difficult to defend against. Unless one was a World King realm genius, they would all die with hatred. Killing Xi Wenba at this time, Xi Wenba had already floated backwards. His hands were held behind his back, his confidence restored. Moreover, he walked down the golden martial stage. You've lost. What a pity, you didn't make me use my true trump card. These words floated out from his mouth, confident and calm. It was clear that he didn't think that the demon-masked youth would be able to block his move. After all, this move was terrifying. He had once seen Lin Ling easily kill a first-level World King realm powerhouse, but if he knew that this youth in front of him was the one who had taught him that move, then he would have absolutely lost all confidence in himself. Bang! At nearly the same time, a terrifying beam of essence light shot into the skies. This attack was unpredictable, able to kill any first-level World King realm martial artist. In order to kill the demon-masked youth, Xi Wenba had even secretly activated a wisp of the spacetime flame within. What kind of attack is this? As expected, after the crowd discovered that terrifying beam of light, they were all shocked. They simply hadn't sensed this attack before. This is a true genius. His eyebrows move slightly and he easily defeats his enemy. What an elegant demeanor. Many people spoke out in praise after being surprised. Their eyes turned, wanting to see the demon-masked youth's distressed appearance. But in the next moment, all of their jaws dropped. This was because the demon-masked youth was still standing there, like an immovable king. He hadn't been defeated, the 10th move had passed and the demon-masked youth was still standing there, like a demon. You're leaving like this? At the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was clear that to use Lin Ling's earth-shattering heavens to attack Lin Ling was simply seeking death. To play with earth-shattering heavens, Lin Ling was everyone's ancestor. At this time, Xi Wenba proudly walked down the martial stage. But just as he was about to step out, his footsteps came to a halt. His complexion was fierce, he was so angry that his body began to tremble. Before, just how glorious was he? Before his enemy was defeated, he had proudly left the martial stage. But now, the scene in front of him told him that this was nothing but mockery. Your skin is really thick. I haven't been defeated and you want to leave? Do you really think you're invincible? Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence. His words were like rubbing salt into a wound, causing Xi Wenba's body to tremble even more violently. As for the crowd, they found it difficult to express the shock in their hearts with words. Some people looked at Xi Wenba and almost wanted to laugh out loud. They also thought that Xi Wenba was a disgrace. Even Lord Lan sat back down with a look of disappointment on his face. To Xi Wenba, this expression was undoubtedly worse than killing him. He finally turned around with a ferocious look on his face. You. Enough. I'm enough? I'll give you a handicap of 10 moves, and you can't even defeat me. I don't understand how you're qualified to enter the 3 great academies of Qing province. Lin Ling smiled and said in a cold voice, next, can we be considered to have a fair fight? If you think that you're at a disadvantage because my cultivation level is higher, then I'll give you another 10 moves. Boom, as soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the surroundings of the martial platform. How long was the ghost-masked youth going to humiliate Xi Wenba? There's no need for that. Go all out and let me see what you're capable of. Xi Wenba angrily roared. He could no longer suppress his anger, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Good, this is too good. In the distance, Little Peach and the others excitedly smiled. The higher Shi Wenba flew, the more painful it would be for him to fall. They wanted to see just how thick Shi Wenba's skin was. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded. But, let me remind you. Once I attack, it will be difficult for you to block me. Insolence. Shi Wenba roared out once more. Did this ghost-masked youth think he was trash? You'll find out soon enough. Lin Ling disdained to speak further. He directly closed in on Shi Wenba. You seem to know Buddhist martial arts. Then, do you know my martial arts, the myriad tribulation Arhat fist? Weng weng weng, his fist punched out. The sound of Buddhist scriptures floated outwards, divine and dignified. The strength of two worlds was suppressed above his fist, terrifying to the extreme. Although you are at the second level of the World King realm, if you aren't familiar with controlling your strength then you cannot win. Shi Wenba's eyes flashed with madness. His fists and palms danced, not retreating but advancing. Bang, two fists collided. A deafening sound rang out. In the next moment, Shi Wenba was sent flying backwards. His face was filled with horror because he discovered that his opponent's world essence was extremely stable. It didn't seem like a martial artist who had just stepped into the second level of the World King realm. Your martial arts are barely acceptable, but your control over your world essence isn't concentrated enough. It's scattered too much. You need to bitterly cultivate it. Before Shi Wenba landed on the ground, Lin Ling chased after him. At the same time, his voice also floated out. He was actually giving pointers to Shi Wenba. Pong, he leapt up. His foot smashed down like an axe, smashing Shi Wenba into the golden martial platform. Rumble rumble rumble, the sound was deafening. Of course, what was even more shocking was that the ghost-masked youth was actually giving pointers to Shi Wenba. It had to be known that when Shi Wenba challenged the crowd of heroes, he was the one giving pointers. But now, he was the one being given pointers. This was undoubtedly a mockery. The ghost-masked youth was clearly slapping Shi Wenba's face. Moreover, he was slapping Shi Wenba's face. Boom, after a breath, on the golden martial platform, Shi Wenba leapt up from the ground. At this moment, his long hair was disheveled and his face was filled with killing intent. However, just as he leapt up, a figure appeared in front of him. Above the pitch-black ghost mask, a pair of cold eyes stared at him as if the king of hell was here to collect debts. This made Shi Wenba's heart tremble subconsciously. That pair of eyes was so cold. Most importantly, it gave him a familiar feeling. On the path of martial arts, you have to take one step at a time. You're too anxious, causing your foundation to be unstable. You should learn from me and cultivate steadily and solidly. As long as you're patient, sooner or later, you'll be able to accumulate enough strength. Lin Ling spat out a sentence. His right arm danced like a windmill. In the next moment, a dazzling punch was thrown out. With his current strength and the godly demon body, Shi Wenba was like a sandbag to him. Pung, Shi Wenba, who had just leapt up, was smashed into the ground again. Pung pung pung. Then, a dazzling battle appeared. Shi Wenba was completely abused. He was indeed like a sandbag. Although treasures are important, they can't be the only thing. Individual strength is the most important. My cultivation was obtained through hard work. There are no shortcuts, so I hope I can give you some help. Don't think about taking the unorthodox path or robbing other people's treasures to increase your strength. It's useless. Perseverance and diligence are the foundation of a martial artist. Most importantly, angry shouts could be heard from time to time. These words were said by Shi Wenba when he defeated his opponent. However, at this moment, they came from the ghost-masked youth's mouth. Pointers. Now, the ghost-masked youth was giving Shi Wenba even more pointers. Looking at the crazy battle that was like a thunderbolt, everyone around the martial platform was dumbfounded. Was this still the most dazzling Shi Wenba today? The progenitor of fire, the space-time fire, Sir Lan frowned, and the disappointment on his face deepened. Su Jiolong, you said that your son-in-law is a rare genius, and invited me to assess his strength. But what I see now is that he's being completely thrashed. Hearing this, Su Jiolong was speechless. As for Shi Wenba, he was completely stunned. His mind was only filled with humiliation, a heavy humiliation. Previously, he flew very high like a comet. But now, he fell from the sky and the fall was very painful. The surrounding admiring gazes were probably only left with mockery. as for the person who attracted the most attention, it was undoubtedly the mysterious ghost-masked youth. At this moment, voices rang out quietly. Many people began to turn towards the ghost-masked youth. They were cheering for the ghost-masked youth. In the world of martial arts, strength always proved everything. You've gone too far. After an unknown period of time, Shi Wenba finally erupted with a terrifying aura. Multicolored flames blossomed wildly at this moment. The space-time fire, crackle, on the golden martial stage, firecrackers sounded. The void was burning and an ancient flame aura filled the air. There were many fire attribute martial artists around the martial stage. At this moment, the flames in their dantian could not control themselves and broke out of their bodies. Those flames seemed to have met the progenitor of fire. The space-time fire. Lord Lan stood up subconsciously. He heard from Su Jiulong that Shi Wenba had a powerful talent. Therefore, he came because of his reputation. Today, he saw that it was indeed extraordinary. This flame has not yet grown, but it gives me an extraordinary feeling. If it fully matures, I'm afraid it can reach the talent of awakening the divine body. Lord Lan's voice was a little nervous. If he recommended Shi Wenba to the academy, then he would have done a great service. Good. Beside him, Su Jiulong shouted excitedly. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. His son-in-law was in dire straits, but now he had finally turned the tables. He could not help but look at Lord Lan. Seeing the old man's face full of joy, he also smiled. Good son-in-law, your time has come. Let everyone see your strength. Su Jiulong picked up his wine cup and drank, waiting for the good news. What kind of flame is that? Could it be a fifth-rank Xian body? I'm afraid he has already reached the top level of the profound body. He is actually only one step away from awakening the divine body. Is this Shi Wenba's talent? He has finally used his strongest trump card. The voices around the martial platform floated up like waves. Shi Wenba indifferently stood there. His entire body was covered in flames, making him look like a god of fire. His cold eyes stared at Lin Ling. Did I surprise you? Sorry, I made you happy for nothing. Today's martial platform is mine, no one can snatch it from me. He walked forward step by step. His expression was calm, but the flames in his heart were burning. He was boiling. He thought back to the time when he was in the myriad realms, when he had just arrived at the martial god realm. He thought back to his downfall, and he thought back to the sacrifices he had made. Today, he wanted everyone to know that he, Shi Wenba, had risen. He stretched out his right hand, and the multicolored flames danced. It was a ghastly sight. Boom, the entire golden martial platform started burning at this moment. Golden liquid. With one strike, I will defeat you. A fierce roar rang out. It was as if a shooting star had passed over the martial platform. Wherever it passed, the space was burned, and a dazzling tail was drawn out. Crackle, time seemed to be burned, and all the energy of heaven and earth was suppressed in the flames. The fire of time and space was a flame that could burn space and time. Die. Shi Wenba's eyes turned red. He roared, wanting to vent everything. Boom, but in his eyes, the ghost-masked youth did not move at all, as if he did not know how powerful his flames were. In Shi Wenba's eyes, perhaps the youth had been scared silly. No matter how powerful your martial arts are, no matter how high your realm is, with a flame in my hand, no one can defeat me. He held the fire of time in his hand, and as if a taboo had been opened, he heavily slammed it on Lin Ling's chest. Boom, a deafening sound rang out. The power of the flame destroyed everything in its path. The entire golden martial platform shattered, and everything was burned. Crackle, the warriors who were closer to the martial platform were touched by a wisp of flame, and they were directly burned into nothingness. Any realm essence under the flame would be burned. The fire ancestor was so terrifying. What a terrifying talent. Moreover, that talent can still grow. Lord Lan could not help but stand up. His face was flushed red from excitement. As for Su Jiulong, who was beside him, he was calmly drinking wine, but it was obvious that his hand holding the wine cup was somewhat excited. Crackle, the flames were still burning, causing Nine Dragons City to be as hot as a volcano. As time passed, the crowd's eyes were glued to the center. At this moment, they wanted to see Shi Wenba's power. In fact, Shi Wenba was indeed emitting a dazzling light. His body was still burning with flames. He stretched out his hand, and his face was filled with joy. He almost roared at the sky, however, the next sentence caused him to fall from heaven to hell again. How pitiful. The last flame was only able to injure me a little. I really don't understand how a piece of trash like you is qualified to enter the 3 great academies. His voice drifted out like a gust of wind, causing the previously shocked crowd to widen their eyes. Crackle. At the center, the colorful flames seemed to recede, and then a slender figure appeared. It was the demon-masked youth. He was not dead. Bang. The wine cup in Su Jiolong's hand was subconsciously crushed by him. The wine flowed all over his hand, but he did not feel it. How could this be? He only had this one sentence in his mind. As for Lord Lan, who was beside him, his expression was extremely interesting. Previously, Shi Wenba's shocking talent had surprised him, but now he realized that what really surprised him was the demon-masked youth. If Shi Wenba had a spot in the 3 great academies, then it was deserved. But what about the youth? Who was stronger, who was weaker? It was clear at a glance now. Is this all you've got? You think you've dealt me a fatal blow? You think you've finally gained Lord Lan's approval after defeating me? You're proud, you've finally broken out of your cocoon and become a butterfly. However, don't you think you're too optimistic? Trash. Lin Ling stared at Shi Wenba indifferently and softly spat out a sentence. Shi Wenba stood there trembling, as if he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. You said that one must take one step at a time on the path of martial arts. However, ask yourself, if you've taken one step at a time, where did your powerful talent come from? Lin Ling took a step forward and gently slapped out his palm. Seeing this, Shi Wenba immediately roared. He gathered all the remaining spacetime flames and heavily clashed with Lin Ling's palm. I don't believe it. Go to hell. Boom, the 2 palms collided, and flames sputtered everywhere. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Yuri, not even a cat, that's right, it was absorbed. Previously, the masked youth was able to block the spacetime fire because he had absorbed all of the spacetime fire. What was this guy's background? Bang, almost at the next moment, Shi Wenba's body flew backward and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. Facing Lin Ling, he couldn't withstand a single blow. He struggled to get up. His eyes were bloodshot and he was about to go crazy, because his strongest trump card was actually completely useless against the ghost-masked young man. What was laughable was that he thought everything was over. Lin Ling sneered and took a step forward. He arrived in front of Shi Wenba and looked down at him. Then, he stepped on Shi Wenba, who had just gotten up. Where's your pride? Shi Wenba. Shi Wenba struggled to stand up, but he couldn't block the foot behind him. He was trampled to the ground like a dog. Where's your pride, Shi Wenba? Lin Ling said again. In the past, because he sympathized with Shi Wenba, he tried his best to help him and seized the spacetime fire for him. Unfortunately, Shi Wenba shouldn't be jealous of him because he was courting death. Lin Ling disliked ungrateful people the most. His principle in this life was to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. He had always been so. Ah! Shi Wenba lay on the ground and let out a ferocious roar. He had lost his mind. He flew very high and thought that he would shine brightly. He thought that he would bring glory to his ancestors, but Lin Ling made him return to reality. That's enough. What hatred does he have with you? Why did you trample on him like this? Don't you think it's too much? Su Jiolong's angry roar came from afar. He was completely furious. Today, he had done his best to support his son-in-law and let the entire city watch, but this was the result. Therefore, his hatred for the masked youth was beyond imagination. He only has himself to blame. Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at Su Jiolong indifferently. Nonsense. Su Jiolong's face was filled with murderous intent. I think you're jealous of his talent, so you want to suppress him. Your mind is already twisted. Haha, just because I ruined your son-in-law's future, you're wrongly accusing me? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his domineering aura seemed to not even be afraid of the city lord. Once upon a time, there was a person who came from myriad worlds. Because he was too insignificant and had seen too many experts, he wasn't willing to let others control his life. Thus, he secretly worked hard and left a kind and pure impression among the geniuses. He was happy to help others, but he was only using them. Of course, not everyone saw through him. Others were deceived by him because of his hypocritical facade. They did everything they could to help him and allowed him to obtain a powerful talent. However, he framed his benefactor at the crucial moment. What's even more ironic is that he told everyone that his current achievements were obtained through his own hard work. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Without the help of others, where would he be today? He was using his friends, including you, the city lord, Su Jiolong. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, clearly falling into everyone's ears. I've heard of this rumor. Is it true? Many people's eyes flickered. You're slandering me. Die. Su Jiolong naturally knew that this news was true, so he directly attacked. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had killed all of his hope. Boom, 9 dragons piercing the clouds, 9 golden dragons glowing with golden light swept toward Lin Ling as if they were swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. Su Jiolong, you! Beside him, Lord Lan exclaimed. He never thought that Su Jiolong would attack. In fact, after hearing Lin Ling's words, he also felt that Shi Wenba was too ugly. Ho ho, it seems that I've ruined your plans, so you want to silence me. However, as Lin Ling looked at those 9 terrifying dragons roaring towards him, his complexion didn't change at all. He stretched out his right hand and the power of the world essence in his 2 dantians crazily gushed out. 2 dantians, this was the power of 4 worlds. This was equal to a 4th level world king. Bang, the power of world essence instantly erupted. He didn't need any martial arts, he just relied on brute strength to suppress. This is the power of world essence. Lord Lan wanted to help, but just as he moved, his complexion changed. Screw off. Rumble rumble rumble, following Lin Ling's furious roar, the wind swirled and the clouds surged in midair. The 9 huge golden dragons were completely destroyed. City Lord Su Jiolong was only at the 3rd level World King realm. To the current Lin Ling, he simply wasn't enough. Dang dang dang, Su Jiolong crazily retreated, his face paling. When he finally stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? He never imagined that a 2nd level World King Jr. would actually be able to wound him. Lin Ling didn't even glance at him, disdaining to speak. Seeing this, the entire city fell silent. Even the city lord wasn't this youth's match. Just who was this youth? As for Shi Wenba, he was still lying on the ground, his face pale. Before this, he had been hoping that the city lord would kill this youth for him and wash away his shame. However, his dreams had come to naught. Who are you? Why would you harm me like this? I came from 10,000 worlds and have the strength I have today. Do you think it's easy? I just don't want to be someone else's slave anymore. I just want to prove myself. Why are you suppressing me? Shi Wenba's voice was filled with pain. His long hair was a mess and his body shivered. Ho ho, you've started to deceive others' sympathy again. You want to use pity to make others think I'm suppressing you? Lin Ling stared at Shi Wenba and shook his head. I really don't know you. Shi Wenba roared. Is that so? Then do you remember how you treated your benefactor not long ago? Lin Ling placed his hand on the mask. His words stunned Shi Wenba. At this moment, he thought of many people, because in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, there were many people who had helped him. However, the one he owed the most was still that mysterious youth. However, wasn't that youth dead? Impossible, all of this must be fake. Subconsciously, his pupils stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling slowly took off his mask, revealing a handsome and cold face. Lin Ling. Shi Wenba's heart exploded. It really was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was afraid. No wonder all the martial arts he knew were useless. It was Lin Ling. In fact, in his heart, Lin Ling could be considered half his master. You once said that a mountain cannot hide 2 tigers. At that time, I said that you are not a tiger in my heart, not even a cat. You think too highly of yourself. If I can nurture you, I can naturally destroy you easily. Lin Ling looked down at Shi Wenba. His voice was cold, causing Shi Wenba's body to tremble even more. He muttered, What do you mean? One sword kill. Boom, these words made Shi Wenba's heart almost jump out. He seemed to understand something. You mean, even if I didn't frame you, you wouldn't harm me, and you wouldn't be jealous that I got the space-time flame. You're right. In fact, space-time might be very precious to you, but to me, it's just that. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and colorful flames instantly appeared, causing Shi Wenba's face to turn as pale as paper. He thought that he had soared into the sky, but in Lin Ling's hands, he couldn't escape. I'm sorry, Lin Ling. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Shi Wenba regretted it. He climbed up and quickly kowtowed. His miserable appearance made many people know that Lin Ling seemed to be the mysterious expert who nurtured Shi Wenba. The funny thing was that Shi Wenba actually had the nerve to say that the path of martial arts was one step at a time, and he obviously didn't grow up one step at a time. Are you begging me? But, do you see that coffin? Lin Ling stared at Shi Wenba from the corner of his eyes. I see it, I see it. I was blinded for a moment. Please give me another chance. People will always make mistakes. Do I have to pay a heavy price for one mistake? Shi Wenba looked at Lin Ling in fear, which made Lin Ling smile. In fact, from my point of view, I really don't care about your life or death. As soon as he said this, Shi Wenba's eyes lit up. Thank you, brother Lin Ling. You're a magnanimous person. But. However, Lin Ling's voice sounded again, and it was cold. Lu Yi's death made me very unhappy. Although he wasn't a good person, at least he dared to take responsibility for his actions. However, he died in your hands. Both of you came from the myriad of worlds. He was working hard to become stronger, and so were you. However, he was obviously more magnanimous than you. After saying this, Lin Ling's arm grabbed out. No. Shi Wenba's eyes were wet. If time could flow, he would definitely not make a move against Lin Ling. Because the moment he made a move, he would be consigned to eternal damnation, and if he didn't make a move, Lin Ling would instead nurture him. He really shouldn't have, it could only be said that he had miscalculated. In Lin Ling's heart, he really wasn't a tiger, but he thought of himself as a tiger. He was just a cat. As a cat, one had to have the awareness of being a cat. Don't imagine yourself becoming a tiger, because that moment would be the moment of death. Crack, Shi Wenba's neck was broken, but his eyes were still wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. Today was the day he rose to power, but he fell just as he rose. Bang, then, a figure was smashed into the black coffin in the distance. It was Shi Wenba. Big brother Lin Ling. Little Peach and the others felt gratified. They had finally seen Shi Wenba die. Lin Ling smiled, turned around, and left. The purpose of this trip had been accomplished. Wait, you killed my son-in-law. That's destroying the hope of my Su family. Seeing Shi Wenba die, Su Jiolong's voice seemed to be distorted. Lin Ling, damn it, if it weren't for Lin Ling, he, Su Jiolong, would have followed Shi Wenba and soared into the sky. However, Lin Ling had killed all his hopes. When he harmed me, why didn't you run out to speak for me? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, not even looking at the city lord. Even so, that's a matter of the past. You're petty and insist on settling scores. You've gone too far. Su Jiolong walked out. The resentment in his heart couldn't be extinguished no matter what. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. It was undeniable that he had killed Su Jiolong's future, but he didn't know Su Jiolong. It was impossible for him to let Shi Wenba go because of him. If that was the case, who would avenge those guides who died at Shi Wenba's hands? If you don't give me an explanation, you can't leave here. Su Jiolong waved his right hand heavily. His face was extremely ferocious. Bang bang bang, suddenly, a large number of martial artists in armor appeared. At the same time, the city gates of Nine Dragons City were closed, sealing off the entire city. This terrifying scene made many people hold their breaths. It seemed that the city lord would never let that young man leave. Finishing touch. However, at this moment, Lin Ling waved his right hand. The tyrannical song sword hidden in his ring finally appeared. His two dantians also began to circulate crazily, forming the most terrifying sword. That sword was incomparably fast. That was a sword that killed. The power of tremor spread out at the same time. Bang bang bang. The surrounding buildings instantly collapsed and were shaken into pieces. Su Jiolong, be careful. Lord Lan's expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted anxiously, however, it was too late. Su Jiulong was no match for Lin Ling before, let alone Lin Ling now that he had used a sword. Pooh, a glaring blood spurted out. A sword mark appeared on Su Jiulong's neck. He stared at Lin Ling and fell on his back. Talking nonsense when you don't have the strength. Do you want to die? Die. Lin Ling smiled coldly and continued to move forward, dead. The city lord of Nine Dragons City was killed. The armored guards did not dare to speak at this moment. As for the surrounding people, they did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. However, they also thought that the city lord deserved it. The other person had the strength to easily kill him, but he actually wanted Lin Ling to stay. He was simply muddle-headed. Does anyone else have any objections? Lin Ling said as he walked. At the same time, a cold aura was emitted from his body. However, the whole city was silent. Lord Lan looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally fell silent. This was because he realized that even he was not Lin Ling's opponent, this guy was so strong. He should have entered the 3 great academies long ago. Little Peach, let's go. Lin Ling beckoned to the people in the distance and calmly led them out of the city. Rumble, the falling city gate was directly slashed open by Lin Ling. The people in the city looked at the coffin on the ground and then at the chaotic Nine Dragons City. They were speechless for a long time. At this moment, Lin Ling led Little Peach and the others away and asked them to enter the scout barracks of the martial gods' barracks. Along the way, Lin Ling asked the passers-by. After getting the general direction, he anxiously returned to the martial gods' barracks. Xianxia and the others should be in the martial gods' barracks now. The journey took a day. Not long after, the ancient martial gods' barracks appeared in his sight. I'm finally back. Lin Ling revealed a smile. This trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace was full of twists and turns. Fortunately, his strength had greatly increased and he had also collected the space and time divine steel. Now, it was time for him to go to the 3 great academies to find Yu and the others. But, Lord Lin Ling. When Lin Ling approached the martial gods' barracks, the faces of the soldiers changed drastically. Lin Ling glanced at the soldiers. His intuition told him that something must have happened. Lord Lin Ling, you haven't returned for 3 months. You have violated the military order and will be beheaded in public. Moreover, everyone in the scout barracks has been captured. The soldier greatly admired Lin Ling. Therefore, he reminded him in a soft voice, My lord, you should leave the martial gods' barracks immediately. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The imperial edict had arrived. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the war drums in the martial gods' barracks were beaten, and a large number of armored soldiers marched out. Halt! The war horses were in a frenzy, and the sound of armor rang out one after another. These indifferent soldiers quickly surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned when he saw this. However, when he thought of Xianxia and the others, anger rose in his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened, Xianxia and the others had better be fine. Otherwise, they couldn't blame him. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Ling, leave quickly. Deputy General Xianxia is going to harm you. Commander Huang Qi and the others rushed out when they heard the news. Leave the martial gods' barracks immediately. Their voices were extremely anxious, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. To be able to cause Commander Huang Qi and the others to be helpless, this meant that the person who had attacked him was extremely powerful. Deputy General Xianxia, the old man who had previously made a military order with Lin Ling? Who dares to let him go? Bang! However, at this moment, a majestic roar rang out, causing the surrounding soldiers to take a step forward. They were orderly and majestic, and firmly trapped Lin Ling in the center. A powerful aura also spread out. Although these soldiers were not strong, the military aura when gathered together was extremely frightening. How dare you? Without the general's order, how can you capture Lin Ling? Commander Huang Qi and the others immediately roared angrily. Subsequently, many other commanders voiced their support. As for the distance, a large number of soldiers had arrived, but they were all spectators. Lord Lin Ling has returned. Is he still alive? Amazing. As expected of the youngest commander of the martial gods' barracks. He's not afraid even in the face of thousands of soldiers. However, he seems to have violated the military rules. Many of the new soldiers whispered to each other. They had a deep admiration for the legendary Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how dare you come back? At this moment, the old voice sounded again, causing the army to fall silent. An old man in white armor walked over majestically. He was Deputy General Xianxia. Bring him out. After he walked out, he waved his hand. Lin Ling. Milord. The people of the scout camp were all captured, and their bodies were bound by mysterious chains, making it impossible for them to resist. Among them were Gong Yangjiang, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, and Xianyuan Ge. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face became even gloomier. He still didn't know what had happened. How dare you, Lin Ling? You've made a military order, yet you've fled outside. Do you know your crime? Deputy General Xianxia looked at Lin Ling indifferently. His voice was extremely dignified. Because you have violated the military rules, the entire scout camp will be executed. What? Hearing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. There were so many people in the scout camp. If they were all executed, who knew how many lives would be lost? Milord Lin Ling, don't bother about us. Leave quickly. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others said, asking Lin Ling to leave this place immediately. However, Lin Ling remained silent, and his face was still gloomy. Lin Ling, I know you're not convinced, but let me tell you, the military rules are as firm as a mountain. No matter who you are, if you dare to violate the military rules, you will be executed. Deputy General Xianxia's old face revealed a sinister smile, and he waved his hands. Rumble, a huge cloth appeared in the sky, covering the mountains and rivers, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. Bang! 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 The surrounding soldiers felt the terrifying pressure, and they all knelt down on one knee. Their faces were filled with fear. The imperial decree has arrived. The dazzling cloth dispersed, and 3 magnificent words appeared in the sky. It was an imperial decree. Imperial decree of all realms. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That was because it was a supreme-grade treasure, which was of a higher grade than his tyrannical song sword. Although it did not have any attack power, it was majestic. If this imperial decree was placed in all realms, it would definitely be able to suppress all realms. In fact, Li Xiaoyao had seen this type of imperial edict in the past. Legend has it that it was made from the skin of an imperial king. One had to sacrifice 100 million imperial kings and peel off their skin and bones in order to create an imperial edict. These dead imperial kings came from myriad worlds. No matter if it was a major realm or a small realm, as long as one could become an emperor, they would have the aura of an emperor. The imperial decree of all realms required that mysterious aura of an emperor. Lin Ling, you were ordered to investigate the enemy's situation, but you have done nothing and delayed the military situation. The Great Azure God Dynasty has decided to execute you publicly to respect the righteousness of the Azure State. At the same time, the imperial decree appeared, and the radiant words shocked the 9 states. Lin Ling stared at the imperial decree, and his heart became heavy. Previously, he was full of doubts, because in a place like the Martial God Barracks, Deputy General Xianxia was not qualified to execute him. After all, the Martial God Barracks still had 3 great generals and marshals, but now, he understood, so it was the Great Azure God Dynasty. Legend had it that the Martial God Barracks was just a military barracks of the Great Azure God Dynasty. The Martial God Barracks obviously could not go against the will of the God Dynasty. However, the Great Azure God Dynasty had issued an imperial decree for Lin Ling. This was making a mountain out of a molehill, Lin Ling thought carefully. He did not have many enemies at the moment, only the 2 heavenly blessings of the Azure State, Yi Xiaoshou of the Heavenly Court, only Wei Commandery, and Tating Commandery. However, these people were obviously not qualified to make the imperial decree move. Then, who killed Lin Ling first? Lin Ling could not understand all of this. He could not see through the person behind this. Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Ling's heart froze. Could it be Grandma Wendao? Because among the people he knew, Grandma Wendao was the most mysterious, and Grandma Wendao obviously would not harm him. The person's target should not be Lin Ling. Maybe it was Grandma Wendao. He was just bait. This meant that in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, because Void had saved Lin Ling, this had led to people guessing that Lin Ling was related to Grandma Wendao. Shaking his head, Lin Ling thought too much. He could only say that Grandma Wendao's origins were beyond his imagination. Men, capture him. At this time, Deputy General Xianxia sneered. I'll do it. A Grand Commander stepped forward and walked towards Lin Ling with a dignified expression. Stop. However, at this time, Senior Commander Huang Qi and the others flashed, blocking in front of the Senior Commander. Haha, I didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many accomplices. Let me see who dares to block the imperial decree. Kill without mercy. Deputy General Xianxia shook his head. For vast worlds appeared above his head. He pushed out with one hand, forming a storm that attacked the senior commanders. Fourth stage of the World King realm. This level of strength was clearly not something that the senior commanders could block. A tyrannical strength appeared. Senior Commander Huang Qi and the others spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground, losing the strength to fight. The youngest senior commander in the history of the Martial God Battalion? Haha, I don't think so. Deputy General Xianxia did not even look at Huang Qi and the others. He crossed his arms and stared at Lin Ling with contempt. Capture him. With his voice, the senior commander walked towards Lin Ling once more. The surrounding soldiers were silent. They could see that Lin Ling would not be able to escape this calamity today. If you want to capture Lin Ling, you'll have to pass through me first. But what surprised everyone was that another person had appeared to protect him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 Sins. I didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many supporters in the Martial God Battalion despite his young age. Also, look at the Scout Battalion. Everyone has been captured, but none of them are begging for mercy. This shows that Lord Lin Ling is a righteous man. Many soldiers spoke out. The scene in front of them had exceeded their expectations. You're courting death. Deputy General Xianxia's face darkened. The imperial decree had been issued, but there were still people who dared to protect Lin Ling. Were they trying to embarrass him? I don't believe that I can't catch a traitor like you. He pointed his finger at Commander Xianxia. A sharp light pierced through the air and penetrated Commander Xianxia's armor, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. Who else is there? Following that, Deputy General Xianxia roared angrily. Wherever his gaze passed, the crowd was frightened like cicadas in winter. What if it's me? However, something unexpected happened again. A man stood on an ancient chariot and slowly approached them. Deputy General Xianxia's eyes flickered. Deputy General Han Jing, do you dare to go against the imperial decree? The man who had come was extremely powerful. He was Deputy General Han Jing. I don't dare to go against the imperial decree. However, I like this lad. What's the big deal about protecting him? The man on the chariot said indifferently as the chariot stopped. He seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and was determined to protect Lin Ling. It seems like you're going to go against the imperial decree. Deputy General Xianxia laughed when he heard that. He didn't seem to be in a hurry. All right, you can protect him and let him leave. However, I can tell you that he can't escape forever. If he escapes, the Martial God Battalion will put him on the wanted list. Many people's faces changed drastically when they heard that. The Martial God Battalion had always been suppressing bandits. Everywhere they went, they were majestic. However, Lin Ling was going to become a bandit and be killed by them. This was hard to accept. Deputy General Han Jing frowned. If he helped Lin Ling escape, then Lin Ling's crime would be confirmed. For a moment, it was difficult for him to choose. Lin Ling, go. Today, I won't kill you. But let me tell you, after you leave, everyone in the scout camp will die for you. Seeing that Deputy General Han Jing did not dare to speak, Deputy General Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile on his aged face. In reality, he had no enmity with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had spoiled his plans. In addition to the Imperial Edict, he would naturally use the Imperial Edict to kill Lin Ling. At the very least, it would let the army know that no matter how powerful the commander was, in front of Deputy General Xianxia, everything was nothing. Lin Ling, leave. Don't pay attention to us. Milord, let's go. Within the scout camp, many people spoke out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker continuously. Haha, will you die, or will they die? Seeing this scene, Deputy General Xianxia laughed even louder. He seemed to be very pleased. This is your wife, right? Not bad, she's quite beautiful. It's a pity that she's going to die as soon as she comes to the martial god barracks. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, if you didn't let her come to the martial god barracks, she wouldn't have died. It's a pity that you harmed her and made her die for you. Deputy General Xianxia pointed at Xian Yuange and said. This caused Xian Yuange to grit her teeth and remain silent. Go, why aren't you leaving? I want to see if my life or my woman is more important. Deputy General Xianxia was clearly toying with Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many people secretly clenched their fists. This Deputy General Xianxia was very hateful. Lin Ling, leave. Don't pay attention to me. Xian Yuange also looked at Lin Ling and said word by word. She didn't want to be a burden to Lin Ling because of her. As long as Lin Ling left, he would be able to fly even higher. If this is the only way we can meet again in this life, I will still wait for you in the next life. Xian Yuange's voice reverberated in the martial god barracks. It was extremely unyielding. Haha. Seeing this scene, Deputy General Xianxia laughed even louder. He loved to see this kind of life and death parting scene the most. Lin Ling, this junior, was going to die without a doubt. However, being able to see him in pain was undoubtedly very pleasing. I won't leave. However, his laughter quickly stopped because Lin Ling's determined voice floated out. The crowd quieted down. They looked at the determined young man and felt deeply moved. Although they didn't know what Lord Lin Ling and that woman had experienced, the heavens and earth could bear witness to their feelings. Very infatuated and a man of his word. As expected of a good man. Deputy General Xianxia laughed and rubbed his chin. He looked at Lin Ling as though he was praising him. Lin Ling, in his black robe, stood in front of everyone's eyes. He wasn't afraid even if the sky collapsed. He was like an undefeatable god of war. At this moment, even Deputy General Xianxia was affected by Lin Ling's aura. In terms of aura, he was obviously weaker than Lin Ling. As for the surrounding soldiers, it was even more so. I suddenly changed my mind. I will give you a way out now. Suddenly, Deputy General Xianxia said indifferently, will Lin Ling die? Or will the entire scout barracks be executed? Between the two, you can only choose one. If you want to live, step forward. Then Lin Ling will die. If you want to die, then just stay silent. His sinister voice floated out again, still with a hint of mockery. To him, this kind of game where the palm of his hand was meat and the back of his hand was also meat was too fun. How despicable. Deputy General Xianxia obviously won't let Lin Ling go, but he is still toying with Lin Ling. Hearing those words, many soldiers secretly clenched their fists. They could guess what Deputy General Xianxia was thinking. However, although they knew that Deputy General Xianxia was toying with Lin Ling, they couldn't deny that. This was the only chance for Lin Ling to live. Subconsciously, everyone looked at the scout barracks. They wanted to know what choice they would make. However, the scout barracks people all laughed. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword laughed. Gong Yangjiang laughed. Lin Ling's 3 disciples also laughed. They were all silent. Good man. Seeing this, many soldiers felt their blood boiling. Those people were silent. This meant that they would rather die than betray Sir Lin Ling. It had to be said that Lin Ling had brought up a team with backbone. Deputy General Xianxia's face was somewhat ugly. There were so many people in the scout barracks. As long as one of them spoke, then Lin Ling would definitely die. At that time, Lin Ling would definitely be in pain because his soldiers wanted him to die. However, so many people didn't speak. This was no doubt a resounding slap on Deputy General Xianxia's face. Sir. At this time, a clear voice suddenly sounded, making Deputy General Xianxia laugh. It seemed that someone couldn't hold back anymore. He looked at the person who spoke and said, haha, I thought that you, Lin Ling, was very powerful. However, that's all there is to it. Tell me, how do you want Lin Ling to die? I agree. You think too much. I just want to say that if you want to kill him, then hurry up. Don't make us look down on you. The person who spoke was Xian Yuange. She revealed a beautiful smile. Her pride was strong and she wasn't much weaker than Lin Ling. When these words were spoken, the whole barracks was shocked. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Lin Ling's counterattack you. Deputy General Xianxia was stunned. Veins popped out on his forehead, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. This woman was asking for death. She even wanted him to kill her without hesitation, or she would look down on him. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? She was too stubborn. In the distance, Lin Ling laughed as he stared at Xianxia. She was indeed Lin Ling's woman. Kill, kill, kill all of them. Men, come and tear these people into pieces. Deputy General Xianxia ground his teeth and finally gave the order to kill. The good show he was looking forward to did not happen, and he was being looked down on. Are we really going to kill them? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that. They looked at the scout battalion and Lin Ling. They did not expect the scout battalion to be wiped out today. This kind of thing was hard for them to accept. Deputy General Xianxia, you don't have the right. Although Lin Ling has only been in the Martial God Battalion for a short time, he has contributed a lot. We won't accept it if we kill him because of a failed mission. I want to see the 3 great generals. Commander Huang Qi and the others held their injured chests and roared angrily. Unfortunately, their voices were weak and powerless. Shut up, the 3 great generals will not come out for Lin Ling. Even if they come out, so what? Lin Ling has violated the military rules, and no one can save him. Otherwise, it will be disobeying the imperial edict. That was the truth. Not only was Deputy General Xianxia not afraid, he shouted angrily, kill him. He waved his hand heavily. The surrounding soldiers sighed in their hearts. Although they did not want to touch Lin Ling, they could not defy military orders. Lord Lin Ling, sorry for the offense. The soldiers thought to themselves. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice finally drifted out. Lin Ling had spoken. Those soldiers subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling. Even Deputy General Xianxia was the same. However, he had a cold smile on his face. Lin Ling had been silent all this time, which made him very unhappy. Was he finally going to speak now? He was definitely begging for mercy. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward, his black robe fluttering in the wind. You said that I broke the military rules. I don't know what military rules I broke. Lin Ling's voice was very calm, but it had a powerful majesty that silenced the entire army. Haha, it seems like you died with your eyes wide open. Then let me tell you. First, the martial god camp sent you to investigate the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and you ended up with nothing. Secondly, the martial god battalion asked you to eliminate the sea burial discord phoenix monarch, but you let the tiger return to the mountain. Third, you led the scouts out, but you let them all die. These 3 crimes are enough for you to die. Deputy General Xianxia's voice was like the might of the heavens as he sentenced Lin Ling to death. When did the order become like this? Hearing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. Even Deputy General Hong Jing's pupils constricted. He shouted angrily, Deputy General Xianxia, don't use a chicken feather as a command arrow. When you signed the military order with Lin Ling, you didn't say that Lin Ling was going to kill the sea burial discord phoenix monarch. Now you want Lin Ling to kill the sea burial discord phoenix monarch? Is this possible? He knew that if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Most importantly, the other party had an imperial edict. Otherwise, he would have been the first to rebel. Haha, Deputy General Hong Jing, don't forget the purpose of this expedition. Aren't we going to eliminate the sea burial discord phoenix monarch? Since Lin Ling volunteered, he must have this purpose. If he can't do it, he will be violating the military order. Deputy General Xianxia said with a cold snort. You. Deputy General Hong Jing couldn't refute. The other party was too shameless. Lin Ling, do you have anything to say? Seeing that no one refuted him, Deputy General Xianxia looked at Lin Ling again. But Lin Ling continued to move forward. His eyes were very cold, like a sharp sword that revealed its sharpness. 3 crimes. Very good, very good. His voice drifted out with a touch of madness. It made people think that he was going to fight Deputy General Xianxia to the death. Of course, no one thought that Lin Ling was a match for Deputy General Xianxia. Even Deputy General Xianxia thought so. You said that I led the scouts out, but they were all wiped out. Let me ask you, who did I bring out? Lin Ling's voice became loud and clear like thunder. Deputy General Xianxia was speechless when he heard this. Lin Ling only brought 4 people with him. They were Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue. But now, they had returned safe and sound. You can't say it, right? Then I'll say it for you. Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue, please open your big dog eyes and see if they are dead. Lin Ling began to be aggressive. At the same time, Commander Huang Qi and the others shouted angrily, "We are still alive, we are here." The whole army fell silent when they heard this. Deputy General Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me you want to blame the death of the first batch of scouts on me. Lin Ling continued to move forward. Deputy General Xianxia laughed crazily. You are not guilty of the 3rd crime, but the remaining 2 are enough to kill you. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. The 8 Gods' heavenly palace has been sealed again. No one can enter the 3rd level. The 1st level is the meteorite spacetime, and the 2nd level is the earth elemental land. The mysterious experts sent out this time are from the Fortune Matter, the Heavenly Court and even the Flying Dragon organization. Is this military intelligence enough? This. Deputy General Xianxia was speechless again. He thought that Lin Ling was just a small soldier. Even if he mixed in with the 8 Gods' heavenly palace's troops, he wouldn't be able to get any useful information. However, who knew that Lin Ling seemed to have followed those big shots into the 8 Gods' heavenly palace? Such a thing was simply a miracle. After all, if those big shots wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as flipping their hands. Deputy General Xianxia, you can't answer, right? In fact, even if I spouted some nonsense, you wouldn't know whether it was true or false. Because you have never been there. Now, you are saying that I haven't investigated the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Are you still guilty? Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, Deputy General Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sneered, fine, fine, fine. You have evaded the 2nd crime, but as long as you don't fulfill the last crime, you will be beheaded. At this moment, he was completely enraged. He didn't expect Lin Ling to do something he couldn't do. However, what was the use? Lin Ling still had to die. Rumble, however, as soon as he finished speaking, a head rolled out and rolled to Deputy General Xianxia's feet. Deputy General Xianxia flew into a rage. What are you doing? He kicked the man's head away, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. Wait, that seems to be the head of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King. However, at this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing's horrified voice drifted out. Suddenly, the whole army fell silent, everyone's eyes were fixed on the head. At this moment, their expressions were wonderful. Yes, they could see that it was indeed the head of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix King. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Armor Removal. Oh my god, what's going on? What? This is the head of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix. Deputy General Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard Deputy General Hong Jing's voice. Because the sea burial disorderly Phoenix was more powerful than him. Even he couldn't kill it. How could Lin Ling succeed? He rushed over, grabbed the head, and examined it. His old face became more and more serious, because he was sure that it was the head of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix. With his strength, he could naturally tell that it wasn't a fake head. Also, there was still blood flowing from the head. It was the blood of the blue phoenix, which was the symbol of the sea burial disorderly Phoenix. At this moment, he held the head and stood there stupidly. Deputy General Xianxia, may I ask what other crimes I have committed? At this moment, Lin Ling's powerful voice rang out, as if an army was pressing down on him. His silence earlier didn't mean that he admitted his guilt. He just wanted to see what tricks this old man was playing, and now, it was time for the game to end. Deputy General, may I ask what other crimes Commander Lin Ling has committed? At this moment, the scout camp also shouted angrily, and their voices shook the 9 heavens. They were very excited. They didn't expect Lord Lin Ling to kill the sea burial disorderly Phoenix. This was too terrifying. Deputy General, may I ask what other crimes Commander Lin Ling has committed? Almost at the same time, the whole army also shouted questions, and the soldiers and horses were ready to move. This guy. Deputy General Hong Jing smiled. This result was beyond his imagination. Thump. Thump, Deputy General Xianxia stepped back. The terrifying army around him made his face turn pale. Deputy General, may I ask what other crimes Commander Lin Ling has committed? However, at this moment, those orderly voices came crashing down like an avalanche. Not guilty. Deputy General Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally said something that he was very unwilling to accept. The imperial edict was still floating in the sky, but it was very ironic at this moment. Obviously, the person who issued the imperial edict didn't know that Lin Ling had accomplished these miracles. As a result, the imperial edict was useless because this was a groundless crime. Do you still have the military order? At this moment, Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, full of sharpness, and he was as powerful as thunder. He and Deputy General Xianxia's military edict. If Lin Ling, Deputy General Xianxia had to kneel in the army and Deputy General Xianxia and Xianxia's military edict. How arrogant Deputy General Xianxia was. Shan Deputy General, Lin Shan Deputy General, as, was, Xianxia's Lin on Luan translation on Yang's. Is it? The deafening sound suppressed Deputy General Xianxia, forming countless echoes. Deputy General Xianxia's face began to turn ferocious. He was a deputy general, an expert above the rank of Grand Commander. Yet, he had to kneel. He could admit that Lin Ling was not guilty, but for him to kneel down and remove his armor, that was a dream. Today's matter ends here. Deputy General, is? Seeing Deputy General Xianxia leave without explaining anything, all the soldiers were shocked. This old man didn't keep his word. This is none of your business. Disperse immediately, or you will be punished according to the military law. As Deputy General Xianxia walked forward, he shouted sternly, using his military power to suppress those dissatisfied voices. Do you think you can leave? At this moment, Lin Ling also let out a furious roar. This old man had wanted to kill him before. Most importantly, this old man was toying with Xianyuan Ge. This touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Therefore, how could he allow this old man to leave so easily? Bang! He took a step forward and a terrifying aura erupted, causing the soldiers around him to fall off their horses. He was like a god of war as he shot towards Deputy General Xianxia. Lin Ling! Deputy General Hong Jing shouted anxiously. Lin Ling was too impulsive. How could he be a match for Deputy General Xianxia? You want to attack me? You are courting death. Deputy General Xianxia also stopped in his tracks at this moment. His old face was filled with anger. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to attack him in front of an army. This was simply overestimating himself. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, the wind and clouds began to stir. Lin Ling's figure arrived, like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Deputy General Xianxia also saw that Lin Ling was only at the second stage of the World King realm. As for him, he was at the fourth stage of the World King realm. Lin Ling was really courting death, absolutely courting death. Flying cry resplendent spear. Without holding back, Deputy General Xianxia angrily shouted. The power of 4 great world essences erupted and a black spear appeared in his hands. As this spear appeared, the heavens and earth roared, weng weng weng, everyone's ears began to ring. Some of the weaker ones even began to bleed from their ears. That spear was terrifying to the extreme, the power of 4 great world essences in addition to that extraordinary spear. No one believed that Lin Ling could block that spear. Damn! Deputy General Hong Jing had already shot forwards. He wanted to help Lin Ling, but did Lin Ling need his help? Although Deputy General Xianxia's cultivation boundary was higher, his talent was clearly lacking. He only had a 4th grade mystic body. With such strength, Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. Blade Mountain Sword Tree. Lin Ling's angry roar rumbled. Out from his mouth, like a peal of heavenly thunder, within Lin Ling's body, the world essences of his 2 dantians began to boil, completely fusing together. In that instant, he possessed the power of 4 great world essences, but he didn't erupt with the flames of time and space. He didn't even use the space-time divine steel. This was because Deputy General Xianxia clearly wanted to suppress him with his cultivation boundary. Thus, Lin Ling's current attack was more than enough. The void split open. A dazzling sword light appeared, causing the earth to shake. This was the power of vibration. At this time, the power of chaos of the ultimate sword Dao also appeared. The shocking sword appeared, just like the first stroke of the word mystic, At this time, the sword ruthlessly slashed down. What? In the distance, Deputy General Hong Jing stopped in his tracks. His face was filled with fear. This was because he could feel how terrifying that sword was. The power of the world essences was enormous. If he hadn't seen Lin Ling with his own eyes, he would have thought that Lin Ling was at the 4th stage of the World King realm. Damn brat, your sword. Deputy General Xianxia maintained his posture of thrusting out his spear. However, on his old face, there was fear, dread, and surprise. He didn't think that Lin Ling's sword would be so terrifying. He had underestimated Lin Ling. Rumble rumble rumble, the word Xian came slashing down. The huge sword body was domineering and magnificent. The spear in Deputy General Xianxia's hand instantly cracked. The power of vibration made it so that he couldn't hold the spear firmly. Even his palm was cracked. Rumble rumble rumble, the spear cracked and the ancient sword smoothly slashed down. Pung, dust spread out like a heaven-shaking explosion. At this moment, time seemed to stop. How is it? Many soldiers said, their hearts trembling with fear. In their eyes, 2 figures were standing on the ground. They were Lin Ling and Deputy General Xianxia. As for Lin Ling, he slowly put away his sword. Could it be? Seeing this, many people's hearts thundered. Lin Ling put away his sword. Could it be that Lin Ling had won? Lin Ling was a great commander. How could he defeat a deputy general? This was too terrifying. Translator, Transin editor, Transin promoted to Deputy General Pa. Soon after, an ear-piercing sound was heard and the armor was completely shattered. This was the removal of armor. To a soldier, there were only 2 occasions when they could remove their armor. First, they could retire with glory. This was undoubtedly a proud removal of armor. Second, their armor was removed by the enemy. This was undoubtedly a disgrace. There were even some proud and unyielding warriors who would rather die than live if their armor was stripped off. Now, Deputy General Xianxia had his armor removed. This was a disgrace to a soldier. However, a stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. He stared at Lin Ling and finally knelt down powerlessly. Plop, after kneeling down, his head hung there powerlessly. He was killed by a sword. Deputy General Xianxia was dead. He did not remove his armor. This was going back on his word. A soldier's word was worth 1,000 gold. Going back on one's word was taboo. Therefore, Lin Ling sent him on his way. He's dead. At this moment, the entire army was silent. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to kill a deputy general. This strength meant that Lin Ling had the qualifications to become a deputy general. Deputy General Xianxia and Lin Ling's promise was that if Deputy General Xianxia lost, he would remove his armor and kneel in front of the entire army. I never expected that he would fulfill his promise after his death. Deputy General Hong Jing kept shaking his head. All of this was ironic because Deputy General Xianxia had died kneeling. The crowd looked at the old man who was kneeling motionlessly. At this moment, they felt conflicted. A powerful deputy general had died in front of them. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a dream. Deputy General Xianxia gave a false imperial edict and deceived the entire army. I was ordered by the Martial God Battalion to kill him. At the same time, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently into the distance. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were stunned. As for Deputy General Hong Jing, he nodded his head in praise. Lin Ling was very smart. He had killed Deputy General Xianxia, but he had also found a good excuse for himself. After all, no matter what, Lin Ling had offended his superior. In this way, those higher-ups would naturally take advantage of the situation and spare Lin Ling. After all, Deputy General Xianxia was already dead. Anything else he said would be fake. Moreover, with this excuse, the Martial God Battalion could also answer to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Quickly come and see the Lord. Sure enough, a faint voice came from the sky. It didn't seem to blame Lin Ling. Great! Seeing this, everyone in the scout camp became excited. The eyes of the other soldiers were also filled with worship. After this incident, Lin Ling would definitely become a deputy general. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling revealed a brilliant smile. After glancing at Xianxia and the others, he strode towards the depths of the martial gods barracks. Lin Ling of the martial gods barracks. Amazing, amazing. In the future, I will also learn from him. Step by step, I will become a general of the martial gods barracks. I want to join the scout camp. After Lin Ling left, the soldiers all cheered, causing Deputy General Hong Jing to shake his head helplessly. The military camp looked at one's strength. If one had great strength and an unyielding fighting spirit, they would be worshipped by the soldiers. Lin Ling clearly had both of these qualities. As for the former falling flowers, flowing water, and Commander June, they looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Although they knew that they couldn't catch up to Lin Ling, they still didn't expect Lin Ling's growth to be so exaggerated. At this moment, Lin Ling was striding forward towards the Demon Break Mountain. Roar. From time to time, tiger roars could be heard from the Demon Break Mountain. Lin Ling smiled as he recalled the first time he came to this mountain and how that stupid tiger had stopped him. Long time no see, Demon Break Tiger. Long time no see. At the base of the mountain, Lin Ling lightly said. The tiger roars instantly vanished. It was clear that the Demon Break Tiger was thinking of Lin Ling. This freak didn't fear any of its military might or momentum. Haha. Haha. Lin Ling boldly laughed as he stepped up the mountain. At this time, atop the Demon Break Mountain, the three old men looked at each other, wry smiles on their faces. This little brat was as arrogant as ever. After his trip to the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace, his strength has risen rapidly. He seems to be at the 2nd level of the World King realm, but he only needs a single sword strike to kill a 4th level World King. TSK, he's hiding secrets that we don't know about. This is strange. His talent is only at the Mystic Body realm. I can't understand where he gets his combat strength from. Haha, a soldier that doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. But, a soldier that doesn't even want to be a general, I have no idea what sort of soldier he is. The three great generals looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Their martial god barracks had been recruiting soldiers for many years, but Lin Ling was a freak, and there was no other. Greetings, three generals. Soon, Lin Ling appeared atop the mountain peak. He bowed as he looked at Huang Fuidao and the others. There's no need to bow. You smelly brat, even though you're bowing on the surface, I don't think you have much respect for us in your heart. Huang Fuidao jokingly scolded. When Lin Ling had forced his way into the Demon Break Mountain, he knew that this was a restless soldier. Hearing this, Lin Ling ruefully smiled. Was he really so arrogant? You were able to survive the trip to the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace and return alive from the hands of so many powerhouses. Not bad at all. But, you shouldn't do such risky things in the future. The Demon Break Great General said. Thank you for your concern, sir. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that the concern of these three old men came from the bottom of their hearts, it was just that the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace was extremely important to him. It was impossible for him to have missed it at that time. I know that you have doubts about what happened before. I'll tell you now. The Imperial Edict is real. Therefore, it was difficult for us to interfere before. Huang Fuidao explained. In fact, there was no need for him to explain. Lin Ling naturally understood, in the martial god barracks, the three generals had a higher status. However, if Deputy General Shan Yang dared to be so arrogant, it meant that he relied on the Imperial Edict. The martial god barracks is just a military barracks of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Sometimes, we still have to listen to the orders of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Another general, Xianxia, also said. However, he also had some doubts. In fact, we also don't understand why the Imperial Edict is targeting you. Therefore, I'm afraid that there's someone you know in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty who is an enemy. I'm not too sure either. However, the truth will come to light eventually. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He guessed that this matter had something to do with Grandma Wendao. Although his enemy, the Heavenly Court, was also very powerful, the heavenly court obviously didn't know that he was Li Xiaoyao. Therefore, the heavenly court wouldn't attack him for the time being. With your current strength, you can already fight a deputy general. In addition to the military merits of the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace, you've been promoted to a deputy general. It's time for us to fulfill our promise. Your monthly divine crystal reward will be increased by 100 times and you'll be rewarded with a set of treasured armor. Huang Fuidao said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling was delighted. His current talent wasn't bad, but cultivation resources would always be what he lacked the most. You've also become a martial candidate. However, what do you plan to do next? The Demon Destroyer General asked. I want to go to the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling stated his purpose. Yes, the experience of the Martial God Barracks won't be of much help to you. You should go and see a stronger world. In fact, the Martial also has the same intention. However, if you want to leave the Martial God Barracks, you must convince others. Therefore, you must sound the war drums. I'll give you 3 years to prepare. Is that enough? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin How to Leave the Martial God Barracks. Huang Fuidao nodded as well. Unless you've served for a certain period of time in the Martial Gods Battalion, you'll have to sound the war drums and tell the soldiers that you're qualified to leave. This is the unchanging rule of the Martial Gods Battalion. Alright, I'll do it. Lin Ling nodded immediately. Don't agree too early. The war drum isn't that easy to sound. I can tell you that many people have tried to sound the war drum over the years, but only 5 of them succeeded. They left the Martial God Barracks with glory and retired temporarily. As for those who failed, they didn't sound the drum for 100 years. In the end, they cultivated in the Martial God Barracks for 1,000 years and met the requirements before they were qualified to leave. Moreover, after you sound the war drum, the Marshal will meet you personally. Hearing those words, Lin Ling smiled gratefully at the 3 old men, then nodded. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling told them about the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Of course, he didn't tell them about the space-time divine steel. No wonder the Great Azure Divine Dynasty issued an imperial edict. They're very interested in that place. Unfortunately, the Flying Dragon Organization and the Heavenly Court are on the move this time. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty doesn't dare to act rashly. The 3 great generals looked at each other. They were slightly more familiar with the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. The Flying Dragon Organization and the Heavenly Court were huge forces that spread across the 9 prefectures. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty didn't dare to go against them easily. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. He wanted to catch up with Shan Yuange and the others. After Lin Ling left the demon-shattering mountain, the soldiers seemed to know that Lin Ling's rank had risen. They all saluted him respectfully. Greetings, sir. When Lin Ling returned to the barracks, even Great Commander Huang Qi and the others saluted Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. My lord, if you have any mission, just give it to this humble one. This humble one will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Although Commander Huang Qi and the others sounded solemn, Lin Ling knew that they were just teasing him. Alright, hand over all your wine. Since the other party was teasing him, Lin Ling decided to go along with them. Ah. My lord, don't be so cruel. Brother Lin Ling, I was just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. This time, Commander Huang Qi and the others were beaten back to their original state. They would rather have Lin Ling as a brother than have Lin Ling as a lord. After all, if Lin Ling was a lord, their wine would suffer. Haha. Lin Ling laughed heartily. In fact, although he had become a deputy general, he still regarded Commander Huang Qi and the others as his seniors. This was because their friendship was not something that could be replaced by a higher position. I didn't expect this. In the past, in my heart, you were just a subordinate. Now, you have become our superior. After so many years in the Martial God Barracks, you are the fastest to get promoted. At this time, Xianxia, who was standing beside him, exclaimed. In the past, he had fought with Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling had won by a narrow margin. However, Lin Ling's magnanimous character had convinced him. Xianxia and Lin Ling shook hands and made peace. the two of them would fight again in the future. However, now, it seemed that it would be very difficult for him to catch up with Lin Ling. The others were stunned for a moment before they fell silent. To be honest, after hearing Qian Xuanzhen's words, they realized that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. One had to know that geniuses from all over the world would need at least 100 years to gain a foothold in the martial god realm. This was the level of demonic geniuses. Some even needed 1,000 years or a lifetime. However, Lin Ling didn't even need 10 years. His progress was obviously faster than Commander Huang Qi and the others. I was just lucky. Lin Ling noticed their surprise and smiled faintly. In fact, he wasn't very excited because in the past, Li Xiaoyao had gone further and soared higher. Moreover, his enemies were too strong. For example, the Heavenly Court and the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's secret enemy, all of these forced Lin Ling to become stronger. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, let's congratulate Lin Ling on his promotion. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword saw that everyone was silent and tried to smooth things over. The others also congratulated Lin Ling one by one. I already knew that Lin Ling would definitely be promoted. When I first met him, I knew that he was extraordinary. Gong Yangjiang said casually. Tang Yue said disdainfully, speaking in hindsight, do you know how to read fortunes? Hehe, Princess Tang Yue, you have sharp eyes. I do know how to read people's faces. I didn't expect that other than throwing money, you also know how to boast. Tang Yue didn't believe him at all. The others were also smiling. This kind of lively atmosphere was rare in the martial god barracks. Many of you here will be promoted in the future. For example, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword will definitely become a commander in less than 3 years. At this time, Lin Ling also joined in the fun. His words made Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword happy. Lin Ling's words were very trustworthy. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Panyun, Lu Chungfeng and the others were happy for Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword must be powerful to be praised by Lord Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, what about me? Gong Yangjiang said, unwilling to be outdone. Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. Your path of growth is a little troublesome. At least 10 years ago, you had no achievements, and your strength didn't improve much. Therefore, you were depressed for the first half of your life. As for 10 years later, will I be able to amaze the world with my accumulated strength? Gong Yangjiang was a little excited. No, 10 years later, you will be used to being a passerby. Lin Ling shook his head. Gong Yangjiang was speechless. The rest of the people laughed out loud. That night, the scout camp was very lively. The martial god barracks was also in an uproar. Many soldiers in the barracks stared at the scout camp who reeked of alcohol with envy. The scout camp had a good leader. It was a pity that they didn't join the scout camp and missed out on a lot. Master, congratulations, congratulations. Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others were happy for Lin Ling. Lin Ling also rewarded them with some cultivation items to improve their strength. After that, Lin Ling looked at the lively scene and sighed. He thought of the people in his hometown, however, his enemies were still waiting for him. Therefore, he didn't have time to return to his hometown. After the lively banquet, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the barracks, Lin Ling looked at Xian Yuan Ge and smiled. Ge, it wasn't easy for us to be together again. Xian Yuan Ge's little face was also full of emotions. It was indeed not easy for her and Lin Ling to be together until now. What are you looking at? You're making me blush. Although she missed it, Xian Yuan Ge was still a little shy when Lin Ling looked at her like that. You're so beautiful. Lin Ling smiled sincerely. Xian Yuan Ge was like a naughty little witch. That kind of temperament was extremely rare. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Flame Ring under the night sky I see. Then I won't say it in the future. Lin Ling nodded in realization. Xian Yuan Ge's beautiful eyes narrowed. You dare? I want you to say it. You have to say it to me every day, saying that I'm beautiful. Of course, don't say it when there are people around. It's so embarrassing. Haha. Hearing that, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia was still like a child, however, any woman liked to be praised. This was a principle that would never change. The only difference was who was praising her. Okay. I'll say it every day in the future. Lin Ling held Xianxuange's hand and said. Xianxuange sniffled, looking extremely cute. This is for you. Then, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. Colorful flames floated out and formed the shape of a ring in midair. Xianxuange couldn't help but laugh. How beautiful. Lin Ling nodded because this was the space-time fire. He planned to use the space-time fire to improve Xianxuange's talent. The limit of the space-time fire was the divine body level, but it needed to grow continuously. As for the space-time divine steel, it was even more terrifying than the space-time fire. It wasn't weaker than the desolate body level. In fact, the space-time divine steel and myriad demonic eyes were both desolate body level. In the martial god realm, there were very few people with such talent. However, Lin Ling's current cultivation level was too low. He couldn't use the space-time divine steel at will. He could only use it temporarily. As for the space-time fire, Lin Ling could roughly control it. After all, no matter how powerful one's talent was, it needed a strong cultivation level to match it. Lin Ling, is this for me? Xianxuange looked up at Lin Ling. She was extremely touched. A ring was a symbol of love and also a form of recognition. It also meant that the marriage she had waited for thousands of generations had finally paid off. Okay. Lin Ling nodded solemnly and went down on one knee. In his hometown of Xianxia, giving a ring meant proposing. Thank you, what a beautiful ring. Xianxuange lowered her head and looked at Lin Ling. She stretched out her small hand, which was then held by Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling gently put the precious ring on her finger. When the ring touched her small hand, it was a little hot. However, a mysterious power surged out from Lin Ling's body, causing the temperature of the ring to disappear. That's right, it was just warmth. Thank you. The moment the ring was put on, Xianxuange's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, she really wanted to see the great demon king of the East. She wanted her father to be happy for her because her beloved man knelt down for her and put the ring on her finger. Almost at the same time, in the pitch-black night, resplendent flames soared into the sky, forming gorgeous fireworks. At this moment, many soldiers of the martial gods battalion were resting. When they noticed the fireworks, they walked out one after another. Their gazes were unsurprisingly fixed on the scout camp. They saw a man and a woman appear there, surrounded by gorgeous fireworks. It was as if they were the only two left in the world. So beautiful. Under the pitch-black night, the scene was extremely beautiful. Is that Xianxuange? Tang Yue looked into the distance enviously. She was a little excited. As expected of Sir Lin Ling. The others laughed and said. At the same time, the three elders from the Demon Break Mountain narrowed their eyes. That little fellow was truly reckless. He was expressing his love in the military camp. This was practically doing as he pleased. Did he not care about the military rules at all? Forget it. Let's just pretend that we didn't see it. Huang Fuidao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had long known that Lin Ling was a restless soldier. At this moment, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Lin Ling held Xianxuange's hand and looked at the starry sky. I'm sorry that I can't marry you in your hometown. But here, I'll let everyone know that you're my woman. Lin Ling said word by word. His handsome face was solemn. Thank you. Xianxuange was extremely emotional. She had thousands of words to say, but that was all she could say. After all, she also knew that the Martial Gods Battalion was a military camp. Lin Ling's actions were equivalent to disrupting the order. However, Lin Ling still dared to do so. This meant that Lin Ling didn't want to marry her secretly. He wanted to let everyone know that Xianxuange was his woman. Follow me. After that, Lin Ling held Xianxuange's hand and stepped into the air. Countless gazes looked at the young man and woman. They were even more envious, but they felt that the couple was a match made in heaven. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was as ethereal as an immortal. Gradually, the two of them disappeared into the silent night, leaving behind only the colorful fireworks. At this moment, Lin Ling and Xianxuange appeared in the chaotic universe. they slowly walked forward. It's so beautiful. Xianxia looked at the starry sky and couldn't help but exclaim. It's very beautiful. In the future, I'll bring you and the others to tour this chaotic world. Lin Ling's lips curved into a smile. His words were filled with confidence. The two of them walked through one realm after another. As for the powerhouses in those realms, they were all frightened. This was because they could sense that the man and woman walking through the sky were very strong. They were like realm kings. In fact, with Lin Ling's current strength, he could indeed dominate a weak realm. Xianxia liked this kind of peaceful time very much. Every woman had a dream to walk through the galaxy with their beloved man hand in hand until the end of time, and now, this dream had come true. Time quietly passed just like that. After an unknown period of time, two figures floated in the chaos of the universe. Xianxia was refining the fires of time and space. As for Lin Ling, he was comprehending the profound sword record. Currently, Lin Ling's strength was enough to fight a fourth-stage world king. He had many cards in his hands. First, he had two dantians. One of them was a fire dantian. It was extremely fierce and his talent had reached the level of a 9th-grade profound body. Moreover, it could still grow. Second, he had the divine steel of time and space. This was the most terrifying aspect. Once the divine steel appeared, the fires of time and space could incinerate all things. Third, he had the divinity and demon body, the profound sword record, and his soul force. These were all Lin Ling's formidable methods. Moreover, if the chaos divine formula reached the second level, then Lin Ling would have 3 dantians. Just thinking of this was terrifying. Sword Void Ridge. In the void, Lin Ling's angry roar echoed out. He pointed his sword forwards. The power of vibration gushed out from the blade, drawing a line in front of Lin Ling. The second stroke of the profound character also appeared. This strange symbol emitted a blinding light. Then, a massive number of swords of light shot out, as if 10,000 swords were suspended in the air. This was the 6th level of the profound sword record, Sword Void Ridge. This was a group sword move. If one were to ride the sword, they would be able to kill enemies a world away. It was extremely sharp. This move had reached the middle 2nd grade level. After a long time, Lin Ling put away his sword and nodded. His strength had risen by around 30% again. First, he would have to constantly swallow fire attribute treasures to increase the level of the fires of time and space. Like this, his control over the space and space divine tablet would become even more formidable. Second, he would have to increase his divinity and demon body and soul force. He was well aware that once his essence, energy, and divine cultivation reached a new boundary, the chaos divine formula would reach the 3rd level and his strength would become even greater. The War God Battalion beneath the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. I never thought that Ge'er's talent in the fire attribute would be so good. Then, Lin Ling looked to the side. He saw that Xianxuan's entire body was covered in multicolored flames. She had clearly succeeded in refining it. After passing through space and time, one could burn through time and space. This was the characteristic of fire. Lin Ling could feel that the space around Xianxuan began to change. It began to twist and even time seemed to freeze. Then, Lin Ling didn't interrupt Xianxuan's cultivation. He began to perceive the profound sword record once more, sword hanging in the air. 2 dazzling strokes appeared in the void. Then, 10,000 swords soared through the skies, pung pung pung. In a distant place, some newly born worlds were directly pierced through by 10,000 swords. The strength of these swords was terrifying. It's time to return. After a long time, Lin Ling put away his swords, satisfied. At this time, within the 4th level of the World King realm, there weren't many people he feared, and at this time, the War God Battalion was still as lively as before. The soldiers were also cultivating every day. I have no idea where Lord Lin Ling has gone. He's disappeared for an entire year. Do your own thing. You don't need to worry about Lord Lin Ling. That's right. Have you gone to sound the Heavens Inquisition war drum? I went last year but failed. I didn't even manage to sound 10 drums. Within the scout battalion, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others were discussing, as long as one could sound the Heavens Inquisition war drum over 10 times, then they could retire from the War God Battalion, and this was an extremely glorious moment. The most important thing was that by sounding the war drum, one would obtain a spot to enter the 3 great academies. this was what all the genius commanders yearned for the most. Unfortunately, the war drum was too difficult to sound. So far, only 5 people had succeeded. Thus, all the geniuses present were helpless. In fact, the reason that the geniuses of all worlds came to the War God Battalion was because of the Heaven's Inquisition war drum. It is difficult to enter the 3 great academies. If you want to obtain a spot, sounding the war drum is one of the methods. Continue to work hard. But, I heard that some people from the War God Battalion are coming. It seems they came for the Heaven's Inquisition war drum. Is that possible? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others once again began to discuss spiritedly. Maybe they're here to show off. Lu Chengfeng said indifferently. The others nodded. It was very possible. After all, everyone had witnessed the difficulty of the Martial God Battalion's battle drums. However, what if someone from the War God Battalion had sounded the drums? Then the Martial God Battalion would definitely lose face. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a military drum sounded. This kind of drumming, 3 long and 2 short, indicated that the military situation was very urgent. The army began to gather. Then, they realized that there was also an army coming from the distant sky. A majestic flag appeared. There were 3 large words embroidered on it, War God Battalion. As for that army, they were like dragons and tigers, and their auras were extremely imposing. Moreover, there were quite a few people from the younger generation. This is the Martial God Battalion? Look at those guys, their faces are sallow and their bodies are emaciated. They don't look like soldiers at all. They look more like refugees. At this moment, in the distant army, a man riding a giant yellow lightning tiger smiled faintly. This man was a deputy general. How dare you sow discord in the Martial God Battalion? You're disrupting the unity of our 2 battalions. On the ground, many commanders shouted angrily. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion hurriedly stood up. They could not let the other party look down on them. What's your position? What's my position? Are you qualified to speak to me? Get lost. However, the man riding the tiger shouted angrily. In the military camp, one's position was strict. Apart from strength, one's military rank was also important. Those with a high military rank had the absolute right to suppress the weak. As expected, Commander Huang Qi and the others' expressions turned ugly. They remained silent. A bunch of trash. The man laughed disdainfully. Yo, Deputy General Huang Feihu, you're really arrogant. What's the point of bullying some soldiers? At this moment, a rolling war chariot came out from the Martial God Battalion. A man stood on top of it. It was Deputy General Hong Jing. Some soldiers don't know the rules, so I'm just giving you some pointers. The man riding the tiger smiled faintly. He was not as arrogant as before because Deputy General Hong Jing had the same status as him. He did not dare to underestimate him. We're here today to help you repair the Martial God giants. Did the Martial God Battalion send some soldiers to welcome us? An old man in a Taoist robe spoke indifferently after the Martial God Battalion's army descended. His aura was like the might of the heavens. Every single move he made seemed capable of causing a myriad of worlds to explode. Moreover, he sat on a gorgeous war chariot. He seemed like a wise general, but his strength had clearly reached an unfathomable level. Deputy General Hong Jing and the others did not dare be disrespectful when they saw the old man. Because the old man was General Qing Hong. His strength and status were not something they could afford to offend. General Qing Hong, you've come from afar. Please excuse us for not welcoming you. At this moment, 3 old men finally walked out from the Martial God Battalion. Shockingly, they were the 3 great generals. I thought you wouldn't come out. You're really arrogant. The old man called General Qing Hong spoke indifferently. Even though they were from the same camp as the Martial God Battalion, they obviously did not get along well. Of course, this was normal. Every camp was their own king. How could they walk together so easily? Where's your Martial God giants? Are they ready? We've been ordered by the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion to repair them. Great General Qing Hong added. They had been ordered by the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion to help the Martial God Battalion repair the Martial God giants. Of course, they would definitely make things difficult for them during the process. The martial god giants are ready. Huang Fuidao replied with a smile. He also knew that the other party would not easily repair the martial god giants for them. Then, the demon destroyer general waved his hand and said, "Bring the martial god giants here." The so-called martial god giants were puppets made from materials from the 100 Worlds. Their combat strength was extremely shocking. A giant was comparable to a top true god realm expert. It was the symbol of the martial god battalion and was even more famous than the martial god cannons. The martial god giants of the martial god battalion were damaged, so the Great Green Divine Dynasty had asked the martial god battalion to help repair them. Even though they did not know why the martial god battalion was so confident in repairing it, since they dared to come, they must have some ability. While waiting, the two armies were silent. An oppressive atmosphere quietly drifted out. Suddenly, someone smiled faintly and said, "Xianxia, get out here." Beside General Qinghong, a young man holding a feather fan said faintly. This person was gentle and did not look like a soldier, however, in reality, he was indeed a soldier and his status was not low. He was the number 1 genius of the martial god battalion, Qian Taiji. He was from Taiding Commandery. In Taiding Commandery, his strength and reputation were only below the 9 heavenly sons in Qingzhou. His identity was the youngest deputy general of the martial god battalion and he was about to enter the 3 great colleges. "How dare you? How dare you call him Commander Xianxia?" Seeing that the other party was young and arrogant, the martial god battalion immediately shouted angrily. As for Huang Fuidao and the other 2 generals, their expressions did not change. It was as if they did not care about such a small matter. In reality, they knew that the young man was not simple, given his arrogance. "You are the ones who are bold. Is it your turn to interrupt when I'm speaking?" Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The number 1 genius of the War God Battalion, Qian Taiji, arrogant. They did not expect him to be so arrogant in front of the generals. Huang Fuidao and the other 2 generals frowned. However, when they saw that General Qinghong did not speak, they did not speak either. After all, if they spoke, they would be bullying the young. Others would say that the War God Battalion had no talents. "Deputy General, he is a Deputy General?" Many people in the War God Battalion exclaimed. "It's Qian Taiji," Tang Yue said with a frown. Apparently, the falling flowers and flowing water sword recognized him. "Didn't he go to the 3 academies?" Dbimo asked in surprise. "What? He is qualified to go to the 3 academies?" More people exclaimed. No wonder Qian Taiji was so arrogant. It turned out that he had a powerful background. After all, those who could enter the 3 academies were people they could only look up to. "Commander, the great commander and the others are not qualified to speak." "Then, I am qualified to speak." However, at this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing stepped forward. He could not allow Qian Taiji to be so arrogant. "Ho ho, your position is the same as mine. You are qualified to speak. However, you are much older than me. It is embarrassing for you to come out and confront me," Qian Taiji said, shaking his head. Deputy General Hong Jing did not know what to say because Qian Taiji's words made sense. "Even so, you are not qualified to order our Xianxia," Deputy General Hong Jing said. "I am not qualified in the War God Battalion. However, am I qualified in Taiding Commandery?" Qian Taiji laughed and looked at the War God Battalion's army with contempt. He said, "Xianxia, come out." He was from Taiding Commandery and so was Xianxia. Therefore, he was qualified. After all, this was their family matter. As expected, Deputy General Hong Jing and the others could not refute him. They were so angry that their faces turned pale. As for Huang Fuidao and the other 2 generals, although they looked calm, they were also angry. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward. He looked terrible. He was from Taiding Commandery and his status was not as high as Qian Taiji's. After all, Qian Taiji was one of the 9 heavens in Qingzhou. Therefore, he had to step forward. "Kneel down." Qian Taiji looked at him coldly and said, "Don't forget that Taiding Commandery trained you to be where you are today. Now you have failed to do what Taiding Commandery wants you to do. Tell me, what's the use of you? This is my fault. If you want to kill me, do as you please." Xianxia wore a cold expression and dropped to his knees. He was not kneeling in Xianxia, but in Tating Commandery. After all, that was his motherland. As for why Tating Commandery wanted to punish him, he knew that it was because he failed to kill Lin Ling. Men, beat him up. Xianxia snorted and waved his hand. A soldier from the God of War battalion walked out and waved his whip at Xianxia. Commander Xianxia, please excuse me. They even said lazily. After all, they were just small soldiers. But now, they could fight against a senior commander. This was also a great honor. Haha, to be beaten in front of two armies, this is a great loss of face. Laughter erupted from the War God battalion. Whack, whack. Whack. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, although I failed to complete the task, I did not show mercy to my enemy. Therefore, I did not disappoint Tating Commandery. Xianxia said. No one knew what task Tating Commandery had given him. However, Xianxia knew that it was to kill Lin Ling. However, Xianxia admitted that he had not shown mercy to Lin Ling. In the previous battle, he had tried his best and almost died together with Lin Ling, therefore, he had a clear conscience. A failure is a failure. Since you have not killed the person you wanted to kill, why are you still alive? Today, on behalf of Tating Commandery, I will beat you to death. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with disdain. His words shocked the soldiers of the War God battalion. Killing Xianxia in front of the army? This is too cruel. However, although they were unwilling, no one dared to say anything. They could only watch helplessly. Even the three great generals could not intervene in this matter because it was a matter of Tating Commandery. Xianxia was in high spirits as if he was in charge of everything. He said, I heard that there is a genius called Lin Ling in the War God battalion. Why haven't I seen him today? Could it be that he died outside while on a mission? What nonsense are you talking about? Deputy General Hong Jing glared at Xianxia when he heard his arrogant words. He could not help Xianxia if Xianxia wanted to kill him. However, Lin Ling was not from Tating Commandery, so Xianxia could not be so arrogant. Oh, why are you so agitated? It is said that Lin Ling is the #1 genius in the War God battalion. He has become a commander at a young age. I don't know if there is any exaggeration. In my opinion, he might be a piece of trash. Xianxia said unscrupulously. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that Lin Ling had destroyed their branch family and killed young Master Xianxia. He was an enemy of Tating Commandery. General Qinghong, who was not far away, smiled. He had also heard of Lin Ling's name. However, he did not think that Lin Ling was comparable to the #1 genius of the War God battalion, Xianxia. Xianxia, don't be too arrogant. Be careful of your words. The anger on Deputy General Hong Jing's face grew stronger and stronger. Am I talking about you? I am talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a piece of trash. He is not qualified for me to get into trouble. Xianxia smiled disdainfully. He looked at Xianxia and said, beat him up. Kill him in front of him. Fierce, fierce, his aura was extremely fierce. However, at this moment, a streamer shot down from the sky. Then, two figures appeared in front of everyone. It was a man and a woman. The man's long hair was tied behind his head, and he wore a black robe. He seemed to be in high spirits. The woman wore a black dress, and she was so beautiful that she was captivating. Their harmonious beauty attracted the gazes of countless people, and many people felt that they were a perfect match for each other. However, after their initial shock, many people from the Martial God Battalion were delighted because Lord Lin Ling had returned. Beautiful. Wow. Xianxia looked at the woman in the sky and licked his lips. At this moment, Lin Ling looked coldly at the scene below. Then, he walked down and walked toward Xianxia. Who is this soldier of yours? Is that your wife? Not bad. I will take her away later. Wow. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said while waving his fan. Hearing this, the soldiers of the War God Battalion were shocked. This guy could be arrogant in front of Xianxia. However, he dared to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Is he looking for death? Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. He stopped in front of Xianxia. Xianxia also noticed that the person in front of him was not afraid of him. He raised his chin and stared at the person. He wanted to know what this soldier wanted to say. Who the F***ck are you? Fuck. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling slapped him. It was a thunderous attack, slap. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the rebirth of Xianxia. Seeing this, the soldiers of the God of War battalion trembled violently. Who is this guy? He is even more arrogant than Qian Taiji. He dares to attack in front of the great general. Even Huang Fui Dao and the others were surprised. Lin Ling is back. His attack is earth-shattering. On the ground, Qian Taiji was humiliated after he fell. He shouted angrily, "How dare you offend me? Kill him. Kill him just like Xianxia. Kill, but can he kill him?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling rushed over and stepped on his body, which had just crawled up. Once again, bang, the sound was loud. The power of that kick was terrifying. Puff, Qian Taiji spat out blood and saw stars. He was like a dog being stepped on. Lin Ling even stepped on his face and rubbed it hard. This humiliation made the God of War battalion silent. Many soldiers clenched their fists in anger. How dare you offend your comrades? Today, I will kill this insolent ant on behalf of the God of War battalion. Kill. General Qinghong couldn't stand it anymore and gave the order to kill. General Qinghong, calm down. That's our deputy general, Lin Ling. Kill. However, General Qinghong was stunned by Huang Fui Dao's voice. That guy is also a deputy general? And he's Lin Ling. As far as he knew, Lin Ling was only a great general. He couldn't do anything now. Just like the three great generals, he would be accused of bullying the weak. At this moment, Lin Ling was still stepping on Qian Taiji. He glared at him and said, "You and I are both deputy generals, but you keep calling me trash, insulting your comrades and sowing discord. I won't forgive you today." He saw what happened to Xianxia, so he was furious. Xianxia came to kill Lin Ling in the past, but he was honest. He didn't go easy on Lin Ling and fought with his life. This made Lin Ling recognize him. This was a real man, but now, this indomitable man was about to be killed. Lin Ling could not swallow this anger. "If you let me go, I will let Xianxia go." Qian Taiji couldn't resist at all. He immediately knew that Lin Ling's strength was more powerful than he imagined. He also knew that Lin Ling's status was not lower than his. Previously, he had insulted Lin Ling, and based on this, Lin Ling could make a move against him. Of course, if his strength was stronger than Lin Ling, then the one who would lose face would be Lin Ling. Unfortunately, his strength was inferior to Lin Ling. "Alright, I promise you, I'll kill him for you." Lin Ling retracted his foot and walked towards Xianxia step by step. When he arrived in front of the ladder, his hands quickly pointed out. Puff. Puff, Xianxia's body trembled as blood spurted out from his body. However, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Eventually, he fell down. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Lin Ling had really killed Xianxia. As for Qian Taiji, he also got up. He was in a sorry state. However, when he saw Lin Ling's actions, he did not say anything. That was because he had come here to kill Xianxia. Lin Ling had killed Xianxia, which was exactly what he wanted. Isn't Lin Ling the commander? When did he become a deputy general? Also, why is he so powerful? However, when Qian Taiji thought of being slapped to the ground, he was furious. He was the number one genius of the War God Battalion, and Lin Ling was also the number one genius of the War God Battalion. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. "Trash, is he dead?" At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He said that Qian Taiji was trash. Of course, in Lin Ling's heart, Qian Taiji was indeed trash. The sunbone of Tating Commandery was still a figure. Dead, he is indeed dead. Lin Ling, you have killed Xianxia. Tating Commandery will not let you go. Qian Taiji's face darkened. Lin Ling had called him trash, but he could not refute it. After all, everyone had seen that his strength was not as good as Lin Ling's. "Don't falsely accuse me. Even if I didn't kill him, you would have killed him," Lin Ling said coldly. "Humph, he has been killed by you. Everyone knows that. Although I have promised you that you could kill him, Tating Commandery will not." Qian Taiji sneered. Are you sure he is really dead? However, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His smile was evil and gave Qian Taichi a bad feeling. He stared at the dead Qian Xianxia and realized that Qian Xianxia was indeed dead. For a moment, he did not understand what Lin Ling meant. Even General Qinghong was confused. He did not understand why Lin Ling had asked that question. Of course. Qian Taichi nodded and said. That's good. Today, Commander Qian Xianxia is dead. A new Qian Xianxia has been born. Lin Ling walked towards Qian Xianxia step by step. His hands moved like butterflies as he kept pointing at Qian Xianxia. Qian Xianxia's body trembled. Gradually, his fingers moved and he slowly stood up. His face was filled with disbelief. Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he did not fight back. That was because he was willing to die in Lin Ling's hands, but now, he had come back to life. What is going on? I sensed that Qian Xianxia was dead. Even his soul was shattered. How could he come back to life? Did I see it wrong? The two armies also let out cries of surprise, as if they had seen a miracle. Is this the legendary 9 Deaths finger skill? The eyes of the generals on both sides trembled violently. Qian Xuanqian's resurrection, coupled with Lin Ling's mysterious finger technique, made them think of the legendary mysterious technique. The so-called 9 Deaths finger skill meant that one would die 9 times. After each death, one's strength would increase greatly. Of course, if one did not come back to life after death, he would be dead forever. This was a very extreme cultivation method. They had heard of such a cruel skill before. However, they had never thought that Lin Ling would know such a skill. That was why they were sure that Qian Xianxia was dead. That's right. This is indeed the 9 Deaths finger skill. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Lin Ling did not hide anything. Then, he looked at Qian Xianxia and said, now that you have the 9 Deaths genuine qi, it means that you can only practice this skill. After experiencing 9 deaths, you will be reborn. Are you willing? Yes. Qian Xianxia said excitedly. Although the skill was dangerous, at least he had come back to life. It was all worth it. Moreover, the effect of the 9 Deaths finger skill was great. He sensed that he was about to break through. I will teach you the rest of the finger skills. In the future, you will change your surname to Lin. Are you willing? Lin Ling said again. If Qian Xianxia changed his surname, it meant that he was no longer a citizen of Tating Commandery. Qian Xianxia glanced at Qian Taiji and sneered. He nodded immediately and said, I am willing. Previously, he had already died. He had repaid the debt he owed to Tating Commandery. Now, he was a new student and his name was Lin Xianxia. Good. Lin Ling could not help but smile. It was a smile of satisfaction. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations repairing the martial god giant Qian Xianxia, how dare you? On the other side, Qian Taiji was furious as if he had been fooled. He knew what had happened. This meant that Qian Xianxia had nothing to do with Tating Prefecture anymore. Sir Qian Taiji, my name is Lin Xianxia. Please don't call me by the wrong name. Unfortunately, Qian Xianxia looked at Qian Taiji with disdain. He no longer regarded Qian Taiji as his superior. Shut up. You were sure that he was dead. Now, he is not Qian Xianxia but Lin Xianxia. Try to touch him in front of me. I will make sure you can't leave the Martial Gods Battalion. Lin Ling shouted angrily as he stared at Qian Taiji coldly like a ferocious tiger. Everyone in the Martial Gods Battalion knew that he was protective of his men. If Qian Taiji dared to touch his men, Lin Ling would dare to touch Qian Taiji. You can try. The soldiers of the Martial Gods Battalion also began to roar. Their blood was boiling, and all the gloominess from before was spat out. Huangfu Yidao and the other 2 generals could not touch Qian Taiji because of their status. However, it was the right time for Lin Ling to do so. Lin Ling's status was not lower than Qian Taiji's and he was more powerful. There was no need to fear him. You. Qian Taiji had not expected things to turn out this way. General Qinghong's face darkened. However, he could not do anything. He was disappointed in Qian Taiji. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. A large number of soldiers pulled a giant over. At a closer look, it was a giant that was a few hundred meters tall. The giant was like a bronze giant. Its bronze color lit up the area and it was extremely powerful. It was the martial god giant. Lin Ling stared at the giant in surprise and muttered to himself, "A puppet? Puppet." He could see that the giant was a puppet. In fact, it was also a weapon. However, the requirement of the enchantment was very strict and the materials used to make it were rare. Therefore, very few people could own a puppet. He did not expect the martial gods battalion to have such a strong foundation. First, they had the martial god cannon, then the martial god giant. Martial god giant, I brought you the martial god giant. At this moment, Huangfu Yidao also spoke. Repairing the puppets required a world boundary master. The martial god barracks was a military barracks, so the weapons they needed were all provided by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Naturally, there were no world boundary masters. In reality, world spiritist status was extremely high. Even in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they were highly respected existences. So, even if the martial god battalion wanted to invite a world spiritist, they might not be able to, especially the boundary master above the blue robe. It was even harder to invite them out of the mountain. Don't fix it. However, at this moment, Qian Taiji suddenly said coldly. The eyes of everyone from the martial god battalion narrowed when they heard this. The expressions of the three great generals changed as well. They had brought the giant martial god out, yet he said that he would not repair it. What a joke. A soldier's word carries enormous weight. General Qinghong, what do you mean by this? The demon destroyer great general frowned. Anger could be seen on his face. We were ordered by the marshal to repair the martial god giant, and the order should have come from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, our boundary masters don't want to repair it, so we can't do anything about it. General Green Rainbow said indifferently, maybe you guys were too arrogant before, causing the world spiritist to be very unhappy. Clearly, he was blaming Lin Ling. Let me tell you, I invited that world spiritist from the ancient city of everlasting desolation. He is my master. If I say I won't repair it, then I won't repair it. Qian Taiji's words were extremely shocking. No wonder he was so arrogant. So that world spiritist was his master. You guys are too excessive. The three great generals spoke at the same time. Was he toying with them? If it wasn't for the fact that they needed a green robe world spiritist to repair the puppet, they wouldn't have begged him even if they were beaten to death. Although they were profound in the martial path, in terms of world spiritists, they were only black robes. They could barely be considered world spiritists. Humph. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing how to treat guests. Of course, if you are unhappy, then go to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and ask for permission. Have them invite someone else. Qian Taiji said indifferently. On the martial god battalion side, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. It seemed to be that world spiritist. His strength couldn't be compared to the three great generals, but with world spiritists, his position was not weak. My time is limited. If it wasn't for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty asking me to help, I definitely wouldn't have come. If there's anything right now, say it immediately. Don't waste my time. After the middle-aged man walked out, he narrowed his eyes and spoke. He didn't even look at the crowd and had an arrogant expression on his face. However, no one felt he was arrogant because the weapons of martial artists all came from world spiritists. So, unless there was a huge benefit involved, no one would rashly provoke a world spiritist. He's from the ancient city of everlasting desolation? At that moment, in the martial god battalion, Gong Yanjiang, Tang Yue, and the others narrowed their eyes. Especially after seeing the middle-aged man, Gong Yanjiang's pupils contracted. In the past, when he first met Lin Ling, it was in the 100 Knowings market of the ancient city of everlasting desolation. At that time, Lin Ling had accepted a mission and was then made difficult by a world spiritist. That world spiritist seemed to be the person in front of him, called Feng Wuhan. Later, Ancestor Longpo appeared and taught Feng Wuhan a lesson. Moreover, Ancestor Longpo's relationship with Lin Ling was extremely good. Then, Gong Yanjiang and Tang Yue glanced at each other, their expressions a bit strange. Even Lin Ling recognized that person. At that time, he was handing in the Star Sea Heavenly Zither's mission. The middle-aged man in front of him made things difficult for him, and later, he let him eat the mission slip. However, that guy was very respectful towards Ancestor Longpa. His spirit formation strength was inferior to Ancestor Longpo's. Master, they knew you were coming, yet they still dared to neglect you. Especially that young man, he's too much. At that moment, Qian Taichi pointed at Lin Ling and said. Feng Wuhan, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes and didn't even look at Lin Ling. In my opinion, the Martial God Battalion should apologize. Otherwise, we won't repair this giant martial god. Master, am I right? Qian Taichi said again. I haven't accepted you as my disciple yet, so don't be too full of yourself. However, your words are reasonable. Let them apologize. Feng Wuhan crossed his arms and closed his eyes as he rested. Hearing those words, Qian Taichi immediately became complacent. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the people from the Martial God Battalion. Did you hear that? Everyone must apologize. That guy called Lin Ling must kneel. Otherwise, our Martial God Battalion will return home. Intolerable bullying. Hearing those words, the people from the Martial God Battalion were all secretly furious. The three great generals were so furious that their lungs were about to explode. If it wasn't for the great Azure God dynasty suppressing them, they would have already killed that arrogant brat. Although they were above tens of thousands of people, they were still soldiers. As soldiers, it was their duty to obey orders. So, without orders, they didn't dare to casually start a war with the Martial God Battalion, and today, if they didn't repair the giant martial god, they would be delaying military intelligence. Their crime would not be small, but, were they really going to apologize? That hateful brat was simply intolerable bullying. Make him kneel first. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 3 times is enough, Your Excellency, it's best not to be overbearing. Huang Fuidao said. Haha, if you don't agree, then we'll leave. However, the martial god giants haven't been repaired yet. If there's a battle and the martial god giants can't move, then you'll be delaying the military situation. If the Great Azure Divine Dynasty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qian Taiji said as he waved the feather fan in his hand. He was pressuring the generals. In reality, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, to be able to see Lin Ling kneel was enough. Get lost, brat. Don't let me see you alone. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. You want my people to kneel now? All of you, scram. Seeing Qian Taiji's impudence, the Demon Destroyer General couldn't bear it anymore and directly chased them away. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Of course, the Martial God Battalion soldiers were the same. Their eyes were all red. On the other side, General Qinghong sneered. Then let's go. What's the big deal? He'd like to see how the Martial God Battalion would answer to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. As he thought of that, he wanted to leave with his army. However, at that moment, a lazy voice sounded. It was Feng Wuhan. You're all from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's army. I don't have time to care about the matters between you. I also don't have time to watch you quarrel. Now, is anyone kneeling? If not, I'll leave. At that moment, Feng Wuhan finally opened his eyes. His expression was extremely impatient. However, when his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Ling, his eyes narrowed. That black-robed youth seemed somewhat familiar. Compared to his surprise, Lin Ling's expression was very cold. He didn't expect Qian Taiji to be so excessive. He said indifferently, looks like you didn't eat enough paper last time. Now, let's see if it's me kneeling or you kneeling. His voice turned cold. Everyone who knew him knew that Lin Ling was a little angry at this moment. However, his words undoubtedly stunned the people from the Martial God Battalion. Deputy General Lin Ling was still so arrogant at this time. He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Great, you even dare to provoke the world spiritist invited by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Martial Gods Battalion, oh Martial Gods Battalion, are you trying to rebel? Master, don't bother with these people, they will regret it. Qian Taiji definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He flattered him while reprimanding him. Unfortunately, he did not see that Wind Without Trace's face had become distorted. There was even fear and panic. If he remembered correctly, that brat had once caused him to suffer a great loss. After that, he found out that the ancestor dragon granny had set her eyes on that brat, and had even invited him to the 3 great academies. The ancestor dragon granny was not only someone from the 3 great academies, she was also a powerful world spiritist. How could he provoke someone she had set her eyes on? Taking a step back, the mission list of that brat from back then still made him feel amazed. That brat seemed to be a world spiritist too. Kneel down now, Feng Wuhan said quickly. His tone was anxious, but Qian Taichi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his master to be angry. Lin Ling was going to suffer, however, just as he was about to speak, a palm suddenly slapped him on the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. Kneel down right now. With a bang, Qian Taichi was smashed to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His master was angry, but was he venting his anger on him? Seeing that, the soldiers of the 2 armies opened their mouths wide. Master, what are you doing? Master. Qian Taichi felt extremely wronged as he whispered. However, Wind Without Trace completely ignored him. He jogged to Lin Ling, bowed respectfully and said, "So Senior is here. Please don't blame me for not noticing Senior here." Master. He bowed deeply and saluted. This. Master. The 2 armies were silent. Even some of the soldiers holding the flags dropped them to the ground in shock. At that moment, even the warhorses didn't dare to make a sound, although Wind Without Trace cultivation wasn't high. Because of his identity as a world spiritist, he didn't even put a general in his eyes, but now, this insufferably arrogant green-robed world spiritist was currying favor with Lin Ling like a pug. Moreover, he was even calling Lin Ling Senior. This was simply an endless night's talk. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He was still indifferent. Your disciple seemed to be very arrogant earlier. Huh? My disciple? Huh? Wind Without Trace expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Qian Taichi. He slapped him again. Who gave you the courage to call me your master? I don't have a disciple like you. Get lost. Scram. Master, you? Scram. Qian Taichi was smashed to the ground again. He was even more confused. Because of Lin Ling's words, he couldn't become Wind Without Trace disciple. One must know that a world spiritist must be brought in by a master. Wind Without Trace was a green-robed world spiritist recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Not only was it beneficial for him, but it was also beneficial for Tating Commandery. He had even boasted in Tating Commandery that he had already become Wind Without Trace disciple. At that time, the entire commandery was congratulating him. His father was also proud. Now that he was chased away, how could he report back? He would probably be laughed at to death. Master, give me another chance. Yes. Qian Taichi quickly got up and grabbed Wind Without Trace's leg. Bang, however, Wind Without Trace sent him flying with a kick. He cut off all ties and said straightforwardly, "Get lost. It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down. If you come closer to me, I'll kill you." Yes. Hearing Wind Without Trace's ruthless words, both armies were dumbfounded. The 4 generals also stared at Lin Ling. They felt that it was earth-shattering. You were very arrogant before. You actually wanted our martial god battalion to bow. However, Lin Ling's expression was still cold. Senior, I didn't recognize you. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Wind Without Trace said with a terrified expression. Then, he ruthlessly slapped himself a few times. Look at my eyes. I really deserve to be hit. I'll hit. Yes. He knew very well that as long as he still wanted to cultivate as a world spiritist, he couldn't offend Ancestor Dragon Granny. Therefore, he couldn't afford to offend this young man. Slap. Slap, slap. The crisp slaps were even louder than the war drums, causing the martial god battalion to be speechless. They felt as if they were dreaming. As for Huangfui Dao and the other 2 generals, they were all stunned, although they knew that Lin Ling was very mysterious. Making a green-robed world spiritist slap his own face and flatter him like a dog was not something that could be done with strength. Something must have happened between them, which caused Wind Without Trace to be very afraid of Lin Ling. However, the world spiritist who was arrogant and had his eyes above his head was now slapping his own face. This scene made them feel that it was very unreal. Senior, the ignorant are not guilty. Look at the martial god giant. I'll repair it for you for free. Slap. Wind Without Trace carefully looked at Lin Ling. He was afraid that Lin Ling was still angry. Do I need your help? Slap. However, Lin Ling's expression was still not good. This little guy. The hearts of Huang Fui Dao and the others fiercely trembled. Right now, Lin Ling could completely let him repair the martial god giant, but who knew that Lin Ling would actually disdain him? Moreover, his tone was still cold. Subconsciously, they were also afraid that Wind Without Trace would be angered and leave. After all, an arrogant attitude could be used once, but it couldn't be used thrice. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. See the guests out. Master Feng Wuhan, this brat is too arrogant. He's not giving you any face at all. At this moment, Qian Taichi got up. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, he believed that Master Feng Wuhan had been bewitched by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling continued to neglect him, he would definitely offend Master Feng Wuhan. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, you might have mistaken him for someone else. This kid has never even been to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He's not as powerful as you think. Green Rainbow General also opened his mouth to speak. At this moment, he was certain that Feng Wuhan had definitely mistaken him for someone else. Don't listen to their nonsense. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, please take action. Huang Fui Dao and the others hurriedly said. They were afraid that Feng Wuhan would be so dissension. If that happened, it would be over. Voices rang out one after another. However, Feng Wuhan's expression was indifferent and he did not say a word. Earlier, when Lin Ling refused to let him repair the martial god giant, he was indeed very anxious. However, he suddenly recalled what had happened in the everlasting market, and now, he suddenly understood. I won't repair the giant martial god. Feng Wuhan said calmly. What? Why don't you fix it? The expressions of Huang Fui Dao and the others changed dramatically. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly angered Feng Wuhan. Haha, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, it seems like you've understood. I was just talking about a small soldier. How could a Grandmaster like you bow to him personally? Grandmaster must have mistaken me for someone else. General Qinghong couldn't help but laugh. Qian Taichi was also elated and almost roared at the sky. Previously, he had been utterly humiliated, but now, Master Feng Wuhan had finally changed his mind. He wanted to see what Lin Ling would say next. After Huang Fui Dao and the others sighed, they started to look for Lin Ling. If there weren't so many people here, they would have told Lin Ling that Lin Ling should have been more polite. I didn't repair it because Senior has already done it. However, just as their gazes moved, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan spoke. His words were like thunder, silencing the entire army. The truth was that Feng Wuhan had come to a sudden realization because he knew that Lin Ling didn't need him to repair the martial god giant, because Lin Ling could do it himself. At practically the same time, numerous gazes started to search for Lin Ling. Only then did they notice that Lin Ling had arrived before the martial god giant. His hands moved repeatedly, causing numerous mysterious barriers to float out and be slapped onto the martial god giant. Ka ka ka, the giant who had fallen to the ground slowly got up. That terrifying aura caused the two armies to fall into silence. That guy knows how to use spirit formations. Huang Fui Dao and the others were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. One must know that in the martial god battalion, there were actually many people who knew spirit formations. However, they only knew a little about it. At most, they would only be able to use black cloak or white cloak. It was already very good to be able to use blue cloak, therefore, they had sought the help of Wind Without Trace because he was a green robe. As the saying went, if a robe was less than blue, then calling oneself a boundary master would be futile. Only green-robed world spiritist would be able to enter the eyes of the various powers. Yet now, their martial god battalion had actually concealed a green-robed world spiritist. That boy is so young, how could he be a green-robed world spiritist? That great General Cyan Rainbow also cried out in alarm. However, that was not the end of it. Strands of multicolored flames floated out dazzlingly. Chi-chi, once the flames appeared, the martial god giant's left leg began to burn. There was a scar there. This time, the flames were used to heal the wound on the left leg. With the burning of the flames and the numerous mysterious barriers, the wound on the left leg rapidly healed. What sort of flames are those? This time even Wind Without Trace was astonished. He had guessed that the mysterious youth would definitely have some ability. However, he had never imagined that the youth would actually possess such flames. After all, the majority of world spiritists were fire, lightning and light attribute world spiritists. Using those talents to forge spirit formations would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. As for that mysterious youth, he was clearly a fire attribute world spiritist. However, the mysteriousness of his flames caused even Wind Without Trace to feel extremely envious. At that moment, Wind Without Trace was clearly unnecessary. There was no need for him to personally take care of the martial god giant. The two armies stared at the black-robed youth. At that moment, the youth was like a dazzling star that emitted boundless radiance. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were secretly excited. It seemed that they had still underestimated their lord's mysteriousness. It's done. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It's done? The two armies spoke at the same time. So fast, they had thought that the restoration would take at least 3 months. However, only an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Senior, is it really done? Wind Without Trace flew over and exclaimed in disbelief. It's just a puppet. How much time do you want to waste? I don't have that much time. Lin Ling said indifferently. His skill in forging spirit formations was extremely high. He had always been lacking in materials. This time, it was just restoration and not forging. How much time would he need to waste? Most importantly, he possessed the space-time flame. The restoration process was 100 times faster. The space-time flame was capable of burning time and space. It naturally had the ability to shorten the time required during the forging process. Even if that's the case, it's still too fast. Wind Without Trace looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Then, under countless gazes, he knelt down and said, Master, please accept me as your disciple. When he knelt down, the two armies almost knelt down as well. They knelt down in shock. Was this still the arrogant green-robed spirit formation master from before? Moreover, he had come today to restore the martial god giant. He had even come to acknowledge him as his master. As for Qian Tai Chi, his mouth was wide open. He could not make any sound. He was proud to be able to acknowledge Master Wind Without Trace. However, Master Wind Without Trace had rejected him and instead acknowledged Lin Ling as his master. Then, what was he? He was Lin Ling's grand disciple? No, he could not even be considered Lin Ling's grand disciple. Good, good, good. That's great. After the shock, Huangfu Yidao and the other two old men shouted excitedly. They had never thought that the boy was also a spirit formation master. They had found out too late. They were even more curious about Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast, and his comprehension of martial techniques was not weak. However, he also knew how to use spirit formations. Could it be that he had 3 heads and 6 arms? He had reached the point of perfection in every field. General Qinghong, I'm sorry for making you come here in vain. Now, send the guests out. Then, Huangfu Yidao looked at General Qinghong and said. Earlier, they had swallowed their anger, but now, they could hold their heads high. Send the guests out. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion also let out cheerful voices. They had been displeased with the Martial God Battalion for a long time. Haha, you came from afar and didn't even drink a sip of water. Our Martial God Battalion has neglected our guests. Who told them to be trash? We invited them to restore the Martial God Giant, but they failed. How could they have the nerve to stay? That's right. Our Lord Lin Ling is still the best. The soldiers all waved their fists. Without a doubt, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Hold on, I want to go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Qian Taichi shouted angrily. He had been humiliated repeatedly today, and he couldn't take it lying down. Moreover, if he went back with his tail between his legs, the soldiers of the God of War Battalion would definitely blame him. That's right, the Marshal of the God of War Battalion has agreed to let us go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. General Qinghong also didn't want to leave like a stray dog. Huang Fuidao and the rest had indeed received the order, and they nodded immediately. They naturally couldn't disobey the Marshal's order. You're Lin Ling, right? Do you dare to play with the God of War Battalion? Let's see who can beat the drum better. Qian Taichi stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think you can win by shouting loudly? Or are you a toad who wants others to notice you, so you croak? How embarrassing. How can you call yourself the #1 genius of the God of War Battalion? The youngest deputy general? Is there no one else in the God of War Battalion? You found a toad to be your deputy general. Humph. Lin Ling retorted. He was extremely unhappy with Qian Taichi. Haha, I think there's no one else in the God of War Battalion, but they found a toad to be their deputy general. In fact, I think a frog is more suitable. Humph. A lot of mocking laughter came from the God of War Battalion. The God of War Battalion trembled in anger, but they couldn't refute. Don't try to talk back. Humph. Of course, the angriest one was undoubtedly Qian Taichi. He tore off a large number of feathers from the feather fan in his hand. He was seething with anger. In fact, his strength and status weren't weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling otherwise, he could still be a little arrogant. You're angry just because someone else said something. You'd better not be a deputy general. Humph. However, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Many people in the War God Battalion nodded in agreement. Lin Ling and Qian Taichi were both the #1 geniuses in the battalion. However, it was clear who was more dazzling. I say, Lord Qian Taishu, stop tearing your fan. You've already plucked out all the feathers. You should calm down. Even falling flowers flowing water sword teased him. You. At this moment, Shantayoshi was suppressing his anger. His face was round. Go to the Heaven Inquiring War Drum. General Green Rainbow also felt that Qian Taichi was embarrassed, so he tried to smooth things over. Then let's go. Huang Fuidao and the others immediately nodded. The two armies immediately merged and advanced into the distance. The heaven-seeking war drum was rumored to have accumulated countless soldier formations. There were 8 trigrams formation, 9 armies formation, white crane flaring wings formation, etc. As for the 81 war drums, after they were beaten, tens of millions of soldiers would appear. It was something that every marshal had to learn. According to the rules of the Martial God Battalion, anyone who could beat 10 war drums would be able to proudly leave the Martial God Battalion. This was a supreme honor. Today, the people from the Martial God Battalion had come to beat the war drums. Obviously, they knew that many people from the Martial God Battalion had failed, so they wanted to use this opportunity to attack the Martial God Battalion and prove that the Martial God Battalion was more powerful. The two armies quickly arrived at a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. From time to time, battle cries could be heard. Above the canyon, lightning flashed like snakes. Above the endless lightning, mysterious clouds drifted. One could vaguely see the war drums beating. This was the heaven-seeking war drum left behind by the predecessors. Lin Ling, if you want to leave the Martial God Battalion, you must beat the heaven-seeking war drum. However, since it's your first time here, there's no need to rush. You'll definitely succeed after some research. Huang Fuidao appeared beside Lin Ling and gave him some pointers. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, his main goal here was to beat the war drums and leave the Martial God Battalion. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the soundless sound of the war drums resounded. It was transmitted to everyone's hearts, making them feel as though they were being summoned by the war drums to prepare for battle. However, in reality, the war drums were silent. It was the momentum of the war drums that affected the army. These drums actually have souls. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Through his eyes of time, he saw that every drum represented an army of millions. It represented a supreme military formation with an imposing aura. I'll go first. At this moment, the chess boy spoke. He was good at chess and had been here twice. Therefore, he was familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum. Go Commander Chess, go for it. Many people from the Martial God Battalion cheered immediately. They were looking forward to the chess boy beating the war drums. It's moving. At this moment, someone exclaimed. The chess boy shot into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. He was looking for the first drum. One had to know that there were 81 drums here. They were hidden very well and had to be beaten according to order. Otherwise, they would fail. The war drums weren't static. Every 15 minutes, they would undergo earth-shattering changes. He'll definitely fail. Many soldiers from the Martial God Battalion mocked. They were here to trample on the battlefield. Naturally, they didn't want the Martial God Battalion to return victorious. What nonsense are you talking about? Many people from the Martial God Battalion refused to be outdone. Dong dong dong, at this moment, the war drums resounded. We did it. Huang Fui Dao and the others laughed when they heard the drums. The first drum was beaten, dong dong dong. However, their surprise didn't end there. The second drum was beaten, and it was even louder this time. If these drum beats were to be played in the myriad of worlds, it would be enough to shatter a world. Especially Lin Ling's world, a single drum could cause the world to collapse. Dong dong dong. The third drum followed closely behind. Nice. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion cheered. As the saying goes, one can do it in one go. The chess boy had beaten the drums 3 times in a row. Dong dong dong. However, the deafening sound resounded once more. The fourth drum was beaten, the fifth drum. At this moment, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion became nervous. Were they going to fail again? They could only watch as the commander of the Martial God Battalion bullied them. Calm down. However, Qian Taichi waved his fan and spoke indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence. However, the feathers on his fan were sparse at this moment, and it was slightly comical. Of course, his confidence wasn't without reason. After the fifth drum, the drum beats in the clouds disappeared. In the next moment, a figure fell from the clouds and smashed into the canyon. It was the chess boy. He had clearly failed. Ka ka ka. At the same time, thousands of lightning bolts appeared, forming a huge electric net below the chess boy. If the chess boy fell again, he would definitely be in danger. Oh no! Many people shouted. However, at this moment, a sword beam shot out at lightning speed. It pierced through the chess boy's armor and stabbed him into the canyon wall, preventing him from falling any further. Furthermore, the sword had pierced through the chess boy's clothes, leaving him completely unscathed. Thank you, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. The chess boy wiped his sweat and looked at the side of the canyon. The one who attacked was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. How lucky! Qian Taichi smiled disdainfully when he saw this. He looked at the army of the Martial God Battalion and said, "Let me tell you, don't think you'll be fine after failing. When you fall from the clouds, the lightning will seriously injure you. The weak will be killed immediately." Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Taisui Charm Drum Scroll Lord Qian Taiji, aren't you too shameless? The drum hasn't been sounded yet and you're already affecting our morale. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said. Anyone could see that Qian Taiji was trying to affect everyone's mentality. His methods were despicable. Then go ahead if you're not afraid of death. I won't stop you anyway. Qian Taiji smiled indifferently. Falling Flowers Flowing Water didn't say anything else. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Lin Ling, the heaven-seeking war drum has a pattern. I've been here twice, so I'm familiar with it. I hope it can be of help to you. He knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. Obviously, no first-time visitors could succeed. Therefore, he wanted to give Lin Ling some help. Go ahead. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. Lin Ling, pay more attention. Look at the changes in the clouds. It's like a formation. As long as you find the key to the formation, you'll be able to find the first drum. Of course, if your soul power reaches level 800 and shrouds the entire heaven-seeking cloud, you'll be able to reveal the heaven-seeking war drum even faster. Huang Fui Dao also gave Lin Ling some pointers. Soul power, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. His soul power had reached level 1000. As for seeing through the heaven-seeking war drum, although any martial arts would be blocked by the clouds, his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes could see through everything. Come on, Commander Falling Flowers Flowing Water. At this moment, cheers came from the Martial God Battalion. Dong dong dong. falling flowers flowing water had been here twice, so he quickly sounded the first drum. However, he was a little slow for the second drum. Compared to Chess Boy, falling flowers flowing water was obviously more cautious. Humph, as a soldier, you're so timid. It seems like you won't achieve anything great. Qian Taiji immediately commented on falling flowers flowing water's cautiousness. Instantly, many people in the martial god battalion glared at him. However, although falling flowers flowing water was cautious, it had its benefits. Unknowingly, he had sounded the fifth drum, surpassing Chess Boy. Everyone in the martial god battalion was even more excited as they clenched their fists. Dong dong dong. After a while, the sixth drum sounded. Good, looks like the falling flowers flowing water sword didn't waste 2 years. This year's results are obviously better than last year's. Many of the Grand Commanders laughed. The more they came, the more advantage they would have. However, after the sixth drum, the misty clouds became even quieter. Falling flowers flowing water sword did not seem to be confident enough. In fact, this was indeed the case. The seventh drum, falling flowers and flowing water sword, was nowhere to be found. His eyes were filled with drums, and he didn't know which drum to hit. Fight, blossoming flowing water sword roared. He couldn't let the god of war battalion kill him. Dong dong dong. However, in the next moment, the sound of the drums reverberated. The seventh drum shook the heavens and earth. On both sides of the canyon, everyone cried out in alarm. However, blossoming flowing water sword could only bitterly smile, because the previous drum was a mistake. It could only be said that his luck was not bad. And after that, he had no clue at all. Alas! Blossoming flowing water sword sighed and appeared above the canyon. He had given up. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Not bad. However, many people in the God of War battalion were still happy for him. The seventh drum was already a very good result. As for the God of War battalion, Qian Taichi shook his head in disdain. Many people saw his contemptuous expression, but they didn't care about his disdainful smile. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he wanted to give it a try. When the Chess Boy and blossoming flowing water sword saw this, they hurriedly told Lin Ling their experiences. After all, this was Lin Ling's first time here. During this process, no one hit the drums. Obviously, everyone's confidence wasn't very strong. However, just as Lin Ling was about to go out, a figure suddenly moved faster than him. Let me show you what a war drum is. A suave figure passed through everyone's eyes. It was Qian Taichi. It had to be said that this time, he had completely swept away the embarrassing situation from before. He appeared to be graceful and extremely confident. However, it was undeniable that the person who proposed to hit the drums this time was Qian Taichi. Therefore, he dared to come here because he had absolute confidence. In an instant, many people in the God of War battalion turned serious. The three generals also narrowed their eyes and looked at General Green Rainbow. Indeed, he revealed an unfathomable smile, and that was indeed the case. Qian Taichi struck, the drums shook the sky, the deafening sound continued to resound, the first drum, the second drum, the third drum, the fourth drum. This crazy guy hit the drums 5 times in a row. He overtook the Chess Boy in an instant. Master Qian Taichi, go for it. Go. The God of War battalion immediately became excited as if they had won the battle. Hee, the God of War battalion's heaven-seeking war drum? Even General Green Rainbow let out a satisfied sound. Of course, his voice was filled with contempt for the God of War battalion. Dong dong dong. Following this, the sixth beat of the drum could be heard. He's catching up to me. Clench. Blossoming flowing water sword immediately clenched his fist. The sixth drum was coming. Was Qian Taichi going to be like him? Impossible. This was Qian Taichi's first time here. He couldn't possibly surpass him. Dong dong dong. However, when the drums sounded, his face turned pale. The morale of the God of War battalion also plummeted. When the seventh drum sounded, it would be the same as blossoming flowing water sword. In that case, the God of War battalion would be inferior. After all, it was Qian Taichi's first time here. Qian Taichi hasn't come out yet. Is he going to sound the eighth drum? Many people exclaimed in shock, finding it unbelievable. He can't possibly succeed. The Chess Boy and the rest clenched their fists and shook their heads. Qian Taichi had already sounded the drum 7 times in a row. That was already a miracle. It was impossible for him to surpass blossoming flowing water sword. The eighth drum was very difficult to sound. It was said that once it was sounded, there would be a change in the world, dong dong dong. However, the more they were afraid of something, the thing they were afraid of would quietly arrive. In the sky, thousands of soldiers and horses appeared, slaughtering the world. That ancient aura shook the world. The eighth drum sounded. Could it be the Taisui charm drum? Huang Fuidao and the rest had ugly expressions. They didn't believe that Qian Taichi's first time here would go so smoothly. There must be something hidden. They guessed that it was the Taisui charm drum. It was an extremely ancient drum formation. It was said that the heaven-seeking war drum was set up with this formation. Therefore, if Qian Taichi had studied the Taisui charm drum, then it was naturally possible for him to sound the eighth drum. Damn it, Qian Taichi had indeed come prepared. The heaven-seeking war drum belongs to the God of War Battalion, but our God of War Battalion has sounded the eighth drum. Doesn't the God of War Battalion feel embarrassed? General Qinghong took the opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Behind him, the God of War Battalion was also roaring, dong dong dong. However, just as he finished speaking, another drum sounded. An even more terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless divine beasts stomped on the ground, destroying the world. The ninth drum sounded. So it's the ninth drum. General Qinghong immediately corrected. The God of War Battalion fell into a dead silence. All the soldiers' faces were extremely pale. At the same time, a figure shot out from the clouds in front. It was Qian Taichi. He didn't dare to sound the 10th drum. After all, if he failed, he would be struck by lightning. He didn't dare to take the risk. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations One's Glory, All's Glory. As expected, the God of War Battalion cheered as he walked over like an undefeatable God of War. The heaven-seeking war drum of the Martial God Battalion? Qian Taichi looked at the Martial God Battalion with disdain. He had beaten the drum 9 times, which was enough for him to redeem himself. He had gotten back all the face he had lost for the God of War Battalion. Moreover, he had definitely become the hero of the God of War Battalion. At this moment, the entire canyon was filled with the cheers of the God of War Battalion. The Martial God Battalion was very quiet. They were inferior and could only endure the humiliation. As for the 3 generals, they were smiling bitterly in their hearts. However, they still pretended to be calm on the surface. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly shot into the clouds ahead. Lin Ling had made his move. He had gone to beat the drum without saying anything. In fact, after continuous observation, the heaven-seeking war drum was just SOSO to Lin Ling. His soul power was terrifying and had already shrouded the entire cloud layer. His all-encompassing demonic eyes were even more demonic as he had seen through the rhythm of the drum. This guy. The 3 generals had no idea of Lin Ling's confidence. They immediately smiled helplessly. It's Lord Lin Ling. He has also joined the battle. Perhaps he will create a miracle. I think it will be difficult. After all, this is Lord Lin Ling's first time here. He isn't familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum at all. He doesn't even know how big the clouds are. But this is also the first time that Qian Taichi has been here. Didn't he also beat the drum? This is different. Haven't you heard that Qian Taichi seems to have obtained some Taisui scroll? That's why he is familiar with this place. This Qian Taichi is too much. He has clearly done his homework. This isn't his first time here. At this moment, Lin Ling had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. Many people were discussing him. As for the God of War Battalion, disdainful voices sounded. After all, they had also heard that this was Lin Ling's first time here. This obviously wouldn't have any effect. I think he might not even be able to beat 5 drums. Qian Taichi waved his fan and said as he walked. General Qinghong nodded. Perhaps, but to be able to beat 4 drums on his first time here is not bad. Lord, how about we make a bet? I think he can beat 5 drums at most. You really like to surprise people. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you. I'll bet 4 drums. The 2 of them spoke one after another. Sir, let's bet. Many soldiers from the war battalion joined the war camp Barak also. They didn't think Lin Ling would win at all. However, their arrogant bet infuriated everyone in the martial god battalion. However, just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, the sound of drums rang out in the sky, dong dong dong, the first drum the war. Many people in the martial god battalion were pleasantly surprised. Lord Lin Ling's speed was so fast, but before they had time to be surprised, the second drum followed. The of the war of chess boy was said to be a spurt of energy, falling flowers flowing water was said to be overly cautious, and Qian Tai Chi was said to be smooth. Then Lin Ling was said to be a bolt of lightning. This was because the speed at which he struck the drums was like he was walking in his own backyard. It exceeded everyone before him. Gradually, the fifth drum sounded. He surpassed me on his first try? I'm good at chess. Chess boy's indifferent expression was now filled with astonishment. Can you compare with Lord? Falling flowers flowing water immediately retorted, but he was also shocked. Following that, the sixth and seventh drums sounded simultaneously, 2 drums at the same time. Could it be that Lin Ling had an avatar technique? Miracle, it's a miracle. Huang Fuidao and the other 2 great generals exclaimed. They had never seen anyone strike 2 drums at the same time. Furthermore, he managed to strike the 7th drum on his first try. It was a miracle. As for the god of war battalion, everyone forgot about the bet as they stared intently at the sky. Qian Tai Chi was even more so. He even forgot to wave his fan as he said with a frown, it's impossible for him to strike the 8th drum. In fact, even the people from the God of War battalion did not believe that Lin Ling could strike the 8th drum. After all, this required a powerful array formation skill. Furthermore, one needed to know the location of every drum and understand the rhythm of each drum. Qian Tai Chi had studied the Tai Sui charm drum for 3 years before he became slightly familiar with it. It was even more impossible for Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared faintly amidst the clouds. He was walking in the clouds. His pace wasn't fast, but it attracted everyone's attention. The short period of time he took to walk felt as long as the end of time. This fellow. The 3 great generals were clearly more nervous than Lin Ling. The weight was too unbearable. They constantly shouted in their hearts. Would Lin Ling succeed on the 8th drum? Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a stop. They could vaguely see that Lin Ling was standing under an ancient drum. He will definitely fail. Qian Tai Chi was also very nervous as he gritted his teeth and said, however, just as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon appeared. An army of thousands was pressing down. The 8th drum was successfully sounded, dong dong dong. The sound spread throughout the world, but it shocked everyone's heart. Everyone's eyes lit up. There was only passion in their eyes. However, Lin Ling's figure quickly disappeared. Instead, a strange phenomenon of divine beasts marching out appeared. Dong dong dong, Qilin, Phoenix, an azure dragon came from afar. These divine beasts seemed to have received the call of the God of War battalion and were about to march out. The 9th drum was sounded. Pa, the fan in Qian Tai Chi's hand fell to the ground. His face froze as if he had seen a ghost. Dong dong dong. However, the scene of 10 drums shaking the heavens suddenly appeared. In the sky, an army of thousands of divine beasts was marching out. The 10th drum was actually sounded by Lin Ling. Boom. The drum beats were like endless thunder that smashed into everyone's heart. Could it be that this fellow has already seen through the heaven-seeking war drum? His soul power has reached level 800? Huang Fuidao exclaimed. With a powerful soul power, he could find the war drum faster than others. He had always thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was powerful. However, who knew that his barrier was also powerful and his soul power was even more terrifying? For so many years, the God of War battalion has wanted to sound the heaven-seeking war drum. Unfortunately, in history, only 5 people have succeeded. Those 5 people also spent a lot of time, but this is his first time here. The first miracle of the God of War battalion has been created by him. The first person to use the heaven-seeking war drum. The other 2 generals also spoke one after another. As for General Qinghong's side, they were speechless. They had wanted to show off in front of the God of War battalion, but in the end, they had become supporting characters, and Lin Ling now had the absolute qualifications to lead the God of War battalion. This was an endless glory. Lord Lin Ling. Over at the God of War battalion, crazy voices exploded. Xianyuan Ge Yunga martial god, and the others' beautiful eyes were moist. Lin Ling had indeed not disappointed them. As for Gong Yanjiang and the others, they clenched their fists and were extremely excited. One's glory, one's loss, all's loss. They were from the God of War Battalion, so naturally, they did not want to see the God of War Battalion being trampled on by others. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin moving forward bravely. Master Huangfu, can I leave the Martial God Battalion after you sound the drums? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly came from the clouds. Yes. Huangfu Yidao replied proudly. His face was full of a happy smile, as if he saw a junior making him proud. When the others leave, do they have to sound the drums 10 times? Lin Ling's voice came again. This is a military rule, and it cannot be changed. Alright, I will sound the drums for my men. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shocked the entire army. What did Lin Ling mean? At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the drums in the clouds. He sensed that each drum had a soul, and each of them was a huge soul made of steel. Each drum represented a life and a world. The true purpose of the ancient drums was to record history. In those distant years, warriors fought in the myriad of worlds to protect their country. In the ancient era, demons rose and the myriad of worlds fell into chaos, a sword, a saber, and a world of clarity. Lin Ling even saw his hometown, which used to be chaotic. The sea turned to dust, and the lightning dried up. It was a barren land. Later, warriors came and decided everything. No one knew about this. Even though Lin Ling was so familiar with the rainforest sacred ground, he did not know. At this moment, his left eye seemed to understand those drums. Dong. He stood in front of a huge ancient drum and hit it with his fist. Dong dong. His speed was not fast, but it was steady and powerful. With each hit, the heaven-seeking war drum hidden in the clouds also echoed. That's right, it was the echo. The echo made the other drums sound as well. Dong dong dong. Gradually, the clouds dispersed. 81 drums floated in the sky, like the most ancient military formation. What? Seeing this scene, the 3 generals' faces changed dramatically. It was the first time they saw the true body of the heaven-seeking war drum. At this moment, the 2 armies were silent. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Was Lin Ling going to sound the 81 drums at once? That was impossible. And that seemed to be the case. This was because Lin Ling's hand had stopped. His brows were furrowed as if he had entered some kind of mental bottleneck. He couldn't figure it out. It was as if the drum was a natural barrier, and if it was struck again, it would be beyond redemption. Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. His hand stopped in mid-air. However, his gaze was fixated on the distance as he listened to the drum beats. It was as if he had seen his entire life. That blind young man from Gu Yan's sect. He used all his strength and gradually eliminated all the disciples of Gu Yan's sect. Standing at the peak of Gu Yan's sect, he then saw the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, where the youth eliminated all the experts and decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He saw the 7 profound martial house. He saw the rainforest holy land. That's right, it was elimination. On the path of martial arts, countless geniuses wanted to reach the end. In this process, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong washed away the sand. Therefore, you cannot be weak. You can only fight on like a strong man. You can only eliminate them. Only then will you be able to go further. The winner is king. Perhaps in the future, you will also be eliminated by others, but at least you have worked hard, fought hard, and that is enough. Who in the heavens can understand me? 10,000 miles of worry, stark confinement lock. How many times can one fight in life? If I eliminate too many people, I am too dazzling, and cause the envy of the heavens and earth, then let the heavens punish me. I am still me, and I will still eliminate all of them. Lin Ling's pupils became firm. If the world calls me a demon, then so what if I am a demon? His hand moved. At this moment, he didn't hesitate. Dong dong dong. The war drums were struck once again. Life was like a drum. Since it had been struck, then it would continue to be struck, and use the drum to question the heavens. Dong dong dong. The frenzied drum beats resounded, and the momentum was magnificent. Moreover, an endless army appeared. These were the souls of the soldiers of the past. The drum beats seemed to strike the souls of the soldiers of the martial god camp for millions of years, calling them to battle. At this moment, 81 drums resonated. With Lin Ling's drum as the center, a deafening sound rang out, as if asking the heavens. This was because Lin Ling had struck 81 drums in one go. the sound of 81 drums sounding at the same time hadn't been heard for 100,000 years. The drumbeats made everyone's blood boil. They wanted to protect their country, grab their weapons, and kill all enemies. This sound was like a bugle call for battle, urging them to charge forward bravely. This was also Lin Ling's martial heart. Since he had chosen to eliminate others, then he would charge forward bravely. 81 drums resonated. The three generals were incomparably excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to strike 81 drums at the same time. As for the martial god camp, although the soldiers weren't in the same camp as Lin Ling, they couldn't wait to follow Lord Lin Ling into battle. This made Green Rainbow General and Qian Taichi turn deathly pale. This was because the momentum of the army had affected the soldiers. This was a kind of army that charged forward bravely, and even their soldiers were affected. Shameful, shameful. The soldiers of the martial god camp were affected by the soldiers of the martial god camp. Wasn't this shameful? At the same time, in a small bamboo pavilion of the martial god camp, a cultured and refined man was playing chess. However, at this moment, his body trembled as he looked into the distance in disbelief. The drums that have disappeared for 100,000 years have reappeared. Boom! This Lin Ling is really mysterious. Dong dong dong, above the majestic canyon, the drumbeats spread throughout the world for a long time. Lin Ling, come and see me quickly. Amidst the drumbeats, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. It's the voice of Martial Sacred Flame Violent Tiger. Huangfui Dao and the other two generals' expressions changed drastically. Even Green Rainbow General's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually been personally invited by Primeval. The drumbeats that hadn't appeared for 100,000 years had indeed shaken the world. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Lin Ling was still striking the drums. The knot in his heart seemed to have been broken at this moment. This made his heart feel very smooth, and his thoughts were clear. At this moment, his soul power was also crazily increasing, and it gradually reached the realm of 1,300 steps. It must be known that martial artists would have a knot in their heart, and it would eventually become a repressed thought. Perhaps a martial arts movement was not suitable, and this would cause them to ponder for a long time, causing them to not be able to eat well. Or perhaps they had killed too many people, causing them to hesitate. All of these would affect the mentality of a martial artist. Only when one's thoughts were clear could they see the boundless sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had broken through the knot in his heart, and that was to bravely move forward. The 81st drum has been sounded. Lords, can I take Meng Meng and leave the martial god camp? After a long time, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the canyon. His voice was filled with endless heroism. Yes. The three generals said word by word. Thank you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a brilliant smile. His body moved, and he shot into the distance. He was going to see the marshal. Countless gazes looked at the black-robed figure, and deep within their eyes, there was only deep admiration. As expected of Lin Ling. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said solemnly. It was Lin Ling's first time here, but he had struck the 81st drum. This miracle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the martial god camp. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Meet the Martial Dong Dong Dong. As Lin Ling left, the drumming gradually died down. However, the cheers from the martial gods battalion grew louder. They raised their weapons and cheered. Compared to them, the martial gods battalion was very quiet. They did not expect that Qian Taichi would still lose to Lin Ling despite using the Taisui enchanted drum. This made them too ashamed to face anyone. I told you, you're just a toad. Amidst the cheers, the falling flowers flowing water sword's voice drifted out. The sword pointed at Qian Taichi. Me. Qian Taichi wanted to refute, but he had no reason to. He could only grit his teeth in anger. Lin Ling. Everything was because of Lin Ling. Why was Lin Ling so much more powerful than him when they were all the top geniuses of their respective battalions? He was unwilling to accept this. He was even jealous. Great General Qinghong, the war drums of the martial gods battalion are not for you to beat. The three great generals also spoke up at this moment. Didn't they bet on Lord Lin Ling? Now, someone has won the bet. Many people from the martial gods battalion also spoke up. Great General Qinghong was silent. The martial gods battalion was even more silent. They were clearly too ashamed to face anyone. Send the guests off. Huang Fui Dao finally said. He was cold, disdainful, and mocking. Let's go. Great General Qinghong did not dare to stay. He would only be embarrassing himself if he stayed. Even so, he knew that it would not be long before the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's army camp would become a laughingstock. Haha. The mocking laughter from the martial gods battalion grew louder. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward. A voice pointed him in a direction. It led him through the chaos of the universe and into a mysterious secret realm. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed to be a part of the chaos of the universe. A small island floated in the middle. There was a large amount of green bamboo on the island. What a good place. Lin Ling thought to himself. He landed on the island. There was a small bamboo pavilion there. A middle-aged man in a green robe sat there. His long hair flowed casually, and he looked very lazy. This is Marshal Holy Fiery Tiger? Looking at the middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. He thought that the marshal would definitely be a majestic man in armor. Who would have thought that Marshal Holy Fiery Tiger would look more like a scholar? Hee, my name is Qi Yuhu, you can just call me Lord Qi. At this moment, the man looked at Lin Ling and laughed. This made Lin Ling also laugh and walk into the bamboo pavilion. He was neither haughty nor humble, calm and collected. Even Qi Yuhu couldn't help but take a few more glances at him because he thought that Lin Ling would be very terrified. Haha, why do I feel like you're more like an adult? Then, Qi Yuhu shook his head and smiled. He looked very approachable. Lord Qi, this is an elegant place. Wouldn't being too serious disturb the elegance of this place? Lin Ling sat down and smiled. Not bad, you're right. Qi Yuhu nodded thoughtfully. Then, he set up the chessboard and said, Come, let's play a game. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He just did as he was told. The two of them began to move the chessboard. Lin Ling's chess skills could only be considered average. Naturally, he wasn't Qi Yuhu's opponent. However, Lin Ling realized that this lord was advancing step by step and was using a large number of chess pieces to trap him. What a powerful move. Lin Ling could only keep retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, the other party was aggressive and had a terrifying view of the overall situation. It formed a situation where a large army was pressing down on him. In this way, Lin Ling was in danger. The two of them seemed to be playing a casual game of chess, but a murderous aura quietly filled the air. The green bamboos around them were buzzing. If falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were here, just the aura alone would be enough to make them vomit 3 liters of blood. The seemingly elegant bamboo pavilion was, in fact, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Lin Ling's chess pieces kept retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, gradually, he couldn't dodge anymore and could only admit defeat. You've lost. Enough. Almost at the same time, Qi Yuhu said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Sigh. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He still persisted and used every single chess piece to meet force with force. Even if he was swallowed up, he still had to fight back. He obviously had the idea of perishing together with his opponent. Of course, fighting to the death like this wouldn't have any effect. All his chess pieces would be killed. Qi Yuhu's gaze flickered when he saw this. In truth, even if Lin Ling admitted defeat, he wouldn't go bankrupt. However, Lin Ling was actually fighting with his life on the line and insisted on fighting to the death. This guy would rather die than submit. You've clearly lost. Why are you still fighting to the death? Finally, Qi Yuhu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with great curiosity. In his mind, Lin Ling hadn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. At this age, he was like a teenager. However, he realized that this junior didn't fear him at all. It was as if they were of the same generation. Moreover, his way of doing things was also unique. Blindly enduring won't change anything. If I lose, I die. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Instead of admitting defeat, why not fight to the death? Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words were simple, but they contained his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat in front of an enemy, endure humiliation, and secretly cultivate in order to take revenge in the future. His heart of martial arts was like a war drum, courageously moving forward. He would rather die than submit. Just like when you beat the Ask the Heavens war drum. Since you've made your choice, then bravely move forward. Qi Yuhu seemed to understand Lin Ling's temperament. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Lin Ling nodded. Not bad at all. A smile finally appeared on Qi Yuhu's face. A long time ago, he had heard from Huang Fui Dao and the others that Lin Ling was a soldier who didn't know his place. Now that he had met Lin Ling today, he realized that his reputation wasn't undeserved. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being unruly and unwilling to submit to others. However, the prerequisite was that one must have the corresponding capital. Otherwise, one would be too arrogant to see oneself clearly. Therefore, he had been secretly observing Lin Ling, but in the end, he discovered that Lin Ling had the capital to be arrogant. His cultivation speed was very fast, and he was an expert in barriers. Even his soul power had reached an unimaginable level. This guy was simply the best successor of the martial god barracks. He was also the most monstrous freak that the martial god barracks had seen in many years. You can leave the martial god barracks and go to the 3 great academies. I'll approve it. The martial god barracks martial seal will be yours. Qi Yuhu stood up and said. After the previous game of chess, he finally got to know Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was a person who would rather die than live in dishonor. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. In reality, he wasn't very interested in the martial seal. However, he didn't want to refuse Qi Yuhu. After all, the martial god barracks had treated him very well. You must have started cultivating your soul power when you were young. Your foundation is very solid. However, don't slack off. In the future, you'll discover that the benefits of soul power are more than you can imagine. Qi Yuhu said again. I'm well aware of that. How could Lin Ling not understand? In reality, his primal chaos divine technique was closely related to soul power. Without soul power, it would be difficult for him to enter a new world. Go. I hope to hear your name in the 3 great academies. Qi Yuhu stared at Lin Ling indifferently. His eyes shone with anticipation. That was because Lin Ling was the next marshal of the martial god barracks. He was very satisfied with the results of the examination. End of chapter 2375. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.